what are you coming with? 187, we at the beginning of the year, they were playing really well, and we're like, man, a couple top 4 finishes, and last event we were like, okay, this is going to be the one where they break into the finals, but then kind of hit that downswing. So, is Nick Slowiak and the crew going to come back and, regroup and get all their stuff together and, really come out here and be that top 4 team that they were being in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and you're looking at the top 10 teams and Upton 187 crew, as Todd was just mentioning, definitely working their way up the ranks, ranked 6th overall. Impact's been just dominant along with San Antonio X Factor as they've taken 1st and 2nd at the 2 NXL events we've had so far. And it looks like we are just a couple minutes from getting a roll. And can't forget about San Diego Dynasty, the legends, getting Oliver Lang back on the team. Oliver Lang had taken a sabbatical, as he called it, to go and travel to the east and travel down to South America. He was all over the world. Still played with the Polar Bears, a team from Russia, in Europe during the season, but did not play with Dynasty. So this will be his first event with Dynasty this year. Got a chance to talk to him at Alex Frazier's wedding not too long ago and asked him, hey, are you going to come back? And he was a little unsure. He said, you know what, I think he did it the right way. He said, I don't want to force my way back. I don't want to be like, I'm Oliver Lang. I'm coming back. I'm going to play every point. He didn't do that. He said, I'm going to go to practice. He didn't even commit at the wedding. He's like, look, I don't know. I'm going to go down to practice. I'm going to see how I do. If they need me or if they feel like they want me to come back, then, then I'll come back. So he did go down to practice and was arguing with Ryan and Alex right out to game.
Things haven't changed. Yeah,
things haven't changed.
Business as usual.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna, come on, it's Oliver Lang. Of course, they're gonna want him back.
Hey, should we pick up Oliver Lang? Have you heard of Oliver Lang? Is he good?
Nah, he's
of course, Dynasty picked up Oliver Lang, brought him right back. I heard that first practice, the first 5 points in a row, he went down and just shot 4 people a game, and they were like, all right, Oliver's back.
Yeah, and it's again, of course, and I told Oliver actually when he said that because before he had said, okay, I'm gonna go to practice, I'm gonna see how it goes. Alex had come up to me during that weekend and be like, I think we're going to get Oliver back for World Cup. And he was excited about it.
Yeah, and I was like, Oliver's coming back for sure.
Yeah.
100%. Here he is.
Yeah, so
and it's going to be a different team. The way that team plays when he's on the field is night and day when he's not there. They are 100% a different team. Just his presence, his attitude. It's like when Jordan went and won a bunch of titles and then retired for a little bit and then came back and then they won 3 more titles. Mm-hmm. That's how it is with Oliver on the field. He's that guy, that presence. The other teams look down the field and see him and go, man. Okay, everybody starts throwing little baby parties, when Oliver's like, I'm not going to play with Dynasty this year. Everybody's like, oh, that's terrible.
Well, and also on this field layout, as we're just a couple of minutes from getting rolling here, this first set, Edmonton Impact going to be taking on AC Dallas. AC Dallas on your screen there, starting 5. Looks like Nico Hyde's out there, and I think Fuzzy Jackson, man, he had a breakout performance at the last event. There's him giving little high fives. But with on this field layout, Todd, up the center, looks like there's definitely some possibilities for some moves up there. And, that's one of Oliver's bread and butter. Dynasty also has Alex Rodriguez on their team, too. So we'll see if A-Rod's going to get up there and, make a name for himself, continue to make a name for himself. He's already made a name for himself. Here we go. First point, Edmonton Impact on your screen. Looks like heavy guns up for Edmonton Impact. And you can see lots of back bunkers here on this layout. So now making a move, Keith Brown, who is on fire in Europe for Edmonton Impact. See if he can continue. That was the last event that they played. If he can continue that amazing skills that he was showing in Europe. Bringing it back here for the World Cup. And Jackson makes his move up into the center. Looks like he's shooting towards the D side. So 4 players still in the backfield for AC Dallas.
That move right there by AC going there in the middle there will slow Keith Brown down, trying to move up.
AC Dallas is TJ Danner off the Dorito side out of that tower. Nick Laval makes a move out on the Dorito side for Edmonton Impact and gets into that temple on the Dorito side. Matt Jackson coming up the middle, getting into that center pin right behind the A, and he's looking underneath, trying to get a shot across the snake side. AC Dallas loses Roberts, so they're down 2 bodies right now.
But Matt Jackson moves to the left side of the A, and he's in a good position right there to keep Keith Brown from moving anywhere.
Well, he needs to get a couple kills real quick, and it looks like Cornell is going to come and try to take him out.
Now Zane Yakimek trying to come up and get Jackson, but he gets grilled up right before he gets there.
Yeah, so that's what AC Dallas needed to happen. Down 2 bodies. need to get a couple kills of their own as they lost a couple gunfights. And now past the 50-yard line, here comes Jackson on the attack, but he gets taken out. So now not looking good here. First point for AC Dallas. There's the opposite side. This is from the D side of the field, looking at Edmonton Impact on your screen.
That's Nick Laval right there standing up in the Dorito with Rainey Stanzak next to him. Looks like Laval's going to make a move. He comes into the 40. Here comes
Brown.
Keith Brown through the middle. Keith Brown putting it down.
Like Matt said, man, Keith has been, as the season's been going on, he's been really getting comfortable playing with Edmonton Impact. This is his first year with them, and man, he is just dialed in right now.
Well, I think with Keith, Keith had been playing with Tampa Bay Damage, and he was brought up in the Damage organization. We're going to see Damage a little bit later on today. Took the offer from Edmonton Impact, decided to go over with them. And you know how it is. I mean, you guys have played on those superstar teams, and you get picked up, and it kind of takes a little bit of time to find your sweet spot on the squad. And Keith Brown is really starting to find that spot. And they have given him opportunities to shine, because when you look at their roster with Rabikoff, your son, Justin Rabikoff, with Justin Cornell, guys that have become paintball famous because they slaughter people in the snake, and then you bring Keith Brown on, it's like, okay, well, where does he fit in? He has to make himself fit in. He needs to get opportunities, go out there, contribute, and forge a spot for him on that squad. And that's really what he's done this year. It's been very impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's cool to watch the young guys, from the very beginning come up and just get better and better and better. And we've seen that a lot from all the guys on Edmonton Impact. And Bart just sits there and says, I want that guy, I want that guy, I want that guy, and puts a lot of talent together, and they just flourish as a unit.
So here we go. Next game in this set, Trademark Gun Outlaws taking on Chicago Aftershock. And right now on your screen, looks like Outlaws losing a body early, and immediately on the flip side off your screen is Chicago Aftershock getting a minor penalty. That's a 1-for-1, and that's going to pull Chris Sosine off. So just 3 bodies left alive here right now. And
here comes Outlaws right down the snake immediately. They know that, hey, there's a penalty here. Let's keep the pressure on. And, man, Aftershock.
Yeah, Outlaws losing a body, though, off the Dorito side.
Yeah, so Tyler Osborne here in the snake, he's really going to have to make something happen here for the Outlaws, as they had an opportunity but squandered it, losing another body here. Aftershock able to get in the snake as well. Lawhead. So Lawhead,
nice.
Lawhead, nice shot on Osborne. So Lawhead making it count over here in the snake. He's in snake 1. You can see Osborne walking off, wondering, hey, how did we let him get in the snake? But it looks like Lawhead gets clipped out.
Yeah, Lawhead just peeked over the top for a second, came down, and the ball came right over the top, hit him on the top of the goggles. Woodley in the middle there still for Aftershock.
So very close here on the kill count.
And as that was happening, Outlaws moved out to the snake corner here, so the field spread out for these guys a little bit. Well, they got Aftershock pinched back-to-back behind each other, so let's see how this works out for the Outlaws.
Yeah, so Outlaws on your screen. Berkeley in the back corner bunker on the snake side of the field. He has a teammate there in the center. Just 2 bodies alive for the Outlaws, trying to find out where the 2 bodies. Oh, and it looks like Aftershock, yeah, Barga getting eaten up there, losing a gunfight, and then immediately Woodley loses another one too. So looks like the first point is going to go to the Outlaws.
Good game right there by Fred Berkeley. Get out wide, space the field, kind of bottled up. Barga and Woodley in the center of the field. They lost their outside presence. They worked that last 2 out with Mikowski. Well, they give each other a check.
Well, nice job by Cody and Berkeley to basically say, look, okay, we're losing bodies, they're losing bodies. What do we need to do to try to win this point? So Berkeley was able to get out wide and stay alive, and then Cody and Berkeley were able to work out Woodley and Barga. Let's check out this replay here. So you're looking at Osborne trying to get up there, pushing forward, had no idea that Lawhead was right in front of him. But it looks like, so Lawhead was clean there, and then Lawhead caught one cross field. So initially, it was a really good job there by Lawhead to pick up Osborne as Osborne tried to get to the 50-yard line here in the snake. You see him comes around, stays low, and then checks himself. And he wasn't hit in that engagement. You can see the kill, calling that kill crossfield, and then he got shot in the top of his goggles. So, as we see this layout, playing a little slow to start out, lots of back bunkers. These teams just feeling each other out right now, trying to figure out where they can push. And we're seeing lots of lost gunfights here this morning already. So off the breakout, now Edmonton Impact, you're looking at it from the D side. Impact on the left side of your screen. When we look at it from the snake side angle, Impact will be on the right-hand side of your screen.
Oh, Matt Jackson takes one out of that snake side tall cake. He comes walking off like J-Rab might have bounced Roberts on the break as well in that snake side can. There's Roberts looking on the inside. Here's a shot of Edmonton Impact. J-Rab getting a check. And he is going to get He's having a conversation with the referee right now.
He's trying to argue
The
himself.
one ref checked him clean, and now the other ref runs across and says he's hit. So, like, make your mind up.
Well, and I think that's probably what J-Rab was saying. Hey, that guy just called me clean. I'm all right. And nope, was not able to argue himself out of getting pulled. So 2 bodies now have come off for impact, and they're stuck in the center. And that's what's going to be, I think, in this layout, guys, is that if they lose their wide guys and the other team gets wide, it's kind of like I think that center might be a seductive mistress. You want to kind of stay in that center. It's easy to stay there, but if you get stuck there, you're going to have problems. We've already seen that so far here on this layout. So now Cornell's going to have to try to work himself out. You can see we're actually looking at Aftershock on your screen, but Aftershock just rolling their guns. Impact off screen, but Cornell, knowing that he was up pretty far, needed to try to spread this field out, and he's trying to work his way over there. AC Dallas trying to keep him from getting out wide. You can see that that's the D side of the field as we pull back, looking at the cross field spread here. And now Nate Roberts trying to get in the snake. And Cornell on the flip side for Impact is trying to do the same thing.
There's Roberts, John Jackson, Danner. Across the back for AC Dallas.
That happens. They take out Chad Bugere on the Dorito side, so Impact down now to 3 players. Nathan Roberts makes that move to Snake 1.
Yeah, and it's still early. There's lots of time left, but this is definitely a point where AC Dallas needs to try to, they need to get this one. They have the body advantage right now, 1 body advantage, but they let Justin Cornell get in the snake. So Justin Cornell able to work in here before Roberts. For AC Dallas able to work in. So Roberts has got to get over here. Dave Baines.
If Justin Cornell starts moving down the snake, that's going to be bad news for AC Dallas if he doesn't get into the snake.
So Dave Baines looks like he's going to be playing some points here at this event. We haven't seen much of Dave, and look, Justin Cornell and Dave Baines get shot at the same time, but looks like Cornell took out Roberts before he walks off, but still looks like AC Dallas is going to be able to take this one here if they can shoot the last player left alive. There he is on your screen, rolling his gun over the top, looking for a shot, knows he's the last player. And that's why he's playing kind of frantic in there, back and forth. He's head checking towards the snake, has his gun towards the D side. It's 3-on-1 right now, Todd.
Yeah, that back corner over there on the Dorito side is going to get pretty small pretty quick. If John Jackson can get out here wide on the snake side, there he goes, coming across to the snake side pin, looking at that Dorito side corner, trying to find that last body, and looks like he's going to get a shot in right there on the corner.
It's a great point for AC Dallas right there. So
yeah.
Tied up 1-1.
Josh Wilmette going to come running off the field, the last body for Edmonton Impact.
So let's check out this replay here.
Here's Justin Cornell coming down the snake. He's going to get into snake 2, and then right when he goes to cross the gap into the 50, the AC Dallas player across the field had just made a move up into the next Dorito as he shot Dave Baines, and then looked across and saw Justin Cornell coming across the gap and was able to shoot him in the leg just as he came through that small zone right there.
Yeah, and these players are trying to figure out, and they've played this field already. They've been practicing this field, but when you get tournament paint, tournament refs, it's kind of a different ball game. They're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't right now. You can see Justin Cornell looking at that angle as he walks off. So getting right back in here in this match. Chicago Aftershock taking on the Outlaws. Aftershock on your screen. You're going to see a lot of this pocket play here. Lots of bunkers to work with in the back.
Both teams 5 alive. Which on this layout, I imagine we're going to be saying that a lot.
I think we are going to see lots of breakouts with 5 alive, and we haven't seen any risky plays yet at all, which you can't really fault the teams for not risking bodies when you have lots of bunkers in the center to work with.
Yeah, it's really interesting, when you actually go out there and look on the field. The gaps are small, but there are direct lanes to shoot the wide guys. I mean, they are wide open,
a lot of bounce
for
shots
the wide guys. Yeah. When you have a bunch of big bunkers really close together, the bounce shots definitely come into play. And you definitely seen teams in the past, figure out the bounce shots, save them, use them when it really matters. And just when you get in this lockdown type of game, everything goes. So the Outlaws lose their first body over off the Dorito side, but quickly filled into that Dorito 1. Here's a shot of Aftershock. There's Woodley in that forward snake can.
We're going to see, as we saw Dave Baines out there playing another lost gunfight over here for the Outlaws, we're going to see who the master gunfighters are this weekend. This is a gunfight heavy field. And in that center, the best gunfighters are going to prevail. You're going to be locked into gunfights this entire tournament long.
Yeah, anytime you have a field where, you know, there aren't a whole lot of risks being taken for ground on the break, you know, you've got to be proficient at winning those one-on-one gunfights.
Now move made over here on the D side of the field past the 50-yard line.
Dizon trying to make a move. He gets one, but he gets chopped up as well.
That's going to open things up, I think, a little bit for Woodley. And, yeah, the rest of the bodies got peeled off here for the Outlaws. So point's going to go to Aftershock. Nice job by A.J. Lawhead there on your screen over here, snake side, and just solid gunfight work by Chicago Aftershock. They're slowly but surely whittling down the Outlaws, and then Dizon makes the move up the D side, and pretty much it was over after that. So let's check out this replay. You can see here, and this is the Outlaws trying to stop Dizon from coming down. Actually, no, that was early on in the point, and he lost that gunfight, and then it got filled right there. That was Davidson. Number 12, Jordan Davidson, losing a gunfight over there, D side of the field.
Here comes AC Dallas on the field again. Familiar faces with that starting five: Nico Hyde, John Jackson, Matt Jackson, TJ Danner, and Nate Roberts.
How amazing of a tournament did Matt Jackson have at the last event?
Played out of his mind that last event. He brought that confidence here, and so far he's playing with that same swagger. So
yeah, it was definitely. You know, it's great to see guys slowly but surely come along and then all of a sudden just break out of their shell and just up their level of play a couple notches. It doesn't happen all the time, but that's what Matt Jackson did at the last event. So hopefully he can, you know, continue to do that for AC Dallas. It was a huge weapon for them. Looks like Nico Hyde taking their early walk, gets shot on his way to his bunker. Body dropping early for AC Dallas.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he tried to go to that temple, you know, which is one of those spots that's just a small gap, but shooting from across the field is a wide open lane. You know, it's risky to take it. You know, it looks like it should be an easy spot to make, but you know, those cross field shots are just big, wide open lanes that just dump right into those forward bunkers. If you're going wider than the first three bunkers on the field, then those guys, if they're shooting across the field, which everybody is going to, you know, you're rolling the dice if you're going to make it in one of those spots.
That happened. Matt Jackson moves right to the center pin, and it's going to keep Impact from trying to move that down Dorito side. So doesn't matter. Down bodies, we're still going forward. I like that from AC Dallas right now. So, and they take out. Looks like Zane Yakimak not paying attention out there, and he got creeped out. And there's a penalty on Zach Yakimak, which pulls out Keith Brown. So they just threw a hand grenade back there, Matt.
Yeah, it's not what Impact was hoping was going to happen here in this point, tied up with AC Dallas. So AC Dallas in the driver's seat in that center 50, and with that Zane Yakimek early death, and then Zach Yakimek getting a penalty, pulling out Brown, really decimates the line for Impact. Just two bodies left alive for them. You can see them on the right, and you can't see them anymore, but you're looking at lots of bodies left alive for AC Dallas. Looks like trying to get his gun back up and running in the center, and he does. So Matt Jackson, good field position for him here at the 50-yard line. Oh, dodges one though. He's got to be careful. There's still two bodies left alive. So you can see he's finally starting to communicate to his players what's left, and he's not going to need to shoot anybody, and that's actually going to help out Jackson. He immediately separates his loader, so must have been having some problems there up in the center, but doesn't matter. Impact forced to concede that point with just two bodies left alive, and looking at a pretty full complement of AC Dallas, almost a full complement, 4 bodies for them. So score is going to be 2-1 right now. Slight lead for AC Dallas.
AC Dallas, you know, winning those gunfights early, you know, playing up bodies. It's the way you have to do it against a team like Impact. You know, try and, you know, shorten up the game a little bit.
Well, on a layout like this, especially the way it's starting to play, at least early this morning, nothing crazy's happened. No one's taking any ground. It's going to be a gunfight-heavy tournament here, it looks like so far, before we start to see guys, you know, coaches start to throw a little bit more aggressive game plans out here. So when you're playing Impact, if you're AC Dallas, you're going to have to beat them at that gunfight game that they're so good at. Uh-oh, as we get into this next game here, in this the next point, looks like a major penalty assessed on the Outlaws right at the start of the point. And that takes most of their guys out. And here comes Lawhead. This is going to be a quick one here for Chicago Aftershock, Todd.
Yeah, just one body left, and he's making the run for it out to the Dorito side, and he gets torn apart by Chris Sosine and Ronnie Dizon, who made it out wide. First guy I think we've seen run wide all day out to that Dorito corner, got in there alive. But Outlaws with that major penalty just decimating their back
yeah.
line right off the break.
First major penalty that we've seen, and that's been a problem for the Outlaws. They're a team that gets a lot of penalties, and they know that, and they've been trying to work on that. And I felt that they had a better event.
Last event.
Yeah, the last event wasn't too bad. Didn't get too many penalties, and they're going to have to, nip that in the bud here because they don't want to. It looks like the refs are setting the tempo for the penalties, especially in this, that one particular side of the field. We've seen 3 penalties come from the same side of the field.
Yeah, and we saw what the Outlaws were all about last event when they weren't getting penalty after penalty after penalty. They actually got to play. We saw that there's some talent on that team that can really get the job done. If they're not giving free bodies away every time. So if the Outlaws, I really want to see them stay out of the the flag zone this event and play the way they were playing like they were in Virginia Beach.
So here we go, Edmonton Impact on your screen. 5 guns up, heavy guns, and they are able to take out one of the players, AC Dallas, on that D side of the field. 4 bodies left alive for AC Dallas. Oh, Dave Baines is going to take the early walk. You can see he was doubling up in that spot with Chad Bougier. So now Chad's going to have to take over the lane. And you see these guys talking it up, and it may look random as to which guy is shooting what side, but that is a coordinated effort. And you see another body, it looks like Matt Jackson walking off here for AC Dallas as well. So the early advantage in this one is going to go to Edmonton Impact. They are 5-on-3 right now. AC Dallas just 3 bodies alive, though they do have the lead. Looks like Impact here.
Yeah, look at Justin Rabakoff in the middle right now going hunting.
4-on-3 as Dave walked off early. So it's just a 1-body advantage for Impact.
Rabakoff creeps up to that first center pin. He's going to come up into the second one. He's looking to get a shot on Nate Roberts. Nate Roberts least expects it. The 2 bodies in the back for AC crossed up, and Roberts over here. And look, J-Rab snuck one right in on his hand. That's the shot he was looking for.
8 was looking for him, and he almost got him, so traded out. But
and then there goes John Jackson. Bye-bye, says Justin Rabakoff. Comes through the middle and shoots out TJ Danner. Quick little 3-pack right there. Justin Rabakoff.
That might be the best move we've seen so far. And I was just going to say right before he launched, is that I think that at least from what we're seeing so far, and that's the interesting thing about watching these tournaments, is as the tournament progresses, Friday, which team showed up, who looks good early, how's the field playing out when you have tournament paint, tournament refs, and I think that there are moves out there, as we just saw Rabakoff pulling off in that center. I think the crafty players are going to prevail out here. This is not a power field. This isn't a put a guy in and go field.
Skill field.
This is, yes.
Who's afraid to take those moves and not be too worried about getting blasted by the other guy possibly on the other side?
Yeah, so it seems to me that we're going to see a lot of points start 5-on-5, maybe 4-on-5 at the most, it looks like. And then who's going to win that next gunfight to open things up a little bit, and then which players are going to be willing and skilled enough to go into the breach and pull off those crafty moves like we just saw J-Rab do up the center.
Yep. And that's, it's fun to watch. Not a lot of players have that ability to really read the field and be comfortable in the open looking for those sneaky shots. And, he's able to do that because he has solid back players that are smart and dedicated and do their jobs well, and keep the paint flowing so that the opposition can't make moves and just allow Justin the freedom to go up there and get those shots. And if you give a guy like Justin Rabakoff that sort of freedom, he's going to make you pay every single time.
Here we go, that break out with Outlaws going to Snake 2 on the break. Guys, that's the first team we've seen do that on the break so far. So,
yep, Osborne getting in there, going straight to Snake 2, but Woodley counters by coming up the middle to the second pin.
Looks like
and
a bot.
He's going to cut that zone off if Osborne tries to make a move through that cut. Oh, and Osborne takes one down the wire. He gets shot in the head and walks off.
Yeah, 2 bodies actually walking off to the Outlaws. They tried to get out wide over here with Berkeley and wasn't able to do it. Then Osborne getting taken out. So now no one in the Snake, no one in the back corner on the Snake side. And you can see they're up in the center. Woodley looking for kills.
Sosine making a move out to the Dorito side behind Dizon. Going to come into that Dorito one. Woodley coming through the middle of the field. Comes into that first pin. He's going to look to get a shot in on that tower. He does. Woodley finishes off the last body. Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah, and it's actually, apologies, it's not Impact AC Dallas playing right now, which is on your screen. So this is going to send Shock up here, a point right now. Looking pretty solid. That was, again, it's if you attempt to get out wide and you get shot, and you have somebody up in the field like Woodley, it's going to be a quick point. So let's check out this replay here. So looking at Osborne and the snake. Looks like he's playing pretty tight, but just not tight enough. Wrapped around just real quick, and Shock was able to get that shot on him.
And it's like you said, they tried to go wide. They made the snake on the break, but they went wide on the Dorito, lost their Dorito player, allowed Woodley to go through the middle there, and like you said, you got to pick your poison on this field.
Well, Berkeley got shot trying to make his spot, but Osborne got shot out of his spot. And this field, more than any field we've seen so far, I really think that this field is, you've got to tighten it up, man. It's tough. I mean, obviously you have to be engaging, but the better gunfighters are going to prevail. The teams that have the best gunfighters, or at least perform the best in that capacity, that one skill, is huge right now. Again, this is not you're not cannonballing down the field with this layout. This is a tactical layout. You have to be crafty out there. You have to be real sharp on your snapshots. As we just saw, Osborne lost that one on the replay, and that was the difference over here on the snake side.
On the breakout, Nico Hyde going up the middle and across to that tall tower on the Dorito side. Looks like he's going to make it in there alive. First real aggressive, different move we've seen off the break so far with that up and over move, and Jackson going to follow him up by coming up through the middle. He's going to come into that second pin and look to chop down the Dorito side as Impact keeps two bodies in the tall temple. They double up the cake, but then Keith Brown moves out and gets into that can. He's been playing there in the center. Zach Yakimek out wide as far as Impact is on the snake side in the can.
Nico Hyde
just took one. He's
having a rough day.
He's having a rough day, and obviously they're putting a lot of pressure on him over there, and he's trying to make things happen. So that's going to happen on this field. So, but as we say that, it looks like Nathan Roberts makes here to snake 2. But Zach Yakimek backs up into the snake corner to keep him.
Well, AC Dallas has better field position in the centers. We're looking at Jackson scurrying up there, and might have caught one. Yeah, I think he did. So Jackson, looks like he thought he made it up there, but he got shot in the leg across field. They still have a player in the snake, though, for AC Dallas. But AC Dallas loses another body on that D side of the field as they're losing gunfights here, giving a little bit more of an advantage to Edmonton Impact as they have a couple more bodies. Running referee comes in to check out Keith Brown for Edmonton Impact.
He's in there. Let's see what he's doing.
Still 5 bodies alive right now for Impact, just controlling those lanes. Rainey Stanzik trying to put a lot of pressure on the snake. Looks like Rainey gets a shot on him.
Laval making that move up with Zane Yakimek on the Dorito side. Here they come, putting the pressure on John Jackson, and fighting for his life, but he is not going to be able to survive in that can.
Yeah, Keith Brown scurries out into the snake. And this is going to be a point here for Impact. Nice methodical point for Impact, and AC Dallas is going to have to tighten it up. You want to win a game against Impact, man. You can't be losing gunfights. Here's Keith Brown, victorious over here again. Keith Brown playing real smart here so far today.
He's playing real smart, but I like the way AC Dallas is playing every point. Jackson's coming through the middle. He's letting Impact know, hey, you're not just going to have the middle. You have to work for it. Nathan Roberts moving down the snake, so they're playing good. They're just, the last couple points, they've just been getting shot out of the bunkers. Like you said, they got to play a little bit tighter.
Well, they're playing the best team in the world right now. I mean, we could sit here and discuss the merits of all the different teams that have come to play the 2015 NXL World Cup here in the Pro Division, but the numbers speak for themselves. Impact is the best team in the world right now. If you want to win this tournament, at some point in time, you're probably going to have to defeat Edmonton Impact to do it. They've won 2 events. They've done well in Europe. I mean, this is 2 years in a row now. They've just really made a statement. And if you want to be the best team in the world, you have to beat Edmonton Impact. And with AC Dallas, as we're looking here at Trademark and Outlaws, AC Dallas, this is a good test for them.
So here we have the Outlaws losing the last couple points, or I'm sorry, losing the last couple points to Shock. The score is backwards on your screen right there. It should be Aftershock 3.
Outlaws 1.
So the Outlaws, good crossfield spread as we've seen. You're going to be looking at this all tournament long, man, with these big back bunkers. These teams are going to try to get out, establish their lanes, and then move up. That D side is a little bit easier than the snake side, as we can see there. Trying to move up, but getting taken out.
tries to move up that Dorito side, Dorito 1, and Aftershock is sitting on the left side of the A.
Hey, I'm
Just
all about
post
being
waiting for
aggressive, you know,
Yeah.
making moves and trying to make things happen. But right now, Aftershock is being just a little bit more patient than the Outlaws. And the Outlaws are getting the spots, getting shot, trying to make moves.
I think that's a good point, Todd. This is going to be a field where, yeah, you have to be aggressive. I mean, as we see, you know, Aftershock up in the center right now on your screen, you have to be able to make those moves, but you have to be smart about making those moves.
Yep.
This is not just to put a guy in and go field. You can't just cannonball down the field into lanes.
And there's another one. You know, Osborne goes into the snake, makes it in, but tries to go 2 knuckles and gets shot in the pack as he comes around that first wedge of snake 1. And now the whole snake side is gone for the Outlaws. But Mikowski makes a bump out to the snake side corner, try and get some spacing. I think it's just 2 bodies left alive, 3 bodies left alive for the Outlaws, as they have a player up in that 40 Dorito who's looking across the field at Lawhead in the snake side corner. Here comes Sosine into Dorito 1 for Aftershock. There you see the Outlaws on your screen. They're in the 40 Dorito looking down the wire. AJ Lawhead battling out of that snake side corner. There he is shooting down the wire, screaming over to Sosine on the Dorito side.
Yeah, so better field position for the Outlaws on the D side of the field. They have a good cross-field spread. They have Guy just moved into the snake. Cody Mikowski makes his move. He was in the back corner bunker. And then you can see on your screen, back corner bunker here, as Lawhead stuck in this back bunker. And looks like the Outlaws losing a body, pushing past the 50-yard line on the D side.
Playing over there by himself, not going let his guys go with him. And I like what he was trying to do, but he just ran right into that guy. He was just waiting for him, posted up.
Yeah, tactical retreat by Mikowski. Has to get out of the snake, his nose, and then going back to the back corner bunker. So some smart moves here by Cody to try to stop the bleeding and keep the attack from Aftershock from coming here.
Lawhead getting in the snake and looking on the inside, talking to Sosine. Sosine makes a bump up to the Dorito 2. He's in that pin on the Dorito side behind the 40.
Well, 2 of the best players for Shock are on the field right now to try to put another point on the board for him here in Lawhead and Chris Sosine. We've seen such good play from both those 2 guys. I mean, you really could make a strong argument that Lawhead and Sosine are the best players on Aftershock. So, Coach Mikey Bruno watching from the pits right now, hoping his team can, you know, keep putting points up here against the Outlaws. And time's going to start playing a factor here. 6 minutes and 33 seconds to go.
Yeah, Mikowski gets shot out of that corner after retreating, leaving just 1 body left alive. That's Berkeley, and he gets pinched out by Sosine and Lawhead. So that's going to be another point for Aftershock.
And look right there, that TMG had that, they just turned a little bit, had it in control, and hey, got sloppy there.
Well, control is the word. I think control is going to be the word of the tournament. Right now, Aftershock we're getting into a replay here. Aftershock is just doing a better job of controlling the tempo of the gunfights, and controlling the tempo of the early gunfights is going to allow you to control the lanes. And once you control the lanes, you're able to do stuff like this: get shots on guys that overextend. You know, he could have just gone into Snake 1, but he came around. You can just see that lane being filled with paint, and that means Aftershock walk the field. The guys on that D side know that they can shoot that lane. And here, another too aggressive move. He could have just taken that other spot. Did not have to run out wide that way. So Outlaw's going to have to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, he tried to use that extra body to go get Sosine, but Sosine just shot him as he came, tucked in, protected himself here on the breakout. Edmonton Impact and AC Dallas both taking that Dorito side tower.
Yeah, this is a close one here. 5 minutes to go. 5:05 on the clock, and Impact only up by 1. Heavy guns up, and they did risk a body up in that center. And then now Roberts able to make it into the snake. Past Snake 1, into Snake 2.
Chad Bougere took a bounce going into that Dorito side temple. Referee giving him a check right now, and he is clean. He's going to make it in there to get behind Wimette. Rabikoff going hunting in the middle too. But Roberts, you know, who's been up in that snake. Roberts been up in that snake, you know, all last event really did work for AC Dallas, getting up in there again. See if he can be productive. There's Roberts looking down the wire in Snake 2.
And there's a big gap. You can't really tell how big of a gap it is looking on your screen right here, but where Roberts is, in order for him to get across into the 50-yard line structure, that's a tough gap to get through, man.
Especially
when you're playing a team,
Dave Baines
yeah,
just posted that.
and Dave is just going to shoot 12 pods down that lane. Uh-oh, minor penalty assessed on Edmonton Impact on the D side of the field. That's going to take 2 bodies off, and at the same time, Justin Rabikoff gets shot out of his spot. So this is AC Dallas's chance to try to tie this game up.
Yeah, here comes Nate Roberts. You know, looking back, talking to Jackson. He wants to make a move. He's trying to get help to put Dave Baines in. Dave Baines standing tall, shooting across the field in that cut at Roberts. Roberts trying to work the outside on Cornell, puts Cornell in. Cornell's got to switch. Roberts comes into the 50 structure all the way to the end.
You can see there Roberts on the left-hand top portion of your screen in the snake. And the rest of the boys from AC Dallas just holding those lanes, trying to tie this game up here. Not a lot of time again, 3:18 to go. And Impact, looks like Cornell is really getting pushed around in his spot. Dave Baines is just rolling his gun, dropping paint over here to try to keep Roberts honest, but you know, Roberts is in good field position right now.
Referee comes in and gives Matt Jackson a check in the middle.
Roberts.
Or, I'm sorry, John Jackson. Matt Jackson at the back of Snake 2 trying to help Roberts.
Well, Roberts backed up off that spot to try to get an angle here on Dave Baines, and he does. Nice shot by Roberts on Dave Baines. That's going to leave Justin
Nice
Cornell.
play.
So Impact forced to concede that point. We got ourselves a tie game with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Nate Roberts is running off with that swagger, man. He's like, hey, we can do this, guys. It's tied 3-3. We're playing the best team in the biz right now, and hey, we can win this game.
Well, you correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think on this layout, with really when teams that are pretty evenly matched, and it's kind of cool to say that right now, is this is a tied-up game, but you got to. I think we're going to see a lot of games go to time, so you got to keep it close. If you can keep it close and give yourself enough time to, then you have a chance to win it at the end. And right now, if AC Dallas can get a good break here, maybe shoot a couple impact players or shoot 8 impact player and then control it a little bit, we're either going to see it go to overtime
John,
or
can you get my
maybe
gun
see
air?
AC Dallas with a big upset victory
air?
here. We'll see.
Can one of you guys get my gun air?
Sounds like we're in the aftershock pit right there.
Nico, are you going in?
So on the breakout here, Cody Mikowski back to a spot, corner bunker, back bunker here, snake side, 5-on-5 right now, and dominant lead right here is up by 3. Aftershock just been controlling the action of this game, just better gunfighting and better moves from Aftershock. And they haven't really risked anybody. Outlaws down some points, pushing aggressively into the snake. They get Osborne in here, backed up by Mikowski, but looks like I think they lost Berkeley. Walking off, got shot out of his spot, so that's not going to help things here as Aftershock still has 5 bodies alive.
Yeah, Shock, still a decent amount of time here, but Shock losing a body. I think that's Ginter over off the Dorito side. And then Sosine tries to make a fill, and he gets shot as he comes through the gap. But Woodley, Velez, and I believe Barga still alive for Aftershock, but Outlaws trying to make a move up the middle of the field. They got that whole Dorito side open right now.
Well, and creating an opportunity for themselves by winning some gunfights here. The Outlaws now have a 1-body advantage. And with the positions that Aftershock has, it's going to be probably a pretty quick one here as body gets peeled off. I think that was Velez. He's taking the walk. And now into the snake. Aftershock and Woodley, he gets shot as well. Barga, last player left alive, Chicago Aftershock. About to get shot in the back by Osborne probably here. Osborne trying to count the bodies. It's just going to be a couple seconds here before he figures out. And here's Barga. He's about to take it.
And that's Sean Barga down there, the brother of David Barga. We've seen David Barga, play pretty well for Aftershock, since coming onto the team this year. And his brother Sean, have played together, forever. Finally getting a chance to get on the team with his brother. And I heard a lot of good things, but, here's Osborne saying, hey, welcome to the pros. Take that.
Well, we talked to Coach
for a penalty.
Mikey Bruno from Aftershock, and he said, hey, look, I'm going to give Barga's brother a spin. I'm going to give him some spins and see what he can do here. He was the last player left alive. So not really his fault here, as everyone died around him, and he was able to get into the snake, just trying to stop the bleeding on the D side. But then Osborne runs down, and he's lucky. Varga's lucky he didn't get a penalty.
Exactly. You know,
He was
watch
close.
that in slow-mo. That looks pretty close. He probably could have got one.
Shock was like, hey, give him that.
And that's the side where all the penalties have been coming from, too. That's something you need to figure out as a player, too. You need to figure out if a majority of the penalties are coming from one area of the field. It's like knowing an umpire's strike zone. You know, if you know most of the penalties are coming from one side of the field, you need to be extra super sure that you're good to go over there. You don't spin, check all your hits. So here we go, all tied up. AC Dallas, Edmonton Impact. Can AC Dallas have an upset victory here, take the first win of the tournament, or is it going to be Edmonton Impact? Just 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go, and it looks like, AC Dallas loses a body on the D side here early. It's 4-on-5.
Tried to go out wide. He rolled the dice.
Yeah.
Paulie knew that Impact was going to stay short, so he tried to get wide on him. Didn't pay off. That player caught one in the goggles trying to go out wide on the Dorito side.
You know, Todd, you've coached a lot of teams. It seems like this is be a hard field for the coaches to call plays on.
It really is. I coached a team yesterday, you know, and I was just like, you know, everybody's going to play that same, you know.
The pocket play.
Yeah, the pocket double up, double, you know, two guys in each back center bunker. And, you know, just sit there and ask yourself, you know, do I want to risk it? I know they're not going anywhere. They're not going to risk it. They're not going to give me anything, you know. So I think if it's early in the game, you know, I was taking those risks. Late in the game, you know, I kept it in tight and didn't give those bodies away and trusted that the players were going to play smart. You know, and as a coach, you know, when it comes down to times like that, you got to depend on your players and, you know, their preparation and, you know, trust them to make smart moves and pick smart gun battles.
Well, Zach Yakmek.
Zach tried to go to the corner. Matt Jackson's post up the center pin. Zach went to try to go to the Dorito snake corner here, and Matt said, not today. Now it's 4-on-4 with 1:21 left.
Well, Matt Jackson continuing to make his presence felt here for AC Dallas, and you can see why he's getting a lot of spins as he's a very productive player. But we saw Jackson play ultra aggressive at the last event, and so, you know, they switched him to the center. He's been getting most of his spins up in the center. He was playing the snake side a lot more at the last event and doing a good job of it, really, again, you know, making a name for himself as a top-level pro. And now, 60 seconds left. Can one of these teams try to get the victory here in regulation time, or will we be heading to an overtime period?
Rob is trying to creep out here in the open, backed up, do a little retreat there, but hey, 42 seconds left. It's 4-on-4. I just think there's too many bodies out here to get through. Someone gets popped here.
Yeah, Rab, I'm going to have to agree with you. I really don't think that we're going to see a team win unless a move is made here. Okay, well, looks like Edmonton Impact.
Zane trying to make a move, and he gets Matt Jackson right in the goggles.
This could do it.
Here comes the
there's
push.
Another one. Let's see if AC Dallas can hold on here. 17 seconds left.
If they lose this game, man, they are going to be shaking their heads because Edmonton Impact just creating an opportunity, and there goes another body.
10 seconds. Roberts comes walking off. It's only John Jackson. Here comes Zane Yakimek. He's going hunting Rainey Stanzak. 2 seconds.
I think they're going to have enough time to hit it. Oh, and I think they got it right before, a fraction of a second before regulation time expires.
It's close. We're going to see.
It was too close to call from up here, but nice executed aggressive moves there in the last seconds by Edmonton Impact. Looks like they might have stolen the game here from AC Dallas, just losing too many bodies there in the closing seconds. I mean, you got to play tight there. You know that if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen right there.
Here comes Zane Yakimek down the middle. He's trying to find that last body. There's John Jackson. He's got to pump the brakes. And that momentum right there might have been the difference as he's coming to look for that body. But it looked like the clock ran out on our screen. But I didn't hear the horn before.
They got it.
Yeah, so I think that the official scorekeeper just said they got it.
Let's see where he's going to tell us right now. Scorekeeper says they got it.
Well, I guess congratulations then to Edmonton Impact, stealing one from AC Dallas. Let's check in with the fourth member of our broadcast team, Lauren Kelly, down in the pits. Well, looks like we're going to have to get to Lauren here in a little bit. So back into this match here. Chicago Aftershock taking on the Outlaws, and
All right, you're
Outlaws
off the
did
hook.
get
I'll
a
get you
point
next time.
in that last one. So Shock trying to maintain their lead. Woodley up in the center on your screen, trying to lock down that D side. So we've seen a lot now as these players are starting to figure it out, and it looks like the aggression is being funneled towards that center. And is that Berkeley walking off again for the Outlaws? Oh, it looks like a body dropping for the Outlaws.
Here comes Barga up the middle. He's got Lawhead next to him on the snake side. Woodley trying to live in that pin. Lawhead trying to help him out. And it looks like
nice.
the towel's going to be thrown.
So the Outlaws trying to preserve as much time as they can on this clock to have a chance to come back, as Woodley was getting it done there in the center. Nice job by Dizon on the D side, and the always consistent AJ Lawhead alive as well for Shock. So Shock looking pretty good here in this game against the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean,
Said they were playing patient, taking the bunkers that they needed to take when they got the right kills. Had a couple penalties early, but they worked through those, and so far they're looking really good.
well, I feel like this is a good field for Aftershock, you know, because the way that Aftershock wins when we saw the, you know, reemergence of Aftershock was they were winning by getting live bodies out, communicating really well, and winning gun battles. You know, there's a lot of guys on that team that are really good gunfighters. Sosine, Lawhead, Velez. You know, these guys, when they're playing together and playing as a unit and talking, that's when they can really win points. And this field is built for that. What they've gotten away from in these past couple of events is that exactly, playing as a team, communicating, and, you know, really working together to finish points off. Guys making moves on their own, not closing games as a team, losing high body situations. But out here, when everybody's getting 5 bodies out alive on the break consistently, then, you know, that definitely bodes well for Aftershock.
I couldn't agree more. Well, let's see if we can check in with Lauren.
AC Dallas has been playing really well the last 2 tournaments. Did you think, though, coming out here that it was going to be that close of a match? You guys are our reigning champs.
I think all the games this weekend are going to be close. How the field is, how it lays out, it's easy to just hold, and it's going to be close matches, close grinding games. So we're expecting every game to go like that.
Are you guys still learning the best way to execute plays on this field, or do you feel like you've kind of figured out a good strategy to make sure you can make it into Sunday like you guys have every tournament?
Yeah, it's a simple field, but at the same time, it's not simple. That's what makes it hard, because it's simple. So it's trying to just do it better than the other team, because it's not like you can variations. You got to play the same as them and just do it better. So yeah, it's tough, but we're still figuring some shots out, and hopefully we get better.
All right, well, you did get that first win. We'll see here if AC Dallas can tie it up with Shock. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Lauren. Yeah, you know, Justin Cornell breaking it down. It's tough. This is a difficult field. There are different options in that center. We still have yet to see the D side really pick up over there, and then the snake has been definitely a puzzle for guys.
Seeing guys trying to get out there, just haven't been doing it so good so far. But hey, it's early Friday morning.
It is early. You know, we will see those develop. And now Outlaws all the way to the snake off the break. I think that's the second time being able to make it in there. And looks like Osborne's clean, so it's a nice little play there off the break, and they need it. They have to make something happen here against Shock, as Shock's up a couple points, and Shock losing a body early. So this could be the opportunity for the Outlaws, as they're only down by 2, but with 3 minutes and 20 seconds, that's 2 big points here.
It's a make or miss league, Matty. And Osborne ran all the way to the snake on the break right underneath Rob Velez's gun. Then Osborne immediately popped out and shot Velez right in the side of the goggles out of that Dorito side tower.
So Lawhead and the snake. Actually, that's Barga again. So Barga getting another spin.
But here comes Dizon, who's been really aggressive on that Dorito side early for Aftershock, coming into the 40, and he's rapping like a madman on the outside. He gets another kill. Dizon going to work. There's Mikowski in that snakeside cake, looking across the field, trying to pick up Dizon. Dizon jumps to the 50 and gets picked off on the bump. Good shot right there by Mikowski. Mikowski and Osborne shooting across the field towards that Dorito side. Looking to make a move is Barga for Chicago Aftershock, jumping into the snake 3.
Yeah,
back of the 50 structure over here.
A little bit better field position here for Barga. He's up 1 more spot, and Osborne has a back player, but I think
Berkeley
the Outlaws
took a bounce right in the hand in that snake side corner behind Osborne.
Yeah, he's getting checked out by the referee, and it looks like he's clean, so that's definitely helping Osborne out.
And Mikey Bruno was trying to give the ref like, hey, come on. And then the ref looked at him like, you better watch it right there. But hey, that's Mike Bruno, man.
Yeah.
He's going to push it right to the end. I like it.
Well, under 2 minutes now left to go.
Uh-oh, major penalty on Shock, Todd.
Yeah, it looks like Barga on the other side, David Barga, gets a major, gets his brother Sean Barga pulled.
So very quickly, that gives another point here to the Outlaws to make this game a little bit more interesting with about 1 minute and 29 seconds to go.
He's looking at the ref like, hey, where's this major?
Yeah, McKenna got pulled on that as well.
Well,
Whole team got pulled.
if Shock ends up losing, they can come right back to this moment and pinpoint it. And I think we're going to be able to see Mikey's neck veins start expanding all the way from
They're
here.
expanding right now.
Well, again,
as we
it's
speak.
closing. We just talked about this, closing and winning high body situations. It was a 4-on-3, and there was nobody on the Dorito side for the Outlaws. Dizon was in the 40 Dorito. He just got a kill, and he started rapping, trying to make a move, and Mikowski just sat there, waited patiently, and shot the zone, and right when Ronnie tried to make that move, shot him on the bump. Ronnie could have sat there in that 40 Dorito, turned back to his team, called out the kill, been a little bit more patient. It's hard to knock a guy for being aggressive, for wanting to get up there and get kills, but it's situational paintball, and at the highest level, you cannot be out there giving bodies away. You can't give points away. When you have that opportunity, he could have burned off an extra minute and a half, and now it's a 1-point game, and Outlaws are very much in this game and have a chance to get back in here and tie it up.
Well, look, man, when you're up points, when you're up bodies, you have to play clean. And also, as far as the moves are concerned, this is a read and react field. Lots of the gunfights are being lost. Gunfights are being won. You're not really going to know, unless you're constantly updating it with your team and having this good communication, what the body count is and what's happening and have that situational awareness. So, the combination of doing the right things and not losing high body situations, playing clean, and having that read and react ability, the teams that are able to do that are going to be the teams that prevail out here.
Yeah, then to get a penalty, when you have the time, walk off. Just get off the field. You get shot, get off the field. That's rookie mistake out there for David Barga.
And
walk off, and
with the
still,
ref.
it's all about time. It's all about the time. There's under 2 minutes left to go. You get shot, walk off the field. You still have to make the Outlaws make a push into your last 2 bodies. They had a guy in the snake, and they had 2 bodies over there, back center Dorito side. There's definitely, that was definitely a mistake. Couple of mistakes made there by Chicago Aftershock.
And a bad time to make those mistakes, too.
And hopefully,
You still have 3 more games on the field, and you don't want to egg on that ref out there like he was doing towards the end there, man. You just got to, and you're going to continue to play that corner if Mikey puts you back out there. So just take it. You got it. Get off the field, man.
Yeah, and for the sake of the veins in Mike Bruno's neck, Chicago Aftershock really got to be smart. Yeah, I feel like they've been around for a while now with this crew. They picked up some rookies, and the Barga brothers. They got Woodley and Dizon back, and they've definitely contributed. But they're to a point where they should know who they are, how they win points, and what they need to do to be successful as a team.
We keep saying Mike Bruno's veins. What is Rennick Miller doing back home watching this webcast? He's probably throwing things at the wall.
Well, in the beginning of this game, he was probably incredibly happy, but slowly but surely, those little small mistakes have opened the door here.
Dude, Rennick doesn't throw things at the wall. He just shakes his head and goes, idiots. It's these idiots. Shakes his head. That's all he does. He shakes his head. These guys are idiots. These guys are morons.
Well, you played on Shock, Todd.
Yeah, I love
You know
Rennick.
how it goes. So here we go. Can the Outlaws scrap back here? It's 2 points, though, with 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's possible, but they have to push aggressively, and this is a really tough field to do it. So Shock still has they still have a lead here, but they really got to dig in tight. They know the push is going to come, and now the bodies are dropping for the Outlaws.
Major penalty on the
Major
Outlaws.
in the corner here, the snake corner, so here comes Aftershock. Whitehead's flying down here, the snake realizes that, hey, they just got a major going down, and that's it. 6-3, 45 seconds left.
Well, and that's going to do it. The Outlaws did have an opportunity, but now with this point being put up on the board, that's pretty much it.
2 minutes.
Well, Chicago Aftershock, Todd, as you were kind of speaking to this point a little bit, is they're at the point in the trajectory of this new squad that they have where they need to start
they need to start performing. You know, they need to coalesce. They need to come out here and have some good performances because they have the talent to do it. They have the leadership to do it. And, you know, I think picking up Woodley and Dizon was huge. It gave them a couple more weapons. Lawhead has been incredibly consistent at, you know, as their top weapon for years now and a leader on that team. And to get the, you know, some young legs in there in Barga to play the snake, I think if they can tighten it up a little bit and stop making some of the mistakes as you were kind of talking about and walking us through what they need to do out there, I think that they could be, you know, a team to be reckoned with. It just depends on if they're going to get out here and actually execute. But looking pretty good here, you know, against the Outlaws.
And they're a team that plays with emotion as well. You know, when things start getting rolling, you know, and everything's positive, you know, things are working well for Aftershock, they definitely ramp it up. You know, they get into it.
They're an emotional team.
Yeah, they're like a shocker turbo. You know what I mean? Once you start getting that 7 balls a second, it just kicks into full auto, you know, and just starts going. You know, and I think Aftershock really needs to get going early, you know, to help propel them, you know, to start getting up more, to start feeling it, you know. And Aftershock wins at World Cup. It hasn't happened in a while, you know, but that's the tradition why you go play for Aftershock, because they've been known. Billy Saransky has 9 World Cups. 9 World Cups. You know, I mean, Aftershock, it's a winning tradition here. You know, all they care about, like you said last night, all Aftershock cares about is winning World Cup.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, we had a chance to Billy Saransky, a legendary Aftershock player, one of the best players ever to play the game, and he was. We were debating last night about the history of the sport, and teams and players, and the importance of certain tournaments, and we were like, yeah, you guys are garbage all year, and then you come to World Cup and just stomp everybody out. He's like, that's the only tournament that matters, and we're like, okay. So here we go. Can Aftershock seal the deal here and get their first victory of the 4 games that they're going to be playing? Oh, looks like Barga just got clipped in the pack.
Yeah, referee's going to come over and pull him out. He's probably going to get a minor for that.
That's a tough minor to get because, I mean, on the outside pack there. But, you know, if you get hit, continue to play. Barga has no idea where he got shot to. And here comes the push. Completely committing up in the center. Bodies are dropping for Aftershock. Still looks like a body left alive. Oh, and Osborne gets clipped by, I think that is Dizon. So Dizon trying to stop the bleeding and gets 2 of them. So Dizon balling out of control over there on the D side. Looks like he was able to shoot both of the players that were running on him to seal the deal here for Aftershock. So nice little last second scramble from Ronnie Dizon on the D side to save that last point. Not that it mattered because they did have a big lead. So victory is going to go to Chicago Aftershock. So let's check out a replay here of that last penalty. So you look, and there's Barga. So Barga had taken a little clip there in the back of his pod, and that's the toughest penalty to get. And you can see Barga gets pulled out, sees the penalty go, and it's probably, and then you can see he's like, well, where am I hit?
Doing this to me.
Looks down the field, he's like, was I hit on my gun? Where did I get shot?
That's the 2nd point in a row that David Barga has gotten a penalty. It's hurt his team,
Keeps
but Dizon did a good job of
unfriends with
shooting bodies there at the end.
He's not going to get a Christmas card from Mike Bruno if he keeps that up. But hey, they got the win, and that's all that matters. 6-3.
Well, and this is that was one of those games, Outlaws and Shock. I mean, Outlaws, if they were able to come out and take down Aftershock, would have given them some momentum here to try to have better performance, you know, first year in the Pro Division. And for Shock, that's a big win. You know, they are favored in that game, and for them to come out here and get that roll, you know, start to go, and they are an emotional team. So if they can, you know, start locking up these victories, I mean, maybe we'll see a different Aftershock out here. But hey, stick with us. Thank you so much here for tuning in. 2015 NXL World Cup. Next set coming at you. Moscow Red Legion going to be taking on Infamous, and then Tampa Bay Damage against Baltimore Revo. We'll see you in just a few.
2, 1, game on!
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
one ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this gun is.
Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, and it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
So welcome back here, 2015 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Todd Martinez and Steve Rabikoff. So the next set coming at you going to be Moscow Red Legion taking on Los Angeles Infamous and Tampa Bay Damage and Baltimore Revo. Moscow Red Legion comprise their starting five of the the Tauntauns. So the best players from France and some of the best paintball players in the world and in Europe have been really helping Moscow Red Legion keep that squad alive. Also, Loïc Voulot, a legendary French player, he will be retiring. This is his last tournament, so can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table here. Kevin Kuhn plays on that team. I mean, pretty much the whole starting five of Moscow is awesome. They're playing against Infamous. Infamous has won a tournament this year, and Infamous definitely a favorite to win this event. And that's Moscow Red Legion on your screen, on the breakout in the pocket, and here comes the push up the center from both squads with Templeton, but Templeton gets taken out as Drew takes the early walk here, and looks like a body. Axel Godin tried to get out for Moscow Red Legion, so it's 4-on-4 right now.
And right here with Brad McCurley, I like what he did here. Came to a little cake on the snake side. No one really did that the last match, so maybe just to get a little different angle to the back center there, which looks like that's what he's doing right there.
Well,
so
there's a lot of options, Rab, for different shots back there. And you're going to see teams employ as many of them as they possibly can in different points. And now looks like Alex Goldman was able to make it out wide. He's getting checked out by the referee. He's on your screen. So Alex Goldman, one of the best dominant snake players of the past 10 years on Infamous, and trying to work his way eventually into the snake. Looks like another body, and that's Loïc Voulot, who's going to take the early walk.
Here comes Brad McCurley down the snake 2 with Alex Goldman behind him.
Bobby Aviles filling over, comes to the snake side, goes back to that snake back center. Damian Ryan.
I think this
is a really, tower.
I think this is a good field for Infamous.
Yeah, definitely. You know, really good communicators. You know, smart bumps, good gunfighters. Colombo gets into snake 1 for the Red Legion. He looks across the field. Nobody over there, though, as Drew Templeton got shot on the break. Heavy snake presence right now for Infamous, though. Brad McCurley getting into the 50. He's at the back of it, trying to shoot some bounce shots back into that back center. Referee going to run in there, give him a check on the pack. And that player is still clean. Brad McCurley up over the top.
Yeah, Brad McCurley, no one's putting him in, so he's not feeling any pressure at all, as Colombo has been locked in towards that D side. Now Colombo is going to be looking down. They're trying to get a shot, and you can see there's Denis Golev and Kirill Peridny, two of the Russian stars from Moscow Red Legion. Denis Golev's really become one of the more consistent players on Moscow this past year.
Yeah, expect those two guys to be in those spots all weekend for Moscow Red Legion. You know, two guys that are really good at shooting on the break. Golev's really tall, too, so, you know, he can play that tower standing up, and then, you know, he's also really good at getting small. You know, the guys that are tall, you remember like Danny Tiljak, you know, Dave Baines, guys that are, they're you know, over the average height for a paintball player, you know, but can get really small really quick. But Brad McCurley really putting the pinch on Golev. Golev finally getting shot out of there.
Yeah, and Colombo had died as well. Brad McCurley got taken out, though, but it's just Kirill Peridny, last player left alive in this back corner bunker. And here comes Bobby Aviles trying to close the distance here, and he gets goggled up there by Peridny. Peridny's still alive. He tries a desperation run out, but into the guns of Damian Ryan and Alex Goldman. So though Kirill was able to get one, still 2 bodies left alive, and they finished the point. So first point will be going to Los Angeles Infamous.
A good close there by Ryan and Aviles.
And showed us a couple different looks on the field there. And we talked about that. That would change throughout the day, obviously. So we'll wait and see how that pans out this game.
Yeah, so let's check in with Lauren Kelly down to the pit.
3 seconds. Seconds.
So still having some technical difficulties. We'll get back to Lauren here as soon as we can. Looked like she had Miner Ninos, who was just picked up this year, coming over from AC Dallas and on Infamous. All right, next set. Tampa Bay Damage taking on Baltimore Revo, and there's Tampa Bay Damage. You know, a team that has a new breath of life put into it this year. Almost folded in the offseason, but Jason Edwards really stepped up to, you know, keep the team together. There's Timmy Probst, longtime veteran. Looks like a body's dropped for both teams, and Timmy up in the center trying to lock down that D side of the field.
And Henry Sense here in the Snake 2, and Henry's really put a lot of time in the gym this year and has really dropped a lot of weight. And it's shown, man. He's playing Snake 1 right now, and good for Henry, man.
Yeah, you know, Henry he's been playing on that team for a long time. One of their guys that really helped bring this team along up the divisions, made it into the pro ranks, and he has really become a front guy. You know, he dropped like I think 60, 70 pounds.
Yeah, he's really just like I said, he's dedicated right now.
And he had a really good event at the Great Lakes Open. So we'll see. Can Revo, you know, continue their storybook rise through the ranks and try to start threatening some teams here in the pros? It's tough, man. It's really tough as a new pro team to come in and start threatening right away. But they've got a really deep roster, a deep squad, multiple teams through the divisions, and you know, it's just a matter of time, I think, as long as they keep working as hard as they've been before they start, you know, threatening here against some of these top teams. So Tampa Bay Damage is definitely favored here in this match, but you never know. It's the World Cup. So there's Sense on your screen, wrapping around. He's in the best field position here so far. Oh, but he gets taken out. So I think that was Jason Edwards who was just holding that lane down. Nice work by Jason Edwards, the leader. Tampa Bay Damage getting the kill on Sense. Sense has to take the slow walk off. And another body dropping for Revo. So Revo needs to tighten it up here a little bit. You know, Tampa Bay Damage, Todd, historically one of those teams that also should do well on a field like this, a very gunfight-heavy field. That's their bread and butter.
Yeah, and Tampa Bay Damage, with the most aggressive breakout we've seen all morning, went super hard down that Dorito side right away. Here comes Kyle Berry streaking down the Snake side, and he's going to put a ball in on that last body of Revo. Nice move right there by Berry with the running shot.
Well, it's kind of cool to see, you know, Barry, the rookie, get a spin here and help his team out.
So Tampa Bay Damage, yeah, man, like you said, they should be really good on this field. You know, good at shooting on the break. A team that's really good at communicating and, you know, making smart moves and able to recover really well. Here's Sense on that replay when he tried to make that move into the 50 and then got picked off. But here's Kyle Berry streaking down the Snake side with that running shot to close out the game for Tampa Bay Damage.
20 seconds.
So Infamous back on the field right there. Rudolph, Patient, McCurley, Reeser, and Meter Ninos.
So on the breakout here, Moscow Red Legion with the typical double-double here, and then immediately getting up into the center with Colombo. Colombo trying to lock down that Snake side of the field. First body to drop is, yeah, Infamous walking off.
Yeah, Ninos getting shot going out wide. All 5 bodies alive there, you can see. Red Legion. There's Zach Patient on your screen with McCurley next to him and Reeser in the tall temple from the Dorito side.
Golev taking the early walk though, so body just dropped for both squads. It's 4-on-4. Is Dennis Golev first body to die from Moscow Red Legion out of that center.
Ooh, Reeser just grabbed one in the goggles. He's going to come running off the field. So a couple bodies over here on the Snake side for Infamous.
And Colombo comes all the way from the center, gets over to the little nub bunker in the inside part of the Snake, and then gets right into Snake 2. So nice work by Colombo. And he's backed up by Axel Godin.
Axel Godin working from that Snake insert bunker, putting the pressure on Brad McCurley. Zach Patient trying to wrap around and get a shot in on him to help him move across. He mirrors up with Axel. Now they're going head-to-head. McCurley going to jump out of that tall cake and get into the can with Patient. McCurley screaming for a kill. Patient moves into the Snake. McCurley goes into the Snake side corner. There's Godin. Kirill moves over into the tower. Godin gets shot in the goggles. He comes walking off. Just Colombo over here. There's Zach Patient on your screen coming into Snake 2.
Yeah. I like what Infamous has done. He went from the middle of the field dominating the Snake side here when it looked like Russian Legion had it, and Colombo kind of is holding back. He should have been a little bit more aggressive down the Snake side, and now Infamous has completely got the Snake side in control.
Yeah, well, Zach Patient has Brad McCurley right behind him, and Brad McCurley has been doing a good job of just staying outside and keeping the outside contained, allowing Zach Patient to be a little bit more comfortable in here. He's talking it up, looking at one body in front of him in Colombo. You can see Colombo peeking out a little bit, giving a little bit of his pack, so he's got to play as tight as possible. Brad McCurley is watching. He doesn't have a shot on him from that angle, though. And now Colombo's backed up to try to put paint on the back center stand-up. There's Patient and McCurley on your screen. Brad McCurley on the left-hand side. Now he's looking towards the inside. He's going to load up. And Patient looking like he wants to get across that gap, Todd.
Yeah, Patient, you know, trying to gauge where Colombo's looking. Sees Colombo looking across the field, but Colombo's on his knees. McCurley,
It looks like
Kelly
Rudolph
Rudolph
gets taken off on that.
Yeah, Rudolph gets grilled up, but at the same time, Kirill gets grilled up over on the other side. But both Moscow Red Legion players on their feet, putting the pressure on the two Snake players for Infamous, the last two bodies. They're going to have to talk. McCurley comes up over the top, putting paint at Colombo. Zach Patient walking across the field, and Colombo comes over the top.
Cyclops.
Yeah, Colombo does own Brad McCurley, and then Patient gets shot as well. And so turning it around here, Moscow Red Legion going to put a point on the board and tie this up. What an amazing performance over here from Colombo. Stays calm and composed. He's looking at two bodies in front of him. Axel had got shot behind him. He didn't have any help over here. It was just him. So nice work by Fabrice Colombo.
So, Red Legion evening it up.
30 seconds.
1-1 early.
You know,
this game's going to be close.
Well,
feel it.
I feel it is too. Well, you know, Todd, we talked about this, is that guys that are experienced, that are good gunfighters, that have that composure in pressure situations, are going to be able to potentially do what Colombo just did out there. So I think as the tournament progresses, because this field is a gunfight-heavy field and bodies are going to be dropping, you know, out of their bunkers, you're going to have to keep your wits about you and understand, look, all right, don't have any help right now. I'm going to have to tighten it up a little bit and, you know, win some gunfights over here to keep my team in this match. That's exactly what Colombo did. So now Revo
makes it on the Snake on the break, so we're starting to see that, Matt, where guys are taking a little more risk on the break here, and it's paying off. In the beginning, let's see what happens right now. Is that Baker?
All the way
I think that's Kenny Frank. Yeah, Kenny Frank in the Snake right now for Baltimore Revo. We're looking at the backfield spread here for Tampa Bay Damage on your screen. Now getting it in the Snake themselves. And that's Waring, another one of the younger players for Tampa Bay Damage. So the rookies here getting spins and doing some work for Damage.
Yeah, you know, that's what they need. We've been saying it all year. They need production out of their young guys. You know, and they need a little bit of experience. But, you know, it's been a full season now. You gotta hope these guys show up here at World Cup. But, you know, so far what we've seen, looks like they're ready to play. This is their home field. Or I should say hometown, home city, home state. You know, I always feel like Damage has that advantage here in Florida as they play year-round in these conditions. You know, they're pretty local.
Well, they've won this tournament before.
Exactly.
Been a couple years, but, you know, the core members of Tampa Bay Damage are some of the best in the business, and their record proves it. So now, but it's going to be up to guys like Waring, guys like Barry to carry on the legacy. We see Edwards hunting here. Edwards wants to run down Kenny Frank. Edwards blocking out the last player left alive. Waring's going to fully commit. Just owns Frank. Still alive. No one able to get the shot on Waring. Waring now in the 50. He's going to get checked out by the referee. Edwards right beside him in the center, putting pressure on the back center bunker. Waring just needs to chill out in here and let the rest of his team catch up. Or not, or just get shot out in a gunfight needlessly.
Waring saw Jason coming to get that bunker, and he's like, no, I want that. Took off and just stuffed the Snake guy. Baltimore Revo, who had no help behind him except for across the field. Kyle Berry again alive at the end for Tampa Bay Damage. Going to give Jacob Edwards a check, and Damage going to go up 2-0 on Revo.
Well, nice work by Waring and Edwards over here on the Snake side of the field. Waring saw his opportunity, ran the player down in front of him. That's what you want your first attackers to do, and execute those plays. That's what they're there for. Did get a little needlessly aggressive there, a little reckless there towards the end of that point. They had a ton of bodies. It didn't really matter.
Well, you know what? We want to see some of that go get them out of the young guys. You know, you always want your rookies to be excited to go get up and go bunker people. It's always easier to rein them in a little bit and pump the brakes than it is to try and get them going when they're kind of stagnant. So there's Waring right there with a nice slow-mo bunker. And then as he comes around, tries to wrap the inside, get a shot across the field, got picked off at the end of the snake, but good move right there by Waring.
So Infamous and Moscow Red Legion here tied up at 1 apiece.
Colombo tried to make a big move up the middle.
He went in the middle, and Infamous tried to go wide on the Dorito side, so they both lose players, so it's 4-on-4 right now. With Damian Ryan on the Dorito
Oh, looks like Bobby Aviles just got shot out of the Dorito side tower in the back. Damian Ryan up there in the forward tower on the Dorito side looking across the field. Axel Godin gets shot off the snake side from Moscow Red Legion, so the 3-on-3 situation right now with Drew Templeton, Damian Ryan, and Alex Goldman over here on the snake side for Infamous. Here comes Moscow Red Legion as Goldman gets shot. Legion starts pushing down the Dorito side hard. Damian Ryan tries to get out wide. He gets chopped to bits.
Yeah, it's going to leave just Drew Templeton, lone player left alive here for Los Angeles Infamous, and he gets picked off trying to get across. So nice, good teamwork here by the 3 players left alive for Moscow Red Legion. They take a slight lead, 2-1. It was Loic Voulot in the center getting it done, and Krill Peridney as well. So some of the veterans here for Moscow Red Legion. And just kind of a bad point for Infamous. Lost a body early and had a couple guys die in gunfights and really couldn't get any sort of offense going, couldn't stay alive.
And with Russian Legion losing 2 players as well. So it's just they got in the right positions and they attacked on that Dorito side. That was it.
Yeah, initially it was an even break. It was 3-on-3, but just Moscow Red Legion with Loic and Kirill. Yeah.
So here comes Damage. 2-0 lead, and they're looking pretty good right now. Like you said, the rookies are getting some spins and doing what's asked of them.
You know, Tampa Bay Damage wanting to have a little bit better performance here. They took 10th at the Virginia Beach Open and 7th at the Great Lakes Open, and this is a team that really wants to be in at least competing for the win at the tournaments that they play in. So trying to get the rookies some spins, get them some experience, get a little added depth that they've been needing. And looking pretty good, though, through 2 points. Still a lot of tournament left to play, though. 11 minutes and 8 seconds to go here in this match. No one on the snake side for Revo. No one in the snake or on the snake side either. It's been a pretty conservative breakout for both these teams.
Revo with 5 bodies alive, though. And in that Dorito 1, which is a really good spot to be in. Has some help with him in that Dorito side temple with the cross in the middle, but Damage moving through the guns. Looks like Edwards over there. There's Paul Everett and Waring over there in the Dorito.
Yeah,
that
so
40 Dorito looking across the field.
Yeah, good field position on that D side for Tampa Bay Damage. And you can see there's Waring on your screen. Now coming over to the D side, so playing in the snake, they're kind of getting him some spins all over the place. It's good to be able to have versatile players that you can put wherever you need them to play. And you can see as we pull back, you can see the rest of the crossfield spread. And no one really on the D side, no one in front of Waring. I mean, there is one player in D1. No one really put much pressure on Waring either. You can see by, from Waring's body language, he's way outside. No one's giving him any sort of looks. No one's putting paint on him. Just kind of letting him do whatever he wants over there. And you can see he definitely wants to try to make a move. As I think Hartman was O'Mara walking off early for Revo. So now 4-on-5.
Still Kenny Frank over there in that Dorito 1. For Revo trying to get a shot on the inside so he can make a move up the field, but he's going heads up with Waring right now. Jason Edwards makes a move towards the snake side. Timmy Probst gets shot trying to make a bump into the snake insert. Gets picked off by the snake corner guy who's going to get low and start crawling in. Looks like Sense going to get up into snake 1 now. Look across the field. Waring gets into the 50 Dorito. Does he make it in there alive?
Yeah, Todd, another body had dropped here for Revo as well. So Sen's going to have to try to produce some kills out of here. Another body dropping for Revo in the center. And that's Chris Lloyd taking the walk. So things are going to be getting a little difficult for Sense over here.
Yeah, Kenny Frank getting back in the game, trying to shoot at Jason Edwards here in Snake 1. Edwards, another one of those crafty guys.
Well, Sense
Here comes the move by Sense. Looks like he's going to trade out with Jason Edwards. Jacob Edwards on the retreat, coming all the way back. Warring on the offensive, going forward. He shoots out Kenny Frank. Here comes Everett through the middle of the field. Well, I think that's going to do it for Revo Bodies.
Well, Jacob Edwards came across here, tried to do damage control.
Little bit of some experience there. The ref didn't call him out. He didn't know if he was hit or not. He wasn't shooting. Here comes Jacob running down and just gave him. So he's got to keep playing until that ref tells him, hey.
Well, it was a pretty good move by Sense. I mean, no one picked him up until he got all the way, and Edwards was shocked that Sense had made that move. They ended up trading out. You know, Edwards was able to get a ball on him. Let's look at this replay. So Sense coast to coast here, all the way, and is able to pick him up and then dives in. And let's see, do you see a hit on him?
Oh, I'm not hit. What we're doing while he's doing that, here comes Jacob. He's about to gun him down. So.
Yeah, and Jacob made him pay. Yeah, you could see
Jacob's not
like,
going to
all
pull
right.
any. Jacob's not going to pull any punches. He's going to pull triggers. He'll light you up. You get the opportunity. Good move on, good play on both sides of the field by Warring. Winning a game down the Snake side, and then going and winning a game down the Dorito side. Paul Everett over there with him. Coming through. Tampa Bay Damage. Here's LA Infamous on your screen. There's Reeser and Ryan making moves up the middle. McCurley and Rudolph as well. Damian Ryan all the way up to the Dorito side of the A. He's going to look to lock off that side, but Legion got out wide.
And that's the side we've seen when guys go to that center. That's the side they've been going to. And Damian Ryan, one of the best at playing up in the center, and really kind of made his name for Infamous by going up and just being a wrecking ball in the center of the field.
Well, he's got protection because you can see that cube on the Dorito side of the A. You can give yourself a little bit more space to play low like Damian is to look to get shots onto the Snake side and having your back protected. As Damian gets one kill, looked like Colombo trying
to get in there, and Damian was ready for him. So
Damian kneeling down in that A. He's going to jump over, get back onto the Dorito side. As Axel trying to make a move. Gets out here to the Snake insert bunker and then on into the Snake. Nobody picks him up, but Brad McCurley's going to counter that move. He gets into the Snake as well. Kelly Rudolph shooting towards the Snake side. And Axel almost gets a shot in on Damian's leg underneath the A. You can see that shot he has right there.
Oh, and he does.
Yeah, Damian getting taken out of that center. He did a little bit of damage up there, but then gets taken out. So no one up in the center anymore for Infamous, and looks like better field position a little bit on this Snake side as Axel Godin is pushing up all the way to the 50-yard line. And Brad McCurley, someone's going to have to put some paint in here on it to keep Axel honest. And Axel gets shot a little sloppy out of there.
A little bit too far.
And
here comes Brad McCurley.
Yeah, Brad McCurley sees an open lane, and he's going to charge right through it. Gets all the way on the Legion side of the field and blows apart that Dorito side corner. Ninos coming through at the end over there on the Dorito side as well.
So Infamous scoring that point here. Let's check out this replay.
Here's Axel trying to make that move down the Snake side, running and gunning. Gets into the 50, shoots down the wire, and just gets shot right on top of his loader.
Just a little bit too far, a little bit too much. Especially he had three guns shooting at him, so yeah, hey, a little bit too much for him. Infamous takes advantage of it and gets the point, ties it up 2-2.
Yeah, I like that move right there by Damian off the break, to get up in that A. You've seen people creep up there, but, Damian gets in early and, does that damage. Very beginning of this group of Infamous players, Damian Ryan was always a guy that was like, let me go to the A, let me go to the A. I always wanted to get up there, and get aggressive early. And,
20 seconds.
Really became paintball famous, with his wicked snapshot and his crafty, creepy moves, all across the field. Definitely one of those guys that has that talent, and
he's a very excitable player.
Yeah, Damian will roll the
very
dice.
Athletic.
Damian will roll the hot dice all the time.
Yeah, so that one's tied up now. Here into this match is Tampa Bay Damage just been better here so far through the first couple points.
Yep, here's Cortez getting into snake 2 right away. Revo tries to go up to the A on the break. He gets in. He's looking Dorito side. Cortez going to see if he can get a shot on him.
Yeah, Silos Cortez, good field position here, and that's why they picked him up, man. They picked him up to play the snake. And now, very quickly, gets to the 50-yard line. He's going to establish down the line. Revo was able to make it up in the center. I do not think that Carlos Cortez knows that Revo has a player up in that 50-yard line in the center of the field.
Well, if he can cross one more knuckle, he's going to shoot that guy's back completely off.
If he knows he's there. Yeah, he does not know he's there. He'd be destroying his back if he knew he was there, and I think that's Hopkins. Yeah, Dylan Hopkins up in the center for Baltimore Revo. But Silos, Sense
gets grilled up right in the side of his goggles.
There it goes right there. Oh, Cortez gets taken out, so.
Cortez came up, saw that Hopkins was in the center, and as soon as his eyes must have become saucer plates, and as he brought his gun up, though, he got torched cross field. So nice work by Revo to control the snake there and get that shot on Carlos Cortez.
Jason knows he's there. Go right under, put a couple shots on him, or attempt to.
And here comes Edwards, and doing it slow and methodical, and Edwards is being very careful to make sure that he's able to get that shot, and he does. Nice work by Jason Edwards. A beautiful crafty move up in the center, and he's going to run threading through, trying to get the last player, and is able to do it. So nice work by the veteran and the leader for Tampa Bay Damage. We talked about that in the first set too, that the crafty guys out here are going to be able to see these moves and execute, and we just saw Jason Edwards do a beautiful job of getting it done right there.
Good.
So let's check out this replay. So you're looking at, there's Silos Cortez in the snake, and here comes Sense, comes around, boom, takes one there in the side of his goggles, and then Cortez, right after that, tried to come up in the center. You can see there's Cortez, and he creeps up and goes, oh my God, there's a player in the center.
A guy.
Has that guy been there the whole time? Yes, he has been there the whole time. But you know, Revo was able to hold that lane down. But still, it's just, you know, Tampa Bay Damage has just been better so far here. Pitching a shutout against Revo.
30 seconds.
So we got about 30 seconds to go before this next point in a tied-up game, 2-2. Los Angeles Infamous taking on Moscow Red Legion.
20 seconds.
It's like we got Goldman, Ryan, McCurley,
10 seconds.
Aviles, and Templeton. Really Infamous. Drew Templeton looks like he's got his running shoes on today. Oh, turning and burning. Then coming to the outside, doubling up with Ryan. McCurley again getting into that small cake over here on the snake side with Goldman behind him.
So one buddy dropping early for Moscow Red Legion on that D side of the field. 4 players left alive for them, still 5 alive for Infamous. Uh-oh, running referee in. Anytime you see a referee run all the way from the sidelines and dive in to check you, it's never a good thing. And we're going to see a major penalty here.
Oh,
yeah,
it is.
major penalty on Damian Ryan. So the referee saw what, you know, he considered a hit, and that's going to pull off Damian and 2 other of his teammates in that major penalty. And that is going to open the door here probably for Moscow Red Legion. Just Brad McCurley left alive on the snake side of the field and in a really bad spot. He's going to do a tactical retreat.
Thanks, friends. What's going on?
It's not going to matter. They had to blow the horn and concede the point because it was just Brad McCurley looking at a lot of players from Moscow Red Legion. So let's check out this replay, this penalty here. Damian Ryan in the center. Let's see. So there is Damian Ryan with the skull goggles.
30 seconds.
Yeah, hit on his leg. And that looks like a bunch of spray too, so that might have not, it's tough to tell from the angle, but you can see the referee's going to run in. I mean, he doesn't even know, you know, he'd be hiding it a lot more if he knew he was hit there. And then Damian's like, where is that? Where is this giant hit?
Yeah,
Looked like
Damian's not even considering the paint on his right leg. He's like, that is not a hit.
Did you see all that spray though? Yeah, so that might have been one of those tough breaks where it, you know, the ball hits something, but you know, it's what the referees are out there for. So
Cortez
get back
getting out wide again over here, getting into that snake insert bunker for Damage.
So just 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go. It's been all Tampa Bay Damage. Pitching a shutout here. 4-0 is the score. See if Revo can get something going here. Not a lot of time left for them to score 4 points and get in this match. Especially when they're losing bodies out of their bunkers. Body dropping early here for Revo. And in control is Tampa Bay Damage as they get Cortez into the snake. Nope, Cortez gets shot trying to make it into the snake.
Yeah, he gets shot by that tall Dorito side tower, but in the back center. Called his shot just as Cortez made that move. Still 2 bodies over here for Tampa Bay Damage, though. Looking towards snake side, Timmy Probst in that back center. Looking towards snake side, Kyle Berry right next to him in that snake side can. Going heads up, Sense in the can in his mirror.
And Tampa Bay Damage just controlling the lanes right now. You can see by their body language, as we're looking at Revo, you know, they got to start mounting an attack here. They're running out of time. Tampa Bay Damage gets Barry into the snake, and they're just going to lock it up. They don't need to do anything. They're winning this match. It's up to Revo to try to push into the guns of Tampa Bay Damage and try to make something happen. They have no other choice. Damage knows this, and they're just going to carry a couple more extra pods and just roll those guns and try to stop the advance of Revo.
With 4:20 left in the game, they have to find a way, push their way down this snake side or anywhere on this field, especially the Dorito side. So they really, with 4:08 left, they really need to get pushing here.
And this is how Damage has won tournaments year after year. They get up bodies, they play smart, shoot lanes. You know, don't give the bodies back early, and you know, just grind time off. You know, if this was football, this would be time of possession right here. You know, there should be a stat for how long you play up bodies, because you know that is definitely a good indicator.
Well, it's huge.
Of, you know, controlling the game.
Yeah, it tells me that you understand the situation that presents itself. We have a lead. They don't. They have to push forward. So you come out with a real solid game plan to get as many bodies out as possible, and you just carry extra paint and never stop shooting your gun. And take the opportunities when they present themselves. So right now, Tampa Bay Damage moving up another spot in the snake. Uh-oh, looks like
they lose
Jacob Edwards coming off early on the D side, so Jacob Edwards not helping the cause here, getting shot out of his spot.
Kenny Frank gets shot, though, off the Dorito side for Revo.
Revo still has 3 players alive with 3 or 4 left, and they really, again, we keep saying this, they really need to get going down the Dorito side.
Timmy Probst over there.
Especially with Jacob.
We got Lloyd and Sense over here on the snake side for Revo. Sense, you know, there in the back corner. Lloyd in snake 1 looking across the field. Kyle Berry jumps up into snake 2. It's like Lloyd's going to have to squeegee his gun as Sense gets to his feet to try and deal with Kyle Berry.
Berry, a lot quicker with squeegeeing your gun, man.
Well, they're running out of time, man. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They have to try something here. They're not going to have enough time to even tie it up or have any chance of tying it up here. And Damage is just on cruise control right now.
Yeah. And there's, you know, Lloyd on your screen right now shooting down the wire. Looks like he might have gotten shot from opposite field. He does. He comes walking off. Here comes Revo trying to make a move down the Dorito side. But their coach is going to go ahead and throw in the towel and concede the point to Damage, who goes up 5-0.
2 minutes left, and they just killed 3 minutes out there.
Beautiful.
Not getting it done.
Beautiful job. That's exactly how it's supposed to be done. Win some gunfights, control, put a lot of pressure on the opponents. Perfect job so far by Tampa Bay Damage. Let's check out this replay here. And when you're in Revo's situation, you kind of have to start getting a little wild with your gunfights. You really have no choice. You have to try to create opportunities to push forward, and that's what we saw. It was a lot of guys from Revo trying to gunfight as strongly as they possibly could and create those opportunities, but just getting shut down by Tampa Bay Damage. They did get a couple kills, but just not enough to make any sort of dent in the line for Damage.
Go.
Here we go. Next.
Russian Legion right there.
Yeah, Moscow Red Legion on your screen. There's Kirill Peredny and Axel Godin. And there goes, looks like Leweek getting shot out. No, that was not Leweek. Axel taking the walk. 2 bodies, though, coming off early here. And Brad McCurley in the snake for Infamous.
And he gets taken out. Ref saw something. Brad's like, where? Doesn't matter. He's off the field. 4-on-3. Infamous moving down that towards the middle on the Dorito side. Realizing that all 3 of the Legion guys are camped out in the middle.
Still some time here.
Yeah.
You know, 5.5 minutes left to go. It's a 1-point game. You know, no need to force anything yet.
Well, Red Legion getting the gift on that last one with the penalty on Damian Ryan. So just trying to really just, with 3 bodies left alive, hopefully maybe get a kill and even this up.
Well, here you see Drew Templeton on your screen. You know, this is where the push is going to have to come from for Infamous because they got only Goldman. And here comes the run. It's like Meter Ninos is going to make it in there alive. He gets into the 40 Dorito.
And
he looks across the field.
Colombo gets here to the snake one, trying to keep those guys, Infamous guys moving down the Dorito side. So it looks like Kirill's back in the snake corner. So they've widened up the field a little bit, slowing down Infamous.
Yeah, Drew Templeton is right next to Ninos in that snake side center tower. Bobby Aviles coming over, getting into Dorito 1. He's going to come running as Ninos takes off.
Yeah, push coming on the D side right now for Los Angeles Infamous. No one in the snake for Infamous. That's where the strength of Moscow Red Legion is, but body's starting to drop here, and going to have to do some damage control. Now it's too little too late as Colombo walks off, and that leaves just one player, Kirill Pridney, back corner bunker, and he gets tapped out. Nice work by Bobby Aviles and the boys from Infamous on that D side of the field.
Good job by Ninos over there, you know, to really force it down that Dorito side, you know, and open things up.
They just
Bobby
kept throwing
Aviles,
bodies after body over there.
They're just pushing. All 3 of those guys just gun battling hard, you know, forcing the issue over there.
Bobby ran off right over to Coach Travis Lemansky, saying, hey, man, let's keep this. I guarantee you, he's like, hey, we can work these guys on this Dorito side. So we'll see what happens this next point. But they definitely kept the pressure going down on the Dorito side. And losing 2 guys on the break on this field, you lose 1, that's not so good. But losing 2 on this field, yeah, that's going to be rough.
Well, you know, Todd, you coach Infamous. I mean, one of their strengths, even with not having Travis Lemansky out there and him retiring to coach the team, one of their strengths was their ability to shoot players off the break.
Yeah, and, you know, they have, you know, high, you know, attribute levels, you know, in all areas. But, you know, just not a whole lot of bodies dropping on the breakout here. But they're also good at, you know, in-game adjustments.
Revo loses their snake player on the break.
So as we crack the 2-minute mark, minute 55 seconds to go, it's been all Tampa Bay damage here in this match against Baltimore Revo. So Revo still just trying to run into guns to create opportunities. They have to do that. You know, not really a mistake at this point to be getting shot trying to push forward because they are down by 5. Damage is 2 points away from mercy ruling Revo right now.
Fong up in the middle of the field, trying to get something going on the snake side. But looked like Waring made a move down that Dorito side. It's got Edwards and Barry, Everett. There's Waring right there on your screen in that 40 Dorito. Jacob Edwards getting shot though. Behind him, he comes running off. Still 4 bodies left alive for Damage.
And Damage making a move to the 50-yard line on the D side of the field. And starting to chop bodies up here as we crack the minute mark. Left to go here in this game.
Yeah, Fong tried to make that move. Didn't know that Waring was sitting in that Dorito. Waring cuts him in half. Now Waring coming down the Dorito side. He gets another kill in front of him.
Well, look at this, though. Smith past the 50-yard line for Revo.
Stacy Smith got in a good position, but everybody died behind him.
He's
as
like,
Everett and
come
Waring.
on, man.
Yeah, Everett and Waring over there working together on the Dorito side.
Smith, immediately after he heard that concession horn, gets up and shakes his head, realizing, man, I was in really good field position right here, and but just couldn't get any support. So another point going to Tampa Bay Damage. Let's check out this replay. You can see there,
Fong.
yeah, Fong cuts past the 50-yard line, and you see Smith right beside him, realizing his opportunity was open. He gets into the 50-yard line of the snake, right past it. But as that's happening, the rest of the players from Revo are all catching paintballs, and that was it. So though Smith was in good position, too little, too late.
30 seconds.
So Infamous coming back and tying it up 3-3 here. As we got a back and forth ball game. Really close one between Legion and Infamous. There you see the Dorito side of the field. Just a line of big Doritos, which means on your feet, gun up, running action.
Starting
to
to
be
see that
exciting this weekend.
Starting to see that D side come into play a little bit more and seeing the center played less. Now Brad McCurley on a delay to the snake, gets shot out though, so opportunity here for Moscow Red Legion. They have 5 bodies alive and heavy guns in the center. No one in the snake. Axel poised to try to make that move across, but that lane is being locked down here from Infamous in that stand-up temple. First body to drop though is Dennis Golev on the D side. So that's gonna
Axel gets shot in the goggles over here.
2
The
down.
snake side can. 3 bodies left alive. Colombo takes one in the goggles.
They're just imploding back there on the back line there.
Alex Goldman into the snake as the bodies are dropping. Alex Goldman sees the opportunity, gets into the snake. We got a tie ball game here, 3-3 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, but Infamous looking real strong here in this point. This should be a quick one. Only one player left alive as a sea of red and white jerseys are coming off here. So Moscow forced to concede the point. Kirill Pridney, only player left alive again. Nice work by Alex Goldman, Damian Ryan, and Bobby Villas. So going to take a lead. So we'll see if Moscow Red Legion can fight back. Down by 1. Still a little bit of time on the clock. The second game in this set, though, Tampa Bay Damage, Baltimore Revo, has just been a masterful performance from Tampa Bay Damage, and Baltimore Revo just not able to get anything done, and they are 1 point away from taking the loss, as there is a 7-point mercy rule here in effect in the NXL.
10 seconds.
Hey, Revo, man, you got to find a way to get this point here.
Well, this game's
3
over.
games left, but still, you like margins mean everything, man. Those points mean everything. You got, and you know what? Going to the next match, you want to have a little momentum. Some type.
Revo has to play Infamous next, so that's not going to be an easy game either. They definitely want to at least put a point on the board for Pride with under 30 seconds to play here, and here comes the attack. Revo loses 1 body. They are able to start stacking bodies up here in the center. 1 body in the center 50, looking towards the D side. He's looking to launch. Tampa Bay Damage just rolling their guns and try to keep the attack of Baltimore Revo from coming, but they lose a body as well, lose another body. This could be an opportunity with just 10 seconds to go as O'Mara coming down the D side, or snake side, gets 1. Does he get 2? Not yet. Yes, he does get the second kill and yells to his teammates, but it looks like, are they going to get it? Not able to get the point on the board as regulation time expires, so that final score will be 6-0 in favor of Tampa Bay Damage.
Tampa Bay Damage dropping a goose egg on Revo first thing here in the morning. Got to feel good about that. And you know what they really need to feel good about? You know, let's check out this replay first. Here comes big run down the side of the Dorito side for Revo. Jumping in that 40 Dorito, but he gets torched. Kenny Frank getting his back peeled apart. Then the move up the middle. Not going to be enough, but if you're damaged right now, you're really happy that Kyle Berry and Mike Mooring showed up to play today. Brian Smith, not playing World Cup. He's not here. He decided that, you know, he's going to call it quits, and we've been saying all year how these rookies need to step up, and, you know, first game, it's looking like they want it.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to mention that before, but it's a huge loss for Tampa Bay Damage as a guy that a consummate veteran, won tons of tournaments. One of the reasons they started to become a top-level team with Brian Smith. But absolutely, Todd, just like you said, they need those rookies to step up. They have to get contributions out of those guys. And the fact that they are getting those guys spins and that they were very effective out there bodes well for the future of that franchise. So, in this still yet to conclude here, this game, Moscow Red Legion and Los Angeles Infamous. We got ourselves a close one. Just a few moments to go. So here we go, all the way, huge break. Alex Goldman running and gunning to the snake off the break and kind of stumbles as he gets in there.
I think he hurt his shoulder.
Oh, he hurt his shoulder again. Yeah, he's one of those guys that's been playing the snake for 10, 12 years and has problems with his shoulders. So he's going to have to take a moment, take a breather in there. And you can see the left-hand portion of your screen. Alex Goldman really in pain right now, having to take some deep breaths and stay composed as his team is up by 1 point. So, Alex is not going to come off the field even if he's injured, and it looks like he is because he has not shot his gun yet. And Goldman's had shoulder problems before, and you got to be careful when you're diving in. So he's going to clear his gun out, and looks like he is going to get it up. So Goldman shaking off, what could be another dislocated shoulder for Alex Goldman.
That's not how you want to start your first match, not with him.
Well, not with a weapon like Alex Goldman. You don't want one of your best snake players or your best snake player to get injured in your first game, but he does have his gun up, so hopefully Alex Goldman's okay. And right now, with just 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, Infamous 5 bodies alive, just trying to control these lanes of fire here and trying to push forward through the lanes is Red Legion. Axel able to get into Snake 2. He's going to load his gun up. You can see him there, top portion of your screen in Snake 1, and there's the crossfield spread for Infamous.
145 left in the match. Red Legion now won and trying to put themselves in position here to have enough time to pull this out, but Infamous is dialed in right now. Snake corner, Snake 1. Better Crow's playing the cannon on Snake side, so they're dialed in right now.
Good fill by Damian Ryan to get out here and help Alex Goldman. And you can see Axel got in on your screen. Moscow Red Legion trying to make something happen. There's Alex Goldman shaking off. Not sure exactly what happened to his shoulder, but it wasn't good. Stumbling and bumbling, trying to get out to the back corner bunker is Colombo, Fabrice Colombo, tripping over the bunker and able to make it out there alive. So Axel gets a little bit of help here, Snake side. And there's Damian Ryan, number 69 for Los Angeles Infamous on your screen, head checking down that wire. Uh-oh, looks like Colombo is going to be drawing a minor penalty, so that may be the nail in the coffin here for Moscow Red Legion as they lose 2 bodies on the Colombo penalty, which pulls Kirill out. So it's just Axel over here with about 47 seconds to go. Axel trying to create an opportunity, but gets put back in.
How huge was that move by Goldman on the break to get into that snake? You know, create that spacing, even though he hurt his shoulder and really couldn't move. But just to be in there to have that presence really makes it hard to get something going over here on the snake side. Axel now trying to work on Goldman. Goldman doesn't have to go anywhere. He's just staying in there alive. Post up down the wire. Here comes Axel into the 50.
Trying to make something happen.
Yeah, it's not enough time left. Not enough bodies and not enough time.
5
what
seconds.
An amazing job here by Los Angeles Infamous to lock this up.
Pull this out like
and
that.
seal the deal in a very close match against Moscow Red Legion. So it looks like Axel, no help, not able to mount an attack against Los Angeles Infamous, who will be taking a small victory. Well, it's a big win against Moscow Red Legion, their first win of the tournament here in their first game, but a small point margin. Very close match the entire time. So let's check out a replay here of Alex Goldman getting into the snake and see what happened to his shoulder. So Alex running and gunning all the way to the snake, and then as he dives in, yeah, he kind of jammed his shoulder up, and you can see there as he gets himself in to the bunker.
Paint flying from everywhere.
Yeah, so kind of dives. I think it was his right shoulder. You can see there as he kind of pauses and goes, oh, this isn't good. And then gets into a spot. And it took him a good 2 minutes, maybe not 2 minutes, but probably a good solid minute to regain his composure and be able to, you know, shake off whatever injury he did to his shoulder. He's had problems with his shoulder before. You see Kevin Klum getting his eye dotted.
Yeah, that's not the way I wanted this to go. But, hey, they came out good. It looked like they had the momentum going. Infamous said not a chance. Turned it around. Finished this game off, and like you said, gotta play him out.
Yeah, so a big congratulations to Infamous. Though Moscow shouldn't hang their heads too low, as you know, as that was a hard-fought battle against one of the favorites here to win this event. So we'll see still lots more paintball coming at you here. 2015 NXL World Cup. Stick with us.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
It doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent, I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're gonna win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trick guard is, it feels good, it feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paintballs, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money.
It's definitely accurate. It's by far the straightest shooting gun that I've shot.
Towel.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the Vio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things out the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. And then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect.
If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
Won their first match of the day against Moscow Red Legion. Alex Goldman did sustain an injury during that first match here at World Cup. He dislocated his shoulder, which he's been having problems with. He walked off the field. It didn't look like he was in too much pain, but he did confirm that it popped out, so I know that is a concern for him. A couple things that Infamous was really discussing in the pits were bounce shots and communication. Those things are a little difficult on this field layout specifically for them. They were able to get it together and make sure that they could get that first win. We'll see if they can continue throughout the day. Stay tuned for more games.
I love the Vio. Normally you pull off a mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change out whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it.
I started playing around like 8. You know, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all of that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. If I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name's Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my Vio.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my Vio.
mon cœur pour la vie. C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used the Spire since its creation in 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Spire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference when you're crawling. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
Every time I put the Spire on my gun, I don't even know it's on there because it's working all the time. I don't have to worry about it, and I don't have to do anything because it never jams.
What I like about the anti-jam feature is that it's real. It doesn't jam. I wish there was more to talk about it, but it really is that simple.
It's extremely reliable. My job is to shoot a lot of paint and keep my front guys safe. I don't want someone coming and running down one of my guys, and I'm looking at them and I'm not able to get a ball out of my gun because my hopper's jammed. It's basically jam-proof.
You don't even think about that because it doesn't jam. You just turn it on and that's all you ever have to do.
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
Hey guys, welcome back. We are going into our next match, which is going to be Impact versus Outlaws. Impact won their first match, but it came down to a very close point. They won against AC Dallas 4-3, but they were having struggles getting that early on lead. I talked to Justin Cornell. He said this is a simple layout, but because it is simple, people are underestimating it. They know that they need to get out wide as early as they can, because if they get stuck in the pocket in those center bunkers, then they're really in trouble. Back to you guys.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
One ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable, and mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is.
So welcome back here, 2015 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with Todd Martinez and Steve Rabikoff. So the next set of games coming at you. Edmonton Impact taking on Trademark Gun Outlaws, and AC Dallas taking on Chicago Aftershock. So the past two events, Edmonton Impact has not met the Outlaws yet. So they're going to get their first taste of each other. And then AC Dallas and Chicago Aftershock have played each other twice so far this year. 1-1 is the record there. So here we go. The first one coming at you, Impact and the Outlaws. Outlaws on your screen.
Outlaws went wide on the Dorito side and made it out there, so let's see how this works out for them. I haven't seen too many guys make it out there alive, and he did.
Yep.
Outlaws lose one on the break.
Yeah, body dropping here, snake side, so their strength is in the center and shading towards that D side of the field, as you can see on your screen.
Keith Brown gets taken out coming into the snake side can, so they're down. Both teams are down one player, so it's 4-4.
That's a big kill for the Outlaws, as Keith Brown has really become a dominant force for Impact this year. Now looking at the D side angle on the Outlaws.
Like Rainey gets blasted as well, so Impact's down 2, 4-on-3 with Outlaws coming out here, moving towards the snake side. Leaves the Yakmak brothers, and it looks like Nick Laval.
Well, it's 4-on-3 right now, so this is a point that the Outlaws have to win. If you want to beat a team like Impact and you create an opportunity where you have an body advantage, you need to make most of that advantage as you possibly can, because Impact's not going to give you a lot. They're a tough team to beat. They're the best team in the world right now. They're the team that everyone's gunning for. Oh, and it looks like Laval walks off, so just the Yakmek brothers, and Zach catches one. It's just Zane. So it looks like this first point here, as long as the Outlaws can close it out, will go to them. And yeah, Impact is going to concede the point. So nice work by the Outlaws, winning some gunfights.
Yeah, Outlaws, that's what you got to do when you're playing a team like Impact. Try and get up early, get yourself a lead, and try and maintain, try and shorten up the game. Try and play, fewer points. This field kind of dictates longer points, but, you want to kind of space it out. If you play the numbers game with Impact, usually not going to go in your favor. So getting up early, they want to, try and build some momentum here against Impact. Try and score some early points and play with the lead. We got AC Dallas coming on right now against Chicago Aftershock. AC Dallas took a loss to Impact first game of the morning, and Chicago Aftershock able to get a win.
Yeah, so this is if AC Dallas wants to try to repeat again like they did at the last event, took 4th place, which was a breakout performance for them. They need this win right here.
20 seconds.
As again, just like Todd was saying, they already lost a game today against Impact, so AC Dallas does not want to start their World Cup going 0-2. Big game for them right now.
10 seconds.
And this would be a big win for Shock too. Again, these two teams have played each other twice so far this year. Shock 1-1, and AC Dallas is 1-1. So on the breakout here, AC Dallas going out wide on the D side. Running referee going to come check him out.
Shock
And he's clean.
On the Dorito side, so down 1.
Yeah, so Shock, first to lose a body. AC Dallas with a 1-body advantage right now. It's 5-on-4. Looking at AC Dallas on your screen. And very conservative breakout for them in the center. They did risk a body out wide. Oh, minor penalty on Chicago Aftershock. It looks like that was on AJ Lawhead. So, and no, it
Barga.
No, yeah, it was on Barga.
That's
So
Barga's 3rd penalty already this event. Really can't hurt your team by continuously getting penalties. There you see Roberts and the Jackson brothers over here on the snake side. John Jackson, 22, looking across the field. Matt Jackson up there in the middle, looking to lock off the snake side. Woodley in his mirror, so seen, shooting towards the snake side at Roberts, trying to keep him from coming into the snake. Roberts playing out wide on that snake side can. Woodley coming out. Ball whizzed right past his head right there.
yeah, Woodley locked in a gunfight here, trying to get himself into the snake. Unconventional route for Woodley. Woodley gets all the way across.
Everybody looked to the inside and nobody saw Woodley come across, and he shot Matt Jackson. Nobody protected Jackson in the middle. Now Woodley with great field position. John Jackson comes up to try and get a shot in on Woodley.
What a great
Woodley
move by
loses
Woodley.
Sosine behind him. Woodley fighting and unable to get any more kills before Mikey Bruno throws in the towel, as AC Dallas still had 2 bodies alive over there on the Dorito side. 2 bodies over here on the snake side. That penalty costly early for Chicago Aftershock. David Barga catching his 3rd one. Let's check out a replay of that penalty.
30 seconds.
There you see Lawhead
He's
playing that
running in.
can.
He's like, hey, I saw that.
And Barga,
Got to go. And he's like, whoa,
yeah,
why am I going?
Barga got shot in his pack.
Again.
And the referee pulled Lawhead and then, got Barga, the culprit.
10 seconds.
Here's Edmonton Impact, Wimet, Rabikoff, Cornell, Baines, and Chad Bougere.
And Impact down by 1 as Outlaws got that first point. So Dave Baines playing this event. Dave Baines hasn't been playing a ton this year, and it looks like he's going to get pulled out right away. So a bunch of bodies from Impact 2 coming off on that D side of the field. Just 3 players left alive, and the Outlaws in good position again. Here comes Philly Shreds. Philly Shredder in the snake 2. And he's going to go right to the 50-yard line. And Philly Shreds in really good field position right now to try to do some damage here. Impact, just 3 bodies stuck in that center of the field. And now putting a little bit of pressure. So let's see if Philly Shreds can get it done here in the snake for the Outlaws.
He's in a great position right there. He's going to make it real hard for Impact to even think about moving to any bunkers out there. So let's see.
And he's shooting at the guys you see on your screen. Those are the 3 players left alive. Look at the body language from Impact. Tucked in their bunkers, kind of trying to figure out what angle to shoot after the disaster that struck on that D side, losing 2 bodies at the beginning of this point. And they're going to have to try to win a gunfight here or 2 to try to even this one up. And it looks like Cody Mikowski in the 50-yard line, shading towards the D side in the center. So stacking up on the 50-yard line here is the Outlaws. And this is that clutch situation, though. They've made it into the good spots, but can they contribute from here? Looks like Philly Shreds having a little gun issue here.
Justin Rabikoff going to get shot out of that snake side middle.
But Cody
Cornell.
Cody Mikowski walking off too, so Impact does get a kill. Uh-oh.
Josh Wimet takes one to the head. Leaves Justin Cornell solo. And right now, Team G is playing lights out. Impact looks really flat. And they're losing 2 guys in the break. Their first 2 points, they're down 2-0, so good job for TMG right now.
Yeah, Outlaws definitely did their homework on those off-the-break shots, really dialed in right now, and that's been the difference in those first 2 points. Impact constantly playing down bodies. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here and figure something out.
Definitely don't go count your chickens against Impact, but this is exactly what Outlaws want to do. Get that lead, get a little bit more comfortable, and then stay smart and stay aggressive.
10 seconds.
But AC Dallas coming on right now, Chicago Aftershock. AC Dallas taking that first point on the breakout. So here comes LJ Woodley up the middle again, shooting towards the Dorito side.
Yeah, Lawhead shooting towards the snake side, and it looks like no bodies for either team dropping early here, 5-on-5. And now it comes Jackson up in the center for AC, mirroring up with Woodley. So Woodley for Shock on your screen, and Matt Jackson in the exact same bunker on the opposite side. There's Matt Jackson. Fuzzy Jackson really became a dominant player for AC at the last event, and was just hoping for AC's chances here that he can continue the great skills we saw at the last event.
AC got out wide on that Dorito side on the break, ran out to the corner and made it, and then bumped up into the Dorito 1, but he just gets shot trying to come on the inside by Woodley. Nice shot right there by Woodley after getting up in the middle. And here comes Jackson coming to get Woodley underneath. Looks like they're going to trade out.
Uh-oh, looks
like
something.
You want to do there. You want to trade out.
Hey,
you want to leave one in there.
But boys, the ref's reaching for a penalty flag right now. He's having a hard time getting it. Looks like we're going to have a minor penalty. Referee hesitated for a second and then ends up pulling a penalty on Matt Jackson. He's going to pull his brother, John Jackson, out. So things not looking good here for AC Dallas.
Banner. Oh, Barga.
Barga got clipped. Trying to get in the snake here for Chicago Aftershock. So seesaw battle. Players for both teams dropping off here.
2-on-2 now.
Yeah, but Dizon's over there in the 40 Dorito for Shock. He's been playing well for them, and he gets the shot in on Danner. Roberts, he's going to take off running. I don't know if Sosine knows where he went. Roberts is now, I think he almost got behind Dizon, but Dizon knows where he is, and Dizon picks off Roberts in the 50 snake.
Yeah, it was a good move for Roberts to get into this spot, and I think he might have actually finally got a shot on Sosine, but you know, Dizon just balling out of control over there on that D side of the field, able to pick him up, and also he had shot the player in front of him. So on the back of Ronnie Dizon, Aftershock able to win this point here in all that chaos. You know, but they picked up Ronnie Dizon and LJ Woodley coming back to Aftershock. You know, originally those were two players that were on Shock, started their pro careers with Shock, then they went to Houston Heat, played on Houston Heat for some seasons and gained some experience, got seasoned, and then came back to Chicago Aftershock. But Ronnie Dizon really proving his worth right there on that D side to get the point. So let's check out this replay. That's Matt Jackson hunting down LJ Woodley in the center.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and that was a good move. Unfortunately, he did play on a little bit, according to the referee, so he had to walk off. And that was Roberts in the snake there, closing moments of that point and getting shot cross field. Looked like he was able to get a shot on Chris Sosine,
10 seconds.
which left just Ronnie Dizon to hit that buzzer and score the point. It's all tied up in that match, 1-1. Right now, Impact needs to get something going, coming out a little flat here against the Outlaws. Outlaws up by 2. And on the breakout, Outlaws all the way up to the center 50, and looking towards that D side. That's the way people have been shifting towards that side because of that extra bunker over there, that little bunker.
Out Zane Yakimak, and Impact wants to continue to play this pocket ball, and Outlaws are like, hey, we're up 2-0, let's take some risks here, and they're doing it.
Pocket ball is only going to major penalty on the Outlaws, and this now big opportunity here for Impact to get back in this game.
They only pulled
Only pulled one guy. There should have been another body pulled for Outlaws. Referee missed that one, and now he's going to correct it. He's going to run over there and pull the extra body. So Berkeley's wondering why he got pulled. It was for that major. So just 2 bodies left alive now. You got Osborne over here in the snake side can.
And Davidson.
Davidson up there in the A, playing the middle. So Keith Brown getting shot. He comes walking off. You see the double right there with Stanzak and Laval. And Zach Yakimek over here in the snake side can, shooting across the field towards the Dorito side, trying to figure out where the bodies are.
Another one.
Well,
there goes
Outlaws just got cyclopsed, and that was a bad death too.
Oh, but they take out Nick Laval.
Yeah, but there's still 2 players left alive. Davidson traded out with Laval, so unfortunately, because of that penalty, not enough Outlaw players alive to try to fight for this one. As Rainey Stanzik and Zach Yakimek still alive.
You know what? Impact should be thankful for the red flag gift that Outlaws just gave them, because they were in a real bad position there. They just lost Keith Brown, and they got that gift.
Well, Davidson had made a great move up the center, and he was locking down that D side of the field. Then the penalty happens, and also Osborne over here had a bad death out of his spot. If he had stayed alive in there with Davidson getting that kill, might have had a different story, but you know, it really comes down to that penalty really was the major impact over here. So yeah, Edmonton Impact though crawling within 1, but still not a great point from Impact. Really, I mean, other than the gift of the penalty, didn't really see much out of him there in that point either, Todd. So coming in a little flat here against Trade My Gun.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, a team like Outlaws is one of those teams that's trying to climb their way up the ranks. You know, and you start doing that by beating good teams like Edmonton Impact. And you know, if Impact is gonna, you know, kind of sit back on them, you know, and allow Outlaws to be aggressive, then, you know, that's what things like that could happen. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly down on the sidelines.
I am here with Zane Yakimek. Now, you guys have had kind of a slower time figuring out this field layout. Everyone's been saying it's a simple field layout, but what is so difficult about it that's taking teams time to figure out?
You know, I mean, like we said, it is a very simple field. You know, there's lots of open lanes that you can run through, lots of open lanes that you can get caught in. So we're really just trying to play the pocket right now, you know, try and catch that first guy off the top and move from there. You know, you really don't want to be running outside on a field like this, especially with 2 big towers in the back center.
All right, thank you, Zane. Back to you guys.
So getting back into this match, 5-on-5 right now. AC Dallas and Chicago Aftershock. And Sosi making a little bit of a move over there on the D side, try to widen things out. No one in the snake for either team. AJ Lawhead kind of looking like he wants to make a move. Right on your screen, you're looking at the back line, all tucked in that pocket for AC Dallas and locked into their lanes too. Gonna have to eventually get out wide. Shock's already out wide, so that's what's keeping AC Dallas from moving out. And that's why they have their guns up right now, trying to. Oh, looks like first to strike though. Body dropping for AC Dallas on the D side of the field, but then a big move.
Aftershock going down that Dorito side, so they're at Dorito 2. Looks like Dorito 1. Aftershock moving to the right side of A.
Yeah, it's Woodley up in that center again.
Matt, Shock's wide now. AC's trapped in the middle here, and it's going to be rough.
Well, Woodley looking for a run through. He's now past the 50-yard line and almost got pinched out, but able to take position. And now kneeling down and just trying to get a shot on the side of the tip of a barrel or a loader right now. But poised for a run through. And Sosi going to back up Dizon. Dizon should be able to make the move up to the 50D pretty easily here. There's Dizon trying to gunfight his way into that next spot. See, definitely wants to make that move. But he's being put in right now from Jackson. So Matt Jackson in the center is holding Dizon off.
Yeah, and Woodley getting kind of sneaky up there in the middle. Shot one in on John Jackson. He comes walking off. Here comes Matt Jackson with a face full of paint. And TJ Danner, he comes walking off shortly after that. So once again, Aftershock really pushing hard through the middle and down that Dorito side with Woodley and Dizon. And the back guys, you know, Lawhead, Velez, and Sosine doing a good job over here protecting them, helping them do what they do. Aftershock, you know, they're looking pretty good out here so far this morning.
I was just about to say that same
they're playing
thing.
The field, they're playing the middle, they're playing the pocket, but they're playing it wide as well. So they're really, I like the way they're playing right now in their first 2 matches so far.
Yeah, Dizon's playing well for them on the D side. Woodley's getting crafty in that center. Sosine's shooting his lanes. And Lawhead's been playing his typically consistent, aggressive paintball over here for the most part on the snake side of the field. So, yeah, Shock's starting to look pretty good here. Only up by 1 against AC Dallas, but looking pretty good doing it. On the flip side, for this next match here that we're about to watch, Edmonton Impact and the Outlaws, only 1 point separates those 2 teams as well, but Impact has just not looked that good in this game.
They don't look good at all. They look pretty terrible so far. Obviously, there's still plenty of time left, but they're just...
Well,
Outlaws are just playing a little more aggressive. Hey.
Well, and Impact is, I mean, they won their first game against AC Dallas, but they squeaked into that win. They won at the last second and didn't really look that impressive in that game either. So, you know, the best team in the world here, Impact, has won the 2 NXL events this year, so they are by far the favorite at this event, but looking a little flat today.
Yeah, that Phil Shredder gets Snake 1, but TMG just gets taken out. The Snake can't, so Phil's right now solo on the Snake side until someone comes over here and backs him up. Justin Cornell in the little snake cake with Justin Rapkoff follow right behind him. Dave Baines back center.
Berkeley walking off. First to strike was Impact. It's 5-on-4 right now, but Philly Shreds is in really good field position here in the Snake, so we'll see if he can contribute, if he can get a kill to even this thing up.
Yeah, Shredder looking on the inside. He's going to bump into the 50. Cornell gets into Snake 1. Starts battling down the wire. Dave Baines picks up Shredder in that 50.
And Justin Cornell comes in the snake too, picks off TMG creeping on that Dorito 1, just a little hangout too far.
I think that was Weinrob over there, just went to sleep on Cornell. Cornell made a quick move into the snake, got that crossfield shot. And then now, I mean, they're going to have to contend with Cornell. Cornell here mirroring up the move with Philly Shreds. And Cornell's doing damage in here. Somebody's got to be able to isolate him, put some paint on him.
And he's got, looks like Justin Rabkoff behind him.
Well, Philly Shreds has no idea Cornell's in here. He's about to get owned and just rolled up by Cornell. Cornell is just putting on a clinic over here on the snake side of the field. That's a 3-pack so far for Cornell. He's going to try to get himself a little 4-pack here and end this point. I think he might have got shot by his own guy.
I don't know, he got his loader blown to bits as he came around by Cody Mikowski. Literally shot the loader off of his gun.
But hey, what an awesome job by Justin Cornell. Gets into the snake. He'd already been beat into the snake by Philly Shreds, but then he just rolls up Philly Shreds. He'd already got a crossfield shot, and then gets that last one too. So that was a 3-pack there for Justin Cornell. He didn't get the last player though. Didn't get that 4-pack, but still 3 confirmed kills there for Justin Cornell.
And good job by Cornell recognizing that his teammates were going down that Dorito side. Philly Shreds was looking across the field. Mikowski in that snake corner was looking across the field, and Cornell just kept going knuckle to knuckle to knuckle and ended up on top of Philly Shreds, blew him to bits before he cut down to the inside and came across looking for Mikowski. But good job right there by Dave Baines to protect Cornell, and Cornell to make those moves down the snake to win that point.
Well, maybe that's what Impact needs. You know, they need a guy like Cornell to be the spark plug and say, all right, look, man, okay, we got a little slow start today. Let's let's tie this game up and let's keep this momentum going and beat these two. You know, it
looked like they made some adjustments. They brought Justin on the snake side, and they moved Josh Wilmette into the inside. So let's see how that works out here. Breakout, 5 alive, both AC Dallas and Chicago Aftershock. The game is 2-1 with Aftershock in the lead with 9:39 left in this match. Plenty of time. Looks like Aftershock loses their first player on the snake.
Oh, it's AJ Lawhead, an uncharacteristic early death for AJ Lawhead and Chris Sosine. So both those guys, you don't see them walk off early too often.
Yeah.
So this
Dizon is running down the Dorito side.
Matt Jackson just
from the 40 to the 50. He owns Matt Jackson. He's looking for Danner now.
Well, and that's going to open things up for Velez over here because everyone is looking at Dizon right now. There's only one gun. There's 4 players left alive for AC Dallas. 3 of those bodies were shifted looking towards Dizon because he was just wrecking shop over there on the D side and did get a kill. Gets another one.
There goes John Jackson trying to fill out. Dizon. Actually, I think that was Velez that shot John Jackson trying to fill out.
So good teamwork, though, as Dizon makes it up there to the 50-yard line, which pushes Jackson into the gun of Velez. Velez does a good job of capitalizing on that opportunity, and then here comes Velez getting in good position on the snake side of the field. So Aftershock continuing to play well. We'll see if they can pull this point out here.
Rob Velez here in snake 2. Posts down the wire. He's got Barga with him in the middle. Dizon still over there in the 50 Dorito.
Well, they need to talk it up. The communication needs to get going here for Shock. Isolate those bodies, figure out where the last 3 bodies are alive. You know, they have the best field position here. They have the angles. Johnson in the snake right now probably has the best shot on Dizon cross field. Dizon's got to play careful and make sure he doesn't give Johnson too much of his back. Referee has just been scouring Velez for hits, but it looks like he's clean. There's Dizon on your screen on the D side. Now the referee's checking out Johnson. He's clean, so the ref's on it right here, making sure these snake players are clean. There's Barga on the inside from the snake, shooting towards that D side, trying to support Dizon.
So Clint Johnson made the move from the Outlaws over to AC Dallas, huh? Now he's up here in the snake 2, trying to help them win a point. TJ Danner going back and forth, working on Dizon.
To help Dizon, Aftershock needs to get into the snake, and Shock's player needs to stay on the snake side, covering him.
Well, and
because they're all posted up on Dizon right now.
Well, TJ Danner is in the back center posted up on Dizon. If he could somehow shoot out Dizon, that would really turn the tables here at this point. So we'll see. I mean, all these guys just locked into their positions, locked into these gunfights. Nobody looks like they want to make a move right here. Everyone's trying to win a gunfight. There's Dizon on the snake side. I'm sorry, D side. He's got the best field position to anybody right now.
Velez still working down the wire. That's Dizon right there, playing straight up.
6:52 to go, so we still have a decent amount of time left in this match. Again, these two teams have met each other before this year twice. with 1 win for AC Dallas and 1 win for Chicago Aftershock. But AC Dallas, man, they had a really good event, and the last one, and took 4th.
Les takes a look at the clock. TJ Danner right there. Still in that back center tower.
Well,
Les posted down the wire.
Well, Danner's switched his gun. He now switches gun to shoot towards Rob Velez, getting off Dizon. That's going to make Dizon's life a little bit easier over there. Barga on the inside, still looking over Dizon, keeping the player in front of him honest. Johnson still's got some paint, loading up one of his last pods. I think he's got 2, maybe 3 pods left. And 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes to go.
Barga protecting Dizon. Danner makes a move out of the D tower into the snake tower. That tall cake in the back center.
Oh,
towards the.
And I think
yep,
either Johnson. Well, I think Johnson might have got a shot, and that was the thing. You know, Dizon had to be careful and not stick his pack out, so ended up getting clipped in the flap of his pack cross field. I think that was Johnson. And it looks like another body dropping though for AC, so it's 2 on 2 right now.
AC Dallas is moving out wide. Looks like Danner, which is the move to make.
Well, Barga and Velez are very close to each other, so they haven't really spread the field. They couldn't, so they got to be a little careful here. Yeah, AC's got better field position. They have the field spread. Velez or Barga is going to have to win a gunfight here, because if they keep letting the player for AC get wide over there in that D side, it's going to be tough for Barga to live in there.
Goes.
TJ Danner making another bump. Gets into Dorito too.
What a solid point so far from TJ Danner. Stayed alive, watched over his front guys, and now making moves over on the D side, trying to spread the field. That's exactly what you need to do in this situation. So
Rob Velez protecting Barga by shooting across the field at Danner. Barga gonna have to live behind his gun in that center can. You want to stick to it right here. Stay gunned up on Johnson. Johnson trying to work the outside on Velez, but now he's not gonna get. Oh, there goes Danner right there, making the next bump up.
Yeah, Velez knows he just made
into
the move.
50.
Yeah, nice work. And TJ Danner is doing exactly what he needs to do over there. Put himself in the best position possible and see if he can actually get that shot, though. Velez, Barga both playing very tight in their spots. Barga tucked in, shooting right-handed. That's actually a pretty smart move, because then he'll be able to switch his gun over should TJ Danner launch. Velez is going to have to there talking. Velez has to tell him now. Barga switches his gun over.
Now it's time to retreat.
Yeah, we'll see if Barga can. Barga is going to have to try to retreat, not able to do
fast
it.
Enough.
So Velez is also out as well, and that is going to do it. What a great point from AC Dallas here to tie this game up 2-2. Just about 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, good execution right there in that 2-on-2 by Danner to go slowly but surely, talking to his teammate, make those bumps down the field. Tie that.
That was a long point, but a very solid one from AC Dallas. So that game is tied up, and so is the Outlaws and Impact game at 2 as well. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks, Maddie. Like you said, both games are tied up right now. I was just talking to Impact's coach Bart Yakimek in the pit. He was telling me off the break, they're really focusing on those inside players. They want to shoot out the center players first so that they can open up the field for their wide players and move down the field. So that is their main focus going into this point to take the lead. Back to you.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, we'll see if they can do it. Impact getting ready to go on your screen right now.
10 seconds.
What do you think about that game plan, Rab?
I don't know, like the way TMG's playing, they're playing a little more aggressive than that. And so I don't know, I don't really agree with that one. But hey, we'll see in 2 seconds.
Well, TMG, the Outlaws,
they go wide on both sides.
They go wide. They go with the snake off the break, and they're able to make it in there. They do lose their body on the D side. Referee checking out Osborne in the snake, and he's good to go. So big move, made it off the break, but they did lose a body. So it is 4-on-5 right now. Still 5 players alive for Impact, and they get Keith Brown in the snake, who would come from the center.
Osborne in that snake, shooting across the field. All 5 bodies left alive for Impact.
I think
not that far up.
5-on-3 right now.
Yeah, I think there's only 3 bodies left alive for the Outlaws.
Outlaws are in snake 1.
Cody Mikowski backing up Osborne in the snake. So So either Tyler or Cody, somebody's going to have to somebody's going to have to start doing some killing because Outlaws lost their body on the D side.
Yeah, Keith Brown dove into Snake too, gunned up on that Dorito corner, shot him out of there. Osborne over here.
Osborne
with Mikowski behind him. Don't be surprised to see Keith Brown get up and get on his horse. Here comes Zane Yakimek through the middle of the field. Zane's gonna come, and he wanted to come get Osborne. Walk up on him and let him know that buzzer just saved his life.
Saw him coming. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna do my buddies, my teammates favor here. Stop these lumps from happening.
Well, so it was interesting. Their plan was to try to put paint on the inside guys, but it was the outside guys that they were actually, that Impact was able to get shots on that D side. That's where the weakness was, is the strength for the Outlaws was their Snake side. They got Snake one off the break, they got Mikowski behind him, but they kept losing bodies from that D side of the field.
Well, they went wide over there on that Dorito side, and Keith Brown and Zane Yakimek just teed off on him, like both on the break turn from the Snake side of the field with that deep cross shot. Blew him to bits running out there.
But with TMG, the way they're playing, I like that. I mean, they're down 1 now. Still plenty of time left. Well, of course, we say that all day. But playing wide like that, they made the Snake. He died on the Dorito side. Hey, that's going to happen. But Phil Schroeder just got dinked out sitting there.
Well, Outlaws not playing bad.
No, they're not.
They're not playing bad. I mean, they're playing Impact, and it's close right now. They had the lead for a while. I mean, Impact's not playing their best ball either today, but starting to pick it up. The past couple points, we've seen a lot better, crisper shots from Impact. They seem to have that immediacy in their steps a little bit more. I think they're waking up a little bit.
Playing a little more aggressive. Still playing pocket a little bit, but Keith Brown there played a couple bunkers that he hasn't played so far. So. But I would say the teams that are watching right now on the webcast and that are here that are playing in the afternoon, we'll see a little more different plays in the afternoon.
Well, I can't wait to see X Factor play Dynasty. That will be the first game of the afternoon, along with Top Gun and Boom. But X Factor and Dynasty have kind of conflicting styles as far as game plans are concerned, so that should be a really interesting matchup. So on the breakout, looks like Dizon coming off early. Body coming off early for Shock on the D side. Still 4 bodies alive for them, stuck in the pocket, and a body for AC Dallas as well, also coming off of that D side of the field.
It looks like Roberts walking off. Looks like AC Dallas made a change, running with Clint Johnson again over here on the Snake side and moving Roberts over to the D side to see if they can get some more production out of him. But he got shot early. And there goes John Jackson with the giant yellow beacon on his forehead. As Woodley moves up the middle of the field, starts cutting down that Dorito side. Clint Johnson tries to make his move into the Snake. He might have made it in alive, but the referee gonna run and give him a check. And looks like he is clean.
So that was a big move by Johnson. Johnson in a good spot right now, and everyone's kind of zoning up on him. Shock able to make it into that center 50-yard line, and now looking through the gap in that center, underneath it, trying to keep Johnson in his spot. Johnson's talking it up. Lawhead's going to move up another notch here in the Snake. Woodley backs up off the center 50, gets to the can right behind it to try to get a better angle, better gunfighting position for him, and to try to keep Johnson a little more honest in the Snake.
Johnson, and it looks like the towel is going to be thrown. 4 bodies on the 2 of AC Dallas.
That's a good move by Greg Pauly, because it leaves 2 minutes, 8 seconds left in that match. Down 1, plenty of time to get that game tied.
Well, and you might be watching and thinking, well, it was tied up. Why would you want to concede potentially the game-winning point with that little time? But the issue is with Shock, with a commanding body presence out there, they had a lot more bodies than AC did. They just would take their time. They're going to win the point no matter what, most likely.
And it gives him, it gives AC more time in the next point.
Yeah.
So if they're going to lose that point, I'd rather have 2 minutes than 1:20 to deal with it.
I totally agree with that call. It's definitely a good call by Pauly. Let's check in again with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. During that last point, Coach Jeremy Somm was telling the Outlaws that going into this point, they need to stop panicking. He says they're overthinking it. They're going into panic mode and running all across the field. He's confident that if they can keep 3 bodies alive, they can control Impact's moves. He says that he's seeing a trend. Once they get 3 bodies down, Impact is just pushing down the field and getting those points quick. So they just need to stay alive, communicate, and stop overthinking things. Back to you.
Well, Jeremy Somm's been around the game for a long time. That's some really good advice to, his young, hungry players trying to make something happen. But yeah, the more calm and I don't care how crazy it gets, the more calm and composed you can keep your mind, the better decisions you're going to make. So very good advice from the coach of the team, Jeremy Somm, for the Outlaws. And right now it looks like Rabakov and Baines both walking off early here, and we might see a penalty. Oh, 3 bodies coming off. Minor penalty, I think, on Justin Rabakov there. So just 2 bodies left alive here, and it's not looking good right now for Edmonton Impact in this point, as the Outlaws are trying to count the
Here
bodies.
Here comes a penalty on TMG's side.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Chad Bougier is still alive, though, and I think we have a 2-on-1 right now, 3-on-1. Lots of bodies coming off for both teams here. Yeah, 3 bodies left alive for the Outlaws, and there goes Chad Bougier. That's going to do it. That's going to tie it up, too. So we got this is another close game here with Impact against a team that they should be beating. Impact has won both NXL events so far this year. They're dominant in Europe as well. They lost the overall title to Houston Heat in Europe, but still, on paper, Impact should be beating the brakes off both AC Dallas and the Outlaws. So a little bit of coming out a little flat today. But hey, on any given day, man.
This field, we talked about this morning, this field evens up. If a team's decent, this field evens it up, and especially get a few points to get a little confidence going. Hey, we could do this. So that's what these 2 teams are showing us right here with AC Dallas and Aftershock.
Chad Bougier caught one in the neck right there from Osborne in the snake side. And here comes Aftershock on the breakout. Woodley up the middle, Lawhead to the snake side can. Velez and Sosine right next to him.
Oh, Matt Jackson just caught. He got direct drove in the head. It bounced.
Yeah, but Nathan Ravitch tried to go out to the snake corner on the break, and he didn't make it. So it's 4-on-4. Aftershock lost 1 player as well as AC Dallas. We have 1:54 left. This match, Aftershock's up 3-2.
So you're looking on your screen for the line of AC Dallas, and there's Jackson trying to fight his way into the snake. Now he's going to switch, look inside now, get back established here. And Shock is just putting a ton of pressure on AC Dallas right now. Rolling their guns very effectively. AJ Lawhead has not stopped shooting his gun in that back bunker, trying to keep Jackson out of the snake.
Uh-oh. Here comes the runner.
And the referee is going to get a nut. So that is just
that's a red.
That is a major penalty on AC Dallas. And we have seen almost all the penalties today come from that section of the field.
Oh, Nico Hyde just got sculled by John Woodley coming through the middle of the field. He waves off the players. AJ Lawhead coming down that snake side.
Well, unfortunately for AC Dallas, that penalty might have done it for him. Made them lose this game because there's not a lot of time left, and they are now down by 2. So let's see if we can get a replay of that penalty here. So looks like it came from John Jackson.
Oh, right in his face.
Yeah. So
he got shot directly in his face.
Yep, that's about as flagrant of a major as far as getting shot as you're ever going to see. I mean.
Yeah. Oh, my gun? No. Directly in your face.
Yeah.
Take your brother with you.
I don't.
Get off the field.
I don't know how I didn't know that one was there. I mean, those are the ones you normally can feel, and that was about as giant of a glowing beacon on your face, just begging for the ref to come over and throw a major penalty, as you're going to find out here this weekend.
Yeah, go to your rooms, Jacksons.
Here we go. Breakout. That's Team G Outlaws right there.
So on the breakout.
Well, Osborne having some gun trouble on the break. And they lose a body going out to the Dorito side early.
But Keith Brown dies as well, so it's even up on the body count. This is anyone's game right now. There's a ton of time left. And it's all tied up at 3 apiece. It's 4-on-4 right now, and no one has any sort of dominant field position. So this game is up for grabs.
Zach just took a bouncer right on top of his head.
Now the ref is coming out.
Actually, the ref told him to come out. So doubled up in that Dorito side tower. Impact has 2 bodies, and Zane is in the back center on the snake side. Outlaws still with 4 bodies alive. Looked like Berkeley just took a bouncer there off his arm.
Yeah, they're in the pocket though, so gonna have to try to get out wide here eventually. Still don't want to have to rush it though. They have time, and that's exactly what you didn't want to do.
Right there.
So the Outlaws trying to gunfight their way into getting out wide end up getting shot. And this is, when you're looking at the guns of, Zane Yakimek and Rainey Stanzik, you got to be really careful. You got to use that time, man. There's no reason to rush and have a sloppy gunfight to try to get out. Osborne taking the early walk.
Yeah, 3. Nick Laval is out wide. They're trying to work his way down that Dorito side. Here comes a red flag.
My God, same spot
Mikowski
again. That is the penalty magnet right there.
Yep, Mikowski getting pulled, Berkeley getting pulled. Looks like, can't see who the penalty was on.
He's the last guy walking into the pit. Jeremy's just going to be waiting for him.
So that one made it real easy to
now
finish.
he's running in. Let's see who it is.
So Impact getting a gift over there.
Weinrob. I think that's a couple for Weinrob now. Couple penalties. That hurts.
Especially when in that game they're tied.
You're playing the best team in the world. It's tied up.
Tied.
You're up body.
Hey, if you get hit, like you said earlier, just walk.
20 seconds.
Well, look at what happened. They went up a body against a team that, if they can beat him, would be a really huge, gigantic burst of wind into their sails to start out this event. And the Outlaws lost to Shock, so they need to win this game to stay at least 1-1. And then they throw it away by having a bad death out of his bunker, trying to get out, edge out, and then a major penalty.
Oh, Woodley taking a bouncer in the belly. Coming up, here comes AC Dallas sends a player up to the A on the break. 60 seconds, Clint Johnson and Matt Jackson doubling up Snake 2. Nico Hyde gets shot off the Dorito side, but looks like Shock loses a body.
But they lose Matt Jackson trying to get to the Snake 50.
Well, hey, AC Dallas with only 45 seconds is just running into guns. They don't have a choice. They have to do that. So, it's not a mistake on their part if they get shot right now trying to work into guns. Down by 2 with not a lot of time left. And here comes AJ Lawhead just dishing out punishment over here on the Snake side of the field.
Yeah, he grills up Clint Johnson there, standing over the top of Snake 2. And he's going to run in and blow that buzzer, try and get a couple extra points. If you ever end up in a tie and it comes down to point differential, you want to make sure you put as many points on the board as possible. So Shock now with a 3-point lead over AC Dallas.
Well, Aftershock looking good today.
Yeah.
I mean, they came out, played the Outlaws in their first match. It was a close game, but they ended up taking the victory. And then Aftershocks, I don't know, you correct me if you think I'm wrong and what your guys' thoughts are on this, but I really thought that Aftershock kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start in that match, and then started to look better, and then they started to look pretty good, and then they came here against AC Dallas, and it's like they're revving up. They're starting to ramp it up, and that's what you want to see.
They're playing the whole field. They're playing the pocket. They're playing wide.
10 seconds.
They're taking some risks, and this is what you want to do today so you can be dialed in for tomorrow. So here we go.
Yeah, and there was Johnson getting worn out by AJ Lawhead. AJ Lawhead, man, so consistent for Chicago Aftershock. He's such a weapon for them. Now here we go. Philly Shreds into the Snake off the break. The referee's going to get in and check him out for the Outlaws, and it looks like he got shot. So the Outlaws trying to claw back into this match here, losing by 1 against Edmonton Impact. Still some time, under 6 minutes to play, 5:55 on the clock, and Outlaws down a body. Impact able to get out wide with Cornell on the Snake side. No one in the Snake yet, though. There's Mikowski going back and forth, shoots D side, then Snake back to D side again. 3 guns looking towards that Snake side, trying to keep Justin Rabakoff and Justin Cornell out of the Snake, and they're doing a good job of it so far. Justin, I think he wants to make that move.
Yeah, Cornell with that field position. Looks like he just shot. That's Osborne. Bounced him.
Body coming off here.
Josh Womet.
Yeah, Womet taking the early walk. Another body, though, comes off for the Outlaws. Still 2 bodies for Impact over here on your screen. Justin Cornell. There goes Rabakoff into the Snake. A lot easier to make it in there. They got that shot on. It was Osborne.
Yeah, Rabakoff saw that body walk off. When Berkeley went to fill, Rabakoff dove right into the Snake. Dave Baines locking off that side of the field. Berkeley getting shot from somewhere. Chad Bougier gets shot. He comes walking off the field. And here comes the big move down the Dorito side. I think that's Mikowski.
It is.
But he's going to get picked up by Rabikoff in Snake 2 across the field. He's going to come close out this match. He'll hang that buzzer.
Well, there's still some time on this clock, man. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Down by 2. The Outlaws still they got a fighting chance still. Justin Cornell is livid over here, screaming at the refs for something, and Dave
You just
Baines
won the point. You're going to egg on, walk away from the ref.
Yeah.
Dave Baines grabs him and realizes
Dave's trying to be like, look, stop.
The Outlaws pit guy walked on the field to go grab pods before the buzzer was blown. So
That is a penalty.
Justin Cornell is trying to get them a penalty so that they have to start with 4.
That's what gets the thing with Justin, though. You got to rein him in, and Dave knows it because he gets a little crazy there. So he's right, but it's not worth yelling at the ref after you just won that point and egg the guy on. You're going to be playing the rest of the tournament on that side of the field.
Hey, the refs are going to be the same all tournament long.
Yeah. But hey,
Hey, but if
that's a penalty, it's deserved.
True, but what's a better way to go about that? Flipping out and screaming and telling
Let
the
your
ref how
coach handle
terrible of a
it.
job he's doing, or walking over and politely telling the ref, hey, you just missed this call, or saying, hey, shouldn't that have been a penalty, and then walking off.
Or just kick him in the shin, pull out the yellow flag out of his pocket, and throw it in the air.
Yeah, there you go. I guess that's option C. So right now, AC Dallas trying to make something happen here. This one's pretty much for pride as under 10 seconds to play. Roberts getting shot trying to take an unconventional route to the snake off the rake and just rolling those guns and about to close this game out here. Victorious. Chicago Aftershock winning their second game of the day. Aftershock looking real solid here and against AC Dallas, and as these two teams have played each other twice already this year, but the third battle goes to Chicago Aftershock. 2-0, man, looking real solid.
Yeah, good day for Chicago Aftershock. They played well, they executed, they worked as a team, and their starters, they got stuff to be happy about on all sides of the field. Dizon charging down that Dorito side. They got some good snake play over here. Woodley in the middle. And, good flow, good feel for Chicago Aftershock, going 2-0 on the day. And then 2 more games tomorrow for them.
Well, AC Dallas, that puts them 0-2 on the day. Tomorrow, AC Dallas has to play Baltimore Revo in their first game, and then they have to play Infamous.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Shock plays
Infamous and
Aftershock
Revo.
plays Infamous and Revo, so it's not
Looking
over.
good. Yeah, no. I mean, Revo got 7-0'd earlier, 6-0'd. Infamous is going to be a tough game for Shock, but, they're looking pretty solid out there.
Well, as it stands right now, Infamous and Shock are looking the best in that bracket. So we'll see tomorrow when they play.
Here, Impact has a 2-point lead, but we have enough time for TMG. They can get some quick points here. They can tie this game back up. And the way they've been playing so far, I won't say they can't do it.
Yeah, well,
20 seconds.
Looks like Impact's got Nick Laval out there. They got Key Brown.
Zach Yakimak.
And Zane Yakimak as well.
We haven't said his name much today so far as Zach Yakimak, and this year he's just been playing amazing. We just haven't really said much about Zach today. We're kind of quiet out there.
Yeah, and that is definitely arguably their most consistent player. And if you're the most consistent player on Impact, then that makes you arguably the most consistent player in paintball right now.
That's true.
So Keith Brown makes the snake corner, and TMG tries to go at that Dorito corner, and they lose their player, so it's 5-on-4. Impact in favor right now with 4:07 left, and TMG just loses their back center. One of their back center players, they've doubled up, so they're down 2 players.
Philly Shreds trying to fight his way into the snake from that insert bunker, but lots of swag in that back snake corner for Impact as Keith Brown up over the top. Shooting straight up on Philly Shreds, and Philly Shreds just gets goggled.
And Yakimak tried to move through the A, got a little bit too sloppy there and got blasted in the gut.
Here comes Keith Brown, gonna walk into snake 2, gonna walk into the 50 snake, gun up, and he is gonna annihilate the player coming out of the back center, running to that back Dorito side corner in a last-ditch effort. Cody Mikowski once again trying to make something happen for TMG there at the end. So TMG, after getting off to a good start, Gonna drop another point.
Coach Psalm said, they're kind of like getting a little too antsy back there, man.
2 minutes.
And yeah, they're losing some guys on the break, but they got to keep it together.
Well, you know, championship teams understand how to play, you know, in all phases of the game. You know, get off to a good start, try and control the tempo, you know, play with the lead. You know, don't get too excited, too high, too low in the middle of the game. Things are happening, and then understand how to finish. You know, and that's the one thing that Impact has, you know, way above TMG is how you finish a game, and they're putting it on display right now.
Well, another thing too is that if you're going to be playing a team like Impact, you can't make mistakes. And Impact's been making, or when those mistakes have presented themselves and those opportunities presented themselves for Impact, then Impact's taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we got a couple seconds here before the start of this next one. Let's check in with Lauren.
Been looking really strong today so far, but I heard you guys talking a lot about bounce shots and community.
So, little technical difficulties there with Lauren. Hopefully we'll get back to her soon, but yeah, Impact, you know, again, today hasn't really looked too crisp, but I do like what I'm seeing out of them here in the second half of this game. You know, they Todd, like you were talking about, really starting to kind of tighten things up when a situation presents. It's a high body situation or a penalty on the other team. They're not making mistakes and throwing needless bodies away. Really start to look like they're playing all sections of the field, really, you know, kind of picking it up here. And the Outlaws definitely not helping their case. As, getting penalties, bad deaths out of the bunkers. They had it close and just letting this one slip away here.
10 seconds.
So got about 10 seconds. See if the Outlaws can mount some sort of fight here. Maybe try to come back, just not a lot of time left. On the breakout, looking at Impact on your screen. Heavy guns in that center. Real heavy guns and a real conservative breakout, but they do have a big lead here, 3-point lead with 3 minutes to go. And they get a move up in the center, try to lock that D side down. Now rolling the gun towards the snake side. That's going to try to get out wide. Moves a little bit towards the D side. He makes it out there. So nice moves up in the center. Joshua Met. Oh, Justin Cornell gets goggled up. He's going to walk off. So just 4 bodies left alive right now for Impact.
Joshua Met tries to cut across from the center pin to the Dorito Tower to Dorito 2, and he gets picked off. Those are hard gaps to run through, but just trying to get out there, trying to make something happen. Chad Bougere and Dave Baines still alive over there on that side. Right now, as we're about 2.5 minutes in, there's Philly Shreds on your screen in that snake insert again. Trying to fight Dave Baines, make his way into the snake. Justin Rabakoff in the snake side can. Trying to halt the Dorito push of the Outlaws. And Philly Shreds catches a, no, he gets shot top of the head trying to come up over the top on Dave Baines.
He was getting ready to make that move to that snake too, so he was thinking that. So it looks like it's 3-on-3, but Dave Baines catches him one.
Osborne.
So now it's 3-on-2 from Osborne.
Yeah, nice shot by Osborne on Dave Baines in that back spot. Now it's going to allow Osborne to get up into snake 1.
So Osborne repositions off that kill. Nice work. Just still not a lot of time left. Minute 34 to go here and down by 3. The Outlaws going to be forced to push forward, and they need to do it as soon as possible to have any sort of chance at all to come back.
Yeah, Osborne's got to get on his horse, but Chad Bougere from that snake side temple shooting across the field, talking to Justin Rabakoff. Justin Rabakoff in the snake insert, crossed up with Bougere. And here comes the move down the middle of the field. Justin Rabakoff gets picked off, looking on the inside. Big move right there through the middle.
Nice.
Getting both Bougere and Rabakoff, and then pushing that buzzer to secure the point with
58 seconds left. Oh.
Yeah, who was that? That was a nice move right there through the middle of the field. I think that was Crover.
2 minutes.
Yeah, John Crover. And that is exactly what needed to happen for the Outlaws. Let's check out this replay. They had to try to score a quick point here. Impact knew they were coming. There goes Crover.
Justin Rabakoff doesn't see him, gets picked.
Gets one, then he launches, gets that other one. That was a perfect move there by Crover to keep his team in this game. It's still going to be tough. They have to score 2 points here and not a lot of time left. So see what sort of breakout they're going to come with.
especially on this field.
Yeah, that's the question I would ask. So, you know, Rab, Todd, you guys have coached lots of teams, had to come up with quick game plans on the fly to try to score points fast.
Right.
This is a tough field to do that. What would you do in this field?
The only thing you could really do is you got to stay center of the field, and they know you're coming through the center of the field. So it's just tough because you can't get wide. And it's going to be tough. We haven't seen any games that have been quick 15, 20, 30-second games yet. So I don't – until someone does something, I don't know if that's going to really happen on this field.
I was in this situation yesterday, actually, on the divisional field. Sent a dude straight up the middle to the X on the break, guy out wide to the Doritos side corner, and then another guy gunning up going straight through the Doritos, and ended up winning that point really quick, tying it up. They don't have overtime over there, you know, on the divisional field. Just ended up in a tie, but you know, the best. It's really hard to run to the snake corner, and then once you get to that snake, you know, you have to get down. So, you know, in this low time, what you want to do is you want to stay on your feet. If you look over the Dorito side, it's nothing but big Doritos, and it's hard to shoot back up the middle on this field. So that's why you see so many of these teams. They're not just going up the middle because you can't run wide. They're going up the middle because you can't shoot the guy running up the middle on the break.
Yeah, but that's the question, though, is that could you maybe commit two bodies up there?
You can, absolutely.
And the one play that you can do is go through the A into their side of the pin, which some guys have done today.
Well, we're about to find out right now.
Split screen.
So on the split screen, breakout, impact on your right. And with not a lot of time left, the bodies start dropping here. One body drops for both teams. And no one's really committing to any sort of crazy run here as we have 53 seconds left. So it looks like the Outlaws were trying to outgun Impact here and get kills off the break to speed things along, and that is not happening. They're losing bodies now as they only lost one off the break, but then two immediately die out of their spots. And Chong in here trying to make something happen, Cody Chong, but it's all by himself over here on the snake side of the field, and Keith Brown, and then that's a major penalty. And that is going to pull out Chong, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin here for the Outlaws, as that is going to put 7 point on the board. There still is 18 seconds left, but they have no chance of scoring 3 points in that amount of time. So,
2 minutes.
So Impact is going to go 2-0.
Yep. After putting the whoop stick down.
Well, that was a close one against AC Dallas.
Yeah,
and then this
AC
one
Dallas, and then beating down the Outlaws over here.
It started out close, though, but just slowly but surely, Impact, just a better team, proving it out here. A lot of mistakes, though, during that middle part of the game when things could have gone either way, and the Outlaws got penalty then. It just kind of stole the momentum away from them, and Impact just never relinquished it, just kept it going.
It's like you talked about, especially with the younger teams, man. You get those leads on these experienced teams, you got to find a way to stay composed and keep that pressure on there. And they cracked a little bit. And then Impact finally started playing good. I still don't think they played their best game.
No, I totally agree. I don't think we've seen the best Impact that we've seen be the dominant team that they are for the past couple seasons. You know, tomorrow they're playing Moscow Red Legion. That would be their second game, and they also play Damage, so a little bit of a harder day tomorrow for Impact.
They better if they played like they did today against either one of those teams, tomorrow could be a not so good day for them. Because Damage, they look good this morning. Obviously it's their first game, but hey, they look good.
Damage did look good. I definitely liked what I saw at Damage. We're going to see them play Moscow Red Legion next, so that'll be a good taste for them, because Moscow Red Legion, you know, with the guys from the Tauntauns they have in that squad, it's a really tough team to beat on any given day. And then Infamous is going to play Revo. That will be the last set before we head to a short lunch break, and they'll have the afternoon bracket. And the first game of the afternoon bracket is the finals game. It's X Factor and Dynasty. So this one's over, but playing it for pride. Just a couple seconds left on the clock, and move up into center for the Outlaws. Gets taken out pretty much immediately on his run. And here comes Impact. Justin Cornell running and gunning, completely committing all the way past the 50-yard line. There was Justin Rabikoff in the center, and it looks like they are going to be able to put another point on the board. So that's the fastest point we've seen scored today. And again, they're doing that for the point spread. Want to have as many points on that board as possible in case things go to tiebreakers. Point is good, so yeah, definitely the fastest point that we've seen so far, and with just 2 seconds left on the clock, they're going to burn that off, and this win is going to go to Impact. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much for tuning in here. 2015 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with Todd Martinez and Steve Rabikoff. And we have one more set coming at you before the lunch break. It's going to be Moscow Red Legion taking on Tampa Bay Damage, their second games of the day, as Damage defeated Baltimore Revo in their match, and Moscow Red Legion lost to Infamous. So must-win situation right now to keep themselves in this event. Moscow Red Legion got to beat Damage. And then Infamous is going to be taking on Baltimore Revo, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, I am here with Ronnie Dizon from Aftershock. You guys are looking really strong this weekend so far, probably the strongest team we've seen on the field. Impact did win both of their matches as well, but they struggled. Tell us kind of about your strategy. You guys are doing a great job utilizing the Dorito and the snake side as well as the center at the same time, which I think you're executing at the best so far.
I think this field is really a 1-2 punch. When you punch on the left side or the snake side, you want to punch on the right side, and then that'll free the middle guy up. And then all the guns will switch to that middle guy, which will allow everybody to work off of each other. I think LJ's doing a great job of doing it, so is Barga. I think our team's doing well together. I think it's really just pushing at the right times and working off of each other.
Bounce shots are something a lot of teams have been talking about on this field layout. They are dangerous. There's a lot of them out there. What can you do to strategize around those bounce shots to make sure that you stay alive off the break-in in your bunkers?
Well, the thing is, you really can't practice with those. You can try to find them during practice, but once you get to the event and they start happening, there's really nothing you could do but to adjust. Hey, instantly in the game, we found a bounce shot that was really hindering our snake side guys. And so what we can do is we can either avoid it or just work through it. I think it's really hard to adjust to that. You just have to go off the fly because they're going to keep coming and they're going to keep finding different ones during the event.
And obviously communication is very important to relay the information down the field to your wide players. What is communication like on this field layout?
It's really easy, but you need to have that middle guy as the turret to switch back and forth and relay to both sides. I think that's what a lot of teams will have troubles with, is trying to get that whole entire back across the board communication, because the field is so wide and you're going to be up the tapes so far because both tapes are so strong. So just getting that relay across the field, that's really, really vital.
Thank you, Ronnie. Stay tuned, guys. After these commercials, we'll have more matches coming up.
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
One ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is.
Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, and it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice, all the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
Doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent, I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're going to win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trigger guard is, it feels good, it feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paintballs, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money. It's definitely accurate. It's by far the straightest shooting guns I've shot.
Towel.
Hey, Jeff.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the Bio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things out the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. And then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect. If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
the VIO. Normally you pull off the mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change out whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it.
I started playing around like 8, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all of that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. If I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name is Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my bio.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my bio.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie. C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used the Spire since its creation, 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Spire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference on your crawling. Yeah, you're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
Welcome back. Up next, we have Moscow Red Legion versus Damage and Infamous versus Revo. Infamous and Damage won their first matches of the weekend, and Revo and Moscow Red Legion both lost their first matches, so these are very important matches for them. You saw Alex Goldman get injured during the first match. He will be playing going into this one, so hopefully his shoulder is okay. Back to you guys.
10 seconds.
Thanks, Lauren. So here we go. Moscow Red Legion right now already needing to win a game to stay relevant in this tournament. And thank you here for joining us, 2015 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with Tom Martinez, and we're stoked to have Justin Rabikoff up here from Edmonton Impact to help us call this game. So right now, it looks like Moscow Red Legion first to lose a body. Actually, they're losing 2 bodies, both off that D side of the field. So 3 bodies on 5 right now, and looking pretty good to start this one with some awesome off-the-break shooting as Tampa Bay Damage. So, J-Rab, how critical are those off-the-break shots on this field? Looks pretty chaotic out there.
I mean, these shots are huge. These shots are going to be what wins and loses this tournament. these teams that are bottling up in the center and they're able to shoot these wide guys are the ones that are winning most of these games. They're going up the middle, being able to close these games with ease.
It looks like getting up there in the center is Jacob Edwards. And also that center has been played a lot, J-Rab. So what's the strategy going up that center? I mean, is that something I think we're going to keep seeing it because it's being very effective as we see Kyle Berry, one of the rookies for Tampa Bay Damage, getting it done. So talk to me about that center, J-Rab.
The thing about the center is I think you're going to see teams come Sunday going up there practically every single point. Like, they're going to have a designated guy on every line going up the middle because it's very crucial. Once you get up there, you're pretty much a thorn. Maybe you're not going to kill a lot of guys, but once you're in there, they now have to worry about you. Which side is he on? Is he looking at me? Can I go?
Well, it seems the safer as we check out this replay here of that move in the center by Barry, and also Jacob Edwards was the first to get up there. But you always need some sort of aggression. You have to have an attack, and that's the safest place to attack is up that center. I mean, how are the shots coming back on you running up to that center?
I mean, realistically, not much. And even in the guys that can shoot you, you can dodge them quick and then make those quick bumps up into the middle.
Now, as far as quick points are concerned, because we've definitely seen some games, which I think we're going to see a lot of games go to time, but close games going to time. And as far as quick plays being able to be run, do you think doubling up that center is a good idea?
You know, that's one of those things that you're just like, if you're down, you're like, well, let's do it.
We don't have a choice.
Let's do it.
We
Yeah.
don't have much of a
So,
choice.
you know, you might see some teams do it, but it's tough. This field is tough because it's so easy to be shot on the break going wide that you almost, if you're going to try to get a quick point, it's got to come through the middle and not running wide.
We have seen some players make it to the snake off the break, though.
Which actually amazes me. I can't believe that people are actually running and making it.
So here we go on the break. Speaking of running and gunning to the snake, that's actually how Alex Goldman kind of hurt his shoulder. He's still playing out there and now getting out wide.
And it looks like they put Mouse in more of a two position where he's filling the corner and not filling the snake right away. Maybe that shoulder is hurting him, but he's one of those players that you still need to have on the field, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all season Brad McCurley playing behind Alex Goldman, you know, those two working as a duo for Infamous. And yeah, Brad McCurley is definitely being the, you know, front snake guy here on the attack, and Alex Goldman, you know, being the backup to him. But, you know, Alex Goldman's one of those guys that always wants to run and shoot to that corner. You know, it looks like an easy shot shooting that corner from the tower in the center of the field, but Alex Goldman a few times now has just run and gun his way out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad McCurley in the snake one right now. No one in the snake for Baltimore Revo. And looks like Revo filling back corner bunker, snake side of the field. Multiple guns from Infamous trying to get a shot on him. Referee in there giving him a glance. Looks like he's clean.
This is one of those situations where Revo is down bodies, but the thing is they have a guy in the X.
Yeah, it's on your screen right now.
And he is that thorn. Brad is looking for him, Bobby's looking for him, and Drew is looking for him. They don't really know where he is, where he's looking, so they can't make those bumps that they want to make. They can't fill out to that Dorito side, and he's just being that thorn, and maybe Revo can bring this back with that situation.
Yeah, O'Mara on your screen, and then now getting a look. There's the back bunker getting taken out, and now comes the push. O'Mara gets taken out as well, and here comes a full court press right now. And as Drew Templeton moves over to the D side, Bobby Avilas up to the center. Brad McCurley now towards the 50-yard line of the snake, and that's going to do it. First point will go to Infamous.
LA Infamous with this line out there of McCurley, Templeton, Goldman, Avilas. Really been doing work so far. Played really well this first match against Moscow Red Legion. Check out this replay real quick. Here's the Revo player on the snapshot. Getting shot right in the hand. That's Hartman. Revo yet to put a point on the board today. They got a tough task ahead of them in LA Infamous here.
Yeah, Infamous, that first match that they played, it was a real close one against Moscow Red Legion, but slowly but surely Infamous they just played a little bit better paintball than Red Legion. So right now Red Legion taking on Tampa Bay Damage, and Moscow hasn't really had the year that they've wanted to have, so this would be big. They need a win here against Tampa Bay Damage to still have a chance.
Damage really trying to isolate Axel Godin on the break. shooting 3 guns really heavy towards the snake side, but Godin able to get into that can and then fill out here across to get into snake as Damage loses a couple bodies early. There goes Timmy, there goes Kyle Berry, and Axel's going to go all the way into the 50 snake, and he's going to have a shot across the field at that Dorito side corner. And looks like, oh, no, Axel just barely missed him. Last body alive.
Yeah, it's a 5-on-1 here. They just need to close it down. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Damage runs the corner on the break. They try to risk a body, and they end up getting shot. And that one body snowballs the whole game. Because as soon as you shoot that outside guy, now you can go up the middle, and exactly what they did. They went up the middle, and then they closed it down, and pretty much from there, it just snowballed the whole game with one body being taken out on the break.
Yeah, these two teams played each other only once this year at the last event, and Moscow Red Legion defeated Tampa Bay Damage in that game. Yeah, so again, crucial situation too in the lifespan of Moscow Red Legion. Dominant franchise, one of the most successful teams in the history of the game. Won this tournament many times before. And, you know, you played on Moscow Red Legion for a long period of time.
On that team.
Exactly. So, you know, kind of seeing the Tauntauns coming over to bolster the lineup for them as they're trying to bring these young kids up. But, you know, we've seen predominantly the only Russians that, you know, that have been getting tons of spins out here is Golev and Kirill,
right.
And then combined with the efforts of, you know, the French mercenaries that have been brought in to kind of, you know, keep that team relevant, which, you know, and the Tauntauns are really good. You play against them in Europe often. They can definitely contend, and they could win a tournament potentially, but, you know, they need a win right here.
Yes, for sure.
Revo double stacking the back 2 center bunkers, then making a bump out to that Dorito side temple. Looks like he gets in there alive. Then making a bump out here to the snake insert bunker. All 5 bodies alive for Revo.
And Infamous. And I think we're going to see a lot of Damien up in that middle. Practically every game he's going to be in there, trying to look for those bodies and just being a thorn for every team that he plays against.
Well, Aftershock went 2-0 today, and they definitely sent Woodley right up the middle every single point.
Time.
You know, and it's hard to shoot the guy running up the middle.
It's very hard. There is one guy on the field, and it's the snake can, but even him, it's hard because you can shoot him in and then go. It's a very easy bump, a quick bump, and then once from there, no one can see you go up.
And then it's just all about what you do when you get there. But looks like Ninos gets shot trying to make a move into Dorito too. So Infamous going to lose that body.
And Damian Ryan looking for kills underneath and through the crack of that A. So J-Rap, how awesome are those shots underneath that bunker?
Well, the thing about the X is when you're in there, once they know you're there, you may not be getting a lot of kills. But if you look at Infamous right now on the field, they have their 3 bodies all in the back. See, the thing for Damien to get those kills and for their guys to get these kills and win this game possibly, they need to fill out and support Damien in the X.
Yeah, well, that's ideal, but another thing I keep seeing, though, is guys winning gunfights. As we see a couple Revo bodies walking off right now, and that comes from losing a gunfight to guys that are inside.
Revo gets 1, and then Lloyd makes his move up the middle. He gets 2, he gets Callie, he gets Trevor. And then Zach Patient finally picks him up. What a launch right there.
What a move.
Actually, that was Stacy Smith.
Yeah, Stacy Smith pulling off the best move we've seen in the center so far here at this event. Get himself a 3-pack, but just then bodies, though, getting thrown away.
Oh, Keegan Ingram had drop on Zach Patient and the snake. Patient came out, shot him. And
so it might be
that's a 2-on-1 right now as Revo is coming down the Dorito side, and finally somebody gets a shot in on Zach Patient. What a move right there through the middle of the field.
Yeah, Stacy Smith really breaking that particular point open and helping Revo score their first point of the tournament.
Yeah, getting that 3-pack. Yeah, first point of the tournament so far. Had to come on some heroics by Stacy Smith through the middle of the field. But
well, and then that's something we haven't really seen. We've seen crafty moves up the center, slow, methodical moves. I think you had a good move up the center. There was a crafty move. You didn't launch completely. You kind of earned it slowly but surely. We saw Edwards do that, but we haven't seen a full commitment 3-pack run through so far. That's the first one.
It's a little difficult, you know, like any one of these guys in the back can be looking that way or looking over their guy. It's just one of those timing and a little bit of luck.
Absolutely. So here we go. Sun's tied up at 1. Tampa Bay Damage Moscow Red Legion, damage on your screen. And here's the breakout, and it looks like they send a body here right behind the snake. Do lose a body. Jacob Edwards getting taken out on the D side, so Moscow Red Legion with a 1-body advantage and moving up into that 50 center structure. And another body walking off for Tampa Bay damage. So just 3 bodies left alive for them, but a major penalty on Moscow Red Legion is going to turn the tables here and even up the count as 3 bodies will walk off. Actually, that's going to give an advantage, a 1-body advantage to Tampa Bay damage. Axel Godin looks around, tries to get the count right, and moves up a bunker here in the snake. Axel Godin on your screen.
And that's a rough penalty for Russian Legion. Very rough penalty. They had the body advantage. They killed 2 guys on the break, and they were in the positions to close the game. And just a very, very rough penalty for them.
Well, we'll see if Axel can clock in here and get a kill to even up the body count off the chaos and confusion caused by that penalty, because damage right now is probably still trying to count and figure out where Moscow Red Legion is still alive and how many bodies are on the field.
I don't think Axel knows that there is a snake. I'm not sure he knows.
He's got Paul Everett in front of him in Snake 1. Everett knows that Axel is there now.
Yeah, well,
he starts creeping up the field, comes into Snake 2.
Luik Velo on your screen, the other player left alive. So, and starting to spread the field out. That's a smart play.
Yeah, Everett up over the top, Axel down the wire. And here comes Everett. And Everett is going to grill up Axel and then get picked off as well.
That was a nice move by Everett, realizing that there was only 1 body in front of him. He had a back player and a body advantage, so just ran down and took out Axel.
Jason Edwards moving in behind him. Now in Snake 1, talking to Timmy across the field in that Dorito side temple. Timmy bumps into Dorito 1.
Well, if you want to have 2 guys left alive on damage to close out a point, these are the 2 guys that you want.
Yeah.
And they take out Luik, so that is going to do it here for this point, and looks like damage is going to take a 1-point lead with 11 minutes and 21 seconds to go. But, you know, that really came down to that penalty. We have seen quite a bit of penalties out here, J-Rab. Is that something you guys are talking about when you get, you know, in your meetings and discussing, hey, try to play as clean as possible?
Penalties is always a thing, you know, for every team. They happen, but the reason why you're seeing more penalties on this field than you would any other event is because there is a ton of bounce shots on this field. So people are getting those hits that either they're not feeling or they're just barely hitting them, and then they're not being able to check their back, and then they're playing on because they're like, oh, that barely touched me, I'm good.
Yeah.
You know? Instead of asking for that check, and there's just so many bounce shots on this field, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can see there the replay on your screen, and that was damage getting shot out. And there was Axel getting run down by Paul Everett. You can see there he got kind of glazed in the goggles. But nice move by Paul Everett. Yeah, we've seen it both ways, though. I've seen penalties on guys that didn't know they were hit, like second pot on your back, and I've also seen some flagrant face shots where guys obviously had penalty, or obviously got shot and were going to get a penalty. So Revo running the double-double, doubling up the 2 bunkers in the center, losing a body, though, on the bunker. The guy was trying to get towards the D side, so just 4 players left alive for Revo right now.
And the one thing about this field is if you can get wide, it's very high risk, but very high reward, especially on the Dorito side. If you can manage to get to the corner or get to the Dorito 1 on the break, and these teams are bottled up, because a lot of teams are playing the pocket. A lot of teams are playing the pocket.
All the teams are playing the pocket.
So if you can make it wide, and you manage to make it wide, it's almost a guaranteed win. Almost.
But that's the roll of the dice, trying to get out there. And I would say, which of the back bunkers on either the snake or the D side is easier to make? I would say the D side.
I would say D side is a little bit easier, but we have seen, even in our game, they ran the snake, what, 4 times against us? He made it 3 times?
Philly Shreds just kept running there.
Kept running. We were like, he's going, just shoot the snake, and he just kept running through it.
There's certain guys that somehow just seem to make those spots. Ronnie Dizon was running to the corner all day today and making it over there on the Dorito side. And then he would charge through a zone, charge through another zone, charge through another zone. Nobody was picking him up. He was in the 40 and 50 Dorito all day today, and that's a big reason why Chicago Aftershock is 2-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie Dizon was having a day over there on the D side.
He was running that side by himself.
Yeah. So let's check out this replay here as Infamous taking a pretty quick one against Revo. You can see there, Revo getting taken out in that stand-up temple. This is a gunfight heavy field, man. Seeing a lot of guys lose gunfights. I mean, yes, it's tough to make it out wide. Yes, the center is very playable. The D side can, you can do some destruction over there, but this is a lot of times these points are coming down to who wins or loses more gunfights.
Exactly.
So now getting back into this match, Tampa Bay Damage, Moscow Red Legion.
And Damage going to lose Carlos Cortez on the break. Getting shot coming to that can. Quickly filled over by Kyle Berry. Jason Edwards in the back.
Got in,
Axel
makes a great move all the way to their snake.
gets in right away. Daniel Holiday gets clipped. Moving up into that Dorito 1, so just 3 bodies left alive. There goes the Edwards brothers. Just Barry left alive over here for Tampa Bay Damage, and Axel Godin is going to get up and get on his horse here pretty soon to go take care of Barry. Barry really feeling the pinch right now. 3 bodies coming down the snake side for the Russians.
Yeah, and Russians looking very methodical right now, have good field position and making it count. Not playing sloppy, comes the weak past the 50-yard line on the D side. Axel launches and ends up taking out the last player left alive over here. So Moscow Red Legion gonna tie it up here at 2, 10 minutes and 13 seconds to go.
And the Russians, tournament after tournament, progressively get better and better, it seems. You know, at the beginning of the year, bringing on, the French guys, they struggled early. I think it was just coming into that system, and they all played on the Tauntauns together. They ran the show, they ran the team, and then coming on, you don't run the show on Russian Legion, right? You don't come in, you're not the boss anymore. So I think it was just a transition that they had to adjust to, and I think they're finally starting to gel better together.
Well, and they're used to playing with their squad,
Exactly.
and then they come in and they have to mix in with some of the younger Russian guys that haven't been very consistent at all, and then you have the addition of, so you bring the French guys over, and they're awesome. And then you have Kirill and Golev that get a lot of playing time. So they had to learn to play with Kirill and Golev as well. Golev has had a pretty solid year so far for them, but we haven't really seen too much of him at this event.
I think it comes down to consistency with him. He's a good player. He makes his shots, but it's just consistency.
Was he on the team when you were on the team?
Yes, he was at the end.
So he's been there for a while.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit inexperienced and young at the time.
Right.
What year did he come to?
So the last year that I was on the team, which was 2010. Yeah, 2010 was the last year that I was on the team, and that was the year that he joined the pro line.
And the years that you won World Cup with Red Legion were?
2009 and 2010.
So right now, looking like O'Mara getting up into that center again for Revo, looking like they have some good field position here. But can they do something with it? Here comes Bobby Aviles. He's going to come to stick O'Mara. And no, doesn't get him. O'Mara comes around. O'Mara's still clean. Bobby Aviles is shot, and O'Mara finally gets picked off, but not before. Looks like Trevor Reeser walks off, and Damian Ryan coming off too. So it was a risky play, but somebody needed to try to get O'Mara out. Bobby wasn't able to get him, and what a great heads-up play by O'Mara.
Really great play. I think that's one of those things where you try to go to stick those guys, and they have 5 alive. It's a very tough move to try to dig that guy out. And I think it's one of those where you play the X and you wait for him to make the bad move.
You think that's the move?
Yeah, I think you come to this snake side of the X because this tower guy shooting cross controls this snake side all by himself, right? And you can wait for him to put his foot out, put his pack out, look the other side, because he's not going to look one way. He's going to be flipping and flopping around in there, and then that's when you'll be able to make that shot and turn the tide.
Well, Revo looking like they're going to tie this game up. I mean, they have dominant field position here on the snake side of the field. There's no one on the snake side for Infamous. So Infamous is just dug in with their last players, trying to hope that somebody on Revo makes a mistake.
Here comes Revo. Again, sending a body up the middle of the field. Looking to get some kills.
That's
Ninos
Chris Lloyd
over there. Yeah, Lloyd looking for Ninos in Dorito 1. Ninos trying to pick him up. Also dealing with Sense and Snake 2. And looks like Lloyd gets the shot in on Ninos. Just Callie Rudolph left there in the back. And coming around, Callie Rudolph's going to catch one in the back as Lloyd comes to the middle of the field. Comes around Dorito's side on Callie Rudolph.
So Revo making the most of those kills that came off the chaos from O'Mara charging up in the center, playing off the attempted bunkering of Bobby Aviles. And we're going to have ourselves a tie game here, 2-2 with 8 minutes and 27 seconds to go. Yeah, so let's see if we get a replay of that. A crazy move in the center. So here comes Bobby Aviles, realizing that O'Mara's in that center and that he needs to die. He comes over the top, but O'Mara, not a big guy, tucked in there. And then Bobby wasn't able to get a shot on him. And there goes O'Mara, reversing the attack, and then forced to deal with him.
Reeser.
It looked like Bobby didn't even know where he was. He thought he was in the left side of the X when he was in the chip. Because he came over looking for him in the X and then was like, he's not there, and was so confused, and then came back down and then took the shots.
Yeah. So here we go. Tampa Bay Damage, Moscow Red Legion. Tampa Bay Damage on your screen. Running all the way to the snake off the break. I think that's Waring again. They've been using him all over. So Waring able to make it into the snake. And though bodies dropping, looks like Jacob Edwards, early death on that D side of the field. Referee is also going to pull out Waring as well. So the two attackers, and then a penalty on, it looks like Everett.
Yeah,
So
I think that's one of those bounce shots that you're just talking about,
Yep.
Justin.
Had no idea, just in the side. It's one of those. They're so tough because there's nothing you can do about it. You just hope that it doesn't break on you.
And it seems like they could come off the can into the cake and off the cake into the can as well.
Yes, it does. It goes both ways. And then off this center can, it goes into the tower on the other side, and also off this little chip goes into the cake and into the can.
So in case
just playing those bunkers, you're like, I hope this doesn't break on me, and I'm just going to shoot here, and then hopefully I can do it back to them.
So if you're out there and you're listening and you hadn't figured the bounce shots out yet, J-Rab just broke it down for you. So
Shoot everything. Just shoot
everything.
your gun as much as possible.
Carry. I'm playing the front spot, or me and JC are pretty much switching off, and I'm carrying 9 pots because I'm shooting 7 of them at a bounce shot.
So here we go. Revo still alive here. Infamous all the way to the snake there on a delay, sending Brad McCurley past snake 1. He's going to go right to snake 2. Nice job by Brad McCurley to get into the snake alive. No one in the snake for Revo. They're balled up in the center in that pocket, doubling up the center stand up.
And this is where the pocket gets rough. When they make it to the snake and the corner, if you don't get those shots or get those bodies on the break, you're bottled up, and it's really tough to fight back from there.
Yeah, especially if you get a guy into the snake. I mean, if you're and there goes
Ooh,
there.
looks like
yeah.
Brad just snuck a shot in on Kenny Frank. Doubled up, like you said,
That's
from
the problem.
snake.
If a guy gets out wide and you're still doubled up in that center, it's going to be a short point for you.
Those bunkers get real small, real fast.
That's another kill. Nice work. Brad McCurley gets himself a 2-pack here out of the snake so far. Just clearing out that center stand-up temple. Still 3 bodies here shading towards the snake for Revo, and they're gunned up trying to keep the attack of Brad McCurley from pushing down the snake. But Brad past the 50-yard line. Nobody's stopping him because there's no one out wide. Now Revo tries a desperation move to get out wide. Looks like he does, so Brad does not know he's there. He's going to have to contend with him. Brad gets another kill, though.
He just feasted on O'Mara, trying to make a bump across to the Dorito side, looking for another one. Brad McCurley having a game right now.
3 confirmed kills so far for Brad McCurley in this point.
Yeah, Brad McCurley and crew made Moscow Red Legion look like a mid-level paintball team earlier. Now out here right now, and that's going to do it as Drew Templeton comes in behind Brad. And they double up on that last body. Damian Ryan through the middle of the field. Putting up a point here on Revo.
Yeah, so because of the solid work over here by Brad McCurley and his 3 confirmed kills, that's going to be an easy one here for Infamous. So J-Rab, another thing, watching you guys play today, you guys are the best team in the world right now. You won the 2 NXL events. You guys have been doing well in Europe, but I felt you guys came out a little flat today. What would you think?
You know, I would have to agree. The thing about these bounce shots, it seems like even these other teams that we've played against all day are just doing them better. Because we were getting caught on the bounce shots, we were getting penalties on the bounce shots. I caught one, and Zach also caught one today. 2 penalties on bounce shots, and those are things that you just can't account for, right? So we came in here thinking that we knew the bounce shots. They just knew them a little bit better, and they played a better bounce shot game and bottled us up.
Well, you guys won both your games, but it was a really close one. You barely won against AC Dallas in the last second, and then you guys beat the Outlaws. That was a close game in the beginning, and then you guys ran away with it after that. They gave you some gifts, though, got some penalties. As we're looking at right now, Moscow Red Legion is starting to just stomp down this snake side of the field. Nice work again by Axel Godin, who's really starting to find his form over here.
And he's just running down this side point after point. He's having a great year, and if you need someone to win you a game, you go to that guy on that team.
Hopefully we can get an interview with Axel maybe later. Love Axel got an interview.
Yeah, I love Axel's interviews too. But yeah, back to what we were talking about though, J-Rab. again, you guys didn't play bad because you did win both your games, and you definitely beat up on the Outlaws towards the end of that, but just didn't look like the impact that we saw. But you actually letting us know that it was the confusion of where those bounce shots were coming, trying to read and react to that, kind of, that explains actually what we were seeing, I think.
Yeah, it was just we were playing how we were playing in practice, and what we were doing in practice was working very well for us. And then we come here, and it was pretty much a different game, and we were just like, whoa, wait a second. Yeah. We weren't playing against teams that were doing this, and they were shooting us doing that, so we were like, well, we're going to have to do this. It's working, and it's working perfectly. They're hitting us. Let's start transitioning to that, and that's where we started to pull away from the Outlaws.
So here we go. Revo and Infamous. And Infamous, the slight lead here, and to the snake off the break. Looks like Keenan Ingram, going to get checked out by the referee. He loses his back player, though, and he's clean. So Keenan Ingram able to make it in, but Brad McCurley into the snake as well for Infamous. Bodies dropping for Revo. It's not looking good for them again. Stacey Smith dies out of his spot right behind Ingram. There's another body in the center. It's just 2 players left alive. And here comes the push from Infamous down the D side. Brad McCurley into snake 3. And he's going to try to get a shot cross field, and they are going to concede the point. So some more solid work over here by Infamous. Great off the break shooting displayed by them, and Brad McCurley dominating in the snake.
And Revo's gotten to the point, like, their first game, they played pocket. They tried the pocket, and it just didn't work for them. And it looks like against Infamous, they're like, well, you know, our game plan didn't work. Let's just run. And it seems like they're just running everywhere. They ran the snake. They tried to fill out to the corner on a delay. They're just running everywhere, and it's either high risk, high reward. You know, if they make it to the spots and they get those bodies, they're winning convincingly.
Well, they're only down by 2, and there's still some time left.
Yeah.
So, and they didn't put a point up at all when they played damage. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, but what are you going to do if you come out and get skunked? And I mean, you have to go back to the drawing board with your game plan. It's like, okay, well, that didn't work. Let's try something else. So now,
sometimes, you know, when you do what nobody expects, you know, that's when it works. You know,
Exactly.
You just think everybody's going to play the pocket, and all of a sudden they just start looking everywhere. You're like, whoa, I didn't think those guys were going to try that. You're not ready for it. But Damage, again, losing 2 bodies, make that 3 bodies early. Holiday comes walking off. Jacob and Everett, just Jason and Timmy alive in those 2 back center spots, but they shoot out Smotrov and Vulu.
Yeah, so Smotrov finally gets a spin out here, but not able to make the most of it. So even though Damage loses a couple bodies, so do the Russians, and it's a pretty even lineup right now.
It's a 2-on-3, and it goes back to who are the guys that you want on the field to win you that 2-on-3, and they have those exact guys that they need with Jason Edwards and Timmy Probst.
Yeah, Jason Edwards and Timmy Probst, 2 incredibly consistent, great gunfighters. Timmy a little smaller, a little bit more aggressive, but Jason Edwards, such a monster gunfighter. But yeah, if I were to pick from that team who I would want to try to win this situation, it would be those guys. And sure enough, they are alive again. But it looks like Timmy gets shot out of his spot. So now it's just Jason. Let's see if Russians trying to get a shot underneath the A, and Jason repositions, now moving up and gets shot cross field. So trying to scurry up, make something happen. Not able to do it. Moscow kind of starting to run away with this one a little bit here.
Yeah, they're just making Damage look kind of confused right now. Damage losing bodies early. Not really sure how to adjust.
And not...
So Infamous coming out to play this next one. See if Revo can pick it up, and let's check in with Lauren.
I am here with Alex Goldman in the Infamous pit. Now, it is dangerous to run wide off the break, but it can be worth it if you can get there. Is it worth taking the risk?
Yeah, 100%, because most teams out here right now are just bottling up in the center. So you get wide on them, you're turning the field, pinching them in, and they're just getting dinked out. Or my player's getting under me into the snake, and we're just going to work. So, yeah, it's definitely rewarding.
All right, we'll see if Infamous can make this this point gap even greater. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Lauren. And that's interesting. So a little bit of conflicting philosophies here, as what you've been preaching the opposite of what Mouse was just talking about.
And you know, if we were to play against Infamous, we would love Mouse to run the corner every single time. Because actually, you know, I've been watching these points with Mouse, and I would like to know how hurt he actually is, because he is going to that corner and he is not even moving or thinking about moving out of there. And Brad is getting into their snake, and he's not coming up behind him. You would see Mouse coming down the field, trying to bunker people out, and putting it on people.
Well,
but he is not even moving from that.
Well, he's not. Well, maybe that's because Brad's been doing the lion's share of the killing here
Yeah.
for Infamous on this snake side. He hasn't really had to clock in and do much. Mouse not out here. Alex Goldman not playing this point. Brad getting shot early now, so no one in the snake for either team. Actually, no. Looks like player for Revo able to make it into the snake, into snake 1. So let's see if they can create an opportunity for themselves here. And there's... Well, he's actually not in the snake. He's still in the bunker behind the snake.
Looking to
And
go,
that's
though.
O'Mara. So
Nino scurries into Dorito 1 for Infamous over there. There's the overhead shot.
Then you can see O'Mara on the top portion of your screen there, wanting to get in the snake for Baltimore Revo. Looking at Baltimore Revo's cross-field spread here. He has a guy right beside him in that center at the stand-up can, shooting towards the snake side.
Yeah, there's Revo backing out of Dorito 1. He's going to make that bump into 2. At the same time, O'Mara makes his move, comes right into snake 2. Callie Rudolph makes a bump. He gets out into the snake insert bunker. He's got Bobby Aviles looking across the field from that center tower. Reeser is up in the snake can in the middle. He is looking across towards that Dorito side, trying to protect himself.
And it's this point in the game where the gunfights start to happen. It's the cross-field gunfights, the straight-up gunfights, and it's who wins these gunfights. The 4-on-4s, the 5-on-4s, the 3-on-3s, those are the points that you're going to win. When it comes down to these long points, these long situations, and it's getting to those spots because everyone's getting out, making it wide after the breakout, and it's who wins those gunfights.
Well, Revo backs against the wall right now. They only have 4 minutes left. They're down a couple points here. They got to get something going. Oh, looks like, I think that's Frank getting shot out of his spot over there on the D side of the field.
And Ninos takes advantage of it. Gets up into the 40 Dorito.
I think that was Fong. But another body walking off right now for Revo. So O'Mara's got his work cut out for him over here on the snake side. As a couple of his boys have died on that D side, that's going to put a little bit more pressure on him, as nobody has to worry about that D side anymore in Infamous, and Infamous making moves up on that side for themselves.
O'Mara looking at Rudolph. Rudolph on snake 1, looking on the inside. Relaying the information to Reeser. Reeser looking to make that move up the middle now.
Yeah, and then Reeser conveying the information cross-field. So good communication right now from Infamous. O'Mara retreats 1 notch of the snake. Now he's notch 1. It's going to give him a better shot, contain that D side. Blocked out less by that center.
Aviles over there working with Nino still. Ninos trying to figure out what's in front of him, and Ninos was getting held up by the snake side corner.
That's Lloyd. Lloyd gets taken out, so now it's just O'Mara, and they might want to think about calling this point here and preserve some of this time.
It looked like Callie Rudolph might have got a shot down the wire on O'Mara. O'Mara's feeling the pressure from Ninos across the field. Starts shooting into the snake, saying he had no help.
Yeah, so a little under 3 minutes to go here, and down by 3. 5-2 is the score, and Infamous played a real smart point there. They went up some bodies. They know they have the lead, didn't force anything. Some really smart play out there.
It comes down to control with these points. You know, Revo had the advantage. Even though it was a 4-on-4, they had all of the advantages. They had the outside bunkers. They had the snake insert bunker. And and Infamous never looked like they were on their heels. You know, they were able to make those bumps out with ease, and Revo just wasn't shooting those gaps.
They looked very calm. Let's check out this replay here. They looked very methodical. They slowly but surely worked their opponents out. It was just a masterful point by, a team that looks really strong. I mean, Infamous beat Legion in their first match, and looking like they're probably going to take the victory here against Revo, and they're looking like a team to beat out here. Like a team that's looking like a favorite, as they well should be. I mean, Infamous has won an event this year. So now on the breakout here, looking at Moscow Red Legion on your screen. There's Colombo up in the center, rolling his gun towards the snake side of the field. Body drops. 2 bodies dropping for damage right now.
Everett got shot trying to run through that zone right in the goggles, and it looked like Timmy got one of those bounce shots in his pack as he turned, looked the other way. So 2 bodies walking off for damage right now. Legion with a 3-point lead. 7 minutes left to go in this game. They start making those bumps now that they have the body advantage. And damage again, fighting off their heels.
So it looks like Smotroff getting another spin, one of the young players here for Moscow Red Legion into Snake 2.
has some support. Bodies right behind him now. Smotroff not looking at a lot of bodies in front of him, able to get past the 50-yard line. And now the guns are probably going to shift to him as soon as they recognize him. But Smotroff, missed his shot on Jason Edwards in the center.
And it's this point that I'm talking about exactly in terms of control, right? Russian Legion is making their bumps. They're making sure that Damage cannot fill wide once they're in those positions. They're not even letting them breathe, right? They're trapped in the spots, and they're not going anywhere, right? This is the control. You get one body, two bodies. You get those spots, and then you keep them bottled up.
Nice work by Smotroff into the next set, and then he ends up getting shot, being a little bit too greedy in there. He was able to get a shot, though, on the center player, so that's some solid work by the rookie Smotroff. And now Luik is going to fill the snake. Moscow doubling up the center, looking pretty good here to get this point. Put another point on the board and take that lead 6-2 with just, and that's what's going to happen. Damage forced to concede the point, and initially this game was pretty close, but Moscow Red Legion just looking real crisp right now, doing everything right, and Damage starting to fall apart here in this match. Which is going to make things interesting because in this bracket, as Infamous, they won their first one, and Tampa Bay Damage won their first one. Moscow Red Legion lost it, so we'll see. Let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks. I continued talking to Alex Goldman during that last point, and his injury is definitely inhibiting him from playing the way we normally see him, but he says he actually likes it. It's forcing him to play smarter. He just wants to stay alive to be able to support his team players on the field, and he wants to ensure that he can play the entire weekend here at World Cup. Back to you guys.
Well, sometimes you got to make the best out of a bad situation, and if I'm Travis Lemansky and he can go, then I definitely want him out on the field.
Absolutely. Revo trying to go the snake on the break, getting picked off right away. Infamous along that back line. Damien calling for a shot. Revo losing another body off that Dorito side. Looks like Baker walking off. Here comes Drew Templeton. He's going to attack the middle of the field, looking to go make a bunker move. He's going to trade out with the Revo player in the A. Sense trying to make a move out here to the snake corner. Takes a bouncer, but he gets in there. Brad McCurley's up over the top. Zach Patient takes off. He gets in the 40 Dorito. Nobody in front of him on his side of the field. And Revo
just running away with this game.
Yeah, Revo right there. Tried to make a big move going to the snake and up to the X, but Damian Ryan and LA Infamous chopped him up. Put another point on the board.
Brad is playing great right now. I mean, the whole team's playing lights out, but I mean, Brad is he's getting it done in the snake right now, But hey, if you want to try to win tournaments and you have your number one, your typical beast in the snake who's hurt slightly, we're not really sure exactly how hurt he is, but you get Alex Goldman not able to play the one in the snake, and you have the depth to be able to pull Brad McCurley back into that spot, who really came up as that guy anyway, to go back into that role and just be dominant in that spot. So getting back into this one here, Tampa Bay Damage has to try to get something going because it's been all Moscow Red Legion. After a close beginning of the game, Moscow starting to run away with it. Another body dropping is Everett trying to get some penetration in the center. He gets taken out. Colombo up to the 50-yard line. Body dropping though, and that's two bodies now coming off for Moscow. See if Tampa Bay Damage though, looking like they lose another one.
They put out the Russian line 3 points in a row now.
Well, maybe with the lead that they have, need to get those guys experience, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, you also want to try and, World Cup's not the time for experience. World Cup's the time to get everybody on your roster firing. Get everybody involved with the team. You watch AC Dallas play, and they play 5 guys. I think they played their 6th guy at the end of their second match today. But when you're out here at World Cup, every single point matters. So you want to try and get everybody on your team out there. And some guy that maybe not normally is a starter might be out there and just catch fire. This might just be his field. When you have a team, that has superstars from top to bottom like Impact, you want to play everybody because at any point, any one of those guys can catch fire. Well, but that's expected. When you have guys like this, where these guys don't normally get this many spins, you definitely want to get them out there and, see if this is their field. Let's see if they can come out here and help you get wins.
Another body dropping, trying to get out wide here, snake side for Tampa Bay Damage. Edwards hunting in the center. But Todd, to talk about what you were just saying, Al. I mean, look how confidence building is it for Smotroff to come out here and have that point that he just had.
Yeah.
And you want to be able to get your guys those opportunities so they can, get out there. And there's Smotroff on your screen right now. Back corner bunker on the snake side, so he's getting another spin out here.
And the thing is, they're going out there and they're playing with confidence. They're like Smotroff is going down this snake, doing everything that he can to show that he's worth playing as a starter, right? And he's making those moves, and he's coming out here playing very smart, making it out to this snake corner, and trying to bring this game back.
Well, nothing's given. You don't just come out the womb a dominant pro. You have to, earn that right to get that start, earn the right to get those reps and those spins, and that's what they need Smotroff and some of the younger guys on this squad to do. Go out there and earn the right to play because that's the future of the team.
And especially here in Orlando, it's really hot and it's really humid. These teams that are running one squad over and over and over again are going to be, come Saturday, come Sunday, are not going to be firing on all cylinders. You just can't expect that from a squad running the same line every single point.
Yeah, you definitely need depth, here at the pro level. You need guys that understand, that are versatile, guys that can play, lots of points, long points if necessary. You need to have a bunch of those guys.
Timmy catches one in the hands, and here comes Jason retreating all the way back to the snake can.
Yeah, so Edwards, tactical retreat there in the center, trying to put himself in a position, hopefully get a kill, speed things up here, but it's tough, man. I mean, he's looking at a couple bodies, and there's only 2 minutes and 41 seconds, and they're down by 4, so it's not looking like this is damaging his game, even though trying to make it happen over there and getting caught trying to do it on that D side of the field. This Holiday is going to be walking off. Edwards, though, wheeling and dealing. He gets a kill on Smotroff, who commits, gets shot. Now I think it's a one-on-one. And I think Edwards owned him.
Shot.
Edwards gets the coast-to-coast shot cross field and then runs in, stomps on that buzzer, and going to pull his team within 3 with about 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. So that should make it interesting. Still, that's a tall order. 3 points in 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
I think Smotroff got a little over-eager there. There's no reason for him to run from the corner and try to bunker out the snake guy when it's a 2-on-2 situation.
Not when you have the lead. Not when you have a 4-point lead with a couple minutes left. I totally agree. Let's check out this replay.
30 seconds.
So here comes the other move down the Dorito side. Kirill making that move. That's the 40 Dorito.
20 seconds.
Comes on the outside.
He's just looking for him. He doesn't know where he is, and then Jason, knowing where he is, gets that shot off on him. Makes a great shot.
10 seconds.
So here we are back with Infamous and Revo, Aviles, Ninos, Ryan, McCurley.
I'm going to guess Mouse is going to go to the corner again.
Oh, you guessed wrong.
I did guess wrong.
So Mouse holds up a little bit and just stays in that insert can. And they do lose a body, though. Infamous now losing 2, so 2 bodies coming up, or coming off from that center. Brad McCurley taking the walk. And looks like O'Mara up in that center again and now past the 50-yard line. Here comes O'Mara hunting. And it looks like a major penalty, I think, on O'Mara. Is that O'Mara? Well, the player in the center for Revo just got a major penalty pulled on him. It looked like a good move, but the ref must have saw a hit, runs over, pulls 2.
And Damien also gets a penalty for arguing with the refs, walking off the field, because the Revo did get the major. They called the major, but Damien's still out there arguing, trying to call for something more, and then gets Mouse pulled in the argument.
Yeah, still, though.
But that player for Revo was running down the field shooting Mouse. So he was sitting there trying to make sure that player that was eliminated wasn't shooting bodies. But lots of chaos there.
Yeah,
tons of bodies walking off.
That was O'Mara who did that run through in the center and got the penalty.
And after all that chaos, it comes down to a 2-on-1 with Revo up on bodies here.
Yeah, and Ingram in the snake on your screen, 0-0 for Baltimore Revo, but with under a minute to go and down by 4, man, this game is over.
Revo looks like they're playing like they're up in this game. Like, there's no urgency. Like, we need to go down the field. We need to get this point as fast as we can if we're going to win this game.
Well, Ingram now past the 50-yard line. He's playing with a little urgency down here. I think once he realized the situation and the body count, and also realizing that, they need to put as many points on the board as possible, because maybe if they catch fire tomorrow and go 2 and win 2 tomorrow, and they can be 2-2, because they're definitely going to be losing this game.
There goes Aviles on the charge, gets into the 50 Dorito versus Sense and Ingram. Ingram's walking and gunning down the snake side.
Bobby gets a shot on the tower guy.
Bobby shoots sense. It's a one-on-one right now. Bobby Aviles.
And all Bobby needs to do is just let those 14 seconds expire, stay alive. I mean, it doesn't even matter if he gets shot.
And all Ingram needed to do was run down and hit the buzzer while Aviles was dealing with sense.
Well, Ingram deciding to push backwards a little bit and gun up with Aviles, but there's just no time left. And again, down by 4 in that situation, I mean, nothing Ingram could do. He played a really good point. Got in the snake, stayed alive, kept his composure, and pushed forward. There's nothing he could do. I can't take anything away from Ingram at that point.
That's pretty much a point there, you know, earned by Infamous, by Bobby Aviles, by keeping them from getting one. So that keeps their point differential. Check out this replay. There's O'Mara getting toasted, running down the middle of the field, but he was already way down there on Infamous side of the field, and the referee was already running to pull that major.
You can see the ref running down the field.
Well, I think that he must have been hit before because the ref was running to get him before he got torched. So at least on that replay. And now we're back into this damage Red Legion game, and another pretty decent point spread here. 3 points separates these two teams. 2 minutes and 13 seconds to go. They send Everett up to the center. Tampa Bay Damage on the attack, filtering a body here. Snake side of the field. They went heavy guns to try to kill somebody. They did. They get a shot on Louis Poulot. He walks off. So just 4 bodies left alive. And now Godin, he gets taken out too, trying to get over here. Snake side.
Everett was sitting underneath the X, just chopped him up. All he was doing, his sole purpose was to go there and wait for Axel Godin to try and run to that snake.
Well, it worked. And now Everett wrapping around here, shading towards the snake side, looking at 3 bodies in the center, and not a lot of time left. Minute and 40 seconds left to go here, down by 3, but with an opportunity to put a point on the board. Looks like Barry walks off. Everett launches on the attack, gets 2, still 1 player left alive, and here comes Jacob Edwards to take out the last player, which should leave Holiday. And Holiday, and it looks like Timmy Probst is going to run in and hit that. So we got ourselves a 2-point game now with about 1 minute and 18 seconds left to go. So let's check out this replay here while the refs scour Timmy Probst over. And here's Everett. Everett already got that shot on Godin on the snake side, and then he launches with the 3 bodies in front of him. Gets one, knows exactly where the other one is too.
3-pack there for Paul Everett.
Beautiful work by the veteran LP.
And that's what the middle awards you with. You know, games like that, you sit on the snake guy, you let him run through, you catch that body, and then now you're getting the guys that are in the pocket that have nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's definitely looking now through the morning set of games that the center is the dominant force on this field. It's not the snake, it's not the D side, it's definitely the center. So now then the question is which teams are going to send which players up there, and who are going to be those, who are going to be the best center players here at this field, because I think the answers to that question could dictate who potentially wins this tournament. So yeah, it's when we got ourselves a full set of games here this afternoon, starting off with one of the highly anticipated matches that I'm really looking forward to, San Antonio X Factor and Dynasty. But let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. I am here with Damian Ryan. Damian, going into that last point, Jason Edwards wanting them to run down the middle to that X as quickly as possible, which we saw you execute a lot. What is your visibility once you get to that X?
With the way the field's playing, a lot of teams are putting double-double, like 2 guys in each of the back stand-ups. So if you can get up the middle quick, it kind of lets you cut down the field and you can put pressure on them to get your guys wide and also pinch them out of those 2 spots.
Revo managed to get down to the X against you guys a couple times. What's the best way to pick that player out of the X when they get there?
I mean, it's pretty hard to stop that guy from getting in there. The best you can do is just make sure somebody picks him up. And if you guys all know he's there and communicate it, he's not going to get any free kills.
All right, we'll see if Damage can get another point on the board with less than 2 minutes. Up to you guys.
So afternoon set coming up here, X Factor Dynasty. Who do you got?
I'm really kind of feeling Dynasty, with Oliver coming back. But, those Dynasty X Factor games have been so close. We saw the one in Cleveland. There was another one at the last event there in West Virginia, or Virginia Beach. So, I don't know. That one's tough to pick, but I think we're going to see some excitement with Oliver Lane coming back. I'm going to take Dynasty in that one.
Who you got in that one?
I'm taking X Factor in that game.
Well, X Factor has had a better year here in the NXL. 2 second-place finishes for X Factor. Dynasty, though, I mean, you could never count those guys out ever. They could win any tournament that they're ever in. And getting Oliver Lang back, definitely an amazing story. We have not seen Oliver play with San Diego Dynasty this year in 2015 in the States. He still has been playing in Europe with the Polar Bears, but, you know, he came out to practice and was feeling good and definitely looking forward to. And with the center playing the way that it does, I think we could see some Oliver Lang magic out here. And also, Dynasty has Alex Rodriguez, who's a beast up in the center. And on the flip side, Colt Roberts is a wrecking ball in that center as well, too. So we could see one of the most dynamic games of the prelims. That's coming at you after the lunch break. But getting right back into this match here. Yeah, so Paul Everett up to the center for Tampa Bay Damage, trying to make something happen here. Down by 2, minute and 10 seconds to go. LP looking for a kill underneath. Gets Axel again, and another body coming off. And here, look for the attack. Starting to push forward. Oh, but a major penalty assessed on Tampa Bay Damage, and it looks like that was Jacob Edwards, I believe. And that's going to pull 3 bodies off. Everett launches regardless, and looks like gets a couple. But I don't think there's anybody left alive
Just Dan
after
Golov left. 1 body left with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I think on either side of the field, only a couple bodies. Actually, no, there's one more coming out the Doritos side. Looks like Coom still alive on the Doritos side for Moscow Red Legion. So after that car crash over here on the Snake side, no bodies left alive to play off of Paul Everett's big move again through the middle of the field. He runs down and gets a couple. And Golev gonna walk over and probably let this last 15 seconds expire.
Hey, if it wasn't for that penalty with the way Everett's been playing up in that center, we're talking about guys who are playing the center well. Paul Everett is playing the center masterfully. So unfortunate for him and the rest of the boys on Tampa Bay Damage. That major penalty was assessed, and that was it. Once that penalty hit, they didn't have any bodies left, and Golev able to stay alive to get the victory here for Moscow Red Legion.
And I think in the beginning of this match here, Red Legion came out shooting the bodies that they needed on the break, and Damage was just running out into those guns. And then finally they decided, well, let's go up to the middle. If they want to shoot outside, let's go up the middle. And then that started working for them. It just seemed like they found it too late.
Yeah, just not enough, man, not enough time. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Axel got in. Axel, you are a lot of people's favorite interview. People love when I interview you. Now, I want to talk to you about the Snake side. How productive can you be, and what is the best placement for you to get into in the Snake side?
It's hard to make it wide on the break, so the safest bunker is in the big can. And after the big temple on the Dorito side can lock you in very bad, so you need to take your time. But I don't know, this game we managed to get quicker in the snake. The best snake, of course, here, their snake, like their snake 1, but the snake 3, snake 4 is good, like the snake 50. It's very good to start making some G's and putting a lot of pressure on them.
Now, when a lot of people off the break are running in the center in that pocket there, is it easy to get out to the snake if you make it to the center bunkers safe? Or when do you make the move to get into that snake?
It's easier to make it wide on the snake when they go in the center, because most of the time the tower don't shoot cross. But if you didn't make it wide on the break and they have the center, it's super hard to get wide. So we see at the last point, they took the X and they shot us when we got wide.
All right, thank you, Axel. Moscow Red Legion and Damage both went 1 for 1 today in the first day. Stay tuned, we'll have more coming up after the break.
So yeah, thank you guys here for joining us at the 2015 NXL World Cup most important tournament of the year. And man, it's been an awesome day so far. Again, awesome set of matches coming at you, starting with that San Antonio X Factor San Diego Dynasty matchup, along with Trenton Top Gun Union and Boom. Those are the games coming at you here this afternoon. And also, we happen to have the next episode of the Impact Series that we'll be playing during the lunch break. So again, thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll be right back.
This is paintball.
That's more gays out here.
An intense, adrenaline-packed extreme sport that has grown from a handful of players in the woods in the early 80s to a worldwide phenomenon spanning the globe. Last year, Edmonton Impact battled their way to the top of a professional paintball podium on both sides of the Atlantic, winning world titles in the American and European League. After an amazing 2014 season, top-ranked Edmonton Impact returns to competition, looking to stay on top as the paintball world changes around them. Look behind the mask, past the flying paint, and into the life of a professional paintball player as the Edmonton Impact family travels the globe chasing greatness and glory one trigger pull at a time. This is the Impact Series. Previously on the Impact Series, Edmonton Impact left the first Millennium event in Puget, France with a disappointing third-place finish. Not meeting expectations, especially not with their new star-struck roster. Impact would fall into a small break, during which the American League would go through a drastic overhaul. 1 month later, the team flew to Germany for the second event of the Millennium Series.
I guess there was just like a hiatus in paintball because the leagues changed and PSP disappeared and then NXL came about, so normally there'd be an event.
I guess our paintball clock kind of got a jarble.
So there was no event, so there's just like dead time.
And we went straight from a Millennium to Millennium, which is kind of weird because we go a US event, Millennium, US event, Millennium, US event, Millennium, and then US event to end the year. So,
and it happens every so often, but not that many times a year, and we had this dead time in the early part of the season, which we normally don't have. So we went from a European straight to another European.
Playing back-to-back Millenniums won't be the only thing new for Impact's tournament routine. After the Puget event, Zane Yakimak broke his arm and would be acting co-coach alongside Dave Baines.
Let's go, baby. You guys ready? Yep. Going out. I just would like to see you guys try and make it. Like, we just because we know this works. Period. Right. So let's try.
No, it's definitely not starting off well because last year we didn't start off well, and then we went to Europe and did well. This year we didn't start off well in the first American event. Then we go to the first European, and we don't do well. We lose the heat, and then we're kind of coming into Germany off those two events. We haven't really played too much, and there was a little hiatus. So I don't know how much of all of us have played, and you know, I think we were like, hey, let's bounce back, but I don't know, going into it, I don't know if confidence was as high as it could have been.
Whatever the case was, it was time to move on. Impact still had a tournament to prepare for, and a solid practice with heat would fit perfectly. With practice behind them and a couple arguments to fuel their competitive hunger, Impact was ready for the European Masters, a tournament held just outside of Belgium in the small town of Bitburg. The European Masters would start them off in an intense match against Ryan Greenspan and Oliver Lang's Polar Bears.
You know, these are fun events. We all like having our fun. But let's take it more seriously. It starts tomorrow at friggin' 9 in the morning. Let's get it done. 7. It's a good game. Does anybody have anything about the first game? Polar Bears.
What did they do? Did anyone see him?
Ryan pushed the Dorito side, Oliver stayed in the center.
Yeah.
Zane calls it, just fucking do it. Right?
Yep. Yeah. You guys know how to win this game. You know who you gotta play to win this game. Hey,
Hey, let's hit our fucking let's hit our momentum. Let's hit our stride right here. You hear me?
No pressure, man. Let's just have fun.
Man, exactly.
The most important thing is the communication. Like, you guys get that, that feeling when we all talking, and that we had that one point, it was 5-on-5, and it was talking, it was like fucking control the whole time. It was awesome, and it felt easy. Communicate, that's all we gotta do.
Gentlemen, we're in Germany together with our friends and family, playing paintball. Clock in, clock out. Let's clock in, boys. Come on, boys. Clock out. Nice and easy. 1, 2, 3. Family. It wasn't a dream. Clock in. Clock in. Bacon. Bacon didn't have just just like that. Snap my fingers. Just like that. Dreams get bigger. Just like that. Paint a picture. Just like that. Just like just like just
So the polar bear match in Germany was actually a really tough match, and it was back and forth the entire time.
It went back and forth until we were up by 1, and then it was 45 seconds or whatever, and they won a point, a really quick point to tie it up and send it to overtime.
Wow, big point for polar bears.
Which was ridiculous because at that point, the guys were just running down the field, and even the last Dorito guy, he ran down and he just shot his guys and then just ran off the field and they didn't pull any penalties or anything, so it is what it is.
And it ended up going to overtime. And in the overtime point, it was like, we shot them, they shot us, and it came down to like the wire. Well, in that game, my gun ended up going down, and I had to actually force feed and put paintballs in my gun, put my loader in my shirt, because if you leave your loader, then you're out. You can't be 5 feet away from your equipment. So I had to put my loader in my jersey, and I was force feeding paintballs. And the guy came to run me down, and I kind of saw him, and I was able to put one ball on him.
1, 2, and ooh.
Ryan Greenspan was the last player remaining for polar bears.
About 16 seconds left, so what's it going to happen? I think there's still one polar bear alive in the
Justin Rabakov, no loader.
And then it came down to a one-on-one, and I'm force-feeding paintballs, and then I one-ball the next guy, and there's only like, in this moment, there was only like 5-6 seconds left, and then I try to book it for the buzzer, and I just don't get it in time. But we ended up winning the match anyways, because the way that it works, if it comes down to who gets the first place seed in the prelims, in the brackets, it goes to season standings, right? So since we had a higher seed for the overtime, we ended up winning the match to put us in the first seed for that bracket, which was a little crazy to me. Like, it didn't make much sense, but I mean, a win's a win, right? We'll take the win.
Really? Take that. Okay, man, we gotta play better. No, you know what we need to do? We need to listen to It's 1 point. You know what? That's the whole game that had not anything. Hey, listen, no, I'll call a spade when it's 4 other points. Not make the second. There's 4 other points in my head. Caleb, put the foot down, Dave. Be the coach, man. Say no. No, you didn't. No, you caved. You caved. It's your fault, man.
That was ours for the tournament. That was our one gift. Now we got to earn every win, right? Everyone understand that? Let's go.
Family.
By technicality, we won that match because we were a higher seeded team. So instead of it just being 2 ties, we got the win. And I mean, yeah, we're glad we got the win, but that's not how you want to win a match, by technicality, by what you've done before. So after winning that match, our confidence didn't go up, that's for sure.
On edge and needing to gain momentum, an apprehensive Impact was on a warpath, with winning being the only option.
It's a little difficult. I think we had a tough start. You lose a little bit of confidence even, and then the other thing is the expectations of how well we did in 2014. So the expectations are high. You want to win, and instead of saying, we want to make playoffs, it's we want first place every tournament, and that's difficult to do. That's not even. It's not really reasonable in a sense, because it's just never been done.
Their second match against Syndicate would end flawless with a 5-0 victory, and it wasn't over.
5-0 Syndicate did help, but we still lost that match to Polar Bears, and yeah, we went 2-0 on the day technically, but I don't know if that's how we pictured the day playing out.
Saturday morning, they had a final preliminary round against Vision.
I think we were doing a lot of things well. We made good adjustments, but it's hard to gauge the adjustments we made when we're not playing the highest caliber team. Not to take anything away from that team, but we don't know if it's working real well, or if they're not playing well, or if it's a combo of both the things.
I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow.
They just couldn't seem to get out alive. We were always, do 1 kill, 2 kills, and they couldn't figure that out, couldn't get anywhere, and so we were pretty much in the driver's seat. Josh getting bunkered, yeah, that guy was making he was making a desperation move, and he just picked a line through the middle where guys couldn't see him, and we thought, I think it was a 4-on-1, and he shot 2 or 3 or something, but Yeah, it was a good move by him.
And he shot one impact guy, and he shoots another.
And another, and another.
Wow.
Oh.
Hats off to Lionel Farrell.
That was his final point of the game, final point of the weekend. Why not,
Wow, wow.
With another 5-0 victory over Vision, it was time to prepare for another Sunday appearance in the Millennium Series. During a stroll through Bitburg City Square, the team stumbled on a live concert.
You know, a lot of teams I was getting in the snake and it was having a hard time doing stuff, whereas against them, I was getting there and they were giving me the kills or giving me the moves. It was definitely a lot easier to play against. Zach runs up and there's 2-on-1, and the guy was in the Aztec. He tries to come over top to shoot at the Dorito guy, and it's right as Zach snaps and shoots him directly in the penis. And and the guy kind of goes out and then realizes he got shot in the wiener, and then kind of like ooh, and you can kind of see him like, you could see when the pain hits him. It's pretty funny.
Impact would face off against none other than Houston Heat, in yet another Sunday bloodbath between the two rivals.
We were playing Heat, and Sergey was their one guy on the snake side. Their big, tall dude was their one guy on the snake side, and he got down to our side of the snake real quick.
Guys, he needs to go down the inside.
Here he goes, here he goes. Oh!
Nice job.
J-Rab made a good move to clear him out, and then I think he got shot kind of sloppy after that, and we lost another guy sloppy, and we lost that first crucial point. But, I mean, it was, you know, we were down real quick.
For that potential atonement, an angel in disguise. But he can see your empty heart, longing eyes.
The Heat did a good job of, first of all, they were shooting us off the break, going to that chip, which no one else did. So their shooters were on point for that. And then even the times that I made it out, trying to do my creeping up, they were just putting paint back, and you know, I don't know if it was, you know, they were just putting it where it needed to be. Just a couple of unlucky over-the-top shots, you know, drop shots, and a couple you just get clipped, and I just couldn't get over there, and it was having a hard time.
Over there. And
yeah.
shoots Mishka. Nice job. Doing all the work. So now what's going to happen is you're going to see Greg is going to make this move on him.
Oh, it didn't work. So Nick Laval shoots Greg Sewers.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Yeah. So what needs to happen in that situation, especially when you're down on points like they are?
Here comes Justin Rabikoff to shoot Chad George in the corner.
Doing all the work over there, shooting everybody, doing all the work, clocking in, hitting the buzzer. Thanks to the rest of the guys for holding it down over there. What needs to happen is he needs to play with more urgency over there.
They were really adamant on controlling that snake, and I think we were struggling that event because we were pushing the snake, but it was how the field layout was, is you couldn't win the game from the snake. You could get there and you could get pain in the other team's ass, but they knew you were there, and you couldn't go any farther because of how that M was. So it was hard unless you started wrapping or unless you started going to their side, but it was so dangerous. So pretty much you get to the 50 and then you would just be there. So you couldn't win the game. So we needed that like kind of 1-2 punch going down the Doritos. And for us, I don't know what happened, but it was like it was like we were struggling getting up the Doritos, or they were realizing like we were playing a slow game and other teams weren't. They were pushing. So, yeah, it was tough.
It wasn't looking good. There was about 2 minutes left on the clock, and we needed to put points up, and we just went into attack mode. You know, something we hadn't been doing the whole season. We played with no fear. After we were down that many points, we were just like, we lost. That's it. We don't have a chance. So we started going into attack mode.
Going off the break.
It's the big point here for Edmonton Impact.
And they're going for it. Finally.
Chad Boucher getting some spins right now.
Oh, shooting two.
2 players eliminated, 3 players eliminated.
Chad Boucher having a great point here as Rabakov feels the bag. Snake side. Chad doing enough damage, but being tagged going to Dorito 4. Edmonton Impact all coming up the field as a team to hit the buzzer.
Wow. There it is.
That's the Impact we know.
What was that, a 30-second point?
Yeah.
Or 32 seconds?
I think it was even less than that.
Might have been, I don't even know.
Start cam here with Houston Heat.
Oh, Houston Heat getting a 1-for-1, losing their entire Dorito side.
Yeah, they have. Let's see if Edmonton Impact can capitalize.
Edmonton Impact now shooting G3 off the break, or really quickly, rather.
Oh, here they come down Snake side. Yep.
The score was 4-3 in favor of Houston Heat. With only a few seconds left, Impact would simply run into their guns and be knocked out of the event.
The last point to tie it up, to bring it into overtime, we were unable to do it. So I think right there, that was just like, kind of showed us like, hey, if we can win 2 or 3 points really quick against a really good team, then why aren't we playing like this the rest of the time?
I thought we were coming back on that one.
Oh.
We had the fucking momentum.
I was fucking team, bro.
Good game, Chad. Good luck. Hey, win this one. Just keep.
It's a tough one, guys. We fucking brought it back, though. I am proud about that. Honest truth.
Just, yeah.
We didn't fucking give up. We weren't fucking mopey in the pits. We did our fucking thing, yeah? Wait up.
Good job, Keith.
Way to be a team. Hey, listen. Same thing, Keith. I was just telling these guys, bro, we were down. We didn't fucking give up, right? At the end of the day, I fucking want to win. We all want to win, right? But I guess it's sometimes how you lose that fucking affects things, right? So I am proud of us for not fucking giving a fuck and just going out.
You guys had a lot of heart to battle back like that.
Way to rally. Big rally.
Big rally.
Listen, hey, everyone's fucking upset, but as your guys fucking quote-unquote older brother, bro, I'm fucking proud of you guys, right?
You guys played amazing this weekend.
Let's go.
It's coming, eh? We got a third place game yet. All right?
Yeah. Fuck, dude. Hey, come on. Family on 3,
Hey.
yeah? All right. 1, 2.
Family. Let's focus on the next game, guys. We got breakout. They won the breakouts against us. They caught JC 3 times.
We played 4-on-5 for 13 minutes.
I know.
That's tough to win.
Yeah.
The penalty, I guess, it happens, man. Penalties happen. We've gotten penalties before and we battled back, but 4-on-5 for 13 minutes,
Yeah,
that's
I know.
rough.
It was just too little too late to come back from that. I mean, 4-1 deficit, and we almost bring it back, right? So.
The game against Breakout Spa, already losing to Heat, which is, you know, a tough pill to swallow.
We played Breakout again, and we played them earlier, you know, in the year after we lost to Heat again in the first event and played them for 3rd and 4th, and we beat Breakout and took 3rd. So we're playing them again, and I think we're like, hey, we lost to Heat, we're not going to win.
It was a close game, and, you know, definitely Heat played better that day, and they deserved to move on.
Let's just, you know, let's go out there and just go through the motions and get 3rd again.
Again, we were kind of going, the first 2 points, we won 1, they won 1. And the 3rd point was super long. And I think it's one of those things where usually our guys would go for those. You know, you go try to win that point. Instead, we were sitting back and we were giving them the opportunity to come win the point.
And that point lasted forever. You know, it was a trade-out body here, body there for both sides.
But Breakout's not going to go out there and just let you win. I mean, there's good paintball players on that team. They have a great coach. They have one of the best players from the U.S.
And then it became on to 2-on-2, and ultimately we lost the body, and they won the game. They won the point and the game.
Oh, Archie Montemayor.
Archie Montemayor did that.
Okay, now Axel needs to make the move. He needs to work with Archie now. See what I'm saying about Archie being clutch like that?
Yeah.
That was a nice shot by Archie. Here we go with Axel.
I think he was out of paint. Ooh.
And Archie Montemayor going to hang that flag. That is clutch play by Archie Montemayor.
And that helps. You got to do
My
the
hat,
crowd like
my hat
that.
goes off to you, my friend. That was
Yeah.
good. Make the move.
No, that's not going to be enough.
4 seconds.
Too late.
3. Jeez. And that will be it. It looks like Breakout Spa. Breakout Spa beating Edmonton Impact 2-1. Archie's
really happy with that.
I mean, hey, that's good for him. You know that.
They won the point and the game, and it was one of those things that I was shocked. They were shocked. They were jumping up and down like they won the tournament, and rightfully so. They beat us, and they deserved it. And I don't want to sound bitter. That's the last thing I want to sound. But that was a tough pill to swallow.
They went out there and they gave us a match, and we ended up losing to them. And you could just see it in some of the guys that we just, our heads weren't there, our hearts weren't in it, and it's kind of discouraging to see that.
You know what? It's not even. I don't think 4th place. It's how we got 4th place, and I think we gave them all the opportunities to win that game, whereas that's not what we want to do. We want to keep going at teams, keep pushing, be aggressive. You lose a point, okay, we get back out there, we go again. You know, it's very rare that when we're all attacking and all going and all playing together, that we lose a point and then go back out there, do the same thing and lose a point. It's when we sit back and we try to play this defensive, slow game, and sometimes it hurts us, and that was a big example of that.
It was one of those things that I didn't want it to be public, and I asked Cena as a friend, and I told Cena, hey, you know, you're more than welcome to sit on this, your family with us, but I don't want the cameras being on. And it was one of those things that Cena respected, and I think he knew what was going to become of it or how it was going to turn out.
Mentally, we weren't in the place that we wanted to be, and I think we just wanted a little bit of privacy to hash out the problems we had.
You know, one guy brought up something, another guy brought up something. Some of us felt one way, another guy felt this way. And, you know, I don't want to name call or just say these things. You know, that's why this was a closed meeting.
And I felt like one thing that had to be said is I didn't think we beat a top-tier team. The whole end of 2014 and the beginning of 2015, I told the guys, like, what top-level team have we beaten?
And you can't play paintball not to lose. You got to go out there and roll the dice and try and win. And I think Chad definitely, I know Chad for sure felt like he needed to go out there and just live. And that's not how Chad plays. Chad is a killer. He's going to go up the field and attack and just run people down.
You got to get it out of your heads that you got to play a certain way. We want you to go out there, relax, do your thing within reason. You know, be intelligent about it, be smart about it. So that's sort of what the conversation was about.
No, I don't think it was heated. It was just more of...
You know, it got heated. I mean, you're losing, things aren't going right, and everyone has their opinion on why.
You know, if Dave's saying something to me, it's a personal thing. So, and which is good because we all need that criticism.
I don't know if I want to talk about other things going on. It's gonna make people pissed, and you know, that's what happened. It was just us just going at it and just kind of trying to hash out what was wrong and what we needed to do to be better.
Yeah, it was a good meeting. It was needed.
A lot of things were said that you know, some people got affected by, some people were upset about. And at the end of the meeting, I said, listen, any way you look at it, I'm saying these things because I want us all to win. I'm saying these things because I want everyone here to do well, everyone here to win as a group. And I mean, it kind of turned it around.
Impact would leave with a disappointing 4th place finish weighing on their minds. Everyone seemed to be affected by the team meeting, but only time will tell if the outcome would be a positive one. The next event was the Millennium Series Campaign Cup, located an hour away from London in the small town of Basildon. For Impact, the season's standing was looking pretty grim. They would need a 1st place finish to be in contention for the European Series title. The 2015 year brought even more changes. Owner and coach Bart Yakimic would yet again not be available during the Campaign Cup. The role of coach would be handed off to Dave Baines.
Dad's always been around, especially for the U.S. events, and like Europe's a little ways away for us, so it's not a big deal that he doesn't come. And I think Dave actually through as a coach over those last 2 events?
You know, it was one of those things that it was my second event coaching by myself, and I think the guys kind of, I want to say, respected it more, and I felt like I was more confident walking into that event as a coach. It was ours to lose at that point.
The third stop of the Millennium Series was just under 24 hours away, continuing their routine of a venue practice to sharpen up on the new layout. There seems to be a change in Impact's presence. Halfway through the year, Edmonton Impact has not made the finals of the Millennium event, but motivation couldn't be higher. A first-place finish could salvage the year and put them into contention of the European season title.
The one, 3-1, 3-1 in the one, 3-1 in the one. Kill one, kill the one. 3-1. Our snake.
Jesus.
Woo! Right in the fingers, baby.
Fucking spun. Fucking spun on me.
Yeah, but you guys shot on the inside.
It's game!
Here's the thing. This wasn't just another Millennium for Impact. This was a shot at redemption. It's rare, right? A shot at making up for lost time, lost opportunities, and quite possibly a year-long goal. On that Friday morning, winning this event meant more to them than anything before. The naysayers were back, and they had every reason in the world to prove that they were the best at what they do.
I couldn't help but think we should be doing so much better, and it just made me mad. So I woke up every single day from that moment on thinking about the next event. Personally, what I could do, not what anybody else could do, just what can I do to bring a better me to the next tournament.
The first match went well, beating Outrage 5-2. The afternoon match would be against Offberg coming at ya.
We gotta let guys just run. We gotta let them play their game instead of making them form to our game more so. And I believe we kind of found that balance now, and it's worked out for us a little more.
I think everyone was in the right direction now. And it's maybe a meeting we should have had at the beginning of the year to start the season off. I don't know, I just think everyone had now a different mindset. Everyone knew what everyone else expected out of them. You know, if I'm playing the snake and I'm not getting in the snake, I know that everyone else that's my job. I'm supposed to get in the snake. With everyone playing how we need them to play, I just think everything fell together nicely. Yeah, and then obviously winning gives you that confidence, you know, you have that boost and you're like, okay, let's keep doing this, let's keep going.
That are going to matter. So let's not worry about playing fast and like, hey, we could have made this move faster. Let's just play like together. Let's focus on closing together and not throwing away bodies. Let's not give away free kills at all tomorrow.
0 front guys to the top. That's it. Just go forward, attack, and have our second guys right behind. And I'm telling you right now, just do the hard work. The hard work, the small bumps, talking to each other, we just need to do that.
Saturday was definitely a different day. You know, we played Friday and we did win both those matches and we did feel like we did some good things, but I think individually we felt we made some mistakes. Whatever it was, playing sloppy, losing a body here or there, we were just throwing away extra bodies we didn't need to. So going into Saturday, we kind of tuned that to us not making those mistakes.
And I don't think, it was one of those things that our guys couldn't miss and we couldn't make the wrong calls. It was just, everything worked together and poor Nexus was on the receiving end of it.
We were just running down. I remember personally, I don't think I ever stopped at a bunker. It was kind of, I was just running out to my spot and I was able to kill the guy who was shooting at me and then just continue to run all the way down the field without stopping, shooting people the entire time.
We were kind of on our high horses and feeling really confident. And for whatever reason, we've had Nexus's number all year.
And that led to us beating Nexus very quickly in a 5-0 manner. That was just, you know, kind of a real beatdown. as a back guy, it's not really a fun match. Like I shoot a guy, I shoot another guy, or whatever, and they're just running down the field.
3 to 1, kill 1, kill 2, kill 2, the 1, kill 3, kill 3, hardcore, hardcore. There we go.
And it just happened to be that perfect scenario where we were playing at the top, tippy top of our level, and they were not at the top.
Is that a blow to them? Absolutely. I felt bad for that. It was, you know, I feel bad for a team losing like that, but I felt great for us. Is that selfish? Absolutely.
I think the mental game was strong at that point. Mental game.
So they brought these, like, and I've seen them before, they're like these things that you slide over, they're like bumper, like, what you would explain them as, is like a little ball that you put over your chest and you just go and play. And I remember we went out there, and man, we're just more ferocious than those kids.
Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared, the animals inside came out to play. Went face to face with all our fears, learned our lessons through the tears, made memories we knew would never fade. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away.
And we just went out there and housed these kids. And I remember Nick was just going for blood, and JC's one of the angriest, smallest, shortest people I've ever met in my life. And I always tell people, like, you just got to watch out for JC because he has so much anger in that little body of his.
And it was our guys versus the Image guys, and we pretty much were just gangbanging them. It was ridiculous. Like, it was me and Nick, or me and JC just running at one of their dudes and just trucking them, and they're like rolling backwards. It was amazing. It was crazy. I would never go against them. I would never want to go against them just because I think I'm nicer nature, and I think of that little tiny body, he's 99% hate. And I think that's one of those things that, and he showed it right there that day. He was going for blood and trying to hurt these guys and everything else. Do you like the nice little tiny body? We ended up crushing them like 5-0 because they just couldn't withstand the heat that we were bringing.
Okay, well, a few of us stayed at the hotel while half of the team went and got food in London. And they ended up eating without us, and we were waiting for them at the hotel being like, okay, where are these guys? We're hungry. And they come back, they're like, oh yeah, we ate, but yeah, we have a surprise for you.
I think that was the 4th of July weekend.
4th of July is a very important day in, you know, U.S. history.
We don't care because we're Canadians, so 4th of July, whatever.
And it just happened to be that we're in London on 4th of July.
So we were like, let's get some fireworks. We're out here, let's see if we can find some fireworks, and we're gonna celebrate 4th of July like we would in America.
Yeah, it was Keith. Keith was like, we should get fireworks. And I was like, man, I've never even seen fireworks here.
The plan was to shoot them at each other.
So we ended up finding this little fireworks shop with not so little fireworks.
So we go there, and it's just missiles, mortars, missiles, mortars, missiles, and I'm just like, this is sweet. And we had a trunk load of fireworks.
One day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die.
So we started handing out all the fireworks, and we had these tubes they were pretty much Roman candles that would shoot and explode, but they were big and they had some power.
They were big Roman candles that shot bombs.
Oh, that one didn't come out very far. Oh! Oh, man!
We go towards the back where there's a lake and stuff, and we're just shooting them off. We shoot like 1 or 2 off, and then the people come out from the back and they're like, no, can't do this.
But we were all ready, and we're like, oh, well, can we do a finale? Just one more. Come on, just like let us shoot off the finale.
Woo! America! Can we do one more?
One more. Finale. One more?
Can we do one more finale? One more, the finale?
Come on. One more.
One more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dave looks up at him and he's like, oh yeah, one more, no problem, one more.
And they're like, okay, which was dumb.
Yeah, real big mistake.
Shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter what.
The one I stuck in the ground because I thought it shot off the stick, so I stuck it in pretty good, and that one ended up exploding in the bush. And shooting sparks and explosions everywhere. I thought it was supposed to shoot. Where's that red? So we're all shooting these Roman candles at the end of the finale. They're all going off, exploding. It's awesome. There's sparks going everywhere. Everyone's trying to light all of them. And one of my last ones, because I think it shot 10, and I shoot 8, perfect. Shoot the 9, it's kind of weak, and I'm like, oh. The 9th one goes boom and doesn't come out.
His goes off, and it was like, thunk, and then it didn't leave the barrel.
And it looks like it backfires.
So, obviously, I'm going to just, I pretty much...
Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. And then...
I didn't even have time to scream run. I just went, and I dropped it, and I started to run, hoping that everyone would kind of see me running, but I dropped it, and now there's just this live explosive round ready to explode on the ground, and that's what it did. It exploded.
And next thing you know, we got fireworks going off right below our feet.
And sent sparks and balls of fire everywhere, and a couple people got burned, but no real injuries. So no real injuries, successful.
With the Saturday night shenanigans over, there was only one item left, capping off the campaign cup with a win on Sunday.
Syndicate's a disciplined team. They know what they're doing. They do their homework. They practice. So we went out there and they beat us the first point. I believe we got some sort of penalty, didn't help.
Impact started off the match on their heels, losing the first 2 points. Impact would rally back and score 5 unanswered points to move on to the semifinals.
So we beat them 5-2, but the match was a lot closer than the score indicated, but, you know, it felt like a good match for us.
Yeah. So, coming up next will be GI Houston Heat against ML Kings Prague.
And we knew going into that match that we were most likely to play Heat. You know, that was just, they were the favorite going into the ML King match.
The next match we have is against the winner of ML Kings or Houston Heat. You know, on paper, you're going to pick Heat 9 times out of 10, or 10 times out of 10, shoot, you know what I mean? So we went out there thinking, all right, I went out there thinking, I'm going to map the Heat breakouts. And then I started watching the game, and I was watching Heat play, and I was watching the positions and how they were looking at the field and playing the field, and halfway through the game, I think I told Lorraine, I was like, ML Kings are going to win. Shit you not, they won.
You know, they do their homework, and they have some good players, and they have a couple guys from U.S., and they gave Heat a run for their money, and they beat them. Heat was not on top of their game that day.
And we just stood there and we're like, man, that was bad. Like, that shouldn't have happened. Again, 9 times out of 10, Heat's going to beat ML Kings, but ML Kings just played the field better than them.
We were going to watch or play ML Kings, and we knew they were going to be all pumped up and jazzed because they just won.
But, oh, it looks like, yep, Brandon Short gets clipped as well. Great shooting there from Justin Cornell is pushing up to the 15 there from, it was Yakimak that killed Brandon Short. Slava gets shot. There's a penalty there, 1-for-1. Dalton Vanderbilt.
Watch him to go down that snake really quickly and then come up.
Yeah, ML King's a big counter move into Dorito 50. Justin Carneal is unaware of it, but he's going to crawl all the way up to Snake 4 corner. They have Snake corner and Dorito 2.
Out, and there comes the penalty on. And that ends in a 1-for-1.
Ends in the 1-for-1 penalty there for ML King.
But we had just watched and pretty much analyzed their whole game because our whole team was there watching. So we saw how they won those points. So we felt pretty good playing against them because then we just had to not do what he just did. So it pretty much shut down the guys that were playing good, shut down the sides, and yeah, easy game.
Winning events is great, sure. But if you're really going to succeed, it's learning how to overcome your losses. Nobody goes undefeated forever. If you can pick up after a crushing defeat and go on to win again, you walk the path of a champion. For Impact, it's been a long road back to the finals. A road that has tested the team's desire, dedication, and determination to win. This match would not be a final stepping stone, but one that would carefully manifest the future as a team.
You're shouting after your show. It's easy to lose your self-control. Everybody gets high, everybody gets low. Life can be such overdose. Up on the mountain, I see down below. It's easy to lose yourself, I know. In the in-between. Can't hear what you're shouting after your show. It's easy to lose your self-control. Everybody gets high, everybody gets low. Life can be such overdose. Up on the mountain, I see down below. It's easy to lose yourself.
Can you use that? The tiny little tiny man, his baby hands full of wonderment. Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't done.
Well, JC's sitting there shooting it off. Backfires and then blows up underneath him so everybody scatters.
JC's shooting it off.
No.
JC's shooting.
Do you have my whole body in view here?
America! Oh!
One, go! Light, 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 light. Get it lit. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there.
America! America! America!
I mean, in 90% I believe him, 10% I didn't. Therefore, that's why I put a poncho on. But like guys like Nick and J-Rab were like, no, we're not going to get you. We wouldn't do that. And shit you not, as soon as we got on the stage and it came time, one of these guys, I think it was Chad, grabbed my poncho back, peeled it back so they could pour drinks down my back. And I was just getting doused. And you know what? Was I upset? Absolutely not. Did it make everyone happy? Absolutely. Inside, was I happy and giddy? Happy I got splashed with beer? Yes. Will I tell them ever? No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so where is it up to? Just wondering. Don't know what to do with my hands. What do I do with my hands?
Does it look stupid? Let it hang. Do your balls hang low? They were big Roman candles that shot bombs. Like it was, when you shot the thing, it was a thud. It wasn't just a little. One more time. It was a thud. Not a.
Well, in the stands, we were watching ML Kings face off against Houston Heat. And it was a good game, good match. But at the end there, ML Kings ended up pulling it out. Oh, God.
Can't hear what you're shouting, that's where you show. It's easy to lose your self-control. Everybody gets high, everybody gets low. Three, two, one, game on!
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. Though making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then, you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just one ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball. It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is. Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, and it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
Doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you know, you're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent, I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're going to win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trigger guard is, it feels good, it feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paintballs, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money.
It's definitely accurate. It's by far its greatest shooting gun that I've shot.
Towel.
Hey, Jeff.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the Bio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things on the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. And then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect.
If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
love the Vio. Normally you pull off the mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change out whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it.
I started playing around like 8. You know, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all of that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. If I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name is Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my vibe.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my Vio.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie. C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used Aspire since its creation, 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Aspire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference when you're crawling. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Aspire definitely leans towards that.
Friday's competition here at the 2015 NXL World Cup, most important tournament of the year. Matty Marshall alongside Todd Martinez and Travis Lemansky, the owner, captain, paintball legend, player for Los Angeles Infamous, going to be helping us up here. And we have an awesome game coming at you right now to start things off in this bracket. X Factor and Dynasty, which could be a finals game, and then also Trenton Top Gun Union and Boom will be playing here in this first set of the afternoon competition. So, Travis, you guys played pretty well in the morning, 2-0, looking pretty good.
Thanks. Yeah, we like this field. I think the center is good, and you know, we have speed to get out wide on this. I'm happy.
So right now, Dynasty and X Factor, you know, in looking over the results from the first two NXL events, X Factor has been incredibly dominant, taking a second place at both events to Edmonton Impact. They've only been beaten by 2 teams. Impact beat them twice, and then Houston Heat beat them once in the prelims at the Virginia Beach Open. Dynasty, they haven't lost to many teams either. But unfortunately for San Diego Dynasty, they are 0-2 against San Antonio X Factor and getting knocked out on Sunday by X Factor at both events. So they're going to be out for blood here. Try to send a message to them. And you can see there's the Friday afternoon schedule. So take a good look at the teams they're going to be playing here this afternoon in Orlando, Florida for the World Cup. So Travis, who do you got in this game?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think X Factor is going to be pretty hungry because of the whole the little mini match we had before this event when Dynasty knocked them out. So I'll go with X Factor.
Todd?
Well, I said Dynasty. You know, we were talking about this before the lunch break, and you know, I think I'm going to have to stick with that. You know, X Factor's been owning Dynasty, you know, this year so far, and I think Dynasty getting all of her back's definitely going to help, and I think that, you know, it's just about time. You know, I think I'm going to play the odds on this one and say, you know, it's really hard to beat Dynasty 3 times in a row.
And this is an interesting field too. I think that this field plays to the strength of both these teams. Both these teams have crazy offensive weapons up the center, and Alex Rodriguez and Oliver Lang for Dynasty and Colt Roberts for San Antonio X Factor. So here we go. First point, X Factor on your screen, and they try to get out wide over on the D side of the field.
Yeah, Dynasty, I heard that, you know, they were saying that they were going to make a concerted effort to really try and be a little bit more aggressive this event, and, you know, showing it right there, trying to extend Blake Yarber, but looks like a minor penalty is going to be assessed on Archie. Got shot in the pack and caught a minor, and they lost one body on the break, so 3 bodies coming off right now for X Factor. Colt Roberts and Michael Kovar, the last 2 bodies left alive.
And looking pretty good for Dynasty right now. 4-court press from them. Moving up there in the center. And trying to get a little penetration, though the body's left for X Factor. There goes Kovar. Kovar, he gets shot. Now it's just Colt Roberts left alive. So as soon as Dynasty figures out, and there you go. Quick point here for San Diego Dynasty, and really came down to the off-the-break shooting of Dynasty and then that penalty.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I like X Factor. You know, I really I've liked, you know, what they've looked like all year. You know, I think that they've really come together again this year. You know, and Ryan Brand, I think, has been doing an excellent job of play calling. And, you know, we've seen them make it to the finals twice. But, you know, I really just think that Dynasty's got a good shot here to beat them. I think this is the time where, you know, they finally get them this year. You know, coming out on the field right now, we have Trenton.
Yeah, Trenton Top Gun, and getting taken on Boom. But yeah, X Factor, just to speak to what you were saying, their record 11-3 this year in the NXL.
Yeah.
Pretty ridiculous. So here we go. Boom. Trenton Top Gun. And that's Top Gun on your screen. Heading out here, trying to get to the snake. Looks like going to be able to make it to the snake on the delay, and then pass snake 1 into snake 2. 5 players alive for both teams. Good break for these squads. And then all the way, here comes Top Gun all the way past the 50-yard line and in really good field position right now.
Looks like Danny Park.
Is it? I think that is Danny Park.
Good work. Danny Park getting picked up by Top Gun. Getting over here, getting into the snake. Now all the way past the 50 already. I mean, this is one thing that Danny Park has done his entire career. Did it with Aftermath. Did it with Impact. You know, Impact, I think, for Danny, you know, they just had too many good guys. And, you know, Danny now coming over here, was done for a couple tournaments, but now he's back with Top Gun, right back where he usually is, past the 50 snake, and they're getting kills.
And when you pick up a guy like Danny Park, this is what you pick him up to do. Get penetration in the snake, make his presence felt, and get in a position where everybody's looking at him. That's exactly what's happening right now, which really takes the pressure off the rest of the players from Top Gun.
So he needs some help behind him, though. He's got a guy in that Dorito side tower shooting across over his head. And his closest teammate next to him is in that snake side can, but he's shooting across the field, trying to stop the attack from Boom as they move into the 50 Dorito.
Yeah, so good field position for both teams right now, and trying to close the gap here. Boom knows where Danny Park is, and they're going to have to clear him out of here, and here comes the move. Nice work. Boom, able to take Danny Park, so no one watching over Danny Park, and he did what he needed to do, get up in this spot, but, you know, he can't keep himself alive. Would have been nice to trade out with Weaver, but...
Another familiar feeling for Danny Park.
It's actually Willie Mann, so nice job by Willie Mann to get up there And yeah, exactly. So poor Danny Park.
Danny Park is so good at getting into the snake and getting so far up the field. I can't tell you how many times I've watched him get left hanging. You know, and there he was. He stands up right away and is like, there wasn't anybody looking over me at all. No? Okay. So here's a quick little replay. Yeah. No real bearing on the game, just a pretty cool shot right there. As the screen goes dark, cameraman passed out, shot up to the sky.
Well, the guy was aiming at Gerhard, but happened to hit the camera instead. So now Dynasty coming out to play this next point against X Factor. That first one went to Dynasty because of that off-the-break shooting and the penalty. So let's see if X Factor can play clean. Again, X Factor 11-3 so far at NXL events, and it looks like Carl Markowski tries to get out wide. He gets taken out, and another body drops off that D side of the field.
Yeah, I think
as
Carl.
Scott Kemp. So Scotty Kemp and Carl Markowski coming off early. Dynasty looking good again. Those off-the-break shots dialed in from San Diego Dynasty.
Yeah, Carl took a pretty circuitous route there to that mini race.
Michael Kovar also taking the walk. So unfortunately for X Factor fans, not looking good for them here again in this point. And looks like Grayson Goff is going to get shot as well. That leaves just Archie Montemayor looking at a ton of bodies as Alex Frazee runs to his death, but it's not going to matter. Too many bodies for San Diego Dynasty, and they get point number 2. So looking pretty sharp here, and it's really been off the strength of their off-the-break shots. Also knowing this field, gunfight heavy field, and really locked in, able to get those kills out of their bunkers as well. So let's check out this replay here. Looking at the break, that's Carl Markowski on the right of your screen, and he tries to take a wide angle there, but Dynasty just has those lanes locked up, and you know, one of the fastest men, if not the fastest man in paintball, just not faster than the paintballs.
No. The guys that have been making it have been going directly into that thing. You know, that's kind of a tough route there. So take wide, you know, balls can come in right over the top of that mini race. Seems like there's only certain guys that are making it out here. Alex Goldman from Infamous, one of them. He continuously made that Dorito side corner.
Well, the Outlaws
Philly Shredder.
They were, yeah, I was going to say,
you know, Philly Shred's making it in.
So now Boom losing a body on the D side off the break, doubling up that back center, but Top Gun, again, I think Zach Johnson into the snake, and now up to snake 2.
Yeah.
You know, and Travis, you know, talk to us about this snake side. It's difficult to make it out, but it's still an important, very important spot, as always.
Yeah, if any spot on the field is going to pay off, it's the snake side. It's just everybody has their guns that way, and there's a lot of cross-field shots on the break, so it's really, really tough to get out. You have to have some trick plays to kind of isolate dudes to get out here.
And looks like both players getting cleared out. Johnson got shot trying to advance, and now a major penalty on Boom. And though there's not a lot of bodies left for either team, this is really going to seal the deal here for Top Gun to tie this one up at 1. 13-19 left on the clock. And you can see boys from Top Gun. There's Lance Hardwick on here on the snake side cleaning things out, realizing there's no one left in front of him. So they're going to hit that buzzer, tie this game up. 1-1 is the score. So, Travis, if you're X Factor right now, down by 2 to Dynasty, getting a slow start here, getting eaten up alive off the break, you know, as you know, obviously the leader of your team, what would you be saying to X Factor right now if you were Ryan Brand, their coach?
Basically, what it looks like is they don't know the bounce shots. They're getting stuck in those. They're getting stuck in those back 2 positions, doubled up, and they're getting shot by the bounce shots. That's where Archie got the penalty. So they need to get out of there, maybe filter down the center of the field. So I would shoot and release, basically.
Well, and we had Justin Rabikoff up here, and he was talking about the complexity of the bounce shots, and that's why Impact got a slow start, because they had to, you know, change their game plans up, because what was working in practice the past week was not working when they actually got out here and started playing, because they were just getting beat by those bounce shots. But they were able to change those things around. Did that come into effect in your guys' game?
Absolutely, absolutely. Once we realized if you're bottled up and people know those bounce shots, they're dirty. Like you are done. So we worked on getting out of there quickly.
Yeah, this definitely, of all there's bounce shots on every field. Some fields much more than others. This one particularly seems to be just littered with bounce shots all over.
Right. Yeah, the both centers, when you're doubled up, if the guys know the shots and they're in the right spot, you're in bad shape.
Yeah, and he said that he was actually carrying out extra paint too, because he was like, look, I'm going to be shooting 7 pods to try to get that bounce shot.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so we'll see here if X Factor can pick it up. Dynasty looking masterful with their off-the-break shots and getting things dialed in here thus far. And, you know, with the deep roster that both these squads have out here, and I really have loved how Ryan Brand has been cultivating his skills as a coach over the years to see what sort of game plan X Factor is going to try to change things up here a little bit. Looking at X Factor on your screen, Dixon Yang out there getting a spin. There's Montemayor going to be shooting towards the D side, and now, or towards the snake side, looks like trying to get into the snake, and it's Brandon Short gets taken out. So now, but it looks like X Factor loses Colt Roberts. 4-on-4 right now. Brandon Short for Dynasty and Colt Roberts for X Factor coming off early here.
Dynasty was able to get Spica out wide to that snake side corner. He came out running, and as soon as Short crossed his path and went into the snake, he delayed to that corner and got in there, so good spacing. Looks like Blake Yarber gets into Dorito 1 for Dynasty as well. So good spacing for Dynasty. X Factor starting to make some bumps out of their back spots. Billy Bernaccia getting into that snake insert bunker. He's got help right next to him. Looks like Archie shooting heads up. There's Billy Bernacci on your screen. He's going to try and turn the corner. He does. He gets into Snake 2. Blake Yarber bumps into Dorito 2. On the opposite side of the field, he's got Derek Jordan in front of him, still in Dorito 1 for X Factor.
And Oliver Lang trying to get a shot on Derek Jordan. So Oliver Lang making his appearance here for San Diego Dynasty, first time in 2015 that, you know, the paintball legend Oliver Lang has returned back to his core squad to try to help him win this World Cup. Referee checking out Billy Bernacci. It looks like he's clean. And then now Oliver Lang makes his way into the snake. And then Blake Yarber makes his move to the 50-yard line.
Dixon Yang getting shot for San Antonio X Factor. Archie Montemayor makes a move over to try and help Derek Jordan by bumping back into that snake side back center spot. Billy Bernacci is still sitting over here. Oliver Lang now in Snake 2, shooting across the field, trying to put paint on Derek Jordan, who is now in the 40 Dorito. Blake in the 50.
Oliver Lang now past that gap that you have to get through from the section 1 of the snake to section 2 by the 50-yard line. Try to increase his angle on that D side. Billy Bernaccia trying to find out where Oliver is, but with Kyle Spica right behind Oliver Lang, going to make things a little bit difficult here for Billy Bernaccia.
Oliver looking like he wants to make a move, trying to get the drop on Derek Jordan. Billy Bernaccia keeping Blake Yarber from running down Jordan. Archie Montemayor going back and forth. He's looking towards Oliver now. Spica is standing on his feet in that snake corner, really keeping Billy from playing down the wire. And it looks like there's a trade out on the Dorito side. Blake and Jordan both walk off. Billy Bernaccia tries to make a move. He comes to the inside, might have got shot from the inside across the field.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to run the highway, but he got stopped and shot, and that is going to open things up for Oliver Lang. And now Oliver Lang past the 50-yard line in good field position here to get a shot on the last player left alive for San Antonio X Factor. So solid work by Kyle Spica and Oliver Lang over here on the snake side, but really the biggest part of that point for Dynasty was Blake Yarber and the aggression over there on that D side of the field.
Yeah, it looks like that was Yosh Rao over there on the Dorito side behind Blake Yarber. Yeah, I think Yosh was the one that picked up Bernaccia as he tried to make that move down the snake side. Here's the exchange over on the Dorito side. Blake Yarber comes and
takes out Jordan.
Yeah, I think he gets Jordan, but then Blake gets shot by Billy across the field. You can see Billy sitting up there in the top right of your screen in Snake 2. Shot Blake Yarber on the leg from the inside.
So solid teamwork as San Diego Dynasty putting up 3 points on the board. X Factor just does not have an answer for them right now. Travis, when you're in that situation, again, similar question, but at what point do you start switching things up if you're X Factor?
They made the right call by putting Colt up the field like that, but he just wasn't able to make it up to that big tower in the center.
Now Danny Park, as these teams switch sides, Danny Park again in the snake for Top Gun. And definitely one of the more, as far as guys getting in the spot right away, Danny Park is, they're having a hard time stopping him. He's already at the 50-yard line right now. That's going to make things a little bit tough here for Boom. Boom still 5 players alive, though. They have 3 guns looking towards Danny Park. Now they bring a gun off to get a player in the snake. But Danny Park's really going to be able to shut that D side down, as no one from Boom has made it over there yet.
Yeah, we see Ian Wilson walking off the field for Top Gun as well. There goes Danny Park again, getting across the 50.
And different situation now that he has support behind him. So Danny Park needs to chill out here in the snake and wait for the guns to come off him for a second. Looks like he might have taken a bouncer over the top of that spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of paint coming through that crack.
Yeah, Top Gun needs to play off of Danny. It's been a long time since they've had somebody that knows how to play the snake like Danny Park. You know, a lot of experience, Aftermath, Ironman, Impact, and now here he is with Top Gun. You see Willie Man on your screen right there, sitting in Snake 1 for Boom.
Yeah, and you can see Park on your screen there,
but
on the left-hand side, just his head peeking out. He's actually backed up off that spot a little bit. He's looking towards this down the sideline, but really made that move so he can actually come up and get that shot in on the center.
Top Gun. They do have a body out here in the snake side corner, and then Lance Hardwick in that snake side camp, but he's shooting across the field. Nothing real aggressive.
Yeah, the battle on your screen, the snake battle.
Danny.
And there Danny Park comes over the top for the first time, tries to get a lane over on that D side, and Boom has actually made some progress over there. They're in D2 right now.
Well, there's 3 guns looking at Danny Park, so either the Dorito side's open, or there's one guy that's really good at shooting everybody over there on the Dorito side, but Top Gun needs to, communicate better.
Man almost got a shot on Park right there, as Man was getting primed to come out for a snapshot, and Park came out, didn't quite have his gun up yet, and then Park backs up off of that spot again to try to get that angle cross field. He comes up over the top and doesn't really have too much of a shot. Actually, did he get one in? No, I think that came from the other side. So the referee's going to run in and check out the back player for Boom, and he gets taken out. So couldn't tell if that was Park that shot him, but Park definitely pushed him out that way. Now Park is able to release a little bit here, and Park's going to want to giddy up.
Yeah, I think Park has got a little impatient there. You know, he's up so far, and nobody's making any moves for Top Gun at all. They're just dug in. And now here comes Zach Johnson finally out of that corner. But, Travis, if you get a guy in the snake corner, can't the guy over there on the Dorito side tower, kind of let up, and start playing the other way?
Yeah, absolutely. The guy that actually shot Park was the can on the snake side, and if that corner can just stand up, he shoots that snake can all day long. I just don't think he knew that shot.
And Boom able to get a player out to back up Man. And now Zach Johnson made a good fill up here to take Park's spot. Not quite as far up. He's still at the 50-yard line, so one bunker section back from where Park was, but still really good fill there from Zach Johnson, and he does have a player behind him. But now Man is in a much better position as he has a player right behind him.
Yeah, Willie Man playing down the tape now, trying to find Zach Johnson. Johnson will have a shot on the 50 Dorito if he has crossed that 50 here on the snake side. But again, it looks like Alvin Johnson over there on the Dorito side just dug in for Top Gun, and I think this was the problem last event. Alvin Johnson was playing those back spots where I think he's a front guy, and he just wasn't making any moves and just kept getting shot out of his bunker. And right now, Zach Johnson's going to pay the price for it.
Yeah, it's
Willie Man making that move down the highway.
Yeah, it's a nice move by Man. He knows it. He knew exactly where Johnson was, and that's going to open things up for the D side. And now pushing up that D side, Boom in position to try to take this lead here, and they will. As Top Gun forced to concede the point, and Boom will go up 2-1 after a real long tactical point.
Yeah.
So now we're going to have Dynasty and X Factor come back out, and X Factor has to figure something out here as Dynasty has put up 3 unanswered points. Let's check out this replay from that last point. So that was Danny Park just getting a little bit too greedy over there. He was doing his job. He was in a good spot, and then here comes Man running down Johnson, who had filled Park's spot. And that was a nice, very well-executed move by Man.
Comes Carl out there.
10 seconds.
Looking to go far.
So Carl Markowski coming out, playing a point here for X Factor, and it looks like they're going to try to send him wide on the D side, see if he can make it out, and Carl is going to dive, and it looks like Carl able to make it out there. The Speed Demon gets out wide alive. So 4 bodies alive as X Factor loses a body off the break on that D side, so Dynasty still has those off the break shots just zoned in. Kovar for X Factor able to make it into the snake, so Carr is going to have to play the back player right now. Let Kovar do some work here in the snake. And it looks like Body coming off.
Dalton Vanderbilt getting shot off the snake side. Looks like Rodriguez going to get shot in the pack as well. He's going to come off that snake side.
You know, it's interesting, Travis, we haven't seen these are two teams that play the center very well, and we haven't seen anybody go to the center yet.
Yeah, it looks like A-Rod really knows those center shots, so I guess the kryptonite to that is making it to the snake corner, basically. That guy can't shoot those shots and play loose like that if there's a snake corner, so.
Looks like Carl getting taken out from that back corner bunker, so it's just Kovar in the snake right now. He does have Montemayor right behind him. Well, not right behind him, but a little offset there towards the center.
Frege makes a move, gets all the way out to the snake side corner himself. Dynasty in that snake side tower and the snake side temple. I believe that's Marcelo.
Yeah, you're looking at X Factor on your screen right now. We're side angle. There's Kovar from X Factor. No one in front of him. And I'm wondering if he's getting the information he needs to let him know that Alex Frege is the only guy on this side in that back corner bunker. Because he could potentially, he can't move up yet because he's getting stopped cross field from Marcelo.
Yeah, it's Marcelo over there.
Yeah, it is Marcelo. So Marcelo Margot doing a good job of shutting this lane down and keeping Kovar honest over here for X Factor. See Kovar engaging with Margot cross field. And looks like Ryan Greenspan also angling his gun towards Kovar to keep him honest. Oh, but Montemayor gets shot out of his bunker, uncharacteristically dying early out of his spot. You can see him shaking his head right now, disappointed in that gunfight loss. And now Kovar has moved up, and he gets shot cross field. And there comes a big run through, though, for X Factor on that D side of the field. And is he still alive? No, he's going to get pulled out, but he might have got two before he went. And it looks like that was Colt Roberts. But Alex Frege still alive in that back corner bunker, forcing X Factor to concede the point. It looks like Dynasty's fortunately, Dynasty's just putting it on him right now. So now Boom coming to play this next one here. Has a slight lead over Top Gun.
30 seconds.
Looks like Park is coming back out for another spin. I'd run that guy right now. Even with the little mistake he had, he's just getting in that, Travis. I mean, when you got a guy that's constantly getting in the snake, constantly playing that thorn in the side, we'll get to that. I want to hear your thoughts on that in a second, but let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Pretty heated in the Top Gun pit after that last point. Danny Park came out and said there's no communication. He can't hear anything across the field. He also said they needed to rectify whatever issues their D-side players were having that were stopping them from getting down that field. Up to you.
So Travis, you know, we were talking about having a guy that gets in the snake constantly. As Danny Park again looks like he's getting into snake too. Referee's checking him out though. Is he going to get pulled out? He is. But how crucial is it to a game plan? Oh wow, looks like Top Gun is just losing guys wholesale over here.
Yeah, I mean, if he's making the snake, you have to respect that. So it looks like Boom did what they had to do to put the extra guns that way and finally get him.
So Boom going to be going up another point here.
Point approved.
Brad McCurley, Travis, was playing the snake particularly well for you guys. It's definitely great to have multiple players that can play in pretty much any position that you put him in. How injured is Alex Goldman right now? How much is that affect? Couldn't really tell how bad he got hurt when he dove in on his shoulder. I know he's had, you know, shoulder problems consistently over time, but then Brad picked it right up and got in there and was just demolishing people.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely sore and he's thinking about it, but he's fine. You know, he's still running hard and he's running and shooting everywhere he goes. So it may be there in the back of his head, but
yeah, we can see that. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of that. Actually, I don't have enough time for that, so we're getting right next into this point. X Factor doubling up the back center in that stand-up Aztec. Archie Montemayor heading a little bit into the center and trying to get a shot on the snake side. And yeah, no one on the snake side. Bodies dropping here for Dynasty now. X Factor has an opportunity to try to put their first point of the tournament on the board. But Billy Bernaccia getting taken out, Todd, as he tries to get to snake too.
Yeah, Billy Bernaccia. X Factor really just not getting a whole lot done over here right now on the snake side. Dynasty just doing a better job of shooting on the break.
And there's Kyle making. And right before that, we had saw Blake Yarber bunker to look for a different angle and then back into D2. So Blake Yarber a force for Dynasty right now on that D side. 8 players left alive for them, and here comes Michael Kovar to the 50-yard line.
Michael's going to catch one right there.
Yeah, Michael gets picked off up here in the 50 snake.
I think that trading out, getting a shot on Blake, so takes Blake off that side. Archie Montemayor still alive over here on the snake side, and no one on this side but Archie. A-Rod is, he's in the center, shading snake way, definitely trying to get a shot on Archie. Looked like for a second A-Rod was going to try to get out. There's A-Rod getting pinched, having to hug his bunker. And there goes the move for Dynasty as Ryan Greenspan makes a great move up into D2. That might have a shot on Archie, and I don't think anybody picked him up yet. Finally, they picked him up, put him back in, and then Archie actually gets that shot. And here comes Archie now into the snake.
It's just A-Rod back there. He's going to go running to the corner. Colt Roberts down that still alive. Here comes A-Rod trying to get him. Colt Roberts tears him to shreds as he felt the paint coming. A-Rod didn't know where Colt was. Air bunkered the bunker in front of him, and that let Colt know just to turn around, toss him up a little bit. But, you know, A-Rod trying to make a move down bodies, 1-on-2.
So let's look at this replay here, Todd. That's Blake Yarber on the D side, and here comes that move from Grayson Goff. Runs down, shoots Blake in the side. Let's look at it from the other angle here. This is Alex Rodriguez trying to make his desperation attack there against Colt Roberts, but Colt Roberts didn't get shot, and Archie was making his move over here on the snake side at the same time. So finally getting on the board is San Antonio X Factor, score 4-1.
20 seconds.
A little shot of our crowd out here. Came out to watch the afternoon session. A lot of divisional teams, 300 teams out here at this event. A lot of teams playing their games. They started playing yesterday. Out here now, hanging out, watching the pros. Here comes a couple moves up the middle of the field. Top Gun finally getting involved. Lance Hardwick coming up the middle. Drops the hammer on the boom player up there in the middle. That was Elliott Weaver getting one in the back. Two players for Boom coming off now. Top Gun finally in control of the game. They got Straza and Johnson over here, but they lose one body.
Hardwick in dominant position up in that center, shutting down that D side of the field. No one on that Dorito side for Boom, so they will have to deal with Hardwick at some point in time here. Hardwick now looking underneath the bunker, trying to get a shot on the snake side. No one for him to shoot over there, though. No one in the snake. And as Zach Johnson was able to get up, but Hardwick getting shot out of his spot, and they also lose another body over there on that Dorito side. So
that's Alvin Johnson.
And Zach Johnson over here, just one of 2 players left alive.
Zach and Straza. Straza gets shot. He has that look on his face like, where did that guy come from? Sitting over there in the Dorito 3. And that guy also gets a shot in on Zach Johnson, who does the where did that guy come from look across the field. Willie Mann running down the snake again, alive at the end.
Boom looking pretty good. You know, I had a chance to talk to Chris Jansen, leader for Boom, and before the start of this game, to talk to him, and he had said, look, we only brought 7 guys.
7 guys?
Yeah, we really want to, they're only playing 7 guys.
Okay.
And that they really want to try to push their way up the ranks, and he feels that they have a really good shot. They got some good practices in. He seemed very confident. I asked him who's playing well as we look at this replay here on the snake side as Johnson get taken out. But I said, who's playing well? He said, look, my whole team's playing well right now. I know normally people say that, but I really feel like we have a chance to improve our position here in pro paintball, and they're looking pretty solid right now.
And there's the replay of Zach Johnson getting shot out of the snake. Here comes X Factor, got 1 point to stop the run from San Diego Dynasty as they rattled off 3 in a row to start. And Billy Bernaccia taking the up and over route, getting into that snake insert bunker, but they lose Grayson Goff. Archie Montemayor right next to Billy Bernaccia. San Diego Dynasty sending Dalton Vanderbilt out to Billy's mirror, doubling up that can, or the tall temple on the Dorito side as well. Alex Fragi up in the middle in that center can, looking towards the snake side.
You're looking at X Factor on your screen with their crossfield spread. Everyone locked into their gunfights. Billy Bernaccia now making his move. And now you're looking at X Factor from the Dorito side of the field. Colt Roberts up in the center, locking down that D side. Locked in the pocket though, Todd. Dynasty still doubling up that stand-up tower.
Yeah, Dalton Vanderbilt tries to come over the top and gets picked off, and Oliver Lang quickly fills his spot. He gets into that snake insert bunker and looks across the field. Colt Roberts in that forward tower on the Dorito side, battling straight up.
So interesting how neither one of these teams have used the center at all. I mean, these are teams that typically, maybe they're just waiting for it, or maybe they thought that they're playing Dynasty, playing X Factor, they're going to expect that. But we've seen the center be so effective for most teams here so far here at the World Cup, and X Factor and Dynasty, no one going up in the center.
Yeah, 6 minutes left to go. Dynasty actually with a 4-1 lead over X Factor. Archie and Billy over here on the snake side. Oliver Lang for Dynasty with Alex Fragi. And Billy Bernaccia is going to take a shot and walk off the field for X Factor, leaving just Archie over here. But Grayson, yeah, well, is that Grayson or Scotty? Yeah, Grayson over there. Well, that's Scott Kemp with Colt Roberts trying to make something happen on the Dorito side.
Well, and Archie having to come over here and do damage control again over here on the snake side, and no one on, other than, I think, out of the 3 guys that play the snake for X Factor, I think Mikel's probably the one that's at least got in here and done some damage. It's now Oliver Lang in the snake, and he's going to run up, get into the 50-yard line, and Colt Roberts is going to immediately gun up on him. Archie just owns Oliver in a gunfight down the lane, and
right,
Archie's now going to establish. Archie talking it up, yelling across the field to Colt Roberts. Colt Roberts then relaying that information to Scotty Kemp. And it looks like Scott Kemp gets shot out of his spot. So right now, 2 players left alive for San Antonio X Factor.
Once again, it's Colt Roberts and Archie Montemayor. These 2 pulled it off to score their only point of the game.
This is kind of a must-win point here, too, with 4 minutes left, down 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had some close ones here, but this is a huge one. Can Colt and Archie pull it off? Trying to isolate the last 2 players. Marcelo tries to giddy up and run down. Colt Roberts, he gets taken out, and then Yosh Rao is the last player left alive for Dynasty. And Archie Montemayor quickly goes in there to hit that buzzer and make this a 2-point game. 4-2 will be the score. And not a lot of time left, especially with these long points out here. So let's check out this replay. So you're looking, here's San Diego Dynasty. Coming over the top, getting shot. And then there's Billy Bernaccia. He's going to get shot as well. So lots of guys dying out of their spots, as we've seen all morning long so far. This is a gunfight-heavy field. But Archie Montemayor and Colt Roberts, the most consistent players since the inception of San Antonio X Factor, getting it done here, keeping this one close, 4-2.
10 seconds.
So now, Boom, Top Gun. Top Gun has to get some sort of aggression going. Boom just beating him at all levels of the game right now. On the breakout, very conservative for Boom. Heavy guns. No one out wide. On the flip side, Trenton Top Gun trying to get to the snake, not able to do it. Danny Park getting clipped as he glided in. So 4 players left alive for Top Gun, and down by 3 points here with 6 minutes and 47 seconds to play. You can see the back line there. Boom. Doubling up that stand-up tower in the center. And then a move over there, top of your screen, towards D1. Everybody locked in their gunfights right now. No one in the snake for either team. A 1-body advantage for Boom, and a 3-point advantage.
Boom in good field position too. Over there in the temple on the Dorito side. Both back center spots. Now making a move into the insert bunker behind the snake. And Straza wears one from across the field. He comes walking off. No bodies left alive now for Top Gun on the snake side. Just Lance Hardwick in that Dorito side tower.
You know, it's such a gunfight-heavy field. And Travis, you being a monster gunfighter yourself and now leading Infamous, what have you guys been talking about in your meetings about this field and how hard it is as far as gunfights are concerned on this field?
Well, basically what we talked about was, you know, if we're going to play inside on the pocket because the lanes are so strong on the break, that, you know, really communication is key if they do make it outside and we're stuck in the middle. So That's what we worked on for about 4 straight days.
And looked like a pretty awesome move up the center. I think that was Weaver. So Weaver had a 2-pack run through. Let's check out this replay you see here. Coming through. And Weaver just getting it done, and boom. Boom's looking pretty good right now, Todd.
Yeah, not too bad. You know, Top Gun was getting up in the snake early. You know, kind of went away from it here.
20 seconds.
I don't know how much, you know, I don't know if Boom's taking it away or if Top Gun just kind of seemed like they stopped going. They weren't getting any out of it, but they definitely looked a lot better when they were being more aggressive.
Well, like I said, man, Chris Jansen, leader of the team, was like, look, we came to play at this event, and we're going to try to prove it to you guys. I was like, okay, let's see it. And sure enough, man, they're kind of making a statement here and taking down Top Gun. We'll see still a little bit of game left. Now back in this Dynasty X Factor matchup here, 5 alive for both teams. And conservative play. Got that pocket play. Doubling up again that stand-up stand-up temple. And looks like Kyle Spica getting shot out of his spot over here, so no one on the snake side right now for Dynasty.
That's that bounce shot off the race. Uh-oh, Redbird.
Major penalty.
Billy Bernaccia getting that major, getting Archie and Grayson pulled.
Well, and also Dynasty also got a major penalty as well, so dual major penalties here turn it into a one-on-one with Michael Kovar. And I think that's Oliver Lang up there in the center.
Yep, sure is.
Yeah, so Oliver Lang right now one-on-one. Oliver's won one-on-one tournaments before.
There's that Brandon
over.
Short.
No, that is Brandon Short. Brandon Short closing the gap and ends up getting taken out. So yeah, it was Brandon Short, not Oliver Lang, and he gets shot by Michael Kovar in a one-on-one. That was definitely a gutsy move to try to advance on Kovar down the snake side. It's a tough spot to play in a one-on-one situation. So Kovar bringing this one a little bit closer. So X Factor still in this match. Let's check in with Lauren. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Thanks. Dynasty is going to definitely be pissed in the pits. Before that match, Oliver Lang was giving his advice, saying they really didn't need to change anything. They just needed to tighten up. He felt they were getting their positions off the break and playing well. They were just making those small mistakes. It seems they did make those small mistakes again, but he also was talking to Blake Yarber about making those moves on the Dorito side when the field opens up. So we'll see if they can take his advice and get some more points on the board. Back to you.
Well, X Factor is starting to close the gap. Not a lot of time left in that match, though. And now back out here, seeing if Top Gun has some sort of answer for Boom right now. Boom looking real solid.
And there goes Danny Park to the snake on the break. Making it in there, coming all the way to snake 2 right away. Zach Johnson with the shoot and delay to the corner. The Top Gun loses one body off that Dorito side. And Boom keeps all 5 bodies alive. So, can Top Gun make anything out of this field position that they have right now? They let they let Boom fill out that Dorito side temple. So all 5 bodies for Boom still alive.
You know, talk about must-win situations. This is it for Top Gun, man. If they don't put a point on the board, they stand no chance here against Boom. As they lose Ian Wilson early, so under 5 minutes to go here. 4 points separate these two teams. Boom been beaten up on Top Gun, but Danny Park still in the snake here, and bodies dropping for Boom.
They lose their snake guy, but fill out to the snake side corner. Danny Park able to play some paintball from snake 2 to work those bodies across the field. Willie Mann making that move into snake 1, coming across for Boom. So Boom in the snake corner and snake 1.
So Mann just trying to slow the roll right now. Top Gun, there's Willie Mann on your screen shooting crossfield towards that D side. That Dorito side of the field. He has Danny Park in front of him. And Danny Park also shooting crossfield as well. Danny Park, though, has a back player behind him, but he gets shot out of his spot. So who shot him? Oh, it was the back player right behind Willie Mann. As Jason Dennis, nice job by Jason Dennis to win his gunfight, taking out Zach Johnson, who's going to get his eye dotted, has to take the walk. That's not going to help Park out. Park, unabated, still pushes forward, Todd.
Yeah, Zach Johnson is not a support player. You know, I like what they're doing, trying to use those 2 guys over here on the snake side, but if Danny Park's making it in, I'm running him every game, and I'm sending Zach Johnson up the middle of the field.
Yeah, that You can't teach small and fast, right?
Yeah, you really can't. If there's a way to, then, you know, let me know.
There's Jason Dennis right now, who's the guy who won that gunfight against Zach Johnson, really helping out Willie Mann over here and helping out the chances for Boom. Just trying to stave off the attack, or Top Gun, who have to score 4 points just to tie this up. And Travis, in 3 minutes, man, just that's going to be really tough to do.
Yeah, this is a must-win, and I would expect quick point plays the rest of the match if they don't get this.
Oh, and Danny Park, though, getting shot as he comes off with the slow walk here. Very angry with himself and how things are turning out for his team right now. I mean, at least he's getting in there. Just needs a little bit of support.
There goes a Boom player off the Dorito side. Looks like he trades out with Alvin Johnson. And another towel thrown in from the Top Gun pit. Boom, gonna put another point on the board.
Yeah, it's
but this one's looking close over here as X Factor has worked their way back into the game. Made this a 1-point game after Dynasty got up early, but you know, this isn't anything new we've seen from X Factor. There's that move down the Dorito side as Alvin Johnson gets stuffed in the back.
That was Weaver again.
Yeah, by Weaver. So, X Factor now.
30 seconds.
Well, what's kind of interesting about Boom is we're just moments away from this Dynasty X Factor point. Weaver's playing great. Mann's playing great. Wank, across the board, everyone that's getting out there is getting kills, good communication. Boom is doing everything they need to do to try to get this first win here. As we see here, beautiful location here in Orlando, Florida, at the Gaylord Palms. And it is a pretty good paintball day. Slightly overcast, not too humid here, slightly breezy, which is a gift from the paintball gods. So now Colt Roberts finally getting up in that center here for X Factor as they change tactics but lose bodies. It looks like body dropping from that D side of the field as Jordan takes the walk, and the referee's going to be checking out. Looks like Billy Bernaccia, he's hit as well. So now here comes Alex Rodriguez, who does not see Colt Roberts, and Colt Roberts gets a shot on him, and it looks like X Factor is going to be forced to concede the point as they lost too many guys out of their spots. So finally see a little action in that center, but San Diego Dynasty ends up putting a point on the board as the point conceded by X Factor. You can see here on the replay, there's Colt Roberts, and you're going to see A-Rod come around. He does not see Colt Roberts, but they were able to get their guns up on each other pretty much at the same time and trade out. If Colt had seen him, if he had just been looking that way a little earlier, he probably would have, or he definitely would have torched A-Rod and been able to stay alive in there, which might have changed that up a little bit. But you know, X Factor just needs to tighten it up, man. Too many guys dying out of their spots. They can't really seem to get any aggression going on this snake side of the field, and most importantly, they're dropping bodies early. Dynasty has those shots locked in, still making a game out of it, but
1 minute.
you know, Dynasty looking to get their first victory against X Factor in the past 2 events here in the NXL. It's also kind of tough, like, you know, Travis, if you're starting out your first game of the prelims and you're playing another one of the top teams in the division, it's tough. Somebody's got to lose that game. So you might be starting out down, you know, 1 loss, no wins, and then having be kind of now immediately your back's against the wall. How frustrating of a situation can that be?
Yeah, you don't want to start a game down. I mean, then the whole rest of the tournament, you have that that monkey on your back. That's not a good situation. Try to stay away from that one.
Yeah. But if you're in that situation, coming out of that, how do you react to the next game?
Oh, I mean, you have to treat everybody like it's win or lose. You know, go home. This is World Cup. You don't want to do that.
Yeah. So getting right back in it here. Boom looking real solid right now against Top Gun, who just hasn't found an answer. Boom just beating them. They're beating them in the gunfights. They're more, they're smarter. They're playing just smarter paintball right now. I wouldn't say they're more aggressive as Danny Park has consistently been getting in the snake. And yet again, here he comes. It's 22 seconds to go. Danny to the team hopefully needs to back him up here. Boom just trying to solidify this win. They know to even put a couple points on the board with just 2 minutes left to go as Danny Park gets taken out, trying to while out over the top of that bunker.
Yeah, it's been rough over here so far this first match for Top Gun, but I don't even know what to say about them, man. there's a lot of things that they need to change. Yeah, if getting up here isn't doing anything, you know, we always get kind of frustrated sometimes when everybody plays the pocket, but maybe Top Gun needs to start playing the pocket more, because what they're doing definitely isn't working.
Top Gun still attacking. They have no choice. They have to push forward. Jamie Ezel getting here in the snake now, trying to look towards that center to get a kill. Everyone's tucked in for Boom, though. They know all they have to do is just take all the time off the clock as possible here, take this first victory. Boom still has to play Dynasty today, and Top Gun's next game is going to come against X Factor.
60 seconds.
Lackey's walking off now as we broach the 60-second mark. Body coming off, but that's Jansen for Boom. So who's going to attack here? Closing minutes as the push comes down on that D side of the field, and it's Hardwick, but he gets torched. But looks like he takes out Gerhard. So Man just trying to play it smart here in the snake. Matched up.
27 seconds left to go on the clock. Man just needs to let this time roll down, and Travis called that one right there. He didn't want to say anything.
But, I saw that a few minutes ago.
That snake player got shot right in the front of his gun and got rid of it, or not enough of it, I guess.
It was Rainsfield, actually, not Ezel in there. It has Ezel's hopper, but
and
getting that major penalty.
Referee saw him, came in, found the hit, threw the major.
To his credit, though, he didn't have much of a choice. It was a must-win situation, so he was staying in.
Yeah, you can't get too mad at your guys in those situations. Down by a ton of points, no time left. I mean, what else? What other options do you have other than just get crazy with it and try to make something happen? So now here, as Dynasty trying to maintain their lead against San Antonio X Factor. And San Antonio X Factor, again, they have not lost to Dynasty in the NXL yet. They're 2-0 against them. And also, X Factor's been knocking Dynasty out of the Sunday competition. So this is Dynasty wants to come out and get this win, send X Factor, with their first loss. And we don't know how things are gonna shake down here. You never know as we progress through this tournament. So Dynasty definitely wants to lock this win in right here. But we'll see. X Factor very good at coming from behind. We've seen them do that time and time again. Travis, you played him a bunch.
Yeah, if anyone could do a quick point play, it's X Factor. I would look for Colt to come through on this snake side through the pins next to the X.
So let's see what happens here. There's Dynasty on your screen. On the breakout, X Factor going wide and sending Bernaccia to the snake. He makes it, and they make it out wide. 5 bodies alive for X Factor and 5 alive for San Diego Dynasty as well, though they are locked in that pocket. Looking at, there's the pocket for San Diego Dynasty. Blake Yarber getting checked out by the referee. Only 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go here. 2-point game. Spica looking towards that D side. Only one gun towards the snake right now on Billy Bernaccia, and that's Ryan Greenspan at that stand-up temple. There's Billy Bernaccia on your screen in the snake for X Factor. Knows that he has to score 2 points here. Not a lot of time left. And Colt Roberts, first body to drop for either team. Colt Roberts from San Antonio X Factor getting shot early here.
Yeah, 1 minute, 52 seconds now. X Factor's going to have to make something happen pretty quick. It's going to be hard to score a 1 minute point. But, again, Matty, like you said, not a whole lot of middle play. Both these teams still trying to push hard down the wires. And X Factor loses Grayson over there out of the Dorito. So Billy over here in Snake 2.
Yeah, so
I work on Ryan Greenspan in that tall tower.
X Factor paying the price here for aggressive gunfighting. They have to. They have no choice. Not a lot of time. Again, 1 minute and 16 seconds and 2 points have to be scored just to tie it up. So they've been looking for moves, looking for opportunities, trying to create opportunities, but losing both Goff and Colt Roberts. Now Billy Bernaccia, he launches to the 50-yard line, and guns shift to him.
60 seconds.
And just a minute to go. Can Billy Bernaccia make some magic happen over here for San Antonio X Factor? Still looking at a ton of bodies here for Dynasty. Dynasty still 5 players alive. Referee,
like Short
though,
might have got that shot in on the back of Billy Bernaccia. He gets shot out of the 50 snake.
Yeah, Kyle Spick is still alive. Everyone's still alive for San Diego Dynasty. Marcelo Margot, Ryan Greenspan. It's either Marcelo or Dalton.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to just grind the clock here for that last 30 seconds.
Smart play. Yeah, and this is pretty much it here. We're now past the point of no return for San Antonio X Factor, as they do not have enough time to score 2 points or maybe even one. Spica gets destroyed though cross field. Spica tried to do a tactical retreat and he got eaten up by, I think that might have been Archie, but then Archie gets shot. So Alex Rodriguez is going to launch and try to score the last point here, run down the last player, see if he can put one more point on the board. And here comes Blake Yarber, is going to sprint for it. I don't think he's going to have enough time. He doesn't. So Blake Yarber trying to put another point on the board to increase that point spread, which becomes important. It's not necessarily trying, yes, you are trying to run the score up, but for a crucial reason. The higher your point spread, the better things look if there are ties. So, but not able to do it, but still able to get the victory. So congratulations, Dynasty, get the San Antonio X Factor monkey off their back, win their first engagement in the NXL. And Dynasty going to start this tournament here with a win. X Factor, though, now immediately going to be having to come out against Top Gun and put up a big score. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, I'm here with Danny Park. That was a tough loss for you guys. You were getting into the snake off the break almost every single point, but you weren't able to execute. What was preventing you from getting the kills you went out there to get?
Well, this particular field is tough because even if you get to their side of the snake, it's such a big gap from the 2 to the 50 that usually someone's going to pick you up. So I felt like every time I did get into their snake or the 50 snake, there was just balls coming right over the beam. So, you know, I had to dig for some kills most oftentimes, and you know, at that point, I'm just hoping that, you know, guys on the other side of the field can go down. I'm drawing some attention here, but you know, unfortunately, you know, didn't go our way.
All right, it sounds like Dynasty won that point. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, so that game's going to end, and Boom is going to take the victory. So congratulations to Boom as they defeat Trenton Top Gun Union in a very solid-looking match for them. They looked the best they've looked all year. And then Dynasty, again, get that X-Factor monkey off their back. They take their victory. But don't go anywhere. Next up, we have Upton 187 crew taking on the Los Angeles Ironmen, and Thunder taking on Houston Heat. So we'll be right back after this. Stick with us.
This is paintball. An intense, adrenaline-packed extreme sport that has grown from a handful of players in the woods in the early 80s to a world...
play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports. My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect. When we're coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
One ball people from across the field. Super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, you play some good paintball.
100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable, and mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what's just funny.
Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so I live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
Doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent and I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're going to win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trigger guard is, it feels good, it feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paint balls, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money.
It's definitely accurate. It's by far the straightest shooting guns I've shot.
Towel.
Hey, Jeff.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the bio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things on the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. Then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect. If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
3 minutes.
I love the Vio. Normally you pull off the mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change up whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it.
I started playing around like 8. You know, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all of that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. And if I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name's Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my Vio. Every time I put the Spire on my gun, I don't even know it's on there because
We also have Marcelo Margada up here, San Diego Dynasty. Awesome victory you guys just had against San Antonio X Factor, a team that has beaten Dynasty twice so far in the NXL. So that was a big win for you guys. You guys go 1-0. Want to get to that in a little bit. But right now, a team that you're very familiar with here, about to play Upton 187 crew, Los Angeles Ironmen, and then also Seattle Thunder taking on Houston Heat, one of the big favorites here. Houston Heat just came off a big victory in Europe. So this is going to be, this is a good match for Thunder. Thunder eventually needs to be playing well against Houston Heat. The Ironmen practiced Thunder yesterday and gave it to them pretty solidly. So they looked really good against the Ironmen. So we'll see. You never know what's going to happen. And the Ironmen, they have Brandon Cornell, who had shoulder surgery just about a month and a half ago, I think. And he was supposed to have a really lengthy recovery, but it looks like he's going to be playing here.
Yeah, I have no idea how, but, he's healing really fast, I guess. So he says it feels really good. I talked to Brandon still quite a bit. He says his shoulder feels good. He's going to try not to dive too much, so we'll see how he does out there.
Yeah, so, and the Ironmen have been playing some really good paintball. They've done very well. Not quite getting to where they wanted, but they've been getting to Sunday. They just haven't been able to make it to that next echelon, that next level. So, it all starts right now. This is their first game of the event, along with Upton 187 crew, and that's another team that really a bunch of young guys, young and hungry to get better at this game. And over time here, past couple years, they've really, Todd, become a force to be reckoned with out here in the Pro Division.
Yeah, and I mean, just watching them, move up the ranks like that, from being a team that would show up to an event and get blown off the map to a team that's now consistently making Sundays. There's a lot of talent on that team, and it just took a lot of time to get that experience and understand, come together as a team, add a couple pieces. And, I like the way that these guys play. I think they're smart, and they're also aggressive, and now they've got a lot of experience under their belt. So
Mine looks like 187 is starting out with a penalty out of the back center.
Yeah.
But Ironman also lost a player on the snake side. So.
Ironman losing 2 bodies actually here, so should be evened up on the body count, 3-on-3. And looks like, though, first to get into the snake is Upton 187 crew. So good field position for Upton over here, snake side of the field.
We got Danny Ibarra got out to that Dorito 1 over there, and he's moving up to the Dorito 2, which is looks like he's playing that side pretty fast right now.
Yeah, so Upton making another move here to Snake 2. And I think that's Donovan. Yeah, so one of the rookies here for Upton 187 crew getting a spin to start this game out against the Ironmen and stays alive, gets into Snake, is communicating. Good job by Donovan so far. Now here's the Ironmen on that D side of the field. And now to the 50-yard line. So Ironman looking really good. Donovan has forced to move his gun that way. Referee's going to get in there and check him out, and it looks like he's hit. So that was the weapon over there for the Ironman, but has to take the walk. So right now, just 2 players left alive for the Los Angeles Ironmen, and it looks like Shane Pestana and Mike Paxton.
Yeah, Shane Pestana over there in Dorito 1, trying to play heads up. Donovan shooting across the field at him. Upton 187 in that tower on the Dorito side. Now wrapping on the inside, trying to get a shot in. Here he comes. That's Painter moving up to the tower in the middle. Here you see the overhead shot of 187 sitting there in Dorito 2. And the tower crossed up, looking at Mike Paxson. Mike Paxson crossed up with Shane Pestana. Donovan with the opportunity here to make a move, but he's backed up off a snake too, shooting at Shane Pestana. Pestana switches back over to the snake side. Nobody looking at Donovan right now. Donovan with the opportunity to move.
Yeah, Jeremy Donovan talking it up well too, yelling those coach crossfield, letting his players know there's only 2 players left alive and letting them know where they are.
Yeah, Painter over there working with his partner in Dorito too. And this is what we saw out of 187 that made them good. They'd win these 3-on-2 situations. They'd win the body advantage situations. What we saw from them last event is that they would throw these away and kind of came out of character. But here they are, starting off first point of this match, putting the pressure on the Ironmen.
And there goes Mike Paxson.
And that's what we've been waiting to see. Greg Lizotte over there in the 50 Dorito. Been kind of quiet past couple events, but now first point coming out here. It's a 3-on-1, and they gang up on Shane Pestana in that Dorito and are able to close out the point.
So nice work by Greg Lizotte and Jeremy Donovan. Lizotte on the D side, Donovan over here, snake side, to tag team the Ironman here, and going to be taking the first point. But unfortunately for the Ironman, I mean, you know, Pestana and Paxson, really, there's not a lot they could do. They were in a low body situation. Too many bodies died. You can see here on the replay. Is that Ibarra?
Yeah, that's Ibarra, yeah. Move,
yeah,
and he gets clipped.
So Ibarra, one of the guys that they need to count on over there on that D side of the field for production, and ended up getting clipped. He was in really good field position. So, you know, if I was their coach over there, I'd be letting him know, hey, man, great job getting up there. Just need you to tighten up a little bit. Got a lot of game in front of us right now.
You get into the good spots, you just want to play controlled, which is exactly what 187 did. You know, they didn't try to take too big of bites. They had the spots and controlled the field. And with this layout, that's what's going to win the games, I think.
So right now, Thunder coming out to play their first point here against Houston Heat. Definitely one of the favorites, the lineup that Houston Heat has put together. As you know, when that team was first created in 2012, immediately made their presence known on the pro circuit, and they have that original core roster with the addition of Alexander Burtikoff back on the field as well. So right now here, big test for Seattle Thunder.
So Houston Heat doubling up the 2 back center bunkers and sending Fedorov out here to the snake side can.
Ooh, Fedorov just got bounced.
Seattle Thunder getting out wide on the Dorito side. In Dorito 1 early. They definitely have the body advantage. Are they going to be able to keep it? Dorito 1, Dorito Temple. Matt Chim and Corey Field crossed up in the back center. And of course, Brendan Morales over here on the snake side as the lead attacker for Thunder in the snake side can.
5-on-5, Fedorov makes a move, moving up into center, decides to go up the field instead of out wide here towards the snake side. So now really bunched up in that center is Houston Heat. That's going to make room though for Malloy. Malloy makes his move into the snake, and then Fedorov comes right back to the little nub on the inside insert right by the snake. Both of them still alive. Thunder not able to pinch anybody out, but Thunder also with 5 players still alive.
Chim and Morales switching over here to the snake side. Fedorov making his bump across into snake 1. Sergey coming out of that tall cake, getting into the can on the snake side. Seaver is the first one to make the move for Heat on the Dorito side, playing next to Mishka. He gets into the Dorito side temple. Fedorov comes into snake 2. Guns up across the field. Still no bodies dropped on either side.
So Fedorov has been able to make it to snake 2, and he's just kind of getting comfortable in there, looking down the wire, doesn't see anybody.
Oh,
There's
looks like
no one in the snake right now except for Fedorov.
Sergey got clipped from across the field by the player in that Dorito side temple for Thunder, but Fedorov makes his move and he gets into the 50 snake.
Malloy goes to Phil behind him in the corner. That's a good fill.
Yeah, that's going to give Fedorov the support he needs. He passes the 50-yard line. I don't think Thunder knows exactly where he is in that snake yet because he hasn't popped out.
Yeah, Morales, he needs to make a move, and there he does. He gets into the snake insert bunker, but I still don't think he knows where Fedorov is.
Now they do.
Well, yeah, they definitely should know where he is now. Fedorov just bounced Corey Field in the back, and then he might have caught a bouncer himself. So Fedorov is starting to try to...
Oh, and huge move, and he stays alive.
Morales, Brandon Morales for Thunder, comes all the way down, and he's getting screamed at by, it looks like, is that Malloy in the back corner bunker? Yeah, so Morales should take cover. I mean, he's
I don't
still
think
clean.
he knows Malloy's in that corner right now.
Yeah, I don't know how he doesn't know, but he's still alive.
Malloy's gun was down. He's about to shoot him now.
And Morales just ices Greg Sewers over there in the 50 Dorito as he got past him. So Mishka gets shot. It's just Malloy by himself in the snake corner.
He's having some gun issues, I think.
Yeah, what a huge move by Brandon Morales, completely committing, taking Fedorov out. And then, yeah, Marcel, like you're saying, it looks like he's having some gun issues because he's literally sitting there pointing at Morales, not shooting him.
Exactly.
And I think he got one ball out, and that was actually able to take Morales out. So Malloy Britnikoff in the back corner bunker getting pinched out here.
Corey Field making his move up the field on Biernikov. Looks like Demchek is still alive over there on the Dorito side. I think it might be a 2-on-1 situation. It is.
We've seen Britnikoff prevail in this situation many times before.
Many times.
But Corey Field is also a guy who's been doing this. He's the veteran on this team. He's the captain of the team, the leader. We've seen him pull off low body situations time and time again. And now he's the guy you want on the field if you're a Thunder fan to try to close this one out against one of the best in the business, Alexander Britnikoff, who's playing this as tight as you can play it.
Yeah, and if you're Thunder, you just definitely don't want to give up a body right now. You know, just keep working them out just like they're doing. And he goes for the buzzer.
And Demchek.
And he made it.
Yeah, I think Demchek was able to get in there.
Yeah, you don't have to kill the last guy. You just have to hit that buzzer. So Demchek commits, and it looks like he was able to hit the buzzer. Malloy not able to get a shot on him.
Demchek's been a nice addition to Seattle Thunder. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Demchek earning his spot right there. And let's see this move from Morales. So Morales, under fire, comes down, takes out Fedorov. Fedorov not able to trade out with him. Did you get a shot on him,
It looked
Marcelo?
like he had a shot on his leg. I don't know if we could get that again.
Oh, that
but
was
on the inside of his leg, unless it was rub.
Or if we run this back and maybe might get a shot.
Yeah, right there on his right leg, but
10 seconds.
No, that's the logo.
Here you go.
Here it is again before we get to the
Right
start.
there.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Yep.
Yeah, he did have one.
So with the hit there.
Yeah, so
that was actually Mitchell Jordan that came down the Dorito side, not Demchek.
Here we go, Ironman breaking out. On your screen, you got Jason Vidulich coming to the snake side can, Toke Hamill in that back center, Mike Paxson with the big gun, shooting cross field. Brandon Cornell making his move over to the Dorito 1,
looks like
playing heads up.
Lazat getting shot early, along with, that is
And they lose Danny
Donovan again.
They lose Danny Ibarra as well, so it's 4-on-3.
Yeah, 4-on-3 in favor of the Los Angeles Ironmen right now. And Cornell into D1. Again, Cornell, man, Cornell had a badly injured shoulder. If you've been watching pro paintball this year, you're well aware of this. And just had surgery after the last event. They gave him like a 6-month recovery, and he's here playing World Cup.
You know, that kid has more heart than just about anybody I've ever met. And it doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. He works really hard. And I know biggest thing is he doesn't want to let his team down, so he wanted to be here to play for his guys.
Well, he's arguably, other than maybe Toke Hamill or Mike, depending on the day, the best player on the team.
For sure, yes.
And Toke has been great for the Ironman this year.
Toke's been playing really well.
Well, Ibarra right now is in the snake getting kills across the field.
That is Jason Vidulich, I believe.
What did I say?
Ibarra.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, same thing.
So here come the Ironmen tying this one up. Nice job by Vidulich here on the snake side. Toke Hamill in the center. And also Brandon Cornell still alive on that D side as well. So a full court press from the Los Angeles Ironmen to tie this one up here 1-1 with 11 minutes, 27 seconds to go.
I like that point from the Ironmen. You know, they got their G's off the break, played controlled. They were aggressive, not too aggressive. That's the way you got to play this field.
Well, you know, you're very familiar with the team. You played on the team for a long time with the guys that are currently on the team. And the big story with the Ironmen was, when are these young guys going to progress? When are they going to get to the level where they can be counted on a regular basis? We know what's possible with Toke. But Toke had been relatively inconsistent coming into this year. But when you left the team, Toke all of a sudden emerged as the most consistent attacker on the team. Add that with Brandon Cornell and Ibarra going down that D side. They lost Chris Catt. He's not playing with them anymore. But across, you know, Vidulich, Ibarra, Cornell, Mike Paxson, they've just gotten real consistent, which is why they keep making Sundays. So hopefully they can keep that going. If you're an Ironman fan out there, definitely they got a chance. So on the breakout here, Houston Heat and Thunder. Thunder was able to score that first one if you just joined us. Scotty Knight heading out here to the back bunker, made it out wide off the break.
But Thunder loses one off that Dorito side. So advantage to Heat right now, but they do have the field advantage on the snake side.
Chad is looking to try to get up in the center, and he does. So yeah is now going to be shooting towards the snake side, try to keep Morales out of the snake.
Thomas Taylor with Sam Monville over here on the snake side for Heat. Map Chim getting shot on top of the loader. He comes walking off for Thunder. Corey Field and Brandon Morales both looking snake way. Morales still in that can. Looks like he's going to get shot in the pack, and he's going to get pulled off. Just Corey Field over there in the back center.
So just Knight over here on the snake side right now for Thunder, and here comes the push from Houston Heat as Thomas Taylor gets into the snake, and Chad makes his move up into the center. He's going to be looking D-side wrap around. No, he actually goes and looks underneath, trying to get a shot on Knight. And there's Thomas Taylor on your screen. You can also see Chad Boucher there, top portion of your screen at that center 50 in the center.
And Knight getting pinched out of that back snake side corner.
Here comes Ryan Moorhead hunting past the 50-yard line. Chad launches as well. Field gets peeled off, and that is going to do it. And it looks like we have a minor penalty on Chad, I believe, must be for overshooting. And you can see he's frustrated with that, but it's not going to make a difference here as Heat has a ton of bodies left. Monville alive, Ryan Moorhead alive, Thomas Taylor alive. So minor penalty is not going to do anything. And Houston Heat is going to tie this game up at 1 apiece. So both these sets, or both these games tied in this set here, 1-1. So we've talked about this, Marcel, a little bit, but while we have you up here, how crazy are those bounce shots out there?
Oh my gosh, I hate the bounce shots. It makes it so hard to play, but they're on every field, and it seems like people are really figuring them out.
But some more than others, and I feel this field is definitely on the more side.
Yep, absolutely. This field, there are some really good bounce shots, and it just makes it difficult for front guys, because you get into your spots and you can't work on the guy that you need to put in because somebody from cross field is shooting a different bunker that you're not even at, just bouncing them right into you. So, there's a lot of patience. You got to sit there and wait and just kind of make sure that you don't let one of those balls hit you.
Yeah, and also we've seen a lot of times where bodies are dropping from both teams. You have to read and react and see what's in front of you and then adjust your game plan accordingly, inner point. So now looks like 187 going all the way up to the center off the break with Max Trailer. Ironman lose a body off that D side of the field.
Danny Nealon, I believe, the new kid.
Yeah, Nealon walking off over there on the Dorito side, but Cornell quickly fills into the snake side temple, or Dorito side temple. He's got Paxson behind him. Vidalich again over here on the snake side.
And Al Fernandez right here in the snake side.
There's Max Trailer up in the X. And I think he gets a shot in on Vidalich. He does. Picks off Vidalich trying to make that bump.
Yeah, and that's strange because most of the time when people go up in that center, I could see why Vidalich, even with that bunker hot, wouldn't think the Trailer would be on the snake side because most of the time that guy's locking down the D side of the field.
Absolutely. Typically, they've been going to that little cake and just trying to lock the other side off.
So Trailer throws a little monkey wrench here in the Ironman's plans to push up on the snake side, taking out Vidalich. Trailer still alive in there, too, still locking down that snake side of the field. And you can see Mike trying to figure out where he is.
Trailer up in there.
You can see Mike Paxson.
Yeah, he's waiting for Fernandez. Fernandez knows he's in there, though, as he watched Vidalich come walking off.
And it looks like Mike Paxson just got shot out of that tower. Ironmen are 2 bodies up now.
And then Roberts makes the move off the Paxson death. It's Cornell and Fernandez left for the Ironmen. Roberts in snake 2. Looking across the field at Cornell. Trailer going to have a little bit of freedom right now. Doesn't want to get clipped. They lose a body over there off the Dorito side, though, and I think that was their widest guy. Oh, nope, they still have Sloviak. Sloviak comes out of the Dorito temple, gets into Dorito 1.
And now past the 50-yard line here with Roberts. And here comes the push. Max Trailer makes his move and takes out, looks like Brandon Cornell, and now Roberts going to be the player over here to score the point for Upton 187 crew. Nice work by Upton, and good job by Max Trailer. That was the difference. And we talked about in your game we didn't really see a lot of play up the center like we've been seeing. Yes, some guys did go up there, but as we saw how effective Trailer was getting up in there, a little unconventional as most guys are shading towards the Dorito side of the field. Trailer deciding to lock down the snake side, but it paid dividends for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The center on this field is definitely really effective. The game just kind of unfolded to where our plan was working, and we were just still going with it,
There you see Seattle Thunder coming on the field right now.
3
That's
seconds.
Field and Chim. Getting chronoed in. There's Demchek. I called Mitchell Jordan
20
Demchek
seconds.
earlier. But actually all those guys have been playing well this year. I like the addition of Gomez, Jordan, and Demchek.
10
Definitely
seconds.
helped give a little bit more depth to that Thunder roster.
Yeah, Hansen getting a spin as well.
I think Mapp has been wearing that same headband for about 15 years.
Yeah, pretty sure he has. So on the breakout, body coming off for Thunder on that D side of the field and up to the center. Sam Monville is going to be shooting underneath to lock down that snake side of the field as well. Try to get a shot on
Moorhead
corner
gets
bunker.
shot. Looks like Boucher catches a bounce. He stays alive. Smith and Taylor over here for Houston Heat. Mitchell Jordan comes walking off for Seattle Thunder off the Dorito side.
Looks like Sam Monville just got shot. He was playing off that thing pretty far, which I haven't seen yet. Looked like he had a shot on something, though. He just stayed there a little too long. Thomas Taylor getting into the snake side mini race bunker.
So 3 bodies alive right now for Heat.
There you see Ryan Smith, Thomas Taylor, and Chad Boucher. On the right side, Boucher makes a move into Dorito 1. Thomas Taylor looking for shots across the field low out of that mini race bunker. Seattle Thunder got Brandon Morales over here on the snake side.
Yeah,
playing straight up.
Neither team poised to attack. Everyone is just playing straight up right now, locked in their gunfights. Thomas Taylor, though, in the position to make it into the snake, and we well know Thomas, one of the more aggressive guys out there, veterans here in this league, is going to want to be making his move up here, but he has a good angle right now, so he's content to just shoot, but you can tell he's pretty far off that, wants to make his move.
Chad Boucher getting grilled up, walks out of that Dorito. Ryan Smith trying to create some space, gets out of the can, goes to the snake side corner. It's just he and Thomas Taylor.
But at the same time,
But
Thunder
looks
got
like-
a penalty.
Yeah, Thunder get a penalty. That's going to open the door. Oh, it looks like Thomas Taylor just got shot in the
And
leg.
I think that's going to be a one-on-one situation right now. No, Ryan Smith got shot.
No, he
as
didn't.
well.
No, he didn't.
he
No.
didn't. No, but then he just did. Yeah, he didn't get shot.
Right
and
when
then
you
he
said
walked
it.
out, and then he got shot.
Yeah. Corey Field.
As a
with the-
coach or a teammate, you hate to see that. That's the worst thing.
Well, you can see Ryan Smith is just walking off right now, shaking his head, going, "How did that happen?" But what a heads-up play by Corey Field. You know, not losing his composure at any point in time, keeping the count in his head and realizing what was happening, and was able to take out both Taylor and Ryan Smith. Let's check out this replay. So there's
Ryan Smith thinks the game's over. He's like, yeah, awesome. Things are
Did it.
great.
And look at
All
this.
of a sudden,
Bam.
damn it, things are bad now. Oh, man.
So
that's rough.
Yeah,
That's a tough
That's
one right
rough.
there.
So-
Don't stop fighting till the last second.
Corey Field getting a gift there, and but he earned it. Getting that 2-on-1 victory and another low body, chalk up another low body situation win for Corey Field. We've seen
There you
him
go.
do that time and time again.
Yep.
So now that score is going to be 2-1 in favor of Thunder.
10 seconds.
Mike Paxson, Jason Vidalich, Tote Camel, Al Fernandez, and Danny Ibarra over here.
Looking at the Ironman. On the breakout, 3 towards the snake side.
Ooh, is that a giant hit on his hand over there in the back center?
Oh, it sure
For,
looks like it. On the 187 side. Maybe some gold gloves, I don't know.
Yeah, it might be.
Ironman on your screen have a very steady lineup right there. All across the board, 5 alive. Good spread. You see Mike Paxson, he's going up the center to the center can. 187 on your screen. Nick Sloviak in the back center. They got that iron cross with the tower.
Pike, another early death for him, walking off the field for 187. He's been playing well for them this year. That's Thomas Mantoni over there.
Thomas
Oh,
Mantoni.
and you were right, Todd. You were right. That was a hit on his hand. He just got a major penalty for it. You know, that's just no discipline there. You have a hit on your hand. You should feel that.
Yeah, that
Don't
happened,
let your team down.
That
That happened
right
in the beginning.
away. Like,
Yep.
Well, Thomas Mantoni was one of those guys who was a beast for 187 at the last event.
He
You guys
played
remember?
excellent.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
played really
played
great for them.
excellent.
he has been since he came on the team.
Yes,
I've
I
got to
agree.
give him that credit. Oh, maybe not. That's a gold glove that he's got in his hand right there. So the hit must have been somewhere else.
Yeah,
But,
you're right.
you know, I didn't see it.
You cursed him. You jinxed him.
He got shot in the other hand, not the one I was looking
First commentator curse of the event. Way to go, Todd.
at. He has bright
that
gold.
one's
He
on
got
you.
gold flaky gloves on. check out this replay. There's Max Trailer. Shoot on the inside. Vidalich got all the way down, wrapped right around.
Just got clipped coming in. Almost made it back on that snapshot before he got clipped.
So here's the first time we're going to see Chad George coming out for Houston Heat. Coming out with Mishka, Bierdnikov, Fedorov, and Greg Sewers.
And
the Russian
Thunder sending Jordan Morales, Corey Field so far.
Scotty Knight.
Yeah, Scotty Knight already ready to go.
Thunder looks pretty good so far.
They do.
They're playing controlled.
They lost every match last event by 1 point.
It's heartbreaking.
Well, they played the Ironman, and we mentioned this at the outset of this game, but they played the Ironman in practice yesterday. I talked to Shane Pastani. He said that Thunder gave it to the Ironman pretty good yesterday.
Really?
Well, the Thunder's another one of those teams. You know, they've added a couple guys, and Matt played great for him at the last event. Corey's always great. I mean, Morales is starting to pick it up a little bit. They're starting to get the depth they need to contend a little bit, as you can see by them losing every point or every game at the last event by 1 point. So they just need a little bit better execution, and we'll see. It looks like Morales might have got clipped here. No, he's clean. Morales is alive. 8 minutes and 13 seconds to go. 1 point separates these teams. Thunder 2-1 over Heat. Looking at Thunder's line right now, 5 players alive for them. There's Brandon Morales, their young front player that they need to get production out of. And he's been playing pretty smart over here so far on this snake side.
Houston goes Map Chim up the middle. He's going to dive into that A, and he's going to make it. He's going to look. Greg Sewers picks him up, though, jumps into that Dorito 1 and shoots Map. So Map got in there, but look Dorito side. And Greg Sewers took advantage of it, and now he's off to the races. He's coming into Dorito 2.
I think Fedorov might have just got shot on his hopper. Or in his pack. Nope.
No, Fedorov's clean. Referee runs in there, gives him a check.
So Chad George, 1 bunker away from the snake over here as Morales gets taken out. So I think Chad George was able to get the shot on Morales. And here comes Fedorov streaking up to the center at the 50-yard line. Big center structure, and then he launches past the 50-yard line. Here comes Fedorov. Did he get across clean? It looks like he is still alive, and that is really going to make things tough for the 3 players left alive for Thunder. One gets peeled off, and here comes the move as Sewers, huge move all the way down the D side, playing off of Fedorov's move. Well executed duo there of Fedorov, who had come across there past the 50-yard line. Sewers saw him make the move. All the guns turned to him, and then Greg Sewers was off to the races. Houston Heat going to tie this game up 2-2. So both these games tied up. It's 2-2 with the Ironman, and 2-2 with the Ironman and Upton 187 crew, and then 2-2 with Thunder and Houston Heat as well. So really close matches here as the Ironmen spill onto the field to play this next point. Brandon Cornell,
30 seconds.
Ibarra, Toe Camel, Paxson, and Jerry Carl's getting a spin. So that's the thing with the Ironmen. They're starting to cultivate this young talent. You got Nealon, Caro, Vidalich, a lot of these young guys.
Nealon.
Just said Nealon.
And Nealon,
yeah,
and Caro.
And Nealon and Caro.
10 seconds.
Vidalich. Ibarra. Yeah.
Did you say Nealon?
No, we didn't yet, but thank you we appreciate that, Marcel. Marcelo, you play with these guys. Out of all those guys, who do you think has the highest potential out of all the young guys?
Well, the scary thing is Brandon Cornell's playing at such a high level, but he's only 18.
Other than Brandon.
Other than Brandon, Jason Vidalich, I think, he's not that young, but I think he definitely has a lot of potential. And Jerry Caro, actually, from the first event back in Dallas, he played pretty good, So I think after a few tournaments under his belt, he's going to get that experience and that confidence, and he has a pretty fearless mentality to just kind of attack, and I love that.
Looks like there was a penalty on the Ironman, so 3 bodies left alive for them. And Trailer, seizing that advantage, gets up and is able to get, nice job. Trailer is just shutting his snake side down here. He gets up to that 50, and he just starts locking, is not missing any of his shots. And there goes Toe Camel.
Yep.
He gets a shot on Toke, so a nice little 2-pack here from Max Trailer. And Max Trailer is now going to hunt down Mike Paxson, but Paxson's going to get saved by the concession horn.
Matty, the past couple events, actually every event this year, we've seen the emergence of the duo on the Dorito side for the Ironman of Brandon Cornell and Danny Ibarra. I think Danny Ibarra has the highest stealing for the young guys on this team. But every single field that we've seen has been a really fast Dorito side. You know, and as we've been watching this event so far, you know, nobody's been really running, you know, all that wild, you know, point after point after point on this field so far, except for Ronnie Dizon. Ronnie Dizon, I thought, did an exceptional job of getting out there consistently and really running down there. Are we going to see Danny Ibarra and Brandon Cornell run down the Dorito side of this field? You know, we'll see here as the tournament goes on, but, you know, is Danny Ibarra and Brandon Cornell going to be able to play that slow game if this is what it turns out to? Because once teams play the field more, get their shots dialed in more, it's going to be harder and harder to go. But as we've seen, there are certain guys that can make it happen. So can they play to their strengths and run down the side of that side of the field fast, or are they going to have to play the slow game, and are they going to be able to do it?
Remains to be seen. I think they have it in them. I mean, I think that's really a question for Marcelo. He played with those guys for a long time, and we'll get to that in a second when they play their next point. But right now, Thunder locked up here against Houston Heat, all tied up at 2, 6 minutes and 31 seconds to go. Chad George back out here for Houston Heat again, playing this next point, and on your screen, trying to fight his way into the snake. Matched up against Brandon Morales, who's one bunker over from him. Everybody locked in a gunfight. Nobody making any moves right now. You see the 5 players alive for Houston Heat in that traditional breakout we see him. But you can tell, Chad George getting a little squirrely in there. He wants to make that move. But Brandon Morales has just been locked in. Looks like Morales just took a bouncer on his forearm.
Yeah, Chad George just dodged the ball with a quick head movement right there. So, body's alive. Brandon Morales going heads up with Chad George and Konstantin Fedorov. Nothing like getting thrown into the deep end right away.
Well, as we said, Thunder are losing all their games at the last event by 1 point. So looking poised to break out here, try to get a win against one of the favorites to win this whole thing in Houston Heat. But they got to earn it right now. All tied up, 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Nobody's died yet here in this point. Chad George finally makes his move to the snake. Backed up right off by Fedorov. Chad George into snake 2. Looking like he's going to move to the 50. He does, and he makes it. Goes right past the 50. Chad George for Houston Heat in real good field position here, but almost gets clipped though. Stays alive, backs up off that spot. Fedorov right behind him.
Mikey Lou getting shot off the Dorito side temple for Seattle Thunder. First body to drop. Here comes Fedorov to his feet. He's in snake 2. Up over the top. Morales takes another bouncer in the forearm. Matt Chim fighting for his life. Over here on the snake side, Corey Field forced to switch as well.
Morales finally get taken out. Much better field position right now and a body advantage here for Houston Heat. Chad George is chilling here in the snake. You can see the back line for Houston Heat. And it looks like Malloy's going to shift over a little bit, moving now towards that D side. Burnikoff. Fedorov is now going to jump over the snake, move towards the center. And here comes the push up on the D side of the field. Greg Sewers able to take out Scotty Knight, and the bodies peel off, and Houston Heat going to score a point here to take a 1-score lead. It's going to be 3-2 with just 4 minutes to go.
Here you see Konstantin Fedorov with an empty pack walking off the field. You know, both these teams getting lots of bodies out alive and just dumping their packs, trying to hit those bounce shots like we've been talking about all day. You know, but really trying to play controlled because, you know, both these teams really not giving an inch. Just pounding the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder, they may have lost that point, but they're fighting really hard right now.
They're playing the patience game. And this is what happened with Houston Heat. I believe it was their matchup last event. You know, they I think they went to an overtime. I can't find my Thunder sheet, but
10 seconds.
You know, these guys, Seattle Thunder.
On the breakout and the Ironman. So the question, Marcelo, was can Brandon and Ibarra play that slow, methodical game on the D side they're going to need on this layout?
Well, you know, that was the biggest thing, I think, with all the young guys on the team is finishing plays. You know, we'd always be able to, they can get into the good spots, they can do some damage, but it comes down to closing games, you know. And that's what I'm curious to see. And I actually think the last couple of events, they started to do that, you know, a lot more.
I agree.
And, you know, if they can continue to do that and elevate, they're going to be really dangerous.
So the Ironman playing down a body here, 187. Oh, and they lose another one over here on this snake side as Vidulich is going to be taking the walk. Immediately Toke tries to come out and fill that spot, do damage control, but he gets taken out as well. Now for the first time we're going to see Brandon Cornell on the snake side as he glides all the way out and gets shot, trying to get out to that spot. And again, it's Max Trailer up in that center, shutting down the snake side of the field from that center.
Yeah, Maddie, and I mean, you said this first thing in the morning, like, we're just going to have guys in the center all day, and we've yet to really see anybody, you know, consistently just go up there point after point after point.
And you know, that's exactly what I'm talking about, though, right there. 3 Ironman bodies got shot filling out within 15 seconds. You know, you got to recognize that your buddy just got shot and not try to make that big fill.
Yeah, it was actually Infamous and Impact that I was thinking of, that Seattle Thunder had some good games with in Virginia Beach. Thunder lost to Infamous 5-4. They lost to Impact 3-2, but then they ended up beating Boom 4-3. So lots of 1-point games for them, you know, against some really solid teams. So I think Thunder's been playing pretty good, but you know, this is a tough division out here.
Well, they're close. They just need to keep working on it as we see this replay here. That last one now, and back into this Heat and Thunder game. Still just a 1-point match, and looks like Monville first to walk off for Houston Heat, so a 1-body advantage for Thunder. Thunder with some good field position in the center as they decide to send a body up to that stand-up temple midway up the field. And you're looking at Heat's line, left-hand side of your screen. Down by a body, 4-on-5 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. But it's up to Thunder to push forward as Chim now is trying to get his way into that 50, and does he make it? I think he might have got shot. He's going to ask for a check on his back, and the referee pulls him out. Can see the hit from there. So Chim trying to attack in that center a couple points, not able to get it done. So now it's even up on the body count, 4-4.
Morales still over here in the insert bunker. Moorhead gets shot out of that Dorito. So 3 bodies left alive for Heat. Number 82, Mitchell Jordan, again, going to work. Looks like he's got a hit on his leg. He's going to come walking off with Thunder making a big move. They get to the 40 Dorito. 3 bodies left alive for them now.
So Thunder with a little bit of an opportunity here. They can try to close this one out.
3-2.
Well, opportunity in the sense that they have Morales potentially going to make his move in the snake, but he gets beat in there by Thomas Taylor. So Thomas Taylor, the veteran, and Thomas wastes no time all the way to the 50-yard line, past the 50-yard line. Thomas cut his teeth as an aggressive member of the Ironmen, and then excessive, then making the move over to Heat. Thunder looks like trying to make a move over there on that D side. He gets eaten up. And here comes Ryan Smith. And Ryan Smith is going to come all the way down. So nice work by Thomas Taylor and Ryan Smith to win the point here, and now go up by 2 against Thunder. So it was 3-3, but too much Thomas Taylor, Tim Montresor, and Ryan Smith, the 3 bodies closing it out for Houston Heat.
Yeah, Thunder had to make that move down the Dorito side as Thomas Taylor passed him up, coming down the 50 snake. Did work out for him. Ended up opening the door. Well, let's check in with Lauren Kelly down the sidelines.
$20 seconds. $10 seconds.
They just took an audio on Lauren. I would wait like 2 more breaks and go find her.
Ironman in the red, black, and gray dye jerseys, and up in the green and black. Those are
2 walking off for 187 on the break.
And it looks like might be 3, yeah. The snake player gets pulled out as well. Roberts coming off, so this is the opportunity for the Ironman right here to get a little bit closer. 6 minutes and 5 seconds to go. It's 4-2. Ironman with a 2-body advantage, and they have Toke Hamill on the snake, who is one of the heroes for the Ironman at the last event. Let's see if Toke can make his aggressive move here. He's rolling his gun, trying to put in the back corner bunker. Nobody over here with Toke, though, so you can see there Toke, left-hand portion of your screen. Now we're looking on the D side for the Los Angeles Ironman. Danny Ibarra up there on the D side. And then now Toke makes his move over here, snake side, up a notch into snake 2. He's going to get a little bit of help. as the Ironman move out position behind him. Ooh, Toke almost got clipped though, I thought.
Ah, that looked like he did.
Yeah, but looks like he's alive, so.
Sneaks in there.
So Toke is gunfighting, having to earn his way up the field, trying to get it. I think that's Dan Zaleski in the back corner bunker, but so Toke Hamill now going to try to get a shot back corner, or sorry, a back center bunker here for Upton.
Yeah, Mantoni trying to live in that tower. Gun battling with Toke, and Toke sneaks one in on Mantoni.
And now Toke's going to run up the highway, and he's going to completely commit. He's going to try to run down the last player. Nice job by Toke Hamill. Beautiful work. And the Ironman pull within one on the strength of Toke Hamill pushing down the snake side, and Ibarra down on that D side of the field. Looks like that was Fernandez backing up Toke Hamill over here. Nice work by Fernandez, helping out his boy Toke Hamill. So Ironman pull within one.
Point approved.
So let's check out this replay here, this Toke Hamill. And realizing I don't think there's anyone on the D side, so I'm just going to run the highway. That's the inside part of the snake. And it was Dan Zaleski in that back corner bunker getting run down. Had no idea Toke was coming. Really nothing he could do at that point, as he was getting pinched out crossfield by Danny Ibarra.
Ironmen fighting their way, trying to stay in this game. 1-point game now.
Yeah, so Marcelo, your guys' next game is a big one. You had two big games here today, as you had to play San Antonio. I'm sorry, that's your game tomorrow when you play Houston Heat. The next game that you guys are playing against Boom. But I want to talk about that Houston Heat game. You guys have to play the Ironman for your last game of the prelims, so that's going to be interesting. And you have to play Heat. So you guys are looking to have a strong finish here against Boom today. Your last game against Boom. But I don't know, did you watch Boom's first game here?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, they look really good.
We watched them. We've played against them, and a little bit of practice. So I think we know what they're going to do, and this field just comes down to executing. So shoot well off the break and make your bumps.
That's pretty much what you guys did in that first game. Yeah, you did a good job of containing X Factor. They were trying stuff. You guys' off-the-break shots were just dialed in, and then you guys made those smart moves and just really contained them. They never really threatened the whole game. You guys had control of the game from pretty much start to finish.
Yeah, that was our plan going in against X Factor, because they're one of the teams out here that they will just throw stuff at you. And if you don't contain them, you don't shoot their wide guys, they make it really difficult for you to live, So if you're not taking chances and you're not shooting their guys, you're going to have a tough day.
So here we go, getting back into this match right now. Thunder taking on Houston Heat, and this one's pretty close. Houston Heat on your screen, and they risk a body out wide. They send Chad George, and he makes it out clean. Nice run by Chad George. But it looks like Thunder also matches that move, and they send a body out wide, and he gets shot, though. So Thunder now down by one. It's 4-on-5.
Thunder with two bodies in that Dorito side back center. Matt Chem and Brandon Morales in their spots again. Morales playing heads up. Now he's got to deal with Chad George wide. Sergei Solnishkov. Here comes Fedorov on the Thunder side of the field. Nobody has picked him up yet. Matt Chem picks him up. He's going to see if he can get a shot in on Fedorov.
Fedorov gets one.
Yeah, Mitchell Jordan comes walking off. 3 bodies left alive. Here comes Matt Chem. He's going to try and go get Fedorov. He does, but then gets shot in the pack.
Yeah, he pays the price for that, but unfortunately for Thunder, too many. That was a nice move by Matt. He had moved over to try to get a shot on Fedorov, realized that he didn't have a shot from there. Then he had to fully commit and run Fedorov down. He got there clean. Unfortunately, he lost everyone else around him. So even though that was a good move, it wasn't enough for Thunder, and Houston Heat puts another one on the board.
Watch this replay. There's Fedorov on Thunder's side of the field. Here comes Map. Gets shot right when he's getting Fedorov. And then gets shot coming off, so. Houston Heat building a little bit of a lead now.
10 seconds.
Not much time left in that match.
Yeah, Houston Heat really starting to take control of that game. 187 crew here, Los Angeles Ironman. Heavy guns for both teams. It looks like body dropping early on the snake side for the Los Angeles Ironman. Still 5 bodies alive for Upton 187 crew.
Looks like Vidulich gets shot on the break. Or is that Caro?
That's Vidulich.
Vidulich getting shot on the break coming out to the snake side. Paxson making a move up the middle now for the Ironman. He gets into that center can.
Yeah, he's trying to shut down that snake side. Toke Hamill able to get out wide through a gun. Still alive. But Mike catches one in that spot. So now the Ironman down a body, also down a point. 4 minutes to go here.
And
187 drops a body.
Yep, and at the same time, Ironman lost Toe Camel and Brandon Cornell, so that's going to be it for this point.
Yeah, they might want to think about blowing that horn, and you're gonna, yeah, because here comes Nick Sloviak. So still a body left alive, a bar trying to get squirrely over there, D-side, but just sharking down the field and making him pay the toll over there on that D-side.
I'm not sure why they didn't blow that horn sooner.
I think that was Matt Tarula. That was.
Point approved.
Yeah, I was wondering why they didn't blow that horn a little bit sooner, conserve a little bit of that time, because now they're going to go down by a couple. So, oh, as Houston Heat and Thunder comes out to play their next point, let's check in with Lauren down in the sidelines.
Hey guys, yeah, Thunder is pretty upset about how the game has been going. I heard you saying you're tired of making game plans for team players that aren't executing. Is that what you think your biggest problem here is?
That is correct.
What can you do to make sure that that gets fixed before your next match?
We just need to beat into somebody's heads a little bit more.
And what do you think is the most important thing to execute on this field layout?
Just not being impatient. Shoot a couple guys before make that next move. We got some guys that have been just running down the field, trying to make that quick bump that doesn't help us. They might as well be shot the break.
All right, we'll see if Thunder can tighten it up and get a point on the board. Back to you guys.
Well, they are definitely not tightening it up as they lose two bodies, and then another body gets shot, a major penalty, and this one's going to be a real quick one here for Houston Heat. Yeah, Thunder didn't survive the break. Chim got shot, and I think they lost another. They definitely lost another body. Couldn't see exactly who it was, so two came off, and then a major penalty. So Houston Heat starting to run away with this one here. Initially, it was close, but Houston Heat just the better team here this afternoon. Houston Heat, one more game they have to play against the Los Angeles Ironmen, and Seattle Thunder is going to play their last game. That's going to actually be the last set. 187 Crew Thunder and Ironman Heat will be the last set of Friday's competition here.
187 starting to pick it up here. Playing a little bit better now. Really starting to execute. Max Trailer was gone last event, right? Who was it that wasn't that last event?
I think Jarula had to leave
Jarula
today,
was the one that
but then he
left.
came back. He had to fly out for a wedding and then flew right back. 187, Zan Zaleski going to stop early, and looks like Roberts was able to get in. So 5 bodies alive, no. Running referee coming over to check out Zaleski to see if he's clean, and there goes
Mantoni.
I think that's Painter. No, it's Mantoni. Thomas Mantoni up to the center and going to lock down that D side. And Zaleski was clean, so 5 players alive. And here comes the hammer, going to try to get dropped. And nice work as the Ironmen clear out Mantoni of that center and take his spot, still alive.
Fernandez with
Al
the big
Fernandez.
move.
That was an awesome move by Al. You know, I love that he didn't continue to go through and throw his body away. He took the bunker and shot the guy and stayed alive.
Yeah, Jason Vittle is still alive. Unfortunately for the Ironman, Toe Camel got shot out of his spot.
Zaleski wears one from across the field.
3 on 4 right now, but way better field position for the Ironman. So if Fernandez can stay alive in that center, this is going to be a point for the Ironman here, and they need it. 2 minutes, 34 seconds to go.
Lazat makes a move into the Dorito 1 to try and pick up Fernandez. Fernandez, he comes walking off. Cornell, though, charging up the Dorito side. He gets into the 50, and looks like Cornell shoots Painter. It's just Lazat, and I believe Roberts over here fills out to the snake side corner. And Cornell makes the move down the Dorito side. He trades out with Lazat, making it a 2-on-1 situation in favor of the Ironmen. Vitillage in the snake.
Well, they need to close
Paxson
this one out.
on the Dorito side.
They need to close this one out quick. They're down. They're going to be down by 1 if they can get it here. It's a 2-on-1. Roberts fighting for his life in that back corner bunker, and he gets taken out. So nice work by the last players left alive. Good job by Vitillage over here to maintain his composure. And, of course, Mike Paxson. I'm like, who's the last player left alive also? That's Mike Paxson. So nice work by Pax in Vitillage, and they're going to pull within 1 here, but not a lot of time left, so this is going to be a pretty crazy point here. Ironman, they have enough time. They don't have to come with a crazy game plan. They can come with a standard game plan. They do have a little bit of time, but they are going to be forced to push forward to try to tie that one up.
Yeah, that was just really good. That was what I was talking about, finishing plays, you know, going up the center, killing that guy in the center 50, staying alive, and playing off of each other, you know?
30 seconds.
Let's check out this replay here, and this was that run. Al Fernandez realizing that Mantoni is in that center. He can't live there, blocking that D side, shutting it down. And he comes right over the top, decimates his pack, and then takes his spot, stays alive for the majority of the point. He did end up getting shot out of there, but still, that was an awesome move by Al Fernandez.
10 seconds.
Looking at Seattle Thunder here. Need to try to get something going against Houston Heat, starting to run away with this one. And off the breakout, they send a body up the center.
Houston Heat doubling up the snake side can and the Dorito side tower, but they lose Bierdnikov right away.
And it looks like they also are going to lose
Mishka.
So just 3 bodies left alive for Houston Heat. They do have a 4-point lead, and again, it's just no time left. So there's Jordan up in the center, and he's going to come underneath, looking only at 3 guns, try to cut the seam and get a shot on Fedorov, but Fedorov takes him out and stays alive. Nice work by Fedorov to contain the aggression of Jordan. But Jordan's doing, just trying to put another point on the board, increase the point spread a little bit. Thunder's going to lose this one. See if Map Chim can try to get a kill here. Map Chim takes over Jordan's spot, but he gets eaten up by Fedorov or Sergey, as both Fedorov and Sergey launch. Fedorov now to the 50-yard line. He gets shot. Sergey's still alive, though, and Sergey is going to try to get sneaky over there on the D side. And it looks like Chad George gets shot as well. And that is going to do it. So congratulations to Houston Heat. They take their first one here and looking pretty good against Thunder.
Yeah, so let's check in with Lauren Kelly down on the sidelines.
Thanks. Ironman has a chance to tie it up here with 1:54 on the clock. After that last point, Dan Zaleski came into the pits and said he just has no idea where the Ironman players are on the Dorito side. Eddie Painter said they just need to slow down. They need to communicate across the field so they can figure out where the players are and capitalize. We'll see if they can keep this lead or take a win. Back up to you guys.
Definitely time for Ironman. I mean, they have the ability to tie this one up, but they're going to have to come with a coordinated attack, and they're going to have to stay alive and live through that break. And that's really hard to do, Marcelo, on this field. It's hard to live off the break,
Absolutely.
Keep 5 guys alive.
Yeah, there's some really big gaps out there. But you don't have to take the ground right away off the break. You can make the short
But with
bumps.
the time they have, you think that that's still an option?
I think it's still an option. On the Dorito side, I think you could go into that tower, shoot heads up really quick, and then fill right into that small temple. That works really well.
Yeah, and when I'm saying it's hard to live off the break, it's great to live off the break if you don't have to score a point in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Right. Yes, they definitely have to go. The urgency needs to be there.
So here we go. Can the Ironmen tie this game up? And they send a body out here, snake side, but it looks like they keep 5 bodies alive. Just 1 minute and 45 seconds to go here. Upton 187 crew rolling those guns, trying to keep the Ironmen from pushing up the field. The Ironmen have to push forward. And they have to do it relatively soon. They still have a little bit of time to work with. Look for them to try to work a kill here. There. Oh, Middle knows that.
Jerry Caro.
Yeah, so Carl getting a spin in a crucial situation, getting shot out of his spot.
Things getting tight in there for Nick Sloviak. In that back center, he had to bail out to the snake side can. Took a couple bounces in there before he got out. Paxton looked like he caught a bounce in the wrist. He's still alive, but Brandon Cornell trying to make a move up the field in the center on the Dorito side. He gets picked off, but
Shirley gets shot out. Bodies dropping from both teams.
Danny Ibarra doing work over on the D side.
Yeah, Ibarra is definitely the guy that got that kill on trailer. However, the Ironmen, though, not able to summon the aggression they need and push forward and live because they've lost 2 bodies now. It's going to make it a little bit harder here. It's 4-on-3. About 45 seconds to go here. It's looking like 187 crew might be able to lock this one up. We'll see, though. Can the Ironmen get a kill, even it up, and then go on the attack? And here they go, launching.
Here comes Fernandez. He tries to go coast to coast on Zaleski, and he gets chopped up from the inside by Painter. Zaleski now looking across the field at that last body.
Ibarra, though, getting it to the 50-yard line on that D side of the field. And there's Zaleski, who actually does a little tactical retreat, gets back to Snake 1 to try to put more paint on Ibarra and keep him honest over there. One body walking off right now, but just no time left. It's all up to Ibarra, and there's just nothing he can do over there. He's going to get taken out. No, he's still alive. Thought the referee was calling him hit, but
no, yeah, Ibarra got shot.
Ibarra's out. Paxton's still over there.
Still alive, yeah. So Paxton, the last player left alive for the Ironmen. Well, the Ironmen gave it their best effort, but it wasn't enough. And Upton 187 crew will take the victory here. They still have one game left against Thunder. And then the Ironmen will be taking on Houston Heat in the last game of the day. But coming up next, San Antonio X Factor taking on Top Gun. Top Gun lost their first game. X Factor lost their first game against Dynasty. And then we're going to let Marcelo Margot get back down there as they take on Boom. So stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
Hi, I'm Denise. I'm from Velocity Paintball Park in San Diego, California. The customer service from Falcon is pretty much #1. Anytime we have an issue, they get right on it. If we have a particularly busy weekend, we're getting low on paint, Falcon's been available to us even on a Saturday evening. The paint is really good, really reliable, and we don't have any problems with it. If you're ever in San Diego, come on by and check us out. Come out and shoot some Falcon paintballs.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
Every time I put the Spire on my gun, I don't even know it's on there because it's working all the time. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to do anything because it never jams.
What I like about the anti-jam feature is that it's real. It doesn't jam. I wish there was more to talk about it, but it really is that simple.
It's extremely reliable. My job is to shoot a lot of paint and keep my front guys safe. I don't want someone coming and running down one of my guys, and I'm looking at them and I'm not able to get a ball out of my gun because my hopper's jammed. It's basically jam-proof.
You don't even think about that because it doesn't jam. You just turn it on and that's all you ever have to do.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my bio.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used Aspire since its creation, 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Aspire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference in your crawling. Yeah, you know, you're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Aspire definitely leans towards that.
Hi, I'm Denise. I'm from Velocity Paintball Park in San Diego, California. The customer service from Falcon is pretty much #1. Anytime we have an issue, they get right on it. We have a particularly busy weekend and we're getting low on paint. Falcon's been available to us even on a Saturday evening. The paint is really good, really reliable, and we don't have any problems with it. If you're ever in San Diego, come on by and check us out. Come out and shoot some Falcon paintballs.
This is paintball. An intense, adrenaline-packed extreme sport that has grown from a handful of players in the woods in the early 80s to a worldwide phenomenon spanning the globe. Last year, Edmonton Impact battled their...
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then, you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
one ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is.
Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell at the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
It doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent, I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're gonna win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trigger right is, it feels good, feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paintballs, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money.
It's definitely accurate. It's by far the straightest shooting guns I've shot.
Towel.
Hey, Jeff.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the Vio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things out the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. And then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect.
If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
VIO. Normally you pull off the mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change out whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it. I started playing around like 8. You know, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. And if I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name is Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my VIO. Every time I put the Spire on my gun, I don't even know it's on there because it's working all the time. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to do anything because it never jams.
What I like about the anti-jam feature is that it's real. It doesn't jam. I wish there was more to talk about it, but it really is that simple.
It's extremely reliable. My job is to shoot a lot of paint and keep my front guys safe. I don't want someone coming and running down one of my guys, and I'm looking at them and I'm not able to get a ball out of my gun because my hopper's jammed. It's basically jam-proof.
You don't even think about that because it doesn't jam. You just turn it on and that's all you ever have to do.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my VIO.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used the Spire since its creation in 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Spire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference in your crawling. Yeah, you know, we're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
Hi, I'm Denise. I'm from Velocity Paintball Park in San Diego, California. The customer service from Falcon is pretty much #1. Anytime when you have an issue, they get right on it. If we have a particularly busy weekend and we're getting low on paint, Falcon's been available to us even on a Saturday evening. The paint is really good, really reliable, and we don't have any problems with it. If you're ever in San Diego, come on by and check us out. Come out and shoot some Falcon paintballs.
3, 2, 1, game on!
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then, you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
Feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
one ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is.
Bio's best.
it was the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to the other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go.
Welcome back here, 2015 NXL World Cup. Biggest and most important tournament of the year. Matty Marshall. We have Dave Painter stepping in here, owner of Upton 187 Crew, and of course Todd Martinez. So the next set coming at you. San Antonio X Factor is going to be out for blood against Trenton Top Gun Union as they drop their first game to San Diego Dynasty. Dynasty with one win is going to be taking on Boom. Boom also has a victory as they dominated against Trenton Top Gun. So this is a tough matchup, of course, on paper for Top Gun and Boom, playing two of the best teams in the world right now. But hey, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Dave, you well know that as you guys have become, you know, a big player in tournament paintball, but you had to take your whoopings for a couple years.
Oh, we took our beatings up front.
Yeah, but you took them, and you took them like men, and you definitely have now started to make a name for yourselves. You guys have a win on the board as well. So here we go, getting into this matchup right now, as it looks like X Factor drops a body on that D side early, and Top Gun looks like 5 guys alive for them. And up in that center on your screen, you can see they're shutting down that D side of the field. So that's been the typical strategy when somebody gets up there because of that extra bunker at the 50-yard line. And now Hardwick is going to launch, and he gets torched, though, but he's able to take out Michael Kovar first. So now 3 bodies left alive, and Danny Park, Todd, has been so consistent in getting into that snake for Top Gun. He's in there trying to get some angles.
Yeah, there's certain things that people do. Getting in the snake is what Danny Park does consistently, on a regular basis. Just making moves down that snake side. He's going to get in there right to the 50 again.
And Danny Park getting some good angles cross field. Has to be careful in here. Guns have turned to him. Billy Bernaccia is shooting down that sideline, and he is trying to get a shot on the back corner bunker, the support player for Danny Park. And Billy Bernaccia doing a good job of talking it up. And it looks like Archie is going to shade over his way. It looks like Ian Wilson, though, for Top Gun gets taken out. So getting a little even on the body count here.
Archie behind Billy over there. Billy shooting across the field. Danny Park looking heads up. Colt Roberts with the crawl down the Dorito side. He's about even with that pin. And now he's going to jump up into the 40. Doesn't get picked up.
Billy Bernaccia still rolling his gun that way. Danny Park locked in. You can hear he's listening very well. So good communication from the back player here for Top Gun. Talking to Danny. Danny was nodding. You know, he can't exactly turn around and scream back at him, but as long as his back player can see him nodding. And here comes Billy Bernaccia running the highway. Oh, awesome move by Billy Bernaccia. Gets Park, and he might have got shot, though, as the referee's going to get in there and check him out. And Archie Montemayor screaming, calling his shot. And what a great shot by Archie Montemayor, shooting out the player in front of Billy Bernaccia, and this is going to be a point here for San Antonio X Factor. So, Dave, you know, as a leader of your team, with a very complex layout like that we have right here, the center very strong. Snake is also dominant, tough to get out there, same on the D side. How did you guys decide which side you wanted to attack, where you wanted to put your guys?
So with our team, it's, you know, a little challenging. We're snake heavy, and really felt that was the dominant side of the field. But as you noticed in our last match, we decided we were going to push the X a little bit and try out a few plays up there, and Max really took it to him.
Yeah, he did, and it was also interesting because Max decided to look towards the snake side in that center 50, which we haven't really seen too much. Most guys, as we saw in that last point, looking towards the D side because of that extra bunker. However, you guys put Max's gun snake way, and he was just feasting up in there.
It's a little easier to get up on the D side of this on the X, but then you can also get bunkered out because the other guy can make it up there just as easily. And that extra bunker is not really giving you a lot of support. It's just a little cake.
Yeah, big win for you guys over the Ironmen. You know, the Ironmen, another team, young, hungry, been around for a long time. You guys haven't been around forever, but a couple years now. But you guys, the depth you're starting to develop is really starting to show.
It really helps. It was a big win for us. We took our beating from the Ironmen back in at the Virginia Open, and we were happy to come back and give it a little bit.
Yeah, give it to them. So still 3 games for Upton, though, and another one this afternoon to close out the day. And right now, heading into this Dynasty Boom game. Boom, again, they defeated Top Gun 7-1, so they look really good in that match, and they're going to have to fight hard against a Dynasty team that already has defeated San Antonio X Factor. Boom losing a body, Dynasty losing a body. And it looks like Blake Yarber coming off early here for San Diego Dynasty, Todd.
Yeah, Dynasty right there. You can see on the screen. Lang and Short. They were dealing over here earlier against San Antonio X Factor. Playing some crucial points. Doing a good job getting down the Snake side of the field as Short comes in to the insert bunker behind the Snake. Spica behind him. Lang and Rao in the middle of the field.
And the big story with Oliver Lang finally returning to San Diego Dynasty after not having played with them all season long here in 2015, but trying to come out and help his squad win another World Cup. It's been a long time since we've seen San Diego Dynasty win a World Cup.
Where the Boom players getting shot in the head out of that Snake side back center. Here comes Brandon Short, going to take that opportunity to crawl into the 50 Snake.
Brandon
stop
Short
there, look across the field.
Yeah, he's in good.
Oh, and he gets picked off on the top of the loader. Nice shot from across the field by Boom.
So Oliver Lang going to be trying to get across now with the death of Brandon Short. Kyle Spica still alive over here. And Kyle Spica, he just played the last event, last Millennium event in Paris phenomenally, playing with the ML Kings, and he was playing the 2. Never seen Kyle Spica play the support position, and he was just phenomenal. There's no other way to say it. So if he can continue that type of play for Dynasty, it's going to add more depth, more weapons to them, more looks.
Absolutely. Everybody on Dynasty is extremely versatile, and that definitely gives you a lot of options when you're trying to game plan out there. Yosh Rao got shot out of that center tower. That's why Oliver Lang is making his move over to the Dorito side, leaving Spica over here by himself. Just the 2 bodies left alive for San Diego Dynasty, but Oliver Lang gets a shot in on Jansen, trying to make a bump out to the Dorito side, evening up the bodies, making it a 2-on-2, and here comes Lang on the offensive. Tries to bunker out the Dorito, but gets taken out. So now it's a 2-on-1 Boom in that Dorito 1 and the Snake 1 now. Just looking at Spica. Spica tries to make a run down the field, but I don't think he
didn't
knew
get very far.
Yeah, I don't think that Willie Man, or I don't think he knew that Willie Man was there.
Well, Boom continuing to play well. You know, Boom came into this tournament. I had a chance to talk to their captain, Chris Jansen, and he felt very confident about their chances here. He said, look, we pared our roster down. We're running with just the guys that we think are going to have our, the best opportunity to help us prevail out here. And they've been doing really good. They just had a good point here against Dynasty. 1-0 is the score there. So now Top Gun's going to have to come out and try to put a point on the board here against X Factor. You know, Dave, you're talking about Boom. How hard is it? I mean, I don't think you're going to have the time. We could probably spend an hour speaking about this. We should at some point. But, as you're going to be looking at this replay. But, Dave, talk to me about how difficult it is to bring a team up from the divisions like Boom is trying to do right now and not go to the well and get a ton of hired pros to come in. It's a very difficult thing.
It's a long process. You really work with the kids coming up through the divisional ranks and years of scouting and picking out the best players.
So right now, here we go, Top Gun. San Antonio X Factor up by 1 here, just getting things rolling in this match. And both teams looks like 5 strong, getting this point going. X Factor locked in that pocket, a little bit more aggression in the center for San Antonio X Factors. They decided to send, I believe that's Grayson Goff up into the center to lock down this Snake side of the field, but they still can't stop Danny Park from getting into that Snake. No one has been able to stop Danny Park from getting into that Snake. Carl Markowski also able to get in the Snake, and looks like he gets a cross-field kill, but then he gets taken out of his spot.
Danny Park again here in the Snake 2, looking across the field as X Factor starts taking ground over on the Dorito side. Goff up in the middle, just pounding Danny Park's bunker, not letting him go anywhere. As X Factor, you see from up above, Scott Kemp right there, getting into that 40 Dorito. Danny Park tries to make a move. He gets into the 50 Snake. Some people can't get into the Snake to save their life, and Danny Park runs into 2 guns.
Ooh, but nice shots.
Yeah,
well, he's been getting in there. They should just let Danny Park start in the 50 Snake. However, he got a little bit too aggressive and did not know that Scotty Kemp had pushed up. Scotty got that shot, but then Scotty gets shot cross-field. So now Grayson Goff, last player for X Factor over here, talking it up. Is that Dixon or is that Archie?
Archie.
Yeah, that is Archie.
Archie coming in. Now he's in Dorito 1. Here comes Grayson, looking for that body on the Dorito side.
2 players left alive right now for both these teams. Archie, though, on the attack on that D side, moving up. And just 1 player on that side in D1. See if Archie can work him out.
Alvin Johnson working down the wire of D1. There's Grayson Goff.
And so the other body for Top Gun did get shot. That left it in a 2-on-1 situation. So gonna blow that horn, concede the point, and give X Factor a 2-point lead here. Top Gun, no answer right now for San Antonio X Factor, though that was a very close point. And I love the way that Danny Park has just been getting in the snake constantly. And Dave, how hard is it to get a front guy that's constantly that good at getting in the snake?
Oh, I mean, that's money right there, right? I mean, you can't get any better than Danny Park getting in the snake. Every
point after
he's
point
out
after point.
And not only is he in the snake, he goes from snake 1 on, he's into 50 almost instantly.
Yeah, if he could just play a little bit tighter. I understand he wants to get up there and make his presence felt and try to make something happen, but all the guns are turned to him. You got to be careful at that point.
Sometimes you got to sit there and take the heat.
Yeah.
He needs some help, though.
He does need some help.
I don't hear anybody talking to him. I don't see anybody getting up behind him. When Chad George got into the 50 snake, Fedorov was standing at snake 2, just rolling his gun at everybody. Danny Park has yet to see any sort of help like that.
So now San Diego Dynasty down a point as they put their next line in. Alex Frazee moving up in the snake. There's Alex Frazee on your screen, trying to contain that snake side. Really no one even close to making it out, though, is the closest player. He's got his gun shifted towards the D side for Boom. Boom locked into that pocket, and then Alex Rodriguez is going to make, I believe, his first or second appearance up in the center. Boom, though, tried to get a body out wide. I think he did make it in clean on the back corner bunker on the snake side, but Alex Rodriguez alive in that center for San Diego Dynasty. And here comes Tyler Harmon. No, I'm sorry, Dalton Vanderbilt makes his way out to the
Marcelo
snake side back
Margot
bunker.
getting picked off, going to that Dorito side temple.
Uncharacteristic early death from Marcelo Margot, the most consistent paintball player for the past 3 years, regardless of whatever team he's been playing on.
Boom loses the body. There you see Jason Dennis on your screen from that center keg shooting across the field. Alex Frazee and Ryan Greenspan in the middle for Dynasty. Vanderbilt still alive in the snake side corner.
So Alex is going to try to scurry over here towards the snake side. Alex Frazee, Alex Rodriguez still alive and still looking for lanes underneath that center. As you can see there, dead center on your screen. And here comes Dalton, makes his move past snake 1 to snake 2. Alex Frazee right beside him. Now Alex Rodriguez wrapping around the 50-yard line. Looks like he wants to go. Couple bodies get peeled off for Boom, and that forces Boom to concede the point. Got ourselves a tie ball game 1-1 here. Nice job by San Diego Dynasty as you get our eye in the sky look at this amazing layout here for the 2015 NXL World Cup in Orlando, Florida. 300 teams make their appearance from all around the world for the biggest event of the year.
30 seconds.
It's been a great time so far, just getting things rolling in day 1. A big shout out to all the sponsors here at the NXL, all the vendors and all the teams that made their way to Orlando, Florida for this monumental event. And right now, one of the favorites here is they've taken second place 2 events in a row to Edmonton Impact. San Antonio X Factor trying to get a win here, their first win of the tournament as they drop their first game to San Diego Dynasty. 10 seconds to go. Getting right into this next point. So far, Top Gun, as these teams switch sides, Top Gun over here, and now Gunning running all the way up, loses his gun up into the center. I think that was Weaver.
Derek Jordan getting shot, going out wide for X Factor. 4 bodies left alive, spread across the back. Here comes Dixon Yang. He's going to come up, and he's going to bunker out the center A.
Nice move by Dixon Yang. Dixon Yang, nasty bunkering there up in the center. And that's going to clear out that spot. He took the spot now, and here comes
Zach Johnson into
Zach
the snake.
Johnson.
He might have a shot in on Dixon Yang. Dixon, good communication from his teammates.
Dixon picked him up.
Yeah, well, that was good communication from Billy. Billy told Dixon 50 snake, and then Dixon was able to switch around, but then Dixon gets shot in the back. Or I think he might have got shot underneath. He had to switch over, and he ended up getting clipped out, but that was good communication from Billy. It didn't work out, though, as Dixon ended up getting clipped in his pack there. Couldn't get small enough. So that's really going to make Zach Johnson's life a lot easier here in the 50 snake. He didn't know that Dixon was in that spot, but another body dropping for Trenton. No, that was the same guy.
Yeah, that was Lackey.
Yeah,
that
was
up in
Lackey
the middle.
up in the center.
Here comes Trenton into the 40 Dorito. Up again into the snake side of the A, looking to make a move through the middle.
Billy gets shot out. And with just 2 bodies left alive and still four bodies left alive for Trenton, that is going to force X Factor to concede the point. So now we got ourselves a 1-point match as we broach the 10-minute mark. 9 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Let's check out this replay before we send it down to get an update from Lauren. Looking at that center. Here comes Dixon Yang. And that was Lackey. So Lackey's about to get assassinated by Dixon Yang. Nice work by Dixon Yang to get that clean kill, stay alive, and then zone up on the D side. He ended up getting shot out of there. So still beautiful work by Dixon Yang. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough as X Factor loses that point. Let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks. I was talking to the owner of X Factor during the break, and he was saying he really thinks this field layout is all about patience. They're not going to be playing as aggressive as they may have been playing in the Dynasty game, going out wide off the breakout. They want to be patient and see what the other team is doing and decide their strategy based off of that. Back to you.
Absolutely. Dave, would you agree with that this field layout is very much about patience?
It is. You got to get the breakout, get into the 2 and the 4. Look for that first kill off the break, and then work your angles.
So heading back in here, tie game between Boom and Dynasty. 11:21 to go. First to strike is Dynasty as the body walks off for Boom. And Dynasty is up and rolling their guns. 5 guns up for Dynasty. Brandon Short gets shot by his own guy. Brandon Short just got double tapped in the back of the head by Kyle Spica, and he turned around, looked at Spica like, really? And Spica nodded at him like, yeah, sorry, that was me.
My bust. But they got Blake Yarber making moves over there on the Dorito side. He's in Dorito 1, but backed up off of it. There you see Spica and Rao.
Friendly fire is not friendly, and poor Brandon Short wears it and has to walk off. And that is going to open things up a little bit as looks like Boom able to make it into that 50 and shutting down that D side right now. Blake Yarber trying to make his moves over there, but stop. You can see there's the battle on your screen. Boom in the center 50, looking at Blake Yarber, who's in the little D2. That's a small bunker. Blake's not a small guy. So Blake's going to have to play tight in there.
Yeah, Lackey being up there in that A, you know, definitely helps them, you know, like Marcelo said, just be a thorn. People have to worry about him now. Blake's trying to figure out how to shoot him. Spica's trying to worry about him now.
I think that's Weaver up there.
Sorry, Weaver. You know, Weaver just up in there, just playing tight, hanging out, making people deal with
Todd,
him.
look for a penalty here. I think Weaver just got shot and then just decided to turn around. Yeah, that's going to be a minor penalty on Weaver for Boom up in the center.
You know, I think that's actually
Is that Jansen? That is Jansen. That is Jansen.
Jansen got up in that A. Everybody turned to look at him, but that penalty definitely cost him right there as he took one when he tried to switch sides.
It was a good move. It was a good move to get up there.
Yeah,
but
Boom was trying to play off of him a little bit. Let's check out this.
Yeah, so let's check out this replay where poor Brandon Short catches one in the back of his head from Kyle Spica. Yeah, that was just, I thought it was a double tap, but he just got a single one on him. And I wish you could see Brandon asking for a check. Yeah, it definitely broke. But you could see he kind of looks back at Kyle, and I don't think we got to see it, but Kyle had nodded at him like, yeah, that was me, my bad. So now X Factor coming out to play this next point. Looked like they send Roberts, Montemayor. Looks like Billy Bernacci is going to get the nod on the snake side again. And Grayson Goff. Or no, is that Michael? It is Michael. Looks like Colt Roberts trying to get something happen in the center. We haven't really seen Colt up there. And Colt, traditionally, very strong player when you have a strong center. Always strong player no matter what, but he beasts in big center bunkers. And now making his move up there. He's going to lock down that D side. That's the traditional way to do it. See there, Colt Roberts on your screen. Oh, but Colt Roberts gets peeled off. 2 bodies walking off right now for Trenton.
2 bodies walking off for X Factor. Bernacci and Roberts coming off. Danny Park makes his way into the snake. And it comes all the way to snake 2. Johnson walking off for Trenton. Archie calling a hit on Danny Park, but he's still in there alive. Lets his teammates know where the body is. Archie makes his move. He comes into snake 1. Gonna gun up down the sideline, and just when he goes, he gets in there. Danny Park tries to make a move, and Archie picks him up down the wire. Danny Park, once again, just asking for some information. Nobody knowing that Archie made that move. And that's the type of teamwork and communication that we were just talking about.
I think Archie just loaded a broken pot of paint, so he had to dump his hopper. Gonna have to reset there, put another pot in, get some clean paint in. And another kill coming off here for X Factor. Archie calls it crossfield, then gets to the 50-yard line and gonna be forced to concede that point. Nice job by Scotty Kemp on that D side, combining with Michael Kovar. So Michael Kovar, Archie Montemayor, Scotty Kemp, the 3 players left alive, getting it done for X Factor to put their 3rd point on the board. You can see this replay here. So this is Park. Danny Park doesn't see that Archie had made it into that spot. And look at him turn around and immediately look at his back players. He must have got some sort of bad communication, some bad information. Very frustrated, Danny Park, as he's been getting in there, but getting in there is part 1. Production from the Snake, that's the tough part.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Park had a guy in that Dorito side tower looking snake side like every team out here has been all day. And the guy just didn't see Archie make his move from the snake side can. That's something you got to recognize. It's something you got to relay. And Danny Park frustrated. You know, if I got into the snake 15 times, didn't really get a whole lot out of it, I'd be pretty frustrated myself.
So we see our eye in the sky on the breakout. Body coming off here for Boom. Dynasty getting locked into their lanes. Conservative breakout for them. They do send a body up into the center.
Boom.
And in Alex Rodriguez.
Boom losing 1 body. You can see the spread there across the back line for them. Referee running in, giving a check, and that's going to be a major. So 2 more bodies leaving just that mini race bunker over there on the snake side. And the Boom coach going to throw in the towel.
So that's another point here for Dynasty, and Boom starting to let this one not quite run away. It's not that bad of the point spread yet, but Boom's going to have to tighten it up here. Major penalties not going to help him here, playing one of the best teams in San Diego Dynasty.
30 seconds.
Now, Top Gun also needs to get something going here against X Factor, who's been pretty dominant here. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Here, but they have 8 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock. Now, if they don't get these next couple of points, you may see Danny Park actually playing on the Dorito side. I was just talking to the team in the pits, and they said they feel it's more important to execute on the Dorito side than the Snake side, so he may be switching. Up to you guys.
Well, that's great, but they still have to have a Snake presence.
They still need to start playing like a team and talking. Looks like Johnson gets out here on the Snake side, though, but they do lose 1 body on the break.
Yeah, Hardwick taking the early walk.
That's going to allow Carl Markowski to come over here and get into the Snake, come up into Snake, too. He's got Kovar with him. Grayson Goff in the Dorito Tower shooting across. Archie Montemayor and Colt Roberts on the field as well.
Nobody stopping Carl. People dying in front of him. Carl unabated all the way past the 50-yard line.
I'm not sure he realized there's somebody in the X right now.
Well, Archie Montemayor definitely realized there's somebody in the X as he came through and dropped the hammer down. Looks like Lackey again up there in the middle. Just paying the price for being that center guy. There's the biggest Bud Light can you've ever seen with a shot of our parking lot. And there's our vendor area. There's the pro field. That's me down there, the good-looking ant at the bottom, sitting next to my good-looking ant friends.
No, I think that's Dave.
Oh, sorry, that's Dave. You're right.
But yeah, lots of different styles of paintball being played out here. You got pump, 10-man, of course, the X-ball format here at the NXL.
There's our VIP section. There's the paint trucks with all the fantastic paint made specially for this event. Here's the divisional fields. Over 300 teams out here competing for their World Cup trophies.
And I think...
Dave, hold me. Isn't this beautiful? That's it. Stop touching my leg. I was just kidding, man.
Speaking of beautiful, the weather here has been great. This is probably the best weather we've had at World Cup in
ever.
Yeah, it's not hot.
Ever.
I mean, it's a little humid, but it's definitely not that hot. It's been solid overcast all day, which is great paintball weather. And we've played a lot of these World Cups and been down here for many, many years, and typically you're not going to get the type of weather we're seeing. So we hope that it holds out. and that we'll get some kindness from the paintball gods here for this last event of the year.
Oh, I mean, knock on wood, you know, every NXL event we've been to has been just gorgeous weather out in Cleveland.
A little bit of rain in Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach, a little bit of rain.
Not too bad.
You know, but it was nice. And now out here, you know, every time we come to Orlando, it's like, you know, is it going to be 100 degrees? It's going to be humid.
Most likely.
It's overcast, and it's perfect right now. So hopefully we can keep this up all weekend.
Yeah, it just adds to the stamina of the players. So here we go.
Yeah, perfect conditions helps out the paint, helps the players. We always have nice turf to play on.
Body dropping early here for Boom. So Dynasty locked into those lanes. Boom's having a hard time. Dynasty in the pocket. Nobody out wide. Another body dropping here for Boom. So Dynasty, the two-body advantage, and look for them to now spread the field. Maybe send Spick up the center. Spick looking like he wants to move. You're looking at the last players left alive for Boom, trying to stave off the attack. Oh, but it looks like Oliver Lang catches one, so Oliver walking off early. Now Kyle Spicka makes that move to the center. No one on the Snake side, so he's going to be able to wrap around, and a penalty is going to be assessed on Boom. That's going to clear things out as Ryan Greenspan will be able to run in there and hit the buzzer.
So Dynasty getting another one on Boom.
So Dave, you know, we got a couple seconds here before the start of this next one. Talk to me about how you feel here at this event. It's been a long year, been a long couple years. This year you guys have looked very good. How have things been leading from practice leading into this event? How's the team been looking?
You know, we've been real happy with our practice. We had a home practice just with our boys at home at Upton at Fox 4 Paintball in Upton, Mass. And then last week we were down in Maryland with Boom and a couple other teams there. And they had a great time. Really felt comfortable with their laning, with the bunker layout, you know, the field layout, making the moves, and hopefully it carries over to today and tomorrow.
Well, you guys did look really good in that first game against the Ironmen, and the next game you guys are going to be playing against Seattle Thunder. We'll get your thoughts on that in a second here. So on the breakout, San Antonio X Factor taking on Trenton Top Gun Union. Top Gun Union, only 1 point scored for them so far. Looking at a 3-point spread, 8 minutes and 3 seconds to go. Danny Park again able to get in the snake, but again, Ian Wilson getting shot off that D side.
Oh, Danny Park looked like he got one right over the top, but it was in the back of his pack.
Yeah, did he get shot by his own
I think
guy?
he might have got a shot in the back, or I think it might even bounced off the bunker and got him. But either way, he's coming. Top Gun trying to get out wide, stop the bleeding. Billy Bernaccia gets up into snake too, and Billy Bernaccia gets shot from across the field.
That was a bounce shot. I just watched that ball bounce off of that stand-up and hit Billy in the side.
Okay, I think that's what happened to Danny Park, too. Which bunker did that come from?
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it came off of that stand-up and hit him right there. That's pretty crazy.
Here comes Alex Martinez getting in the game here. In that race, insert bunker to the snake. Grayson Goff filling over.
Scotty Kemp on your screen. There's Alex Martinez. Alex Martinez looking like he wants to launch into the snake. Grayson Goff right behind him. And Alex looking for the move. He's being stopped by the back center stand-up Temple. You can see there a little edge of him on your screen. There's Alex Martinez.
Alvin Johnson still holding it down there in the back for Top Gun. Looking at trying to keep Alex Martinez from getting in that snake. Top Gun with a body in the snake side corner. They're crossed up right now.
And X Factor just slow playing this one. No need to hurry. They have that 3-point lead with only about 6 minutes to go. And even up on the body count here, so no reason to rush into guns. Trying to look for their spot, look for their move.
Grayson Goff coming up the middle, getting into that center can on the snake side. Still with that cross. Top Gun talking it out. Time ticking away, though. They don't really want to give away. Oh, Grayson Goff tries to make a move. looking for a body in the snake. There's nobody in there.
Doesn't exist.
Looks like he might have gotten some false information. Because he was pretty certain that there was somebody in there.
Yeah, he came over there, looked over there, saw nobody, turned around immediately and looked across field. So, yeah, might have got a little bit of wrong information there. And so now Alex Martinez makes his way into the snake. So bettering his position in the snake right now. Top Gun Union. Oh, but
Alvin Johnson goes down. Just one body left alive for Trenton.
That's a tough death for Johnson. Looked like it was 2-on-2 here. That leaves just this last player in the snake, and Alex Martinez just gonna, just get posted up on him, and then gets shot cross field, I think, by Scotty Kemp. Yeah, nice work by Scotty Kemp. So it's interesting. Derek Jordan had they've been X Factor the past couple tournaments had been going with Derek Jordan a little bit more on that D side, playing Scott Kemp less. Derek Jordan hadn't really been getting it done over there today for X Factor, so they put Scotty Kemp in here, and Scotty Kemp's getting some good spins, man. We've seen him now a couple of times here contributing and getting some kills.
Yeah, I mean, both those guys are speed demons. Like they both got wheels. Both really smart players, but Ryan Brand's going to go with who's getting the job done.
Yeah, Ryan's very much about that. I mean, he'll give you a couple shots, but if you're not getting it done, they do have a deep roster, then he will get somebody out there and try to, get some production.
There's Bransfield. I'm sorry, that was the Danny Park shot.
Park. I think, yeah, he did. If we could roll that back, if we could roll that back a little bit. No, we got to get into this next point. But it looked like he either got shot on a bounce shot or he got shot by his own guy. He definitely got shot directly in the back of his pack. Oh, major penalty, San Diego Dynasty. That's going to make things kind of interesting over here. That pulls off everybody over here on the snake side of the field as Alex Frazier comes out and Alex Rodriguez gets pulled, and I think that was on Dalton. So Dalton get a major penalty for Dynasty. They do shoot a couple bodies, though. So Yosh Rao, Marcelo Margot left alive to try to hold it off here for San Diego Dynasty with this 3-point lead, 8 minutes to go. So that's two good players to have left alive, though, Todd, with Marcelo Margot and Yosh Rao.
Yeah, crossing it up here in those back center spots. And, boom. They've been doing a good job of shooting bodies early, playing up bodies, and then working it out. They won their first point, or their first match out here. Dynasty, dealing right now, up 4-1, but 7.5 minutes left to go in this game. The Dynasty is going to be content to grind away the time here.
As well they should. In this situation, when you're pretty even on the body count, but you have a decent lead, 3 points here with 7 minutes to go. Time is not Boom's friend, so should Dynasty lose this point, Rao and Margot just want to suck as much of that clock off as possible. And even though if Boom does win this one, it'll make it a 2-point match, but there won't be a ton of time left, so the Dynasty really would only need to win maybe 1-2 more points in order to seal the deal here.
Yeah, there you can see 3 bodies for Boom. Their Dorito 1, that Dorito side tower.
Now, paint's going to become an issue for both Rao and Margot as they've been rolling their gun pretty much nonstop to try to keep Boom honest.
Yeah, Boom's making push down the D side. They're in D2 now. And the rocket, the tall tower in the center. The D2 guy just got shot out.
Well, that was a great move by Rao to get Yosh Rao able to get out here wide, perfectly timed. And that's going to spread things out, make their lives a little bit easier here and slow down Boom. And Dave, just like you're saying, especially because they lost that body at pushing down the D side of the field. But hey, if you're Boom, you have to push. You have to make something happen. You are down 3 points. Now Margot trying to get a better shot on man. He moves over. Now Margot is pushing up on the D side of the field. He's going to commit and run down the last player on that side. Did he trade out, though? And a major penalty.
No, on Dynasty.
On Dynasty, and there's only one body left alive, so mistake. A rare mistake by Marcelo Margot getting pulled. Major penalty that pulls Rao out, and that means they're going to start down a body for this next point, which is going to make things interesting. So we got ourselves a 2-point match, probably around 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Dynasty going to be down a body. Boom will be on the power play. First one we've seen today.
And that was Jansen over there for Boom, able to keep his body alive. get that penalty on Marcelo. So here comes Top Gun coming back. Looks like we got an update down on the sideline with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. As you guys may have noticed, Tyler Harmon isn't playing today. He actually injured his knee in a little exhibition tournament before World Cup. He's unsure if he's going to be out for the entire weekend. He says if his team needs him, then he will definitely try to go in, but he feels that Dynasty is playing strong despite losing that last point and starting with a body down going into this next one. But he doesn't want to mess up their mojo, and he's just here for support. Back to you.
Well, that's a tough loss because Tyler Harmon played phenomenal. Remember how well Tyler Harmon was playing for San Diego Dynasty at the last event?
Absolutely.
We've seen some magic for Tyler Harmon over the years.
A lot of close point.
A lot of clutch
magic.
plays. Yeah, a lot of clutch plays for Tyler
clutch
Harmon.
play for last event.
Yeah.
You know, that helped, really helped them in that tournament. But, yeah, but that's the benefits of having a really deep team, you know.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I mean, Dynasty superstars across the board on that team, so they definitely have the depth to take that hit. But like we were saying, Tyler Harmon has played some amazing paintball for Dynasty, and it's bad to lose him off the line. So now looking at Top Gun, taking on X Factor here, and down by 4 points with not a lot of time left. So Top Gun has to try to put something together here and push. They lose their most aggressive weapon in Danny Park, who gets shot out of his spot over here on the Snake side, not even able to make it into the Snake. Michael Kovar getting a spin Snake side, and he immediately gets to the 50-yard line off that Death of Park. And Kovar is going to try to zone up crossfield here and get a couple free kills. He gets one. Oh, he gets pulled on a minor penalty though. So Kovar,
yeah, he had a big hit on the top of his pack and one of his pods.
That pulls out Markowski. Yang trying to do damage control. Here comes Colt Roberts stomping down the D side of the field and taking out pretty much everybody that's left alive for Trenton. So though looked like might have got a little bit of a gift with that Kovar penalty, it doesn't matter because Colt Roberts clocked in D side.
Seen a lot of Colt Roberts this year, man. I'll tell you what, he's having one heck of a year.
He's having one heck of a career.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colt's been doing this at a high level for a long time. And you know, you get guys. I don't think Colt's going to be retired anytime soon. He's not that old yet, but he's played for the Naughty Dogs before X Factor even began. Then came over as one of the pros that they picked up to try to bolster their early young lineup. And he's just been on that team and dominating for years now. So, and again, showing us how he's one of the best in the business with his performance there on the D side that last point. You know, Dave, as a team, you guys had to ride some of your stars early on, but that depth that you guys have got recently, but how important was it to have guys like Zaleski and Trailer and Laval early on in your team's history?
It was, fundamental to us being able to succeed. Those guys played 97, 98% of our points for a full season.
Yeah, I think Laval played every one of your points in the first season other than I think 1 or 2.
1 point.
Yeah.
He didn't play 1 point.
So now it looks like another penalty on Dynasty. They started on that power play, but they were able to take out, I think, all of Boom's roster here in a very chaotic point. Quick one. Oh, there's still one player left alive. It's Gerhard in the center, but he gets taken out. So nice job by Ryan Greenspan. Talk about consistency in that chaos. Greenspan stays alive and is going to be able to get in there. And also Blake Yarber stepping up on that D side. So going to hit that, take Dynasty up to another point here. So let's check out this replay, see what happened here. So looking at Dynasty's line. So Brandon Short's going to take a shot here. He gets nicked in the pack. Pretty solid shot actually in the pack. And those are those tough ones. Those are the ones that, to be honest, sometimes you don't feel those. Sometimes you feel a little bit of an impact depending on what you're locked in that moment. But, Brandon's, if he knows that he took one, he's going to at least ask for a check. And but unfortunately, you get hit, you keep playing, unobvious hit. That's what minor penalties are for, unfortunately, for Dynasty. But they still won the point.
Yeah, that was definitely a bounce shot. He tucked all the way in, shooting towards the Dorito side, and then all of a sudden, pack lights up. Unfortunate, but referees, they've been calling that all day. If it's a minor hit in the pack, it's a minor penalty, and a lot of teams have been feeling that today.
Now on the breakout, Zach Johnson, Trenton Top Gun running all the way out to the back corner bunker snake side. It's a tough spot to make, but he makes it. And then Hardwick going up into the center, try to shut down the D side for Top Gun. They got to try to make something happen here. Down by 5, 3 minutes, 34 seconds is pretty much it. Do or die time for them. I mean, you could make a strong argument this game's already over, but you know, we'll see what happens here in this point. Top Gun could score a quick one. It'll make it a little more interesting, but I mean, pretty much X Factor sealed the deal here with the 6 points that they've put up thus far, looking real solid and trying to get their first win in the tournament as they lost their first game to San Diego Dynasty.
And Lance gets a kill out of D2.
Yeah,
so
it's Derek Jordan. Good shot over there, walking off.
Derek's having a rough day today.
And from the back corner, past the 50 on the snake side, Zach Johnson making a big move. See if he can make it pay off, but Grayson Goff going to run down and stab him in the back.
Beautiful move by Grayson Goff. And Grayson Goff still alive. Hardwick is forced to turn around and try to pinch out Grayson. And so Grayson gets taken out, couldn't live in that spot, but still, it was a great move by Grayson.
Here comes Ian Wilson blazing from across the field. Tries to make a move and get into that snake side corner, but he gets picked off, and he's going to get a major penalty. So
that's going to pull out Hardwick, and I don't think there's anyone left to pull. So
yeah, just Billy Bernaccia back there in the corner. He's going to be able to walk in and go hang this flag. Give X Factor a 7-1 lead.
Yeah, so they're going to be 1 point away from mercy ruling Top Gun right here.
Top Gun started off well, you know, with that early 1-0 lead.
And it's just been all X Factor since then. Let's check out the replay here. So let's see. So that's Zach Johnson making that coast-to-coast run all the way from the back center past the 50-yard line. And then here comes Grayson Goff. So look at this beautiful move by Grayson Goff. Stays tight, uses the bunker to his advantage, comes around, drops the hammer on Johnson, and then takes his bunker. But Hardwick was still alive in that center, which pushed Grayson. Wasn't able to live in that spot, but Grayson still did his job in there. So now let's see if Boom can get something rolling here against Dynasty. It's going to be tough, though. They're down a ton of points, too, but not a lot of time left here. Look at Friday's competition, the 2015 NXL World Cup, as Dave Painter's team, Upton 187 crew, is going to be taking on Seattle Thunder, and the Ironmen going to be taking on Heat. So, Dave, what are your thoughts on that game? Thunder played Houston Heat in their first one. They lost that match. How do you feel in that matchup?
You know, you got to be pretty confident after we played the Ironmen strong. But truthfully, Thunder took it to Heat a little bit, and they had a competition. It was a real back and forth battle there. And the Heat kind of pulled away near the end, but Thunder has the talent. They have the ability. Got Corey Field and Matt Chimp out there. And they've been doing it for a while. They know how to play.
Yeah, it's Thunder's just been little mistakes over there. So if they can get those mistakes tightened up, it could be a close game for you guys. And as we always say, you don't want to sleep on anyone in this division.
Oh, absolutely not. You can't take a pass on anybody, right? They're all coming for you.
Yeah. If you do take that victory, it would be a very good day for you guys going 2-0 here in the first day of competition. Though you do have some decent games tomorrow. I mean, you have to play X Factor tomorrow, and then Top Gun Union. So one team that on paper you should beat, and then one team that on paper, honestly, they might have the edge on you guys. But you never know.
You never know.
And honestly,
play the game.
Yeah, and you guys have been beating some big, you've had some really good games against the top teams. But that's the question with 187 as we're looking at Dynasty with a 3-point lead here, 4 minutes and 47 seconds to go. That's the question with you guys right now, is when are you guys going to break out? You know, I mean, when you guys are poised to do it, you got the depth now, everyone's playing well. It's just when are you going to be able to beat those top teams on a regular basis?
You guys started doing it, first couple events of this year, and then the last event, it just didn't have that same feel watching your guys' games. What do you think was the issue last event?
Truthfully, we were missing Max Trailer a little bit. He was out. He broke his foot a couple weeks before the event and was out. We were lucky to have him back this event. Doctor gave him the green light maybe 10 days ago.
Is he just the catalyst to the team, that makes everything? Is he the
one of them
fuel in your engine, that makes everything go? Or
there's a lot of guys on the team that people rally around, but Max is definitely one of those guys. He's one of our best shots off the break. He's one of our best. He is our best one-on-one player. And
that was going to be my question. If you had to send somebody out to play a one-on-one for the win, would it be Max?
It'd be Max Trailer.
It would be Max Trailer. Because I was wondering, with Zaleski playing some amazing ball, but that's always the thing. It's like on any given day, who's going to be playing better, Dan or Max? It's kind of a toss-up. They're both amazing.
It is. This week it might be a little bit different. You never know. You see Max limping around a little bit. I mean, he only got the green light to come out and play, 7-10 days ago, and the doctor really wanted him to be wearing a boot.
So he didn't really get any chance to practice much then.
He played the boom practice down in Maryland, and played at home the week prior to that, but kind of lightly.
Well, we'll see. That is the game coming at you next. Upton 187 crew taking on Thunder in the Ironman and Heat right now. We're looking at Dynasty as they lose Dalton early, but taking some time off this clock, and with this 3-point lead, Boom has to get something going here, and they need to do it quick. They do have 5 bodies alive, making their move into the snake as they get Chamber in there.
Looks like Dynasty's out wide, though. They're in D2. They're in S2. They're looking to lock it up and just burn the time off the clock.
Yeah, and Oliver Lane did a good job of getting here in the snake, too, after that death of Dalton. And Oliver's in there talking it up.
Looks like Boom's pretty content just to battle them out right here.
Not smart, man.
They got to move down the field.
They have to. Unfortunately, they're in a position down 3 points and not a lot of time left. Though it is risky, they got to push forward. Oliver knows that, though. Rest of the guys on Dynasty know that, and they're locking those lanes up, talking it up here, and trying to pinch those center bodies out.
Oliver trying to pick up that Dorito side tower in the back center. Jansen back there staying alive. Just pounding Oliver, trying to get Chamber up here. Chamber bumps into Snake too. 2 bodies alive over there on the Dorito side. Both looking towards Snake side. Marcelo Margot's in the 40 Dorito. And Dynasty also has a body up in that center A on the little cube. Chamber trying to make something happen.
Referee in there checking out Chamber. He has a body with him in the snake. But as we've been talking about, not a lot of time left. Man hopscotches past Chamber as the referee scours Chamber for a hit. He is clean, though. Man now in position trying to do battle with Oliver Lang. No one over here to help Oliver out. Oliver has to stay alive here. Almost gets caught by Man. Man tries to put Oliver in and make his move. He does. Man now to the 50-yard line. Oliver switches towards the center, and then Man's going to try to wrap around. He almost gets a shot on the player in center for Dynasty. And then Oliver gets owned by Man. And then also it looks like, is that Rao?
Yeah, Rao gets shot out of that back spot.
So it's all wide open here with less than a minute. But, Dynasty did their job. Oliver and Rao, though they did get shot, they did their job. And here comes Alex Rodriguez cutting through the center of the field. He gets one, gets out Jansen as well, too. And that's Marcelo Margot, the stopgap measure over there, able to redeem himself from that major penalty that made this game a little bit more interesting. But Dynasty still is going to put a point on the board here. And that is going to definitely punch their ticket for this win. That's going to make them go 2-0 today.
They got this highway replay right here as Willie Mann gets on his horse, sees Oliver Lang, comes down and gives one to Oliver before he gets pieced out. A nice move right there, trying to make something happen.
Well,
maybe Chamber could have played off of that move. Nobody was alive on the snake side after that, but not soon enough as Alex Rodriguez busts through the middle of the field.
Yeah, and Marcelo Margot still alive over there on the D side. So good job by Alex Rodriguez and Marcelo Margot to keep Dynasty in that point. Now, looking at Top Gun and San Antonio X Factor with this dominant score here. So X Factor 1 point away as Danny Park tries to get to Snake off the break. He gets eaten up. Another body coming off for Top Gun. Not looking good for them again. So we'll see if X Factor wants to mercy rule him here, or are they just going to be content to try to run this clock off here? There's a little bit of time left, minute 39 seconds to go. There's Kovar in the center. And as we peel back, you're going to see Montemayor and also it looks like Carl Markowski. And a bunch of bodies coming off. And that is going to do it here for this game as X Factor going to hit this buzzer, and that will make it 8-1. And again, the 7-point mercy rule in effect here. So big victory for San Antonio X Factor. They're going to go 1-1 on the day after dropping their first game to San Diego Dynasty.
1-1 is not bad if your loss was the Dynasty. You know, 2 games tomorrow. X Factor going to be taking on Thunder. And, of course, Upton 187 crew. Those are going to be 2 tough games.
Yeah, so depend. Well, that's an interesting bracket here. See how things shape up there.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, the way that this field's been playing out, you know, it's going to be interesting. You know, every day is a different day, you know, when it comes to playing field layouts here, you know, at the NXL tournaments. Everybody comes out, you know, the morning bracket, the first day, you know, is everybody's trying to feel everything out, see if their game plans are working, how the paint's going, you know, on this actual layout. The practice layout's not always exactly the same as the event layout. And then you have the afternoon session that watch the morning session play and, you know, kind of compares their game plans to what they've seen work so far, how the referees are reffing the game. And then Saturday or Friday night, everybody goes home, discusses everything, you know, reassesses all their game plans, what they want to do. And then Saturday, you know, you could see all new game plans. You know, teams could drastically change the style of play that they started Friday with and change that for Saturday, you know, for the better or for the worse. And then, you know, by Sunday, everybody knows what everybody thinks. Everybody thinks they know what everybody is going to do. And then we come out here, and Sunday is always, you know, such a magnificent day for paintball. So, you know, the things that dreams are made of, that everybody lives their entire lives for, Sunday World Cup is happening this weekend. So, you know, it's going to be exciting, but, you know, anything could happen out here. Lots of talent out here, lots of teams with extra preparation, and, you know, it's going to be exciting. So,
Oliver Lang there was on your screen shooting towards the D side. Dynasty loses Kyle Spica early, trying to get out here. Snake side now, Oliver's going to launch that 50-yard line. He's going to keep going. Assassinates the guy at the 50 and just grills him up. Nice work by Oliver Lang. And they are going to, that is going to do it. So regulation time expires. Dynasty will take the victory here, and that's going to send Dynasty 2-0 on the day. Solid work from San Diego Dynasty, and it looks like Oliver Lang didn't miss a beat. Coming out here, you see it running down and executing the last player right before that game ended. He had to pay the toll, but still got that job done. Nice work by Oliver Lang, arguably the best to ever play this game. And that's definitely the way you want to finish out the day right there. Gonna have a couple extra welts, though, on his head. But, yeah, Oliver's getting a ton of spins, and Rusty Glaze, of course, has confidence that Oliver is, you know, just coming off basically one practice with the team, has been playing in Europe with the Polar Bears, a Russian team, but, you know, he's been spending most of his time, you know, exploring the wonders of the East and consulting with yogis, and I'm not kidding, I'm not even joking, like, that's literally what he's been doing this year. So, yeah, amazing job by Dynasty today in Friday's competition. So before we get to this last set here, Upton 187 crew and Thunder and the Ironman and Houston Heat, let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks. I'm here with Scott Kemp. Congratulations on winning that match. You guys went 1 for 1 today, and that you were playing stronger than you were in your match against Dynasty. What were some adjustments that you guys made?
Mainly just playing shorter, not going as far. We were trying to see how much ground we can take against Dynasty, and they were shooting us off the break. This field plays really center heavy. The pocket's really big, as you can tell, and a lot of people are doing that. So we kind of adjusted into the pocket, but we're going to run as well. So.
You were giving advice to Derek Jordan here on the sidelines. He had a few tougher points. What was the advice you were giving him?
Basically, he was dying off the break a lot. So one of the things I was telling him is to figure out exactly where he's going to run different routes. You know, you can't run the same route, so you got to go deep and up sometimes, or you got to go straight at it. If their shooters have to guess where you're going, it makes it a lot harder for them. So, you know, playing into that, it makes them second guess, and we're able to make our spots a little easier.
It seems if teams are able to get down to the X or get some players down farther on the Dorito side, they're able to execute. Which side of the field do you think is productive? Well,
the X is really good, but the thing is, if they see you get in the X, it's not that good because once everyone knows you're there, you're not doing anything. The X is great if you get there early and nobody knows you're there. The Dorito side is obviously really strong no matter what if you get down to the 50, as well as the snake side. So I honestly like the wires better. I like getting down the snake and getting down the 50s than having a guy in the center of the field trying to hunt for bodies.
Well, thank you very much. Stay tuned, guys. After this special, we'll have 187 versus Thunder and Ironman versus Heat.
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. But making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
My favorite feature about the Clone 5 is the consistency of the long straight ball shot. This gun just has one of the most flattest, straightest projectile shots ever. Like, it's just perfect.
When I'm coming out snapping one ball, that shot is just
one ball people from across the field. It's super accurate. It's so comfortable and it just feels right in your hands. And when you have it, I'm going to play some good paintball.
It's 100 PSI and it shoots straight, shoots every time, doesn't break, reliable in mud, water, dirt. Some guns just feel right. That's what this one is.
Probably the best mask I've ever worn. I mean, you have more breathing room. I can hear everything on the field. Even the vision. I mean, I have full vision.
My favorite thing is the talking. You can like yell to other people and they hear you on the other side of the field. I think that's like one of the most important things that a lot of masks miss is the communication part.
You know, I like to keep it fresh, so that's one of my favorite things about the mask. Move your furniture in your living room, it's like you live in a whole new house. So why can't I just change a couple parts on my mask and make it feel brand new again?
You just throw it on at the beginning of the game and you're good to go. Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Definitely my favorite feature of the Spire is it's just plain reliability.
It has an anti-jam feature in it, but you never notice it because the reality is that it never jams. It's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works.
Doesn't matter how you land, all your paint's going to stay in your loader.
The 260 is one of those things that just gives you an extra couple balls to throw back at your opponent.
It is ridiculously light. Yeah, you're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
It stays consistent and I can rely on it.
One of those things that you just put on your gun and always works.
Clone 5 basically touches the ball so soft that we're able to shoot more paint with less amount of air, basically. We're able to shoot paint that the majority of the teams can't shoot. It shoots at 100 PSI. That's one thing that is truly great about those guns. When you can get the brittle paint and you can shoot the brittle paint, you're going to win matches very, very easily.
From where the grip is and the trigger guard is, it feels good, it feels long.
As far as shooting people with one ball or a couple paintballs, when you come out and do a snapshot, it puts the paint right on the money.
It's definitely accurate. It's by far the straightest shooting guns I've shot.
Towel.
Hey, Jeff.
Our first practice when we actually went out and played with the Vio, we were all astonished by how great the field of view was with it. If we're shooting left, I can see things out the right side still. I'm able to see things coming from blind spots that I would not normally be able to see.
Well, first things first, it looks amazing. And then when you go ahead and put it on your face, it fits your face so dang perfect.
If you're running and maybe you trip and fall or whatever, your mask isn't going to come off. It's basically attached to your face.
I'll hit the ground like a beached whale and I can still get up and play with that thing. It doesn't move at all. It's awesome.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I love the Vio. Normally you pull off a mask and you grab it and it's full of condensation and crap, but this, all the air makes it out, so I can breathe just fine, communicate just fine.
My favorite feature would actually be the looks. I think it just looks awesome. You can basically change out whatever you want. You can create your own mask.
The lenses themselves, I don't think I've been able to just pick one. There's literally like 9 million different options. It's fully customizable.
I put it on my face before we step on the field, and it's done for the rest until I step right back off the field. It's the best mask I've ever worn, and I love everything about it.
I started playing around like 8, that's when I really wanted to take up paintball and start playing competitively and travel to tournaments, all that. And Jason's been there the whole time. He's been training me, and honestly, he was super hard on me. If I don't win, I'm not happy. I like to play it all back in my head and see what went wrong and how to fix it. If anyone has fun losing, they're here for the wrong reason. Winning is everything. The whole goal is winning. The whole goal.
Hey, let's go, boys. Last point, nail in the coffin. Let's go.
My name's Jacob Edwards. I play for Tampa Bay Damage, and this is my Vio.
Let me
Every time I put the Spire on my gun, I don't even know it's on there because it's working all the time. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to do anything because it never jams.
What I like about the anti-jam feature is that it's real. It doesn't jam. I wish there was more to talk about it, but it really is that simple.
It's extremely reliable. My job is to shoot a lot of paint and keep my front guys safe. I don't want someone coming and running down one of my guys, and I'm looking at them and I'm not able to get a ball out of my gun because my hopper's jammed. It's basically jam-proof.
You don't even think about that because it doesn't jam. You just turn it on and that's all you ever have to do.
Playing paintball, when you first play the sport, there's so much to learn. But paintball is a completely mental sport. Every single thing counts. It's win or go home. You cannot afford mistakes. Every single thing you have to do has to be sharp, and it has to be made with your head. And that's why I play paintball. My name is Alex Gray. I play for Portland Uprising, and this is my bio.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
C'est mon cœur pour la vie.
I've used the Spire since its creation, 2012, so I've used it for every single tournament since then. I love the Spire because it's reliable, it's lightweight, and it always works. And the reality is you want a loader where you never really notice it. The only time you notice a loader is when it doesn't work.
With the narrow shape, I can easily kind of whip it around with one hand and still see where I'm shooting.
It is ridiculously light. It makes a difference on your snap shooting, it makes a difference on your running, it makes a difference in your crawling. Yeah, you know, you're only talking about ounces, but in the grand scheme of things, you want to be as fast, as agile as you possibly can be, and the Spire definitely leans towards that.
Hi, I'm Denise. I'm from Velocity Paintball Park in San Diego, California. The customer service from Valken is pretty much #1. Anytime we have an issue, they get right on it. We have a particularly busy weekend and a bit low on paint. Valken's been available to us even on a Saturday evening. The paint is really good, really reliable, and we don't have any problems with it. If you're ever in San Diego, come on by and check us out. Come out and shoot some Valken paintballs.
2, 1, game on!
So welcome back here, getting right back into the last set of the day, 2015 NXL World Cup of Manny Marshall, Todd Martinez, and also Grayson Goff from San Antonio X Factor up here with us. So right now it looks like 2 bodies coming off early here for Upton 187 crew. 3 bodies left alive for them on your screen. And it looks like another one and a penalty going to be called on Max Trailer.
Man, those pack shots off the bounces have been wicked today.
Yeah, there's a lot of bounce shots in those back 3-4 bunkers that, you know, if you did your job walking the field, you should know. Put a lot of paint back up there, you can get some kills that way.
So nice job here, Thunder getting the first point against Upton 187 crew. Nice job by Demchek. On the Snake side, also Map Chim.
You know, everybody's come up here today has told us about the bounce shots. That was the biggest thing that everybody said, but nobody's really told us where the bounce shots are.
Yeah. No, we
I don't know, J-Rab gave at least his breakdown of it. That's why I remember I was like, hey,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you didn't know where the bounce shots are, just rewind that.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
J-Rab's
honestly,
take on it.
yeah, we pretty much all know where they are, you know. But, you know, you may have one that maybe somebody doesn't know about that you want to put in your back pocket, save for later, you know.
We saw some crazy ones, actually. The Top Gun game, you know. Actually, I think, and then Billy Bernaccia got one, too, that we were just like,
I think
both
I
guys
shot
that
him.
were in the Snake.
No, I think there was one where I shot him off, like I was shooting and just nicked a bunker and it went into him. It's like, there's those shots
we
out
were
there,
wondering,
too.
yeah, because there's been some friendly fire out there today, too.
Yeah. A couple that were just like, that must have been a really crazy bounce shot. 'Cause I don't know how that guy just got shot right there.
So right now, Houston Heat taking on the Ironman, and it looks like first to strike, Konstantin Fedorov's going to be walking off, but Hamill's walking off and gets a minor penalty. So that pulls, looks like Fernandez out for the Ironman. So 3 bodies left alive for the Ironman, 4 for Houston Heat. And Houston Heat, they won their first game against Seattle Thunder. And the Ironman lost their first game against Upton. So definitely must-win situation right now for the Ironman. They do not want to go 0-2 first day of competition here.
Sergey and Biernikov working this Snake side as Ibarra comes walking off. It's like just Vidalich and Paxton left for the Ironman, and both of them are going to get dinked at the same time.
I mean, it really looked like that penalty threw the Ironman off and their guns dropped and Heat instantly went wide, both on the Dorito side and Snake side. And you know, that's the key to this field. We see a lot of pocket play, but if those lanes drop, you got to take that opportunity and get wide, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, talk to me about that type of heads-up play that you need to see out here from any team that wants to move on in this tournament. It kind of can get a little bit of chaotic here as we're about to watch this replay. You know, so as you see the replay here, there's Konstantin Fedorov who's about to get shot. So even though the Ironman had a little bit of an advantage in the beginning, they still threw it away with that penalty. But you know, those heads-up read and react plays, seeing, okay, how many bodies do we have? Where's everybody? And then making the move off of that, which you did well there towards the end of the game. You had a good day today.
Yeah, I got a few kills. I got a few sticks, which is rare for me. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I'd get into a spot, I'd be able to kill a key guy, and you immediately have to take advantage of the situation right then. And I was able to clear a few guys out, you know, both in our Dynasty game and in our Top Gun game.
So getting back into this match here, Thunder up a point now against Upton, and they're going to try to send Max Trailer up the center, but it looks like first body coming off is going to be for 187 Crew. So the Crew down a body now, 4 bodies alive for them, still 5 for Thunder.
Yeah, Thunder with good field position getting out to that Dorito side corner, but they're going to lose their first body over here on the Snake side, getting shot out of that can. Just Matt, Jim, and Corey Field now looking this way for Thunder, but there might be a penalty getting pulled, and there will be. So, as I think Derula.
Now, Derula was the first. Is that Derula? Yeah, I think that is.
You know, it looked like he got another one of those bounce shot pack hits, grabbing a minor. Comes walking off, so Max Trailer, he gets shot, comes walking off. Just Pike left there in the back center trying to fight off the attack coming from Thunder, and Pike nowhere to live.
So Thunder, real couple solid points for them, getting a little bit of a gift there, but we'll see if they can keep it up. Here, Crew's going to definitely be hungry. They do not want to go 1-1 on the day. We just had Dave Painter, the owner of the team, up here saying, hey, we're not going to sleep on Thunder because we know this team can play some paintball. And I definitely don't think they're sleeping on them. I just think that Thunder's just been outplaying them now for 2 points. And Grayson, they did get a little bit of a gift there in that one.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see, actually.
So let's check out this replay here. Penalty on the Crew. There's Derula, who's going to come across. So it looks like he's going to take one of those bounce shots, I think, in the pack. Can't see it yet from this angle. Maybe just actually came out a little bit, stayed a little bit wide there, and immediately ref got in there and pulled that penalty. They had already lost Roberts at that point, so that's pretty much curtains for him.
Yeah, man, Tony got pulled on that penalty. Referees are out here discussing it. Well, they're actually discussing whatever because 187 has yet to blow the horn. I think they're just now realizing that the clock is still ticking, and then they go over and blow it. But Thunder, you know, I think that was really smart of Thunder right there early to catch 187 sleeping, beat him 2 points. 187 goes back in and starts to try and talk it out and figure it out. And, you know, when you're playing a good team, you know, if you can shorten up the game and play fewer points, that's definitely going to help you out.
Yeah, they just got a little free time burn.
Can win those first 2-3 points. I mean, you saw it against our game against Dynasty. They won those first 4 points, and they literally could dictate how that match played the rest of the time. We had to pull out some amazing points to even put ourselves back in a position to try to win. So yeah, I mean, you can use the clock to your favor, and that's exactly what Seattle Thunder just did.
And those were some tough grinder points that you guys won to get back into that game. But just came up a little bit short there, but you're exactly right.
Ran out of time.
It's tough, yeah.
Ran out of time.
So on the breakout here, Los Angeles Ironmen down a point to start this one out here. Looking for our shot from the backfield as the Ironmen double up that small bunker there in the center. And then immediately moving up, getting out of that spot. Looks like 5 players alive for the Ironmen, and I think Houston Heat is also 5 strong. They are.
Yeah, they got Fedorov out to that snake side corner. Yeah, Houston Heat's never afraid to run out to some of those wide spots.
Ironmen just dropped 2 players out of the center.
Yeah, looks like they lost Brandon Cornell and I believe that was Ibarra.
It looked like Fedorov got shot in the leg diving into that 50 snake. But he gets in there. And he is in there alive. Mike Paxson, had to deal with him in the corner, and now he's dealing with him in the 50 snake. But Sergei Solnyshkov backing him up. Looks like Greg Sewers getting shot off the Dorito side. Ironman trying to fight back, but Al Fernandez gets picked off and then grabs a bunch of extra balls in the back as he walks off. 2 bodies left alive now for the Ironmen. Looks like Ibarra over there. Paxson, but Paxson gets picked off.
Greg Sewers dying for Houston Heat. It's not going to matter, though, as Fedorov and Vertnikov still 4 bodies alive here for Heat, putting the pressure on the last player alive for the Ironmen. Malloy was about to run him down, but they conceded the point, saved the pain. So that's another point for Heat, now up 2-0 here in our last set of the day. Houston Heat trying to go 2-0 today as they defeated Thunder early this afternoon. So Grayson, how are you guys feeling right now?
30 seconds. I mean, obviously, 1-1. It's not the perfect day for us. We knew Dynasty would be a tough game. I mean, with the exhibition yesterday, we played the X500, and they gave us a whooping on it. It was a lot of paintball yesterday. It was 3 matches, and they were full matches. We just didn't have as much paint. But yeah, no, I mean we're definitely hopeful for tomorrow. I mean, we know we can beat the 2 teams in front of us, and that's all we can worry about is those 2. The first team, first.
Well, it's the first time that Dynasty beat you guys in the NXL, as you had beat them 2 times, knocking them out of the tournament both times. So
yeah, they definitely owed us one.
Blood, yeah.
They definitely owed us one.
So now on the breakout, 5 bodies alive for Thunder, doing the double-double, and then pushing upfield. There's Mikey Lou getting a spin and trying to put pressure on Upton over here on the Snake side.
Yeah, looks like Zaleski caught a bouncer on the break coming out to the insert bunker behind the Snake. But 5 bodies alive nonetheless for 187. Mikey Lou getting up on that Snake side, got Brandon Morales behind him with Map Chim. Corey Fields
talking to Brandon Morales here during one of the breaks after their set, and he knows that he's the guy on this Snake side of the field. Morales has to try to make something happen. Not right this second, but he's the guy on the Snake side that Thunder is counting on to get up the field.
And Mikey Lou was talking about Brandon Morales, in that interview, and they said they weren't, sticking to the game plans, and making the moves over here on the Snake side. And, they depend on Morales. He's a young kid, he's durable, he's athletic. They need him to be a presence, and after watching Danny Park play for 2 games, it's definitely possible to get into the Snake over here. So, Brandon Morales just needs to be a little bit more confident, in himself and in his gun skills, and start making these moves.
Well, I like the swagger he's working with right now in his spot. I mean, he's actively gunfighting, doing a good job of it so far. Fighting against some bodies, though, and has to be very careful. There's Mikey Lou in the center. And as we pull back, you're going to see Morales there, and that's Morales in that in that insert spot right behind the Snake. Map Chim right beside them in the center, shooting towards the D side. And with this 2-point lead, Thunder slow playing it. Morales looked like he wanted to go for a second, and he gets beaten into the Snake by Zaleski. Zaleski now past Snake 1 into Snake 2 on your screen. And 2 bodies now dropping for Thunder, so it's not looking good for Thunder all of a sudden.
No, but Lazat gets shot for 187 off the Dorito side, so Zaleski with good field position, but 187 drops that body. Looks like Gomez is coming off for Seattle Thunder, along with Map Chim.
Uh-oh, look for a penalty on, and that is a major penalty going to be assessed on, I believe that was Jeremy Donovan, the rookie for Upton 187 crew. That's going to pull 2 bodies off, or it should be pulling 2 bodies off. Only see 1 pulled so far, and they're trying to get the 3rd one off, and they will pull Eddie Painter. Eddie Painter didn't want to come out. Morales able to make his move into the Snake. So nice work there by Thunder, able to get that shot on Donovan. Donovan plays on according to the ref and gets that major pulled, which decimated the line, and that gives Thunder a pretty solid 3-point lead here.
That kill just saved them. I mean, that point was going to be over if there wasn't that kill and that penalty, they were done for. And man,
and what a different story.
Yeah.
I mean, all of a sudden we would have had a 1-point game, but that's how crucial it is to try to play as clean as you can out here. Now, again, penalties are going to come, but now, unfortunately for Upton 187 crew with the rookie Jeremy Donovan getting that major, now they're down 3 in a point they should have won. This should be a 1-point game, but Thunder are looking pretty solid.
Yeah, did it look like he got shot filling that corner while he was in the bunker?
Couldn't quite tell.
Okay.
I saw the ref kind of looking and trying. It looked like he might have been pulling him out as Donovan was making the move, and then he decided to get in there and pull that penalty out. So now back into this Heat Ironman game, and Ironman need to get something rolling here as they lose Toe Camel coming towards the Snake side of the field. Those shots are locked up. Thomas Taylor, though, gets shot off the break, and that's going to even the body count up 4 apiece. San Monville and Ryan Smith doubling up that center tower. Montresor trying to get out wide here towards the Snake side. No one on the Snake, in the Snake for either team. Montresor, though, smart fills by Tim. Actually, it wasn't Toke. Toke's still alive.
There's Toke up
in
there
the center.
In the A. Now underneath, looking across. Now he's looking towards the Dorito side.
Got to be careful, though, in the edge, or living on the edge in there. Everybody's going to know he's there pretty soon. Oh, looks like Monville comes off, though. But another body coming off on the D side for the Ironman. I think that's a Barrow walking off.
Yep, sure is. There's Montresor on your screen right now in the Snake insert bunker. Filling up behind Thomas Taylor, who got shot on the break. So he's playing heads up. Ironman's Mike Paxton makes a move out to the Snake side corner. That's definitely going to help them. Shane Pestana in the tower. Toke Hamill gets blasted out of the center A. He comes walking off. Now Montresor.
Montresor definitely in the driver's seat over here on the Snake side of the field as Mike Paxton trying to do damage control, keep him honest over here. Tim's going to gun up there, and here comes the big push down on the D side.
Off.
Yeah.
2 bodies left alive for Heat. 2-on-2 situation right now. Paxton and Pestana still alive for Ironman.
Chad Boucher in the driver's seat on the D side, though, so even though it's 2-on-2, much better field position here for Heat with Chad past the 50-yard line, or actually, I'm sorry, at the 50-yard line. And he's got Tim in the snake right now, so, and it looks like one of the bodies, it was Shane Pestana got shot out of his spot, so I think there's only one body left alive here for the Ironman. We've seen Mike pull this out before. We've seen Mike win 2-on-1s, so it's definitely very capable for Paxton to try to make it happen. It's tough, though, with the field spread wide like this.
Here comes Montresor, bumping up into the 50 structure.
Smart point so far from Tim Montresor, losing bodies over here, but making his way into the snake. And they take out Mike, so that's going to do it in 3 points now. 3 unanswered points for Houston Heat.
Chad had a really good move on that Dorito side. He put Toke in, bumped up into the, I think, Dorito 3, and then Toke popped up on the X and just blew his head off.
Well, let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, even though 187 threw that point away there, giving Thunder a 3-point lead, they're really not letting that affect them in the pits. They feel that they're still playing strong. They just need to play a little smarter, maybe take it a little slower, and they're not worried about winning this match. They're only concentrating on each point as it comes. So right now they're just worried about winning this 1 point and then taking it from there. Back to you.
Well, still got some time left here, so this game is not over yet, and we know what Upton's definitely very capable of coming back here. So it's going to be up to Thunder to try to preserve this lead, and those off-the-break shots been dialed in for Thunder so far. There's Thunder on your screen, Hansen getting a spin. Here comes Morales here towards the snake side again. Still 5 alive for Thunder, and it looks like Nick Sloviak taking the early walk. They lose another body as well, so it's 3-on-5. Thunder looking solid. Morales might have taken it down. He needs to take cover.
Morales getting pieced out.
So Zaleski still alive over here. I think it was Zaleski that got that shot on Morales. No one in the snake for either team. Zaleski tries to get out wide. I think he might have got clipped, and the ref's going to check him out. And he's clean, so that's huge for Upton that he's still alive. Jarula had taken the early walk. And up in that center 50, here comes Scotty Knight hunting. I don't think he knows he's in there. He doesn't. And look at Max Trailer comes around, owns Scotty Knight, and then he gets shot. So Thunder still with some bodies alive over here as Will Hansen's alive, and it looks like, and one more body over there on the D side as well.
Well, 187 didn't look ready for that point. Nick Sloviak was running to the box, didn't get tagged up, had to walk off early, and that's gonna. I mean, you can't give away bodies for free on this field. I mean, it's
not when you're down by 3.
Yeah, and especially when you're down by 3. You cannot do that. It's gonna hurt you big time. You need those bodies just either to hold a zone, or if guys trade out, that you have those bodies to fill and keep attacking, because you've got to follow your guys down this field, especially like you said, they're down 3 points, they got to go. They got to be following their front guys down the field and shooting those loaders, those barrels, edges of mass, stuff like that.
Well, hey man, every body you drop is 20% of your firepower, and on this field, as gunfight heavy as we know it is, with as many bounce shots as there possibly are, yeah, and of course, every body that drops is going to make you much weaker, and to have that bad start when you're down by 3 is. I don't know exactly what happened with the squad line up there, but Nick was not able to get out in time. So now Ironman need to get something going here, down by 3 against Heat as well. 11 minutes and 18 seconds to go. Heat losing a body off the break. Oh, but the Ironman, they cannot stay alive off the break here. 2 bodies dropping for early here for the Ironman.
It looks like Monville's going to grab a major, or maybe Thomas Taylor's going to get the major. Monville's going to get pulled on it. There goes Smith as well, and they lost Boucher on the break, so just Moorhead over there by himself. Vitalich come diving into 50 Snake. Got Paxton next to him. And here comes the big move down the Dorito side. And Moorhead is going to get bunkered out by Al Fernandez.
Well, that is what the Ironman needed to happen here. We got ourselves a 2-point game now. And, he just giving the Ironman a big fat gift right there.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. 10 minutes is a lot of time for that game. And the way Ironman need to look at it is, hey, just win this 1 point. Even if the point takes 5 minutes to win, hey, we got another 5 minutes to win 1 more point and try to send this to overtime. If you try to push too quick, and you're just going to run into guns on this field. A lot of teams are shooting those cross shots, and you've got to be very patient with your pushes. You've got to be very methodical. You can't, get 1 kill and start running down the field against good teams like Heat.
So Grayson, I got a question for you, but before we get to that question, let's check in with Lauren. She might have an update for us.
Hey, Maddie, as you saw, Nick Slowiak didn't make it to the box for the start of that last point. It was because 187 was actually trying to call a timeout. They called it at 15 seconds, and it just didn't get relayed quick enough. So they had to start that point, and he didn't make it to the box with the body down. Back to you.
So, well, that's unfortunate. As we're about to watch this next point, Grayson, how much do you think the game plans are going to change up tomorrow and on Sunday here on this layout?
I mean, you know, with like us versus Dynasty, we saw a lot of pocket play out of them. We tried to break a little bit more against them, but I honestly we're going to see a lot more conservative paintball early on than usual. I think we're going to see Sunday paintball honestly tomorrow as teams try to put themselves in a position to play on Sunday. We're going to see, you know, short breakouts, a lot of guns up, and methodical, smart paintball.
Well, trailer again up in the 50, as that's definitely been one of their biggest weapons for Upton. They're utilizing it a lot because he's been getting it done. Here comes Map Chim. He's definitely been the assassin for players in the center for Thunder. And Map Chim comes up and makes trailer pay the toll. Nice job by Map Chim, and he stays alive.
Yeah, really smart move. You don't have to run through on that X. You can go up there, blast the guy, stay alive, and save your body.
So Map Chim trying to get creative here, and now is going to push forward and didn't get a kill out of that. So a little bit too much out of Chim. Could have just stayed alive in there, and they lose another body on that D side at the same time. So now all of a sudden they were in the driver's seat, but because of a little bit over aggression from Chim, and couldn't see who that was on the D side, but another body dropped on that Dorito side for Thunder. Now the tables have turned, and Upton's still in this point.
Yeah, and you know, that would have been a good opportunity right there to burn some clock. 4-on-3, up 4 points. You know, grind off a couple minutes of that, or make Upton 187 blow the buzzer again. You know, they have no attackers. They're stuck in the back bunkers. You know, that's when you got to make smart decisions. But, I mean, Demchek's over here in the snake. Slowiak, you know, looking at Slowiak in the corner. But only 2 bodies left alive for Thunder. It's looks like Big Will Hansen over there in the Dorito 1.
Yeah, and Demchek here in the snake.
And they get a kill on Derula over there on the Dorito side. So just 2 bodies left alive now for 187. It's Painter and Slowiak. And Will Hansen making a move, but Demchek gets shot in the head twice.
Yeah, so Will Hansen's balling over there on the D side, but unfortunately Demchek dies, and that's going to potentially make it pretty quick here. Yeah, it's Slowiak, and I think that was Eddie Painter.
We literally saw the momentum swing 3 or 4 times at that point. I feel like it was back and forth, and that move and there we go again.
Yeah, unbelievable. So talk about a momentum shift. Painter tries to sprint in to hit that buzzer and has a gigantic hit on his leg, and he gets called for a major there. You can see the frustration, and just Nick Slowiak looks over at us, puts his own gun to his head, and fakes pulling the trigger, because that is essentially what just happened here to Upton. And you can see Painter just shaking his head as he walks off, and I can see from here what looks like a gigantic, huge hit on his leg. Unfortunate here for Upton. You know, talk about momentum shifts. Good Lord. All right, let's check out this replay here. So we're going to see a couple kills. It's Demchek in the snake, and he just gets owned in a gunfight. That's a bad death there. That is not how you do it.
Using his head as a catcher's mitt.
And you can see there as the penalty gets pulled, and you see that hit on the right leg of Eddie Painter, and he's just hanging his head, shaking it. And let's see if we can get, we didn't quite get it, but is heading right into this next point here. Ironman put themselves in a position to try to get back in this match, and looks like they get a good break. 5 players alive for the Ironman, 5 for Houston Heat, though. 10 minutes and 29 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely plenty of time. But 2-point lead for Houston Heat. You know, like you're just saying, Grayson, you know, Houston Heat can really kind of dictate the tempo right now.
Yeah, and then right now they're dictating this point. They're wide on the snake side. They still got to go through Mike Paxton's gun, though, which is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, that's why you got Mike on your team. Chad George able to make it, though.
Yeah, he was.
He went at just the right time, right when Paxton dropped his gun.
I like that move a lot that Chad just did. Just basically get to that snake, too, and immediately jump through it. Most guys won't expect that.
Well, Chad's in good field position, though, but Houston Heat did lose a body. It looked like Mishka walking off.
Chad's going to pull a lot of heat, though, in this 50 part of the snake.
Yeah.
He's basically in their snake.
Yeah, Grayson, he's taking a lot of heat off Fedorov. No one's shooting at Fedorov or Sergey right now. Everybody's looking at Chad George, and they are trying to get the bounce shots on Chad George.
Fedorov really needs to get out to this corner, and he can probably drop balls in on the Ironman, on any of those Ironman guys kind of stuck in the center, everyone looking at Chad. There we go.
Fedorov making that move to the corner. Going to make it really tough for Vidulich. Now Vidulich is going to have to deal with him. Chad George right in front of him. Mike Paxson, he's got to deal with Fedorov now as well. And still keep an eye on George. There's the overhead view. You can see Houston Heat over there on the right. Good Sergey standing in that can. Greg Sewers in the Dorito side. Back center bunker, shooting across the field. There's Mike Paxson loading up. He's got Brandon Cornell with him. To his right, Al Fernandez. Been playing solid over here. Number 35 on the snake side, going back and forth. Having a pretty good day himself. There goes Cornell. He's going to make his move out to the Dorito side corner. He gets in there alive. Ironman with body alive over there too in the Dorito 1. That looks like Toke.
Yeah, and Chad George, a little tactical retreat. Has to move back a notch here in the snake. He's taking a lot of heat in there. Might have started catching some bounce shots, so a little safer position. Ironman doing a good job of putting pressure and isolating Chad George over here, not letting him go to work. You can see Chad just playing super tight in that spot. And he's trying to just eke out and just try to get his gun up on that D side.
Yeah, I think Greg Sewers really should have tried to take advantage when Chad first made that snake. You know, he's got Fedorov, watching over him. He didn't need to watch the snake side. He needs to go to work on that Dorito side because the Ironmen, they still got 5 bodies. They feel pressure from that snake side, but nothing's coming from the Dorito side.
Yeah, well, they got it in a good spot, but the Ironmen have been doing a good job to, really just put that pressure. We talk about that a lot, Grayson. How important is that pressure? When you're a front guy, you're in a spot, you're getting shot, not to pieces, but you're getting so much pressure you can't do anything.
I mean, Chad knows he got there really early, and that's going to happen. He's done his job. He can't do much more when there's 3 people shooting at him. But what what Heat needs to realize is that that's 3 guns shooting at 1 dude. Somebody else has got to go to work. Chad already took the ball.
Well, that's why you get up there.
Yeah.
You get up there so it takes pressure off the other guys and they can make moves.
Yeah.
Well, Greg is the widest guy over there on the Dorito side. Heat with 4 bodies left alive. They got George and Fedorov over here. And then Sergey and Sewers crossed up, in those back center bunkers. Sewers now switching. Ironman still with all their bodies.
Well, and then Greg is now finally going to make his way towards that D side. For a while, he'd just been content to just try to watch over Chad, but with guys behind him, kind of necessarily didn't need to do that from that angle. But he is now making his way towards that D side back bunker on that side. And looking at Chad George and squeezing his gun here. So everyone on the Ironman still incredibly worried about Chad George. I think Fedorov got shot because Sergey just filled that spot. Yeah, Fedorov's no longer on the field, so.
Yeah, we got a 3-on-5 Heats, both corners, 50 snake. Ironman just made a move in Dorito 3.
If Ironman ended up winning this point, that would be a solid point win for them because they were put in a tough spot by Chad George making it to the 50 or past the 50 in the snake. Obviously still not over yet here. Sewers, George, and Sergey still alive. Oh, but the Ironman getting shot out of that back bunker. That is a terrible death. I think that was Vidulich. And so that's going to make Chad George's life a little bit easier. He moves up a spot. Al Fernandez alive here in the snake. Chad George just wrap around, decimates Mike Paxson. And so he waited his time, and then he gets owned, though, that was a huge kill by Al Fernandez. And then he does a smart job. Al Fernandez is balling out of control over here in the snake.
Yeah, he's been having a good day so far. Let's see if he can get the extra ones. There goes Toke. Coming down. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Caro. Right?
On the D side, yeah. So Cornell and Carl stepping up on the D side, and that broke it open. But, man, hats off to Al Fernandez over here saving the day on the snake side.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to, we've seen it countless times, the momentum just swinging back and forth. A lot of times it's somebody like Chad got a kill on Mike Paxson, forgot about the corner, gave his body right back. Yeah, and that's the thing. If he would have,
he had shot, the corner was dead. He wraps around, wasn't taking any pressure. He shoots Mike out, but he goes to sleep on Al.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah. And that's what we saw at that point, just back and forth. Guys, and I was guilty of this 2 or 3 times a day. I'd shoot a guy and forget, and all of a sudden I'm getting blasted. And that, that one body takes away so much firepower from your team and can change the momentum for that whole match.
Well, and you know, you teach paintball for a living, running BK at paintball. How much do you conversate with the people that you work with about inner point situations just like that?
I mean, it's one of the most talked about things, just mental aspect, and then just what to do in certain situations. Constant.
Well, that's the
constant.
toughest thing. That's the hardest thing about the game.
Yes, because I can teach you how to snap shoot correctly. It's making the mental decisions. That's the tough part.
Yeah, that's like, you know, that's paintball 405. You know, that's not paintball 101. The 101 stuff, that's easy. I can teach my sister how to snap shoot in 5 seconds. Oh, look at this though. So it looks like a disaster strikes for. That was a really chaotic point.
Just got annihilated trying to make moves out here on the snake side. And just getting shut out right now by Seattle Thunder.
Thunder is just river dancing on 187's grave right now. It is not looking good for them. Let's check in with Lauren real quick.
Right before that point, Eddie Painter was adamant that that was just rub on his leg. It wasn't an actual shot, but as you saw, it still unfortunately was counted as a major dirty hang. They were a little confused whether they were going to start with 1 or 2 bodies down, but because it was a dirty hang, they start with 2 bodies down. It doesn't matter how many players are still alive on the field. Back to you.
And then we saw another replay of that with, you know, what Painter says was rub and what multiple referees thought was a hit. Yeah, so just as a really series of tough breaks here for Thunder, I'm sorry, for 187. And yeah, I had to start with 3, which made it a real quick point for Thunder. Thunder now up 6-0 against Upton 187 crew.
Yeah, I did not expect that. I did not
Well,
expect that.
Thunder's been playing, they've been playing pretty good, but they just haven't been able to capitalize on other people's mistakes as much as they should, and now they're starting to do that.
And honestly, I mean, I think this is a good field for some of their players.
Yeah, I think so too. This is a really big game for Thunder, and they're making it count. So they're looking like they're going to go 1-1 on the day. Tomorrow, Thunder has to play Trenton Top Gun Union, and then they also have a game against X Factor.
And that's the one team I think in this league that they've beaten us. We've never beat them. We've only played them once, but they're 1-0 against us right now. They're 1-0 against us right now. So
yeah, so that game will be going down tomorrow, and this is the last set of the day. So we'll see what happens. But Thunder, I mean, 187 just dropping the ball out here in this match. They obviously, as we had Dave Painter up here, didn't think they'd come out and have a disaster like this.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if I'd have said you want to bet $100 that Seattle Thunder shuts out Mercy Rules Upton 187, would you have taken that bet?
Not at all.
I mean,
not if you gave me odds. Nothing against the teams, but that's you know.
But honestly, that's a team. Hey, that's a team we do not want to sleep on at all. We're going to play them like any other.
Oh, dude, Chad George just got riddled the second he stopped out. Amazing off the break shots here from the Ironman. 3 bodies coming off early for heat. 2 bodies left alive from him in the center, and took Hamill up in that center. He's going to get checked out by the referee. Looks like what is rub on the side of his loader right there, of his rotor. So Hamill looking for those last bodies, and Ironman got to be careful here because this would be tie point right here. So need to be extra careful pushing up the field into the last guns with some time left here. Look like we're going to have a tie ball game.
Man, it's just unbelievable shooting on the break right there. Who shot those 2 guys?
I'm not sure. I was looking at Heat's break. Chad George took 2 steps out and already had a couple hits on him.
Yeah,
he got
and
decimated.
so did Ryan Smith right next to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that shot literally comes just a guy standing in the middle of the open, just shooting.
Look at
right
Chad.
at
Look at Chad George. Chad George, a couple shots, and he's already hit. He's hitting his arm, hitting his hopper. I mean, he took like 3-4 steps out and already got shot.
Yeah, Sam's might have just came because he was went in a little bit too slow. Probably could have gone in there a little bit faster, but Chad George definitely got roasted.
Yeah, nothing he could do. I mean, sometimes it happens that way. Sometimes you just take a couple steps out.
Yeah, I think everybody's just been in the box one time, and before their gun got all the way around, caught one crazy ball. You know, sometimes it's just like that amazing first shot.
Yeah.
But here we have Thunder in 187, 6-0 lead for Seattle Thunder.
2 seconds.
So let's see if Thunder can hold on. I mean, it's going to take a miracle at this point for Upton to come back. I mean, there's still time in this match, but I mean, 6 points is 6 points. There's no other way to call it.
Yeah, and on this field, that's going to be a tall order. The way Seattle's playing right now too.
So Upton back to full strength after that penalty. 5 players alive for them on the break too. It looks like Thunder was able to survive the break. They have 5 players alive. There's Nick Sloviak in the center, our frequent co-host up here. And he is rolling his gun towards that snake side. Neither team looking to make a move, but Thunder doesn't have to go anywhere.
No.
And with this massive lead they have, just take a couple extra clods of paint out there, roll your guns. Sloviak, hopscotch, and pass Zaleski.
Ooh, Sloviak with a nice shot. Grills up, number 9. I believe that's Demchek over here on the snake side. There's still 4 bodies left alive for Seattle Thunder. Will Hansen.
Will Hansen's going to have to keep Sloviak honest in here, because Nick Sloviak's playing with some fire right now. You can tell by the body language of Upton that they really want to try to get back in this match. Still looking at 4 bodies, though, for Thunder.
Yep. Zaleski making his move up and across, gets into the 50 snake. Hansen's going to have to deal with him.
Well, no one's looking at him right now.
Yeah, nobody's looking at. And here comes Zaleski. He comes on the Thunder side of the field, but finally gets picked off, I believe, by Corey Field as he tried to make that move. Mantoni's up in the middle of the field. He's screaming for kills. Corey Field and Will Hansen walk off. Just 2 bodies left alive. Here comes Thomas Mantoni. I don't know if anybody's going to pick him up.
No,
but he gets 2 kills and then gets shot in the back by Sloviak.
Nice job by Thomas Mantoni, understanding the immediacy of the situation facing them and able to put their first point on the board here to pull within 5. So let's check out the replay. Looking at Dan Zaleski there as he tried to get past that gap, and he got caught cross field. He got shot in that thigh, and actually in the back of his leg too, on the other thigh. So
yeah, just overextended, and you know, luckily, you know, most of 187 was falling close enough behind they could capitalize on, you know, Zaleski being in that 50 snake area.
Well, that allowed Mantoni to get up in the center.
Yeah.
All the guns shifted to Zaleski, and Mantoni capitalized on that. He got up there and he made Thunder pay, coming up and getting a couple kills. So nice work to tie this up now. Coming out here in this close match, Houston Heat, Los Angeles Ironmen. Houston Heat sends out Mishka, Sergey, Fedorov so far, and along with Burtnikov, and looks like Greg Sewers. That's actually the line that won them the event at the Millennium World Cup in Paris a couple weeks ago, is this exact line. This was the line that Heat sent out when everything was on the, when they're playing for the money. This was the 5 guys they sent out.
It's the 5 guys I would send out if I was playing for the money too.
Which is interesting because obviously the 4 Russian players, the legacy and the history and how many wins those guys have put on the board, those are no-brainers. But it is cool to see Greg Sewers kind of evolve as that 5th man on that squad. Playing that D side really speaks to how hard he's been training and how, you know, he's played on the laundry list of pro teams over the years before going to Houston Heat and emerging as their go-to guy on the D side of the field. So it looks like we have a quick technical timeout here. So while we have a little bit of time now, Grayson, before the start of this next point, let's talk a little bit about BKI Paintball. You know, I mean, you've been doing this for a little bit of time now, helping, you know, build up the younger players and give them the mental toughness that they need, the knowledge that they need, and the skill set that they need to try to move up the ranks. And you've been a little controversial in being very, very vocal about what you really feel is I wouldn't say a lack of toughness, but just, you know, you've been very critical of guys not willing to take the risk and move up the ranks. Talk to me a little bit about that.
I mean, to me, it's just blatantly obvious. I mean, we still have, you know, you look out in the pro field, and it's still the same guys winning tournaments.
For the most part.
And, you know, for the most part. And you have a guy here or there that's new, but it's, you know, when we were growing up, we saw not a ton of turnover, but we saw turnover. We saw damage come up. We saw aftermath come up. We came up. Mm-hmm. You know, there was just always new faces that were challenging the old guard constantly, and that's what I want to see again. I don't, you know, I'm 30 years old. I should be old, but I'm not in this game, and that's basically what I said. I want to see these kids want it, you know, and I said, you know, what encouraged me to become a professional paintball player wasn't people patting me on my back. It was people telling me, oh, you can't do it, you suck, you know, and that's what pushed me to be, you know, the very best that I can be. And so, yeah, I put that kind of message and that message out there, and I've got a very good response. Either
Yeah, I was
going to
say,
loved it.
Have there been people kind of answering your call in that challenge?
Yeah. I mean, I told people, you know, I don't want you to send me an email and tell me thanks. I want you to send me an email and say, hey, I'm coming for your spot, you know. and some people did. Obviously, they were grateful. But you know, that's the kind of attitude you have to have when you step onto this field. You can't be like, oh man, I'm playing Dynasty or I'm playing X Factor. You got to be like, man, I want to beat these guys. And that's how we came out. When we came up, we wanted to beat those guys.
Well, that was cool. And we did a podcast not too long ago and spent a lot of time talking about this. That was what I respected about X Factor. When you guys came in, you were fearless. You were heavy gun fighters. You weren't scared to make moves. And most importantly, you weren't scared to challenge that old guard. And that's how you earn your right to become one of that, you know, to become a part of that group of guys that can consider themselves elite paintball players. And you didn't start out that way. You had to earn that and earn it the hard way, especially coming up in Texas. Yeah. Texas doesn't suffer any fools. And it's hard down there. And I know that this, you know, when we talk about the difference between positive and negative reinforcement, definitely down in Texas, especially when you guys came up back in a little bit of the old school days, definitely Texas was emphasizing negative reinforcement a lot more than positive reinforcement.
I had to rely on my
Nobody's
parents.
getting participation trophies out in Texas.
My parents for the positive stuff, but everything else is negative. But you know, I mean, that kind of molded our style, you know, and I think it's, you know, to some of us, it's, you know, that's what molded us as players, and you know, that's where and now I feel like we need to give it back. You know, we need to pass that on and really push some of these kids to be the best paintball players they can be, not just be like, oh, you did all right. No, man, that's terrible. That sucks. Like, do it over, you know. And that's how I teach some of my clinics. When I have, you know, if I have a D5 guy, I'm going to pat him on the back, keep him motivated, because I want him to continue to play. If I got a D2 guy, D1 guy, I'm going to tell him, hey, you suck. You need to do that over again. You know, if you're playing at that level, you need perfection.
Well, you know, there actually has been some research that's come out recently about the psychology about negative positive reinforcement, about the need to pressure people to do well in order to be rewarded. Because if people are getting rewarded and not for not excelling, for not doing actually anything, that whole, you know, participation trophy thing, and again, we're on a little bit of a technical timeout, but I think we should be getting things rolling here pretty soon, is that you know, when you are rewarding people for not actually doing anything, it really screws people's minds up, especially young kids. And I think that that's one of the cool things about the game of paintball. During the lunch break, actually, I got a chance to meet a guy I'd never met before. He had, you know, 4 kids, and he was getting them into paintball for that specific reason, because it is a very hard and humbling sport. You know, the best players in the world are going to get shot every single day, and they're going to get shot a lot. And if you make mistakes, you pay for it with a little bit of pain. It doesn't hurt a lot, but it hurts enough to make you remember. And it's very thrilling and exciting to be put and thrust into those moments in your mind where you are forced to either fail or succeed. And I just think that it is cool what you guys are doing down there and what you've been doing to try to carry that torch from the old guard.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think paintball, honestly, I think paintball's taught me more about life than anything else, than my parents could teach me, than school could teach me, because I mean, you know, in the real world, in the business world, it's dog eat dog type style. I mean, and that's what paintball is. It's if you make a mistake, you pay for it. If your team makes a mistake, you pay for it. Yeah. And you got to deal with, you know, I mean, life is a roller coaster. Paintball, tournament paintball is a roller coaster. You're going to win, you're going to lose, you're going to get beat down. You know, you're going to beat somebody down. You got to ebb and flow. And Todd, you know, as a coach, I've seen you coach a lot of teams. You're also a guy that's very vocal about calling guys out when they make mistakes and making people accountable. You know, how important is that? Do you feel that is, as a coach, to, you know, hold your players accountable when they make mistakes?
Oh, I mean, I used to teach clinics with Ryan Greenspan a lot, you know, and he was always the nice guy, and I was always the bad guy.
Good cop, bad cop.
There's one of the pro refs out here still gives me crap about when I made him do push-ups years ago in New Jersey. You know, he never let me hear the end of it. You know, like, I'm definitely the guy that's going to make you work hard and work hard and work hard. You know, like, I'll give you that positive reinforcement when you deserve it. But, you know, I think I'm, you know, pretty hard on my players, you know, from top to bottom, because, you know, I demand perfection.
Well, and speaking of that same sort of thing, Shane Pastana for the Ironman, one of the reasons these kids, despite losing Mouse, despite losing A-Rod, despite losing Marcelo, one of the reasons they're still competitive is because Shane is very similar. You know, he demands excellence. He's, you know, he'll be there with a pat on the back, but he's going to let you know when you mess up. And that's one of the reasons the Ironman, I mean, they're tied up against Houston Heat right now. 4 minutes and 39 seconds to go. And here come the Ironmen moving up a little bit. Still 5 players alive for Houston Heat. A body has dropped already, though, for the Ironmen, so it's 4 on 5.
I think that kid was 15, and now he's 20 out here reffing the pros. And, you know, it's nice to see guys that care, you know, and I'm sure you feel the same way, Grayson.
Yeah.
You know, when you actually see a difference being made. Shane was one of those guys, definitely made a difference in my life, and I definitely appreciate, you know, those times and those learning experiences.
So it looks like Alexander Burtnikoff walking off early here for heat, so it's all tied up at 4 apiece, tied up on the scoreboard, and just 4 minutes to go. So depending on how long this point goes, this could be the difference maker in this match. The Ironman lost a game already, and Heat has won a game. Heat defeated Thunder, and the Ironman lost to Upton 187 crew. So must-win situation right now for the Ironman.
This is a big point. This is a very big point because the team that wins this dictates the rest of the match. They control the pace. So both these teams are being very methodical, very smart moves. They don't want to give away that body that'll swing the momentum the other way.
Right now, Mike Paxton on your screen trying to control the snake side of the field. Fedorov able to get in there. That's going to make life a little bit harder. Oh, look for a body, though.
Yeah, it looks like Mishka took one in the front of the gun. He's asking for a check. He's still alive, though.
Looks like Fedorov was able to get that shot on Mike. And here comes Fedorov pushing down the snake side, but he gets clipped. And that was Al Fernandez again.
Yeah, Al Fernandez with some big plays over here. Getting Fedorov. Now he's going to have to go head-to-head with Sergey as Sergey bumps across. Fernandez getting in tight.
Oh, but then Al gets eaten up by Sergey. And though he got that shot on Fedorov, is in a bad spot because Sergey was able to get out wide. And now things are not looking good for the Ironman here in this point. They might want to think about conceding this point here to save themselves some time. Maybe not quite yet, but...
Sergey saw some holes in the dam and filled them very quickly. That was a really good move by him.
That's his bread and butter.
Yeah, he saw Fedorov die, immediately knew he had to come this way, and the Ironman just didn't capitalize on that. Let him fill across, 2-3 bunkers, and then he got a shot on him.
So Sergey trying to close this out, trying to get a shot. I think that's Brandon Cornell still alive in the back corner bunker for the Los Angeles Ironman. Sergey Sloniskov on your screen right now.
And the 3 bodies alive for Houston Heat, just 1 for the Ironman. And you know, here comes the charge. Mishka and Greg down the Dorito side, and Billy Wing going to go ahead and throw in the towel there to try and save that time.
So close point here, but because of the play of Sergey on this snake side of the field and Greg Sewers on that D side, as well as I think that was Mishka still alive. What's that?
Yeah, Mishka.
Yeah, so the combination of Mishka, Sergey, and Sewers got it done again for Houston Heat. Let's check in with Lauren.
Use that long time out for their advantage to get their composure and figure out what they need to do moving forward. They know that choosing gun battles is no longer an option. They have to take those gun battles and win them. They also noticed that Thunder is really focusing on Dan Zaleski off the break, so they were talking about how other players can use that as their advantage to try to get a point on this board. Back to you.
Well, with this gigantic lead that Thunder has, 187, they don't have time to dilly-dally here. They have to push into guns, have no choice. 5 minutes and 28 seconds to score 5 points just to tie it up. And that's going to be really hard considering how well Thunder's been playing here in this match. And losing a body off the break on that D side. They lose another one out of his spot in the center too, so it's not looking good again here for Upton.
There goes Zaleski though, getting in the snake, trying to make something happen. Scotty Knight getting out wide here on the snake side. Going to get control straight up. Nick Sloviak catches one out of the back center. Here comes the attack down the Dorito side from Thunder. Making a move. Max Traylor getting shot. Just Dan Zaleski left. And he's going to get worn out down the line by Scotty Knight. The 187 going to have to throw in that towel again. Under 4 minutes left to go.
Well, and now 187 is 1 point away from getting mercy ruled too.
Yep, back in that same position. They were last point, and Seattle Thunder came to play right now. Check out this replay. There's Zaleski, the last body alive. He's feeling it from the Dorito side, getting shot in the pack, gets shot down the wire.
He's taking paint from all over.
Nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and again, Thunder's just, they're doing everything right. Really doing a good job of controlling lanes off the break. They know the situation in front of them right now is that because down a ton of points and not having a lot of time, 187 is going to be playing hyper-aggressive, and they just checked them there and put another point on the board. So Thunder looking real sharp here. Ironman almost not getting their squad out in time, but able to get out and set up. So they get a clean break here. 1 point separates these teams, just 2 minutes left to go, and off the break, Shane Pastana gets up to the center, 50 alive, and he's going to be able to shut down that D side right now. same line coming out for Houston Heat. Greg Sewers on the D side and the 4 Russians, but looks like Shane, not sure where he got shot. I think he might have got shot by Greg on the bump out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Greg may have just punked him out because I didn't hear Houston Heat calling it too much.
It was either that, the only other gun that way, Fedorov had shifted his gun that way, but he didn't really have a shot. I think it might have either been that or Sergey. Only 2 guys shooting that way.
Jackson getting shot. Looks like Vidulich might have a shot on him as well. It's Vidulich, Fernandez, and Cornell right now. Looking at 5 Houston Heat players. Bierdnikov making a move out behind Fedorov into the corner. Fedorov and Snake 1. All 5 bodies left alive still for Houston Heat. Big Sergey over there working with Greg. Cornell makes a move, but he is the last body alive for the Ironmen, and only 60 seconds left to go as you see the attack of Houston Heat coming. And I think that towel was thrown in right there just to save Brandon Cornell from getting the Black & Decker power painter treatment from these 5 Houston Heat guys, because now that's going to give them a 2-point deficit with under a minute left to go. So
yeah, it's the opportunities are closing for the Ironmen. That last point probably sealed the deal for Houston Heat. It's going to take a miracle at this point with the point spread where it is. Still possible. We have seen a quick point, but this, you know, Grayson, I mean, if you were in that situation, having to score 2 quick ones on this layout in about a minute.
Yeah, that's the thing. 2 quick ones is tough because honestly, there's only I feel like there's only like 1 or 2 ways to score a really quick point, and so you run that 1 play and hopefully score that point. But 2, you know, you can't do it twice. You know, it's one of those things. They break short, not giving them a shoot at. If they know if they know that move up the center and they're looking for it, yeah, it's real tough. They put themselves in a really tough situation when they lost that point when it was tied.
So Thunder getting another kill on the break, but they do lose Matt Chim. It's 4-on-4 right now, and here comes 187 pushing up on that D side of the field. There's the backfield spread for Seattle Thunder with a little under 4 minutes, about 4 minutes, 30 seconds to play here. But you look at that point spread, it's going to be really hard for 187 crew. The way Thunder's playing, see if they can keep it close, because point spread's important out here.
Yeah, honestly, if I was coaching 187, I'd be like, hey, just win the point, man. Just if it takes 2-3 minutes, who cares? Just win. Let's lessen this point spread, and just feel better about tomorrow. You know, I mean, you don't want to go out getting mercy ruled. Put 2 points on the board, put 3 points on the board, call it a day.
And they already won a game today, so it's not like they're out.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Josh Pike getting it done over here right now, clocking in. For Upton, gets a couple kills, and that is going to do it here. So waving off the rest of his boys, and Derula is going to have to sprint in there. So that's going to make it 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, you're probably not going to win this match, but just win some points. Give yourself some confidence for tomorrow. No, hey, we got beat in the first 7 points, but hey, we know how to play this field. Play it the right way. Win. You know, 2 more.
And just in case, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thunder does have to play a really tough match against you guys, and then they have to play against Top Gun Union as well. So, you know, I mean, Thunder's got a shot, and then with Upton, they've won 1, lost 1. So you never know what's going to happen tomorrow, what the point spreads are going to be. Let's check out this replay. So looking at one of the last players left alive here, I think that's Scotty Knight. Yeah, Scotty Knight, number 8 for Thunder, getting tapped out. So now heading back here into play this one here, Houston Heat, Los Angeles Ironmen. Houston Heat's pretty much sealed the deal here with that point they just won. As with the time, Ironmen are going to have to make some magic happen here. So they run a stunt, Toe Campbell and Brandon Cornell up to the center. Brandon Cornell stops, Toe Campbell continues, goes to the 50, wraps around, and looks like he gets grilled up. Brandon Cornell still alive. You see the 5 players for Houston Heat just all rolling their guns, trying to keep the aggressive push from happening. Brandon Cornell, though, able to stay alive. Brandon Cornell gets 1, then he gets shot. Sergey gets shot trying to run up and take out Brandon Cornell, who already died. No, Sergey's still alive. So Sergey and Fedorov still alive on your screen, and just trying to keep this lead here and let that 16 seconds click off the clock. Mike's going to get shot. They might get 1 more. We'll see if they try to score this point or just let the time expire. I think they're going to let the time expire. So Houston Heat, congratulations to them. They're going to go 2-0, defeating Thunder 6-2, and also defeating the Ironmen. So Heat looking pretty good today. That was a tough match here against the Ironmen. It was relatively close and for the most part till the very end.
Yeah, they won that one critical point. 3-3, they won the point, and then they were in the driver's seat. Ironman had to play into them, and they did a good job of communicating, keeping their zones up, and that's the result.
Yeah, so still got a little bit more of this last game here, Thunder and 187, but Thunder is most likely, well, they're going to take this victory. This game's over. So there's Thunder getting ready to play this next point. Corey Field and the rest of his boys got to be pretty proud of themselves right now at this moment.
30 seconds.
Who was their first game against today?
Thunder got defeated by Heat.
Okay.
And it was close early on, and then Heat just slowly but surely started to control the pace of the game, put point after point up, and ended up defeating them. I believe that score was 6-2.
2 seconds.
Sloviak, Darula, Pike, Trailer, Tony, I believe. Man, Trailer's been playing great, coming off that broken foot. Doesn't look like it's slowing it down at all. And right now, it looks like Morales is going to take the early walk over here on the Snake side. Still got some time left to play here in this match, and here comes Upton, blazing down the field up to the center. Zaleski still alive here in the Snake. Here comes Darula on the move. Darula's still alive. Gets one, gets Map Chim, trades out with Map. And that's going to do it here for Thunder in this point. And another point put on the board here, pretty quick one. So 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go in this match.
Thunder better not go to sleep.
Looks like they're starting to. Well, they need to keep the point spread because they already have a loss, and this big win is really going to help them as far as point spread is concerned. So yeah, even though no matter, I mean, it's going to be, like I said, pretty much impossible for Thunder to come, or for 187 to come back and win this one. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, I'm here with Greg Sewers. Congratulations, you guys won your first 2 matches this weekend at World Cup. But the Ironman one was pretty close. You guys had it there at the end. But do you feel, even though you won both of your matches, you guys played to your full potential today?
Absolutely not. Not yet. I think we started out both games kind of slow, kind of lax, because that's how our practices went against good teams. So we need to push the envelope a little more, and we'll be back at our full potential like we were last weekend.
We are seeing some historically top teams struggle a little bit on this field layout. Impact came out flat. X Factor went 1 for 1. What are some of the things on this layout that you think those top teams are maybe struggling with?
The risk versus reward. You know, we've kind of gone with the mindset that we want to keep as many players alive as we can, and there's some really big gaps off the break. So against a team with decent shooters, not even good shooters, you're risking your body. So just a little bit of error in the game plans, I'd say.
When the clock is ticking down, you guys haven't really had this situation happen, but if you are down points, say you're down 2 points and you only have 2 minutes, do you want to take that risk and run something quick and aggressive, or do you want to try to play slow and do the best you can?
You know, Johnny Perchak said it the best years back. He said 3 cheetahs, 2 Clydesdales. So you got 3 dudes going down the field as fast as they possibly can, and 2 guys left alive to hit the buzzer. So that's our game plan.
All right, well, congratulations on those 2 wins today. We'll see if 187 can get another point on the board. They probably won't be able to win, but they could close out this point spread a little bit. Back to you guys.
Heat looking real good today. Definitely one of the favorites here early on. They have to play San Diego Dynasty in their first game tomorrow afternoon. San Diego Dynasty's 2-0, Heat's 2-0, so that's going to be a clash of the Titans right there for sure.
Matt, are you a Cheetah or a Clydesdale?
I'm definitely a Clydesdale. Right now, absolutely.
I go back and forth. Typically a Clydesdale.
I was more a Cheetah when I was younger. You were definitely a Cheetah.
I look like a Cheetah out here today, but typically I'm a Clydesdale. Like if I'm sticking people.
Yeah, you look pretty fast. You're doing some speed drills?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
you know, I got skimmed. I got skimmed.
You got skimped. Yeah, so right now, let's see if Thunder can maintain this massive lead that they have, though Upton trying to close the gap and you know, keep that point spread here a little bit closer so they can have a chance tomorrow.
Hey, you know, a major penalty here, major penalty there, and the thing could get real interesting.
Yeah, it could. I mean,
you know, but Thunder really just needs to tighten it up. Like Grayson said, don't go to sleep yet. You know, you got to finish. You can't come out here and just expect, because you got such a big lead, you know, that's just going to hold up. You still got to come out here and finish these last 3 minutes of paintball. So, you know, Seattle Thunder, you know, look really strong early. You know, letting Upton 187 run off 2 quick points. You know.
Well, it looks like a timeout has been called here. So we have a little bit of time to talk about the morning's competition tomorrow, starting off 8 o'clock Eastern time here. Edmonton Impact will be taking on Tampa Bay Damage in the early morning first game. And then also Moscow Red Legion and the Outlaws, and then AC Dallas, Revo, and Infamous and Shock. Todd, and you can see there on your screen, full set of games in the morning bracket. Todd, what do you think about that Damage Impact game?
I mean, Damage looked good in their first game, but then got blown out in their second game. Impact, I think they were struggling a little bit, but they've kind of started slow both events this year so far, and kind of really picked it up at the end. So again, like we've been saying, Saturday is one thing, Friday is another. But here's our afternoon schedule. X Factor taking on Thunder first thing tomorrow. 187 and Top Gun. Dynasty and Heat, that's definitely going to be a good game. So lots of good games coming up this weekend. It's really going to come down to who wants it the most tomorrow, who's executing, see who's going to make our Sunday roster. So, this is the best weekend in paintball all year, and, I'm definitely very excited to be here.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, that AC Dallas Revo game. Both those teams are 0-2. And here on the breakout, looks like Zaleski is trying to get in the snake. He does, but looks like Nick Sloviak's going to be taking the early walk. Trailer, though, past the 50-yard line. Max Trailer did some damage before he got shot. Zaleski's still alive, but body's walking off. Tons of them here for Upton 187 crew. Sloviak comes off, Derula walks off, and Trailer as well. So we'll see 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Seattle Thunder doesn't realize they've shot the whole Dorito side. It's just Zaleski and then whoever's in the snake corner for him.
Yeah, Map's still shooting that way, and then Map gets taken out. And right now we'll see if Zaleski can pull off some low body heroics here. He's just going to completely commit, and he's going to get torched cross field by Corey Field. He did take out Demchek, though. Corey Field, last body left alive, and he's making sure that everybody's dead.
That's a good job of executing right there by Seattle Thunder. Picking up those bodies, running down the field.
That's going to put the point spread back to 5 here.
Yeah, despite the madness, they held their zones, talked it up, and did what they needed to do to win that point.
Yeah, so still
and they know 187 has to come, and they're going to be just running at them. And it's just stay calm, stay cool, do your job, and trust your teammate that he's doing his job. You'll pull those points out.
Yeah, we got another cool game tomorrow morning with LA Infamous taking on Chicago Aftershock. Both of those teams are 2-0. And Shock defeated Outlaws, and they also beat AC Dallas. And Infamous looked pretty solid today. Definitely looked like one of the more, Brad McCurley was just dominating over here on the Snake side. And a little bit of an injury to Mouse, but Travis says he should be good to go.
Yeah, and then, Damian Ryan also, I thought, had a pretty solid day today. And, Damian never unleashes the full repertoire on the first day. I feel like, this is one of those fields that's going to cater to his style of play, which is, very crafty, sneaky. We saw some of the best today out of the best players out here and making those moves up the middle. J-Rab early in the day, you really saw him kind of carve teams up, on those
smart,
moves
methodical
through the
moves.
Yeah, Damian Ryan, same thing. This field is definitely going to allow those moves to happen, and it's going to get exciting when things get tight. Jason Edwards, he's another one. That first game, before the the second one that they lost, but I mean, just the way that guys understand how to use the field, how to block people off, and making those shots that you get on the tips of loaders and barrels count. So definitely some exciting paintball, and I think there's gonna be a lot more to come.
Yeah, so about to get back here into this match. Just about 2 minutes left to go. But dominant performance from Thunder. They should be taking this victory. And then also tomorrow morning, we're going to have, AC Dallas Revo, Infamous Shock, and Impact Moscow Red Legion. That should be an interesting matchup. And then Tampa Bay Damage and the Outlaws. Let's get back into this game, though, here. So on the breakout, again, just 2 minutes to go. So we'll see if Thunder can keep the attack of 187 crew. Or are we going to see another point?
2 minutes left to go. 5-point lead for Seattle Thunder.
Sloviak walking off early, and looks like Pike.
Derula up there in the middle. And looks like Zaleski's going to get a minor penalty, leaving just Derula as Trailer getting pulled off the Dorito side. And there goes Derula. He's going to trade out with Scotty Knight. So 6-point lead again for Thunder.
And the highest point total that we've seen any team put up so far.
And good job of Thunder of keeping it together. You know, sometimes things get crazy. You lose a couple points, people freak out, start doing stuff out of character, and you know, Thunder out here keeping it together. You know, just playing solid, doing the same thing, and continuing to win points as 187 just continues to chuck bodies at him on all sides of the field. Max Traylor had that foot surgery, you know, missed last event. You know, was only cleared to play here, you know, about a week and a half ago. You know, according to the coach. So, you know, he's kind of limping out there. I think he just gave coach the signal, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm done. You know, take me out of here. I can't do this anymore. You know, it's not worth it with the 6-point lead now.
You think they should have pulled him out a little bit earlier and gave him that rest?
Maybe, but you know, knowing him,
looks at the field.
Yeah, he might be like, you know, I still want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, again, only cleared 10 days ago or so to be able to come out. Only got a practice in. It was a good, solid set of practice, but you know, Traylor is one of their best players and showing it today. I mean, he was doing a really good job, and really the only player I saw all day today of any game utilizing the snake side of that center 50 more than the D side. He was coming up here and just isolating the snake side and just roasting players down. So the foot really not seeming to affect
Max
Traylor
the thing.
too much.
Because the center, there's a strong center, it allows him. I don't think he can play that front spot with the foot, but he can get up to center and get nasty, and that's what he needs to do. And you know what? He probably saw enough looks today and be like, hey, man, let me rest for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Let me take one off.
So we'll see if this will be the last point of the day. We could potentially see another point because Upton is just going to be running into the guns of Thunder, mostly for pride at this point because this game is over. There's Roberts, Zaleski, and the rest of the crew from Upton, and they're able to get to the snake off the break, running up into the center as well. Thunder just rolling their guns, controlling those lanes. Derula to the center, and it looks like Corey Field gets shot out of his spot, and they lose another body too, so bodies dropping for Thunder here. Another quick one. And here comes Zaleski and trying to keep this point spread honest here. And Zaleski gets out, he gets a shot as well on Morales. Roberts comes and takes out Map Chim.
60.
So with just a minute to go, and we could see 2 more points, to be honest, the way things are going here. Prolonging this game that is already over.
But again, I mean, point spread. These
big.
points, honestly, could come into play
they
for
could,
either
yeah.
Thunder or 187.
Well, again, because now both these teams are 1-1. So depending on what happens tomorrow, yeah, every point counts when it comes down to those tiebreakers and that point spread. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really curious if we're going to see 187 come out and try to win this 1-minute point, or if they're just going to be like, hey, the point spread's not that bad. Let's shoot our lanes and go home.
I think they're going to try to win it.
Yeah,
so we could see maybe 2 more points. But you know, Todd, who do you feel out of all the games we saw, who do you feel was playing the best personally, individually, and who do you feel was playing the best as a team?
I thought Ronnie Dizon actually impressed me the most today. With his play down the Dorito side. Just behind him, probably Justin Rabikoff. As a team, it's got to be either Infamous or Shock, really. You know,
I think Houston Heat looks pretty good too.
Oh yeah, Houston Heat definitely looks pretty good.
Shock did look pretty good. X Factor. You know, they did drop that game against Dynasty.
You don't have to be nice because I'm up.
No, I'm not. I mean, you guys have taken second at the 2 events that we've had here in the NXL. You did play Dynasty in your first game, and you know, in a best of 3, like playing a 3-game series against Dynasty, it's a lot to think you're going to win 3 games out of 3 against Dynasty. You guys won 2 of them so far this year and dropped this 3rd one. And that game was, I think it was 5-2.
Yeah, or no, 3.
5-3?
Or yeah, something like that. We scored 3. They scored 4 unanswered, then we put it back to 4-3, and then they stomp us out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Dynasty actually, you know, probably might be the pick for playing best as a team.
20 seconds.
But I mean, I definitely thought that Shock.
Dynasty did look pretty good.
Shock played pretty well as a team today. You know, they're 2-0. Dynasty's 2-0. Infamous is 2-0.
It is good to see Shock play as well as they did today.
Yeah.
That would have been my pick too, honestly. I didn't watch our bracket too much, and I was playing in it, but I like the way Shock played this morning, the games I watched.
Yeah, they did. They definitely, earned the right for us to be, saying how well they played. So we're getting back here into this match. Looks like Thunder in that pocket. They do risk a body out wide, and then he decides to go right into D1. So we'll see if they can hold off the onslaught here. I think we're going to see another point as the bodies are just peeling off for 187. Yeah, Thunder is definitely putting up the highest points by far here. The next closest, it looks like they're going to put their 10th point on the board.
And this is definitely the longest game we've seen all day. The highest combined point total.
Oh, by far, 15 or 14 total points. Because right now, so far today, let's see, Heat put up 6 against Thunder. Impact put up 7 against the Outlaws. And Ironman put up 6 against Revo. Damage put up 6 against Revo. Let's check out this replay. Yeah, I mean, by far, Thunder definitely scoring the most points here. This is a big turnaround for them. But they, that first game was pretty close, mostly in the points, close points. And you're seeing here, Zaleski trying to get into Snake 2, but getting clipped. So as the stun is starting to set here in Orlando, Florida, in Kissimmee. Yeah, so we'll see if they play this. I don't think they're going to play this next point as I see refs starting to come off the field and take their goggles off. Yeah, so that's it. So a big congratulations to Seattle Thunder in a pretty good whomping of Upton 187 crew. And this is a performance Thunder needed as a franchise. They need to come out here and get a solid victory against a team that has been playing really well against the best teams. So this is a solid victory by Thunder, and you've been hearing us break down the rest of things as it's been going down. It's been a great day. It was as we always, every time we come out to one of these big events, it's always a great day of paintball. And we talked about some of the standout teams. Dynasty looks solid. Infamous, Heat, X Factor went 1-1, so they're going to have to pick it up tomorrow, and they got a tough game. Got a couple tough games. So hey, thank you guys so much for joining us here at 2015 NXL World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall, Grayson Goff, and Todd Martinez. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.